World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1 to Chapter 52. 2008, 5th of April. Saturday. Sun City No. 1 High School, Year 12, 4, Classroom. Fong Ping spent half an hour before he finally confirmed one thing. It was not a dream, and it was not a movie, nonsense. If filming could restore his classmates' youth, then the production team must be in heaven. After confirming the fact that he had been reborn, Fong Ping hesitated for a moment before accepting it calmly. As one of the 5 poisoned youths of the new era, who did not have rebirth experience, even if he had not been reborn, there were plenty of them on the internet. Just by looking at them, he would know that this was the ultimate weapon of the short, weak, and poor against the tall, rich, and handsome. Moreover, he had neither money nor girls. He could live a few more years without doing anything after being reborn. It was not a loss no matter how he looked at it. It was not easy for her to endure until the bell rang. The familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar teacher dragged on for a few minutes before reluctantly leaving. As for what the teacher said before he left, Fong Ping treated it as if he had misheard it. Registration for martial sciences starts next week. Students with ideas, please prepare yourselves. Fong Ping did not think much of it. He had heard it as social sciences registration. Daogao registration was done in advance, but the school usually did it for them. There was no need to remind them. The most important thing was that year 12, 4, was a science class. It had nothing to do with social sciences, right? However, since he had been reborn, Fong Ping did not care about such trivial matters. Right now, Fong Ping was thinking of punching Jack Ma and kicking Ma Huadeng. Even though 2008 was a little late, would a reborn be called a reborn if he did not do something unexpected, or should he switch to politics instead of business? Fong Ping was in no mood to chat with the students around him as he calculated in his mind. These youngsters could not imagine the grand goal in his mind. From today onwards, they were not in the same world. Just as Fong Ping was working on his future plans, the tall and burly Yang Jian in the front row suddenly turned around and asked, "Fong Ping, Chen Fan, are you guys going to register?" Fong Ping had a deep impression of Yang Jian, but it was not because he was handsome. The key was that when Fong Ping and the others had a high school reunion, Yang Jian, who had just graduated, had grown a full beard. Fong Ping almost thought that Yang Jian's father had come to the reunion as well. After that, Fong Ping had never forgotten this bearded classmate. He was too distinctive. Fong Ping's mind was preoccupied with other matters, so he did not think to reply. Chen Fan, Fong Ping's deskmate and one of the members of the ordinary duo, shook his head and said, "I'm not signing up. It's just a waste of money. It costs 10,000 just to register, and I'm sure I won't be able to get in. With this much money, I'll be able to cover a year's worth of living expenses and tuition fees." Yang Jian sighed and said, "That's true. However, I still feel somewhat dissatisfied. If I don't try, I might regret it for the rest of my life." Yang Jian's deskmate was also a boy. Fong Ping could not remember his name clearly. He turned his head and joined the discussion, his expression downcast as he said, "This is our only chance to make a great leap. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with us." The 3 of them sighed and lamented at the same time. Fong Ping was confused and baffled. Sign up, the liberal arts registration mentioned by the teacher just now. The registration fee was 10,000 yuan, this was 2008. If memory served him right, the price of a house in Sun City was only about 4,000 per square meter. How much did the exam registration cost? Are these guys wrong, or have they been scammed? Fong Ping was just about to interrupt and ask when his deskmate, Chen Fan, pushed his glasses up and said with a determined expression, "Even if we don't take the martial sciences exam and take the liberal arts exam, we might still be able to make a name for ourselves. There are martial arts training classes in society. When we graduate and earn some money, we can continue our studies. Even if we can't compare to the martial sciences, at least there's still hope." As soon as he said that, Yang Jian's deskmate also said excitedly, "That's right. Get into a famous liberal arts school. When you graduate, your salary and benefits won't be low either." "I still want to try." Yang Jian was hesitant. He came from a wealthy family and had a healthy body. He would not be satisfied if he did not try. Chen Fan and his deskmate did not stop Yang Jian from trying. Even though the chances were slim, there would always be people who would not give up when the opportunity was right in front of him. Although they were all young, they understood that if they dissuaded Xianxia now and caused him to miss out on the opportunity, they would become enemies. The three of them were talking passionately, but Fang Ping was confused. What was going on? Fang Ping swallowed and looked at the three of them for a while. He did not see any signs of joking or teasing. That was when he realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to ask, he was interrupted again. At the desk next to Fang Ping's, there were two boys whispering to each other. They probably felt that the discussion was not interesting enough with fewer people. When Fang Ping's side quieted down, a boy with a crew cut asked excitedly, "Yang Jian, Chen Fan, did you see the news online last night?" Yang Jian and his deskmate shook their heads. The Gaokao was around the corner. Now that their families were strict, they did not have time to go online. Seeing that the two of them did not know, and that Fang Ping and the other boy were also confused, the crew cut boy laughed. What a pity. Big news broke out last night. Did you know? Grandmaster Ma broke through rank 8. Grandmaster Ma is not even 40 years old this year, but he's already the #1 martial arts powerhouse of the younger generation. Yesterday, Penguin Corporation officially issued a letter of challenge to Google's Asia-Pacific president, the veteran rank 8 powerhouse, Tam. What? Is this for real? Grandmaster Ma broke through rank 8? Didn't he just break through rank 7 a few years ago? I can't believe it. Zhang Hao, tell us quickly. Is it a public challenge or a private one? A rank 8 battle. I really want to watch it, but we don't have the right to watch it. The Gaokao was around the corner for year 3 students. Not many of them were still online after school. Therefore, even though the news last night had caused a sensation, not many people in class knew about it. The crew cut boy, Zhang Hao, had spoken quite loudly just now. When he finished, before Fang Ping and the others could even respond, the students nearby who had overheard the conversation began to get excited. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, enjoyed the joy of being the center of attention. He said happily, "It's true. Grandmaster Ma really broke through. It's not just us. Who in the world would believe that he could break through rank 8 so quickly?" Therefore, when the letter of challenge was released, the whole world was shocked. As long as Grandmaster Ma defeats Tam this time, Penguin Corporation will be able to enter the Asian countries on a large scale and become one of the Asian hegemons. In a few years, once Grandmaster Ma breaks through rank 9, Penguin Corporation will become one of the world's hegemons. God, this is too fast. Rank 8 Grandmaster. Has the Grandmaster ranking been updated? Grandmaster Ma is going to fight his way into the top 30. F***ck off. Top 30? I say, top 20 won't be a problem. It can't be. Grandmaster Ma has just broken through, after all. How can he rise to the top 20 so quickly? Unless he defeats Tam, there's still a chance. At this time, the students were already discussing among themselves. Everyone's eyes showed excitement, admiration, agitation, and desire. Even the girls were no exception. The only exception in the entire class was Fang Ping. Fang Ping's brain was in a mess. His face was blank, and he was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? He understood what everyone was saying. He could definitely recognize every word that was written. Why did he not understand them at all when they were strung together? Who was Grandmaster Ma? Of course, he knew about Penguin Corporation. In 2008, Penguin Corporation was already the king of the IT industry. He also knew about Google. It would be strange if he did not know. Did Zhang Hao mean that Penguin and Google were competing in business? Why? Why did it sound so strange? In the classroom, Fang Ping's head was full of fog and his heart was filled with anxiety. When everyone was almost done with their discussion, Fang Ping nudged Chen Fan beside him and whispered, "Ma. Grandmaster Ma, is that Ma Huadeng?" Chen Fan's expression changed and became serious instantly. He said seriously, "Fang Ping, calling a grandmaster by his name is the biggest disrespect." Fang Ping wanted to cry. He could not even say his name. Brother Ma's power was even scarier than the president's. However, Fang Ping was sure of one thing. Penguin's CEO was still Brother Ma. The company was right, the CEO was right. The only thing that was wrong was the martial arts powerhouse that everyone was talking about. He felt like there was something strange suddenly mixed in, making Fang Ping feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Suppressing his desire to refute, Fang Ping said casually, "I've been busy preparing for the Gaokao recently and haven't seen the news." "Tell me, is there anything interesting?" Chen Fan said indifferently, "It's all about the things that happened before." Grandmaster Ma breaking through rank 8 was a bit unexpected. Chen Fan was not a big fan of gossip, but the future bearded Yang Jian in the front row was still a chatterbox. The class bell had not rung yet, so Yang Jian heard Fang Ping's question. He turned his head and whispered, "There aren't a lot of confirmed big news, but I saw some gossip a few days ago and heard some rumors. I don't know if they're accurate though. I heard that Master Ma from Tanuki might have broken through rank 7 recently and become a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Li from Baidu seems to be preparing to go into seclusion to break through rank 8. Grandmaster Li broke through rank 7 at about the same time as Grandmaster Ma from Penguin. However, Grandmaster Li's martial arts progress is not as fast as Grandmaster Ma's, so it's hard to say if he can break through." "Right, there's another news. Our Nanjiang province's Governor-General Zhang might break through rank 7 soon. Once Governor-General Zhang breaks through rank 7, it'll be amazing. Nanjiang has been weak for many years. Now, there are only a few older rank 7 Grandmasters in charge. Governor-General Zhang is still young. If he breaks through, there's a chance that he'll go one step further and wipe out the chronic weakness of Nanjiang's martial arts. Also, before this year's Martial Science University entrance examination, our school invited a senior who was admitted to Nanjiang Martial Arts University last year to give us a speech." Yang Jian went on and on with his gossip, but Fang Ping felt like he was listening to a heavenly book. Most of the gossip that Yang Jian mentioned was related to martial artists. So-and-so might be about to break through. So-and-so was in seclusion. Among them, Fang Ping had heard of some of their names. They were not limited to the business world, but the entertainment world and even the political world. From some of Yang Jian's casual words, Fang Ping could sense that martial artists were highly respected in this society. Powerhouses below rank 7 were addressed by Yang Jian as master, and those above rank 7 were addressed as grandmasters. On the other hand, it could be seen that all the famous people seemed to be martial arts experts. In other words, if one wasn't an expert, one wouldn't be famous. In between, Fang Ping asked casually, "How strong are these people?" In the end, Yang Jian did not hold back at all. He said, "Any random martial artist can turn us into sieves." When the bell rang, before the teacher arrived, Yang Jian lamented, "If I can't pass the martial sciences exams and become a martial artist, I'll be stuck like this for the rest of my life. It's the same for business. It's difficult for an ordinary person to stand out." When he said that, Fang Ping was stunned again. Chen Fan, who had not spoken much before, was also a little disappointed. He said in a low voice, "Martial artists are the minority after all. Besides, for us, whether it's business or politics, we probably won't be able to reach that stage. There's no need to care about these things." Through their conversation, Fang Ping could vaguely sense something. According to his understanding, if one did not become a martial artist, one would not be able to become an official above the department level, and one would not be able to do business in other cities. He did not know if it was a hard and fast rule, or if it was a tacit agreement. No matter which one it was, Fang Ping could feel the intense malice that this society had towards him. If he did not become a martial artist, if he did not become a powerhouse, even if he was a reincarnator, he would probably be stuck at the bottom for the rest of his life. Most importantly, Fang Ping seriously wondered if he was a reincarnator. Although his classmates' appearances did not change, their names did not change, and the names of the big bosses and companies all matched his memory. However, a high-energy vocation had suddenly popped up. Were the others really the same as he remembered? He wanted to ask a few more questions, but the teacher had already entered the classroom. The others returned to their seats and stopped chatting. Moreover, these things seemed like common sense to the others, so Fang Ping did not want to ask any further. If he asked any further, these guys might even suspect that he had lost his memory. After some thought, Fang Ping asked Chen Fan in a low voice while the teacher was turning away, "Our school. Is there an internet cafe near our school? Chen Fan looked at him strangely, but he still replied, of course there is. Didn't you always go to the Blue Sky Internet Cafe? Phew. Fang Ping exhaled and nodded without saying another word. It seemed like some things were still the same. For example, the internet cafe with the cliched name was still there. Since the internet cafe was still there, it meant that some things had not changed. If he went to the internet cafe after school, he should be able to find out what he wanted to know. Seeing Fang Ping's relief, Chen Fan reminded him kindly, although we can't pass the martial sciences exams, we shouldn't give up. If we do well in social sciences, we still have a chance to make a name for ourselves. Who knows, we might even have a chance to become a martial artist in the future. The Gaokao is right around the corner, so it's better not to go to internet cafes too much. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. As a member of the ordinary duo, Chen Fan did not speak much, but they were of similar backgrounds, so he still cared about his deskmate. Fang Ping finally made it through the remaining classes in the morning. As soon as the school bell rang, he rushed out of the classroom. Right now, he had a stomach full of questions that needed answers. Seeing Fang Ping rushing out, Chen Fan thought for a moment before chasing after him. Are you going for lunch or the internet cafe? The internet cafe. Come back early. The first class in the afternoon is the homeroom teacher's class. Fang Ping answered. Since his parents were at work, he ate his lunch at the fast food restaurant near the school, so he did not have to go home. Taking advantage of his free time in the afternoon, his strong thirst for knowledge made him want to go to the internet cafe to learn more about things he did not know. With quick steps, Fang Ping scanned his surroundings briefly. Sun City No. 1 High School was the same as he remembered. His classmates and teachers were normal, and Fang Ping did not see anyone running on walls. The only difference was that the school had strange slogans and signboards. Prepare for the Gaokao. Here I come for the martial sciences exams. Fight to the death for the martial sciences exams. Come to Green Bird for the martial sciences exams. Green Bird martial arts tutorial class is your best choice. 1 blood and chi replenishing pill, and you'll get into the martial sciences exams. If it were not for these strange things appearing in the school, Fang Ping would have reason to believe that the scammers and vigor pill sellers had snuck into the school. Right now, however, seeing that everyone seemed to be used to it, Fang Ping understood that this was not the world he remembered. As for how big the gap was, he would have to figure it out first. 10 minutes later, Fang Ping arrived at the Blue Sky Internet Cafe, not too far from the school. It was the same familiar smell and the same familiar signboard. The internet cafe that had looked classy in the past now looked shabby. The words Blue Sky Internet Cafe were almost unrecognizable. Stepping into the internet cafe, he saw the familiar yet unfamiliar female employee sitting at the bar by the entrance. She was a young girl. Thinking back to the days when he was young and full of hormones, the female employee who dressed more maturely than the students had snuck into Fang Ping's dreams a few times to do some shameful things. Looking at it now, Fang Ping felt that his eyes must have been a little crooked when he was young. That was true. If he was really beautiful, why would he be an employee? He glanced at the female employee. Fang Ping was not in the mood to hit on girls. Even if he did, girls of this level were not suitable for a classy reincarnator. However, the moment he thought of Grandmaster Ma, the feeling of looking down on him vanished. Reincarnators were classy, but the key was that they had been reborn in the right place. Fang Ping did not beat around the bush after cursing in his heart. He went straight to the point. How much does it cost for an hour to get a machine? 3 yuan. The female employee's answer was straightforward. She asked immediately, are you a member? If you're not, open a membership. Top up 50 yuan and get 10 yuan free. Fang Ping's expression was arrogant. He could not be bothered with her. Charging 50 yuan and only getting 10 yuan free? That was too stingy. Besides, which eye of hers saw that he looked like he had 50 yuan. After a few classes in the morning, Fang Ping had figured out his net worth. His entire wealth was 28 yuan. This amount of money, including his lunch money, would have to be able to top up 50 yuan even if he wanted to. Ignoring the employee's promotion, Fang Ping fished out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it on the counter with a proud look on his face. Of course, the female employee also ignored a poor B** starred like him. She tossed him a temporary membership card and ignored him. Fang Ping really wanted to yell, "Don't bully a poor young man," but considering that the employee's rank was too low, he decided to leave that to the big shots. He did not argue with the employee anymore. He took the temporary membership card and went to a corner of the internet cafe. A corner of the internet cafe. As the computer was turned on, Fang Ping hungrily searched for the information he wanted to know. The dim blue light from the screen made Fang Ping's expression look gloomy. If there was someone sitting near Fang Ping, they would be able to sense Fang Ping's strangeness. Sometimes, his expression changed. Sometimes, he felt indignant, and sometimes, he gritted his teeth, sometimes, Fang Ping even cursed. No one knew if he was cursing the heavens or someone else. After more than an hour, the machine shut down automatically. The internet fee was gone. Fang Ping was not in the mood to top up anymore. He walked out of the internet cafe with some confusion and understanding. The moment he stepped out of the internet cafe, Fang Ping's expression became much more determined. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll take the martial sciences exam." Outside the internet cafe, Fang Ping's expression was resolute, his eyes filled with stubbornness. He had to be stubborn. After more than an hour of browsing, Fang Ping finally understood some things. For example, what was a martial artist? Modern martial artists were not much different from martial arts novels and movies from his past life. The only difference was that the setting was modern. The occupation of martial artists appeared openly in modern society. If it was just a high-energy occupation, even if Fang Ping was interested in Superman, he would not necessarily become a martial artist. In today's society, however, martial artists were not just a high-energy occupation. They represented power and status. The law of the jungle was an unchanging truth. In his past life, the difference was not so obvious. After all, everyone was a normal person who could be shot down with one shot. However, in this society full of martial arts powerhouses, the gap between them could not be more obvious. For example, Fang Ping did not fully understand what Yang Jian had said about politics and business. Now, however, he understood it completely. Normal people were the mainstream of this society. There were no restrictions on what they could do. However, according to the law, yes, the law, for a company to expand beyond the city, the registered legal representative must be a martial artist. There was no limit to the rank. For a company to expand beyond the province, the legal representative must have a rank requirement. It must not be lower than rank 4. According to the information Fang Ping found online, martial artists today were divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 was the lowest, and rank 9 was the highest. Those below rank 4 were low-stage martial artists. Those above rank 7 were high-stage martial artists. These people were also known as grandmaster-level powerhouses. To establish a company to expand beyond the province, the legal representative must be a powerhouse above rank 4. Although the law did not stipulate that he wanted to become a multinational corporation, Fang Ping had done a simple search on the internet. Without a rank 7 martial artist, no matter how good the company's products were and how many customers there were, entering other countries and regions recklessly was no different from committing suicide. Even if the corporation had a powerhouse above rank 7, they would still have to prove their strength. For example, Brother Ma, Penguin's products were similar to his past life. They mainly used instant messaging. QQ was still the main online messaging tool in Sino Nation. However, that was only limited to Sino Nation. Penguin could not even enter Asia now. Although Ma Huadeng's strength had reached rank 7, as a global corporation, Google had also developed instant messaging software. Google's powerhouse in Asia was a rank 8 martial Dao realm. If Ma Huadeng could not prove his ability to compete with Google for resources, then he could forget about expanding. Because they are not in the country, the people you send to expand might disappear without a trace overnight. Only by proving to the outside world and his peers that he had the ability to expand could he expand steadily. This was also the reason why Ma Huadeng chose to challenge Tem immediately after breaking through to rank 8. The outcome of this challenge was not important. What was important was to prove that he, Ma Huadeng, was already a level 8 peerless expert and was qualified to get a share. This was the rule of the business world, and it was more or less the same in other worlds. For example, in the political world, it was slightly different from his previous life. Within a province, the governor had the most authority. The governor of a province was at least in the rank 4 martial Dao realm. In reality, there were almost no provincial governors below rank 5. In some strong provinces, the governors were rank 7 grandmasters. The current governor of Nanjiang province was currently at rank 6 martial Dao realm. Although he was not the weakest among the provincial governors, he was not considered strong either. This also caused him to be unable to fight for more resources for Nanjiang. The amount of resources determined the government's strength and investment in the cultivation of martial artists. Previously, there was a rumor that Nanjiang's governor was about to break through. This was the reason why Yan Jian was so excited when he talked about this. A grandmaster-level governor could fight for more resources for Nanjiang. This was the case in the political, business, and military worlds. Even the entertainment industry and other industries were no exception. The famous heavenly kings and queens not only had to be talented and good-looking, but they also had to have extraordinary martial strength. If you did not have the strength, no matter how much wealth you earned, you would not be able to keep it. Unless you had the support of a powerful father. Nowadays, the second generation of rich people and officials had a unified name, second generation of martial artists. This was because those with money and power were all powerful martial artists. An extremely small number of ordinary people could also reach the top, but these people, without exception, all had powerful martial artists supporting them. Also, they had to show their absolute value, a value that was many times more demanding than martial artists. If one could not become a martial artist, they were destined to have nothing to do with being a social elite or having power and influence. This extreme difference also caused all ordinary people in modern society to yearn to become a martial artist. Even the weakest martial artist, if they did not do anything and just put their name in some small company, they would earn at least $1 million a year. In reality, those who could truly become martial artists, without exception, were all the elites of society. These people, unless they submitted to other stronger people, rarely did things like being affiliated to others. Most of them started their own businesses. Compared to ordinary people, their advantages were too obvious. If I don't become a martial artist, no matter how many golden ideas I have, it's just sending food to others, Fang Ping muttered to himself. Fang Ping muttered to himself. This was also the bloody truth. He had just gone online to search for information. Other than matters related to martial artists, everything else was similar to his past life. In other words, if Fang Ping wanted to start his own business, things like products and ideas were not bad. The key was that Fang Ping did not have the ability to protect himself. It did not matter much if he made a small profit, but it would be a fool's dream if he wanted to make it big and strong. If he crossed the line, the biggest possibility was that his business would be taken away. This was because Sino Nation's legal system was relatively complete, and there were also countless powerhouses in the government. They would not go as far as to kill you, but the business you earned would most likely be taken advantage of by others. For example, right now, there was no such thing as WeChat in society. If Fang Ping created it, there would only be two outcomes. First, it would become someone else's. Second, it would be something that circulated in the city as a form of entertainment. If it went beyond the city, no matter how much money it made, it would not be yours. As for who it belonged to, that would depend on the strength of the parties involved. Ordinary people would have to work diligently. At most, they could open a small company or workshop and wander around the city. Even in the city, it was not guaranteed that it would be safe. This kind of precarious, fearful life was more restrictive than the ordinary people in his past life. If Fang Ping did not want to be a salted fish, then becoming a martial artist was a must. Even if he wanted to be a salted fish, he should at least be a salted fish that did not have to worry about food and clothing, and his safety was guaranteed, right? Fortunately, there were still many ordinary people in this world. Society did not really abandon them and cut off their hopes of advancing. The Gaokao was the hope for countless ordinary people to rise to the top in a single step. Nowadays, some of the famous schools had established martial sciences faculties to train martial artists, so that the ordinary people would not lose hope. There were also some professional martial arts schools that would recruit students during the Gaokao. However, as the saying went, the poor were scholars while the rich were martial artists. Martial artists possessed great strength, and the resources they expended far exceeded that of ordinary people. Training a martial artist would cost a lot of money. Under such circumstances, those who passed the martial sciences exam and received the country's resources to train them were the chosen ones. Therefore, the Gaokao every year was more difficult for martial sciences students than it was for famous schools in his past life. In 2007, there were a total of 9 million students who took the Gaokao in Sino Nation. However, the universities across the country accepted less than 20,000 martial sciences students. This was the total number of all the schools. In his past life, universities like Tsinghua University and Peking University only accepted a few thousand students each year, but there were many famous schools as well. Universities like the 985 universities took in more than 100,000 students each year. Nowadays, there were more than 100 universities and professional martial arts schools across the country that had established martial sciences faculties. 100 universities enrolled 20,000 students, which was too little on average. An admission rate of 1% might not seem low, but that was for big cities. In small cities, the rate was 10 times higher. This was also the main reason why Chen Fan and the others felt hopeless. Other than that, there were many other requirements to meet when applying for the martial sciences exam. The 10,000 yuan registration fee that Chen Fan mentioned earlier was only the lowest requirement. Disregarding the other requirements, the registration fee alone was enough to give Fang Ping a headache. The registration for the martial sciences exam would start next week, and there was a time limit too. After the time limit was up, he would not be able to apply for the martial sciences exam even if he had the money. The 10,000 yuan registration fee, Fang Ping, who had been full of ambition earlier, was now listless. The starting requirements alone were enough to extinguish most of the fire in his heart. Not to mention the series of requirements that followed. What a headache! Fang Ping sighed. There were not many people who were reincarnated into modern society who were still so miserable. By the time Fang Ping returned to school after lunch, he only had 15 yuan left in his pocket. The afternoon classes had not started yet. Some of the students in the class were doing questions to prepare for the Gaokao, while others were chatting. Most of them were talking about the battle between grandmasters that Zhang Hao had mentioned in the morning. Seeing that Fang Ping had returned, Chen Fan, who was doing questions, put down his pen immediately and asked, "You went to play games?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said, "I'm still in the mood to play games? Do you think I'm stupid? I went to look up information on the Gaokao." As he said that, Fang Ping rubbed his hands together and grinned. "Little Fan, do you have any extra money?" Chen Fan frowned slightly and said after a while, "I still have 10 yuan, cough, cough. Don't joke around. If you have money, I'll borrow 8 or 10,000 yuan. When I get rich, I'll pay you back 100 times. Haha." Chen Fan put on a fake smile. He pushed his glasses up and went back to doing questions. Fang Ping must have gone crazy from being poor, Fang Ping sighed. This was a dead end. They were all students. Even if Chen Fan's family was average, who would be stupid enough to lend him 10,000 yuan? Could it be that he could only ask his parents? However, his family was average, and 10,000 yuan was not a small amount. According to his own standards, it was almost impossible for him to apply for martial sciences. If he asked, would his parents agree? Today was Saturday, so only senior 3 students were in class. The registration was supposed to be next week, but it was actually less than 2 days until the following Monday. If he had more time, he could think of a way to raise the registration fee. However, in less than 2 days, he would not be able to get 10,000 yuan even if he used his goldfinger like crazy. This was only the first step to applying for martial sciences. If he wanted to pass, he would have to continue spending money. In this society, powerhouses were built on resources and wealth. Otherwise, why would martial powerhouses run businesses and try to make their businesses bigger and stronger? Even if they did not run businesses, most of them would join the government. The powerhouses in novels and TV shows were carefree and at ease. They could level up with just a simple epiphany. They did not need to eat or drink. If it were before, Fang Ping would not have thought much of it. Now, however, Fang Ping knew that was pure nonsense. In the afternoon, he did a quick search online. There was some news online that even the weakest rank 1 martial artist would cost at least 1 million yuan in resources if converted to wealth. In Fang Ping's eyes, that was the weakest and most insignificant martial artist. Just like that, he would have to spend 1,000,000 yuan. The higher a martial artist's rank, the more resources they would need. The amount spent was astronomical. Without the support of the industry, it was impossible for them to go further. If a normal family could not pass the martial sciences exam, how many families could self-study outside of university and become martial artists with the current standard of the average person's salary? The reason why everyone flocked to martial sciences universities was that the universities would provide most of the resources for the students. This was funded by the government. Even if they were lacking, the banks would open their doors to them once they passed the martial sciences exam. Loans were not a problem. Or, they could sign contracts with some big companies in advance. Martial sciences students were popular, and the companies were happy to spend money to nurture some reserve students. The prerequisite for all of this was to pass the martial sciences exam. Becoming a martial artist without spending money was a fool's dream. During the homeroom teacher's class in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher brought up the matter of registering for martial sciences again. Sun City No. 1 High School's situation was not too bad. A few years ago, there were people who passed the martial sciences exam every year. There was an explosion last year, when 5 people passed in one go. Although senior grade 3, 4, was only a normal class, 2 of the 5 people who passed the martial sciences exam were from normal classes. Now, even the school leaders who did not have high hopes for normal classes paid more attention to the martial sciences exam this year. Whether they passed or not, they had to register first. If they did not register, they would have no chance at all. However, the exorbitant registration fee was the first hurdle that stopped 99% of the people who applied. The registration fee alone cost 10,000. Unless they were confident in themselves, no one would be willing to fish in troubled waters. It was a different story for those who came from wealthy families. Therefore, when the homeroom teacher brought up the matter, there were very few who responded. Only a few students in the class who had the slightest bit of hope responded. After discussing the registration, the homeroom teacher added, "For those who are applying for martial sciences, the school will organize a pre-exam question and answer session next Wednesday afternoon." This time, the school has spent a lot to invite NMAU's Wang Jinyang to come back and give a speech. Everyone must cherish this opportunity. For those who are applying for the martial sciences exam, the school will notify you when the time comes. Remember to dress neatly, the homeroom teacher reminded them for a long time, mostly to show that they valued the matter. Wang Jinyang from NMAU was, in fact, only a first-year martial science student. He had entered NMAU from Sun City No. 1 High School last year. However, he was only a first-year student in a martial sciences university, yet the teachers of Sun City No. 1 High School paid great attention to him. At that moment, Fang Ping once again realized the difference in status between normal people and martial artists. Beside him, Chen Fan's focus was different from Fang Ping's. He murmured subconsciously, "The school is really going all out this time. The appearance fee is at least 50 or 60,000, Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched. He could not help but say, "There's still a fee for going back to school to share some simple experiences with the juniors?" Chen Fan laughed. "Of course. Do you think it's that easy to invite martial artists? Martial science students are much busier than liberal arts students. We still have winter and summer vacations, and they have to earn money and cultivate. If they don't pay, who would waste their time teaching others? Even if Senior Wang did not accept it, the school would take the initiative to give it to him. The favor would be used up sooner or later. If these martial science students gave free speeches to the school every year, it would be fine if they did it once or twice, but if they did it too many times, the favor would be used up. If I pay some appearance fees now, I'll still be able to get a good result. In the future, when these martial science seniors become successful, they'll remember the old times and remember the favor." After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Fang Ping understood completely. Then he looked at Chen Fan curiously and said, "I didn't expect you to be so insightful." Chen Fan was only a high school student. There were some things that Fang Ping had not thought of due to the differences in his past life, but this guy was very clear about them. "This is nothing." Chen Fan let out a self-deprecating laugh, shook his head, and did not continue to speak. Fang Ping did not continue speaking. Instead, he was calculating. Martial artists had a much easier time earning money than ordinary people. A first-year student would come to school to answer questions before an exam. At most, he would only be there for 2 or 3 hours, and his appearance fee would be 50 to 60,000 yuan. Although it could not be treated as a common phenomenon, 50 to 60,000 yuan was more than what his parents could earn in a year. After the homeroom teacher's class ended, Fang Ping stayed up for a few more periods. The school bell finally rang in the afternoon. It was Saturday, so there was no self-study period at night. In reality, the Gaokao was not far away. Some students who were preparing for the martial sciences exam did not come to school during the self-study period at night. They could stay or leave as they pleased. The school valued martial science students more than social science students, even if only a few of them managed to get in every year. Chen Fan and a few other classmates who were familiar with each other left the school together. Everyone went their separate ways at the school gate. Fang Ping walked home, following the familiar route in his memory. As he walked, Fang Ping began to hesitate. Although there were many similarities between this world and the one in his memory, there were also many differences. Was his home still in the same place in this life? Even if his home was still there, his parents would not change, would they? As an adult whose mental age was nearing 30, Fang Ping could not bring himself to call them his parents if they suddenly changed. They probably won't change, right? Fang Ping comforted himself uncertainly. His classmates did not change, his teachers did not change. There was no reason his parents would change. Of course, it would be best if they did not change. Even if they did, they would still be the same people. It would be good if the family environment changed. For example, if Fang Ping came home the next moment and found out that his family was the richest in Sun City, that would be the best, or if his parents were top-notch martial arts powerhouses. That would be even better. Of course, it was just wishful thinking. Fang Ping, who could feel the malice from the whole world, did not harbor any hope. 20 minutes later, Fang Ping reached the neighborhood where his house was located. Lakeview Gardens. The name sounded good, but it was actually one of the few old neighborhoods in Sun City that had houses that were more than 30 years old. Seeing the familiar old neighborhood and the dilapidated old buildings, Fang Ping completely gave up on the idea that his family was a rich man. In his memory, Fang Ping had always harbored a grudge for many years. That was, he had never been treated as a second-generation demolisher. Lakeview Gardens had been rumored to be demolished since the beginning of the 21st century. The rumors repeated every year, but Lakeview Gardens remained Lakeview Gardens until 2018. He did not feel much homesickness. In fact, Fang Ping had only returned to Lakeview Gardens to visit his parents a few days before his rebirth. It was a good thing that his parents were younger now. There was no need for him to have too many complicated emotions. Block 6, Unit 101. Standing outside the door, Fang Ping did not knock. He fished out a key from his pocket and opened the door. Once the door was opened, a small living room greeted his eyes. As an old neighborhood that was more than 30 years old, the apartment size was not big. Most of the old houses were small. Although Fang Ping's house had 2 bedrooms and a living room, it was actually very small, only about 60 square meters. Add to that the fact that he had lived here for so many years, and there were many miscellaneous items in the house, the small living room seemed even more cramped now. Although it was cramped, it was not too messy. Fang Ping's mother had cleaned the small living room very well. As an old neighborhood's first floor, it had many shortcomings. It was easy to attract pests, get damp, and had a lot of dust. Residents on other floors could often hear their footsteps when they went up the stairs. Despite the shortcomings, the only advantage was that it could fit a small courtyard. Moreover, in an old neighborhood like Lakeview Gardens, the property management had long been abandoned. The other relevant departments would not pay too much attention to the place, and the courtyard would not be torn down as illegal. The Fang family was like that. There was a door in front of the living room that led to the backyard. The family's kitchen and bathroom were built in the yard. The original kitchen and bathroom had been renovated into a small room, which was the room Fang Ping was living in now. Logically, there was no need to renovate a house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. However, Fang Ping had a younger sister who was in junior high. It would be difficult for a family of 4 to live in such a small house without a courtyard. Speak of the devil, and he appeared. Fang Ping was squatting down to change his shoes, thinking about these things, when he heard the voice of his sister, Fang Yuan, coming from the small room to the right of the living room. Fang Ping, how dare you come back? Fang Yuan's voice was a little shrill, but she was only 13 years old. No matter how shrill a young girl's voice was, it was not as piercing as an old woman's. Soon, a figure rushed out of the small room, accompanied by a sharp, angry voice. Fang Yuan was not tall, and there was still some baby fat on her face, making her face look round. Her glare was not annoying, but it made her look even more adorable. Fang Ping's hands itched when he saw Fang Yuan. He did not ask why she was angry, nor did he say anything else. Without another word, he got up and pinched the young girl's chubby cheeks, pulling them apart with a little force. Under Fang Yuan's angry glare, Fang Ping said with a look of enjoyment, "It's been a long time since I pinched you. I finally got the chance." The chubby little girl had suddenly turned into an oval face in just a few years. He did not know where the flesh on her face had gone. This was one of Fang Ping's biggest regrets. Pinching a chubby, round face was the only way to feel it. It was annoying to suddenly have an oval face. Fang Ping was satisfied, but Fang Yuan was furious. She slapped Fang Ping's hands away and said angrily, "Mom, Fang Ping pinched my face again." In the courtyard, Fang Ping's mother, Li Yueying, was busy in the kitchen. She did not even turn her head. She said with a smile, "Stop fooling around. Dinner will be ready when your dad comes back. I've made delicious food for you today." "Mom!" Fang Yuan shouted indignantly. She glared at Fang Ping angrily when her mother did not back her up. Then, she remembered the matter at hand and said angrily, "Fang Ping, pay me back." "What? Still playing dumb? Mom gave us $50. We agreed that we'd split it in half. Why is there only $5 on my table? There's still money." Fang Ping's eyes glazed over. Was that so? Did that mean that the $28 he had in his pocket today, other than the money he had for lunch, belonged to the girl, Fang Ping, who was penniless to begin with, only had $15 left in his pocket? A man could not be empty-handed, could he? Fang Ping, who had no intention of returning the money, immediately shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe you spent it yourself. You can look for it yourself." "Fang Ping. Call me brother." "Brother my ass. All you know is to bully little girls." "Mom, why don't you scold him?" The siblings bickered for a while, but the girl gave up in the end. Her face was sullen. Fang Ping found it funny, but at the same time, he felt helpless. His days were too miserable. He had bullied the girl to such an extent just for this bit of pocket money. Under Fang Yuan's skeptical gaze, Fang Ping promised her countless benefits, finally making the girl forget that her brother had just cheated her of $20. If not for his reluctance, Fang Ping felt that he could still swindle the girl out of the remaining $5. After dealing with Fang Yuan, Fang Ping went into the kitchen to greet his mother. As he walked out of the kitchen, the only thing on his mind was, heroes are no match for a penny. After a brief conversation with his mother, Fang Ping remembered that his mother only worked half a day to take care of him and Fang Yuan because he was in his senior year of high school. It was not a skilled job, and Sun City was not a wealthy area either. His mother only earned $800 a month after working half a day. In a year, she would only earn $10,000. He had wanted to mention applying for martial sciences, but when he thought about it, he could not bring himself to say it. No matter how difficult it was to speak, for the sake of the future, he still had to speak. After all, he had to register next Monday. Fang Ping was not a god. There was only one day left. Where was he going to get $10,000? When his father, Fang Mingrong, dragged his tired body home and the whole family sat down for dinner, Fang Ping finally spoke. "Dad, I want to register for the martial sciences next week. The registration fee is $10,000. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, the entire house fell silent. Fang Mingrong was in his early 40s this year. He didn't look old, but he was a little pale. Fang Mingrong worked in a ceramic factory on the outskirts of Sun City. He was just an ordinary worker, not a skilled worker. In Sun City, where the average wage for a normal worker was around 2,000 yuan, Fang Mingrong's monthly wage was more than 3,000 yuan. It wasn't because the boss appreciated him, nor was it because Fong Mingrong did a good job. Most importantly, it was easy to get silicosis after working in the ceramics factory for a long time, so the salary was higher. It was almost like exchanging health for money. But Fong Mingrong had no choice but to do it. There were 2 children at home. One was in high school, and the other was in junior high. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation were all expensive. They still had to save money for Fong Ping's university tuition and consider whether he would get married and buy a house after graduation. The whole family was living a tight life. After deducting their daily expenses, it would take them almost half a year to save 10,000 yuan. In today's society, martial arts reigned supreme. Although Fong Mingrong was a commoner, he understood that the martial sciences exam was as difficult as ascending to heaven. In the vast Sun City, tens of thousands of students participated in the Gaokao every year. Among them, those who passed the martial sciences exam could be counted on 2 hands. Sun City No. 1 High School was considered the best high school in Sun City. Even so, only 5 students from Sun City No. 1 High School had passed the martial sciences exam last year. There were close to 1,500 Year 3 students in Sun City No. 1 High School, and there were more than 20 normal classes. In the year 2007, out of the 20 or so normal classes, only 2 people passed the martial sciences exam. Fong Mingrong, who had attended a few parent-teacher conferences, was no stranger to such news. In fact, the teachers of No. 1 High School even took the initiative to spread the news. Being able to produce 2 martial science students from a normal class was not a shortcoming. Instead, it was an advantage, something that the teachers of No. 1 High School should be proud of. Now, was it worth it to spend $10,000 for an illusory opportunity? Fong Mingrong was not in a hurry to speak. Li Weiying wanted to say something but hesitated. Fong Yuan lowered her head, not daring to speak. Compared to Fong Ping, who had only just learned about the general knowledge, Fong Yuan, who was already in middle school, knew more than Fong Ping. Fong Mingrong held a small glass of wine and looked at his son. After a while, he nodded and said, "I'll get your mom to give you the bank card later. You can withdraw the 10,000 yuan yourself tomorrow." "Dad." Fong Ping gritted his teeth, wanting to say a few words to comfort his father. Unexpectedly, Fong Mingrong interrupted. "Whether you pass or not, it's enough that you have the heart. Even if she couldn't get in, at least she could gain some experience. In the future, when Yuan goes to high school, she could still give her some pointers. Although our family isn't rich, this is a lifetime event." Although Fong Ping did not hold out much hope, registering for the martial sciences examinations would determine whether or not he could make the leap in life. If Fong Ping did not bring it up, Fong Mingrong would not bring it up either. However, his son had mentioned it. At most, he would just have to work overtime. 10,000 yuan was not enough to drag down the Fong family. Since his father had said so, Fong Ping did not say anything else. At this time, it was useless to say any more heroic words. Moreover, Fong Ping was not confident that he could actually pass. He had been reborn, yes, but he had not returned from cultivation. Even if he did not know the specific subjects of the martial sciences examinations, he knew that it would definitely be related to his physical fitness. In reality, Fong Ping understood that there were more requirements than that. Right now, Fong Ping had no confidence that he could pass the martial sciences examinations. Even if he did not pass, it would not be difficult to earn a lot of money in the future, but it would not be difficult for him to earn a small amount. It was not impossible for him to become a martial artist. Therefore, Fong Ping felt that even if he could not reach the highest point in the future, he would not be like he was now, cheating his sister for 20 yuan of pocket money. After getting rid of the biggest obstacle, Fong Ping felt a lot more at ease. Fong Yuan was the family's clown. Seeing that everyone was still immersed in the topic, she smiled and changed the topic. "Fong Ping, are you really going to take the martial sciences examinations?" Fong Ping smiled. "Of course. When I, your brother, pass the martial sciences examinations and become a martial artist, you'll be rich. Next semester, when you go to school, you can brag to your classmates that my brother is a martial artist. I can guarantee that when that happens, you'll be the school bully in your school. No one will dare to call you round face anymore." "Fong Ping." Fang Yuan was exasperated again. The little girl's face was round, and her name had the word round in it. She had only been in junior high for a few days, and the naughty boys had already given her the nickname, Round Face. Because of this, the little girl was ready to duel with the boys. Fang Ping had touched a sore spot. In her anger, Fang Yuan could not care less about saving her brother's face. She said angrily, "You'll definitely fail the examinations. Instead of wasting so much money, you might as well buy something nice to eat." Yuan Yuan. Fang Mingrong and his wife yelled at her at the same time. Fang Yuan came to her senses immediately. She lowered her head and mumbled, "I'm just saying. Maybe I'll pass." Fang Ping laughed and made a pinching gesture at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was so angry that she rolled her eyes. After dinner, Li Yueying gave Fang Ping the family's bank card. She had to work tomorrow, and Fang Ping was no longer a child. It was not a problem for him to withdraw the money. In the past, when the family needed money, they would sometimes ask Fang Ping to withdraw it. Fang Ping took the bank card and felt a little emotional. He murmured, "Mom and Dad are so relaxed. Aren't they worried that I'll take everything?" There was more than 10,000 yuan in the card. In the past, Fang Ping would not have touched it. Now, however, Fang Ping shook his head. He should just let it go. If he needed it, he could just tell his parents. If he took it without asking, it would be no different from stealing. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the 6th of April. Fang Ping woke up early, but his parents had woken up even earlier than him. They had already left for work. After washing up, he saw that the breakfast his mother had prepared in the morning was still on the dining table. There were a few side dishes and a bowl of golden scrambled eggs. Fang Ping, who was used to buying breakfast on his way to work, ate it leisurely while sitting on a chair. The feeling was quite enjoyable. If the current him was simply returning to the past, Fang Ping would not be in a hurry. What was the gaokao? Even if he did not take the gaokao, with his years of experience in society, he would be able to seize some opportunities and rise to the top. It was different now, though. If he did not seize the opportunity of the martial sciences exam, it was hard to say if he would ever get another chance like this in the future. Moreover, as long as he did not become a martial artist, he would have to be cautious when doing business. Fang Ping knew his priorities. Right now, the gaokao was the most important, especially the martial sciences exam. Everything else had to be pushed to the back. Unless he failed this time, Fang Ping would consider other avenues. After sorting out his priorities, Fang Ping finished his breakfast and prepared to go out to withdraw money. He would also observe the situation and understand the differences in society. He was about to leave when Fang Yuan, who was already dressed, ran out of the room. She said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, I'm going too." "What are you going to do?" "I don't care. I'm going anyway." "You have to buy good food for me." "Who asked you to use my pocket money?" Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not reject her. He was only going to withdraw money. It was not a private matter. With this girl there, he might be able to avoid some trouble. After all, Fang Ping did not know if there were other things in this world that he did not understand. It was still early when he left, so Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go to the bank. He walked side by side with Fang Yuan on the street. Fang Yuan did not need to care about him. She looked around happily, curious about everything she saw. It was as if she was the one who had been reborn. The streets outside the residential area were not too different from what he remembered. Fang Ping would have a much easier time if there were not those annoying advertisements. Moisturizing skincare. Even grandmasters say it's great after using it. Special steps. Faster than martial artists. Secret family recipe. You'll become a martial artist as soon as you eat it. Almost all of them had something to do with martial artists. In reality, after all these years, out of the hundreds of thousands of people in Sun City, there were probably no more than 20 martial artists who stayed in the city. Martial artists were actually very far away from the people of Sun City. This did not stop people from discussing, paying attention to, and advertising. It was not like they were targeting anyone. In this era, martial powerhouses were the real superstars. Of course, superstars were usually martial powerhouses as well. Fang Ping took a look along the road. He ignored the unsightly advertisements and bought a few skewers for Feng Yuan along the way. They claimed that even martial artists would say it tasted good after eating it. Feng Ping only had a 10 yuan bill left in his pocket. The little girl was so happy that she did not notice that Feng Ping was actually spending her pocket money. After making a round, Feng Ping led Feng Yuan to the ATM machine not far away. They inserted the card, keyed in the password, and withdrew money. Feng Yuan kept a lookout for Feng Ping as he keyed in the password. She looked around, afraid that someone might come over to peek. The ATM machine could only withdraw 2,000 yuan at a time. When the ATM machine spat out the first stack of cash, Feng Ping suddenly froze as he held it in his hand. In his daze, Feng Ping did not proceed with the operation. Feng Yuan, who had been keeping a lookout, said hurriedly, "Feng Ping, is there fake money? I saw on the news that bank ATMs have fake money too, but the bank won't admit it." The little girl was panicking now. Her mouth could not stop chattering, and she even said angrily, "We have to change it back. Let's go to the bank." Feng Ping did not pay much attention to what she was saying. He frowned slightly. After some thought, he continued operating the machine and withdrew the second stack of cash. Soon, the second stack of 2,000 yuan was spat out from the machine. Feng Ping quickly took the money. What happened next was the same as the first time. Feng Ping held the money and did not move for a long time. Feng Yuan, who was standing beside him, was also puzzled. She asked curiously, "Feng Ping, are you stupid? Is it a fake banknote? Say something." "Hey, Feng Ping, what are you doing? Feng Ping, are you only interested in money?" The little girl did not stop talking. Feng Ping, who was beside her, turned his head to look at her. He suddenly handed the stack of cash to her. "Take it." Feng Yuan's round face was full of confusion, but she still took the stack of cash and looked at Feng Ping. Feng Ping asked, "How do you feel?" Feng Yuan said, "Can we not register for martial sciences? Can we buy good food?" Feng Ping burst out laughing. He said quickly, "So, you're saying that you don't feel anything?" Feng Yuan felt the urge to go berserk. She glared at him with her big round eyes and said angrily, "You're bullying me again." "No, I'm really not feeling anything this time." Feng Ping could not hide the smile on his face. He said immediately, "I was just teasing you. Alright, I'm going to continue withdrawing money. Let's go home after that." Feng Yuan watched as her big brother started withdrawing money like a fool. She called him a fool because Feng Ping's way of withdrawing money was way too flashy. One time, he withdrew 100 yuan. The next, he withdrew 200 yuan. It was never the same. Feng Ping withdrew 10,000 yuan more than 10 times in total. That was not all. After withdrawing 10,000 yuan, there was still a balance in the card, so Feng Ping continued withdrawing money. Just when Feng Yuan thought that he was going to fill his own pockets, she saw a blinding scene. Feng Ping withdrew money, deposited it in the card, withdrew it, and deposited it in the card again. Feng Yuan was completely dumbfounded by his repeated actions. Feng Ping was not the only one. There were actually other people behind them waiting to withdraw money. Feng Ping had been hogging the ATM machine for more than half an hour. Seeing that he was going to continue, someone behind him finally lost it and said, "Young man, that's enough. Withdrawing and depositing 1,000,000 yuan. That should be enough." Feng Yuan was still young, so she was not thick-skinned enough. On top of that, she felt that she was in the wrong. Her face flushed red instantly, and she tugged at Feng Ping's arm with all her might. Feng Ping was almost done with his experiments. He deposited the extra money in the card unhurriedly, pulled out his card, and walked out. When he was out of the ATM machine's range, Feng Ping was suddenly beaming with joy. He could not stop laughing, as if no one was around. Feng Yuan, who was standing beside him, felt her hair stand on end. Had Feng Ping been provoked? "Feng Ping? He, don't. Don't scare me. He, sob, sob. Feng Ping, what's wrong with you? He, cough, cough. Nothing. Let's go home. Lakeview Gardens. Block 6, Room 101. As soon as Feng Ping got home, he locked himself in his own little room. Fang Yuan knocked on the door a few times, but Fang Ping refused to let her in. She was so angry that she wanted to break down the door and enter. Fang Ping was not in the mood to care if Fang Yuan was angry or not. He would have found a place to study it if he had not been confused when he withdrew the money. Inside the little room, Fang Ping placed the 10,000 bucks he had withdrawn on his left. On his right was a $10 bill. This was also his total wealth. Fang Ping's expression had returned to normal, but he still looked confused. Just as he was withdrawing money from the ATM machine and holding the 2,000 bucks in his hand, his vision blurred. Something appeared in front of him, just like when he had a flying bug. That was why Fang Ping had been in a daze. Unlike the blur caused by floaters, a few lines of clear words suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Fang Ping still remembered that 3 lines of small words had appeared at that time. Wealth, 2,000 vitality, 1 mentality, 1. It was a few simple lines and a few words that were easy to understand. The first thing Fang Ping thought of was the system. Fang Ping was no stranger to these things. He had seen them before even though he had not experienced them before. However, Fang Ping realized that the things that appeared in front of him were too simple and crude. There were only a few lines of words without any explanation or description. Did the system not give out manuals these days, or could it be that this thing was a low-quality product produced on an assembly line? It had appeared so suddenly that Fang Ping was not prepared for it. If this thing had appeared the moment he woke up in the classroom yesterday, Fang Ping would have been able to accept it calmly without any doubts. However, it had already been a day. Why did it suddenly appear? Fang Ping had a rough idea of what was going on when he thought about the 2,000 wealth. To confirm if the number had anything to do with money, Fang Ping did some experiments on the spot. The results were just as he had expected. As he withdrew the money, the wealth value in front of him kept increasing. Now, Fang Ping finally understood what wealth represented. Even after many experiments, Fang Ping still could not understand some things. For example, the first point was that he had 28 yuan with him yesterday, and now he had 10 yuan left. But why didn't this happen yesterday? After thinking about it for a long time, and considering the fact that he still had 10 bucks that had not been added to his wealth, Fang Ping understood a little better. To put it simply, he was too poor. According to his definition, the system might be a rich master. If it was less than 100 yuan, it wouldn't do any statistics. If it was a reincarnated person with a net worth of more than 100 yuan, they would have noticed it yesterday. But Fang Ping was poor. If it were not for the fact that he needed to withdraw money to register for the martial sciences exam, it was unlikely that his parents would give him 100 bucks in one go, given his current situation. Otherwise, Fang Ping might not have discovered this thing for a long time. Yesterday, Fang Ping was still complaining that the heavens were blind, causing him, a reincarnated person, to have such a miserable life. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the heavens. The key was that he was poor. Poverty is indeed the original sin. Fang Ping sighed with emotion after he understood the gist of it. Even God looked down on the poor these days. Had he considered his own feelings? If he didn't have a chance to get 100 yuan, wouldn't it be a waste of the system? Of course, the possibility of this was not high. This was the first point of doubt. Secondly, as Fang Ping withdrew money, he noticed something different. When his wealth increased to 10,000, Fang Ping withdrew some more money from his card, but his wealth did not increase. He tried many times, but his wealth remained at 10,000. It had not budged since. There were only a few lines of words, and no voice suddenly appeared in his head to explain it to him. There was no manual either, so Fang Ping could only make some judgments on his own. According to Fang Ping's understanding, the 10,000 yuan he withdrew today was his parents' for his registration, so it should be considered his own money. The money he withdrew later was his parents' money. The statistics of his wealth was most likely his own. Otherwise, Fang Ping had thought that if touching money could be counted as wealth, he would not have to do anything else in the future. He might as well work in a bank and find a job where he could handle cash. Even if he did not work in a bank, there were many professions in society that dealt with money. Some of them did not have high standards, so he could increase his wealth through these jobs, even if he was not sure what the effects of increasing his wealth would be. It did not matter if he was not sure. Fang Ping knew that it was not a bad thing. Wealth. It's counting my own wealth. Although it's a little too intelligent and doesn't quite fit with this simple system, I'll just accept it. Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Then, he frowned slightly and murmured, is it just money, or does it include things of equal value? Like gold and jewelry? When he had little money, it was okay to count cash, but when he had a lot of money, it could not be all cash. Also, did he have to touch his wealth personally every time he increased it? In today's society, there were stocks and virtual currencies. These were intangible assets. He could not touch them even if he wanted to, right? Fang Ping felt that it was a pity. Because of the limitations of poverty, he could not make a judgment at all. If he had some gold and jewelry that belonged to him, or valuable stocks, he could experiment. He could only wait until his conditions allowed him to experiment. As expected, poverty has limited my imagination. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful, but he was not in a hurry to prove these things. It would happen sooner or later. Other than these two doubts that he had already made his judgment, Fang Ping also considered another thing. That was the calculation of wealth. Would it calculate net assets or add liabilities? It sounded a little out of place, but it would affect what Fang Ping might do in the future. This time, the 10,000 was given to him by his parents. It could be considered a gift, and he would not take it back. After all, he did not earn it himself. If his own money was counted, would it be considered his own money if he borrowed it? Also, after paying the registration fee of 10,000 yuan, would his wealth be deducted? It was inevitable that he would spend money when he had it. If he spent money, his wealth would be deducted. If Fang Ping wanted to accumulate a large amount of wealth, he would have to be a miser. Due to the conditions, Fang Ping could not get an accurate answer for the above questions at the moment. He could only leave it for later. What Fang Ping needed to focus on were vitality and mentality. In fact, Fang Ping had already guessed some things. He had seen the terms vitality and mentality more than once or twice yesterday when he went online. Although there were not many modern martial artists, they were not too few either. Moreover, with the advancement of information, there would always be some information circulating on the internet. Even the general public had some understanding that vitality and mentality were the foundation of martial artists. Low-ranked martial artists rarely talked about mentality and did not pay much attention to it. On the other hand, some comments on the internet believed that the main difference between high-ranked martial artists, especially grandmaster-level powerhouses, and low-ranked martial artists was in mentality. However, this was a little far from Fang Ping. For low-ranked martial artists, their main focus was on vitality. With enough vitality, all diseases would be cured. Even in Fang Ping's past life, vitality was often used. Traditional Chinese medicine nourished vitality. People with enough vitality would be healthier than others. Some highly nutritious items also replenished vitality. For martial artists, or those who were preparing to become martial artists, those with enough vitality might not necessarily be martial artists, but martial artists must have enough vitality. Practicing martial arts was not like meditating. It was very different from Taoism. Martial artists were actually ordinary people who trained to the extreme, breaking through the limits of ordinary people's bodies. This was the origin of martial artists. With enough vitality to support a healthy body, it was the foundation of a strong body. In other words, increasing my vitality will make it easier for me to become a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, it'll be easier for me to adapt to the upcoming training and break through step by step. Fang Ping mumbled to himself and answered his own question. Since wealth has appeared, and vitality and mentality have been quantified, does that mean I can use wealth to convert them? What's the ratio of conversion? 1 to 1. Fang Ping had never thought about it. Right now, his vitality and mentality were both at 1. If the conversion was 1 to 1, would it not mean that 1 yuan could double his vitality compared to ordinary people? Fang Ping would never believe that it was so easy. How do I convert them, then? Fang Ping said helplessly, at least give me an instruction manual. It's too troublesome to figure it out myself. Right now, as long as Fang Ping focused, he could see the lines of numbers in his line of sight. After staring at the numbers for a while, Fang Ping asked tentatively, System, add some vitality to me? There was no response. Sir System, should I exchange wealth for vitality? God, sir, are you alive? Say something? Open sesame? Little bunny, be good? 3 pure ones above? Namo Amaba? God bless. F*CKU. After trying for a while, the 3 lines of numbers did not budge. Fong Ping gave up completely. It seemed like it had nothing to do with this. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping stared at the lines of numbers again, trying to see if there was a plus behind the numbers that he had overlooked. Unfortunately, there was none. Fong Ping was having a headache. He did not know how to use it at all. Was it broken? Was this thing reliable or not? He grumbled in his heart. It would have been great if you could have done it in one go. Now you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Have you ever considered my feelings? Add some vitality. If not, I'll beat you to death. Fong Ping stared at the lines of words in his vision and said casually. Unexpectedly, the numbers in front of him changed abruptly. Wealth, 0 vitality, 1. 1 mentality, 1. F*CK. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. There was such a thing, did he have to threaten it to work? While he was dumbfounded, Fong Ping's body twisted uncomfortably. But soon, the uneasiness disappeared. Fong Ping let out a long breath. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. If he had to describe the feeling, it would be like an asthma patient suddenly did not have asthma anymore, or someone who was anemic was no longer anemic. To exaggerate it, it would be like Earth's gravity was slightly weaker than before, even though it was a very vague feeling. Feels good. It was only an increase of 0. 1 vitality, but Fong Ping felt more comfortable than using a big treasure sword. However, this feeling of comfort was the same as when a man was done. It did not last long, and it faded quickly. Although it had faded, Fong Ping could still vaguely feel that his body was healthier than before. He was the one who understood himself the best. He would definitely be able to feel the sudden changes in his body. However, seeing that his wealth had turned to 0, Fong Ping frowned immediately. He knew that the conversion ratio was not high, but 100,000, 1 was too much of a scam. 10,000 wealth had been exchanged for a 0. 1 vitality increase. He had not become Superman. At most, he had slightly more vitality than a normal person. If he wanted to reach the standard of a martial artist's vitality, how much wealth would he need? At this thought, Fong Ping looked at the desk abruptly. When he saw that the red notes were still there, Fong Ping let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The worst-case scenario had not happened. If his wealth had been used up and his money had disappeared, he would not be able to explain himself to his parents. Reaching out to hold the money on the desk, Fong Ping fell into deep thought again. It looked like he would have to work hard to earn more money. It was obvious that the easiest way to pass the martial sciences exam and become a martial artist was to convert his wealth into vitality. Even if he passed the martial sciences exam and wanted to become a powerful martial artist, he would still need to spend a lot of money to buy resources. In other words, everything depended on money. Fong Ping's mind was filled with thoughts of making money, but reality soon crushed him. When he walked out of the room, Fong Yuan was already waiting for him outside. The moment she saw Fong Ping, she said bitterly, I'm hungry. You want to eat? Fong Ping said it matter-of-factly. Fong Yuan pouted and said angrily, I don't have money. There's no leftovers at home. Mom gave me $50 the day before yesterday. That's our lunch money for the next 3 days. The money is all with you now. Where are we going to eat? You need money to eat? Fong Ping seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He said dryly, you didn't mention this in the morning? The girl had been eating so happily when he bought the skewers for her. If it were not for the fact that Fong Ping was reluctant to part with it, the girl would have spent the remaining $10. Only now did Fong Ping realize that today's lunch money was included in their relationship. Most importantly, he only had $10 on him now. The girl was not using her own $5. Was she planning to eat him clean? The truth was as he expected. Fong Yuan said matter-of-factly, of course I need money to eat. You've taken all my money, so I don't have to worry about food. Fong Ping, I'm hungry. It's almost 1 a.m. I want to eat. Haha. Fong Ping, I'm so hungry. I can't even walk. Fang Yuan rubbed her belly and continued to act pitiful. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to pinch her chubby cheeks and said helplessly, "Eat. Let's go eat. I thought I really used your pocket money, but it's all for food. I forgot about it myself, but you remember it clearly. You little brat, how can you trick your brother like this? The conditions from before are now invalid, no." Fang Yuan shook her head hurriedly. Her face was full of reluctance. After a while, she took out her $5 from her pocket and said reluctantly, "Here. You said you would buy me good food, clothes, and a computer. You have to keep your word." Despite her bickering with Fang Ping, Fang Yuan was actually very close to her brother. Since Fang Ping said he would buy her good food and nice clothes in the future, the girl still hoped that Fang Ping could do it after he graduated from university, even though it was impossible now. For the sake of their future, Fang Yuan decided to contribute her total assets. She had eaten Fang Ping's $5 skewers in the morning anyway. Fang Ping was amused and helpless at the girl's abacus. Without any money on him, he really had no confidence. Otherwise, why would he argue with this girl over a few dollars? After dinner, Fang Ping was completely broke. If he did not use the $10,000 he had on him to pay for school fees, he could still be considered a millionaire. Fortunately, the siblings had fast food that cost 5 yuan each for lunch, so 10 yuan was just enough. Fang Ping did not have the heart to touch the girl's $5. She was already a middle school student, so he could not leave her with no allowance. Without money, the siblings were not in the mood to go out in the afternoon. Realistically speaking, if Fang Ping did not bring the $10,000 with him, he would not even be able to enter a paid toilet if he needed to pee on the way. Fang Yuan still had homework to do. She knew that her brother was extremely poor, so she did not continue to scam him. She obediently returned to her room to do her homework. Fang Ping, on the other hand, entered his room and started planning for the future. Currently, there were only two things on Fang Ping's mind. The first was to prepare for the martial sciences exams, and the second was to earn money. Improving his family's living conditions was actually secondary. There was no need to worry about it for now. The key was that without money, he might not be able to pass the martial sciences exams. Although he had that unreliable system, Fang Ping felt that he could still become a martial artist in the future even if he did not enter a martial sciences university. The problem was, did martial artists have to have strong vitality? What about cultivation methods? How could he train his body and break through his limits? Fang Ping knew nothing about these things. Without professional training, who knew when he would be able to learn these things? The Gaokao was obviously the fastest shortcut. Naturally, he still had to plan for these things. His mother, Li Yueying, came home after 3 in the afternoon. She had even bought some food for dinner. Although it was a half-day shift, the actual working hours were close to 8 hours. It was not as easy as outsiders thought. Fang Ping handed over his bank card and showed her the $10,000. Li Yueying did not take it back, asking Fang Ping to bring it to the registration office the next day. Li Yueying probably knew that her son and daughter were out of money, so she gave Fang Ping another $50 for the meal. Perhaps she was worried that her daughter would be tricked by her son again, so this time, Li Yueying gave Fang Yuan $20. The girl was so happy when she received the money. Fang Ping wanted to tell his mother that he was not the one who tricked the girl. That girl was cunning and was trying to trick her brother. Monday, April 7th, compared to his dazed self the day before, Fang Ping was much more composed when he returned to school today. His deskmate, Chen Fan, had arrived earlier than Fang Ping. When Fang Ping arrived, Chen Fan's papers were already half done. Fang Ping did not know if he had done them in the morning or in advance. Chen Fan did not apply for martial sciences, so naturally, he focused on social sciences. If he could not get into martial sciences, he could get into a good social sciences university. Even if he graduated, he would be much more popular than the social sciences students from normal universities. Seeing that Fang Ping had arrived, Chen Fan put down his pen and looked up. Fang Ping, have you finished the set of math papers that the teacher gave out the day before? Let's compare the answers. Huh? Fang Ping laughed dryly. Who knew if he had done it well? The papers had been given out the day before, and he had not touched his bag for the past 2 days. Who knew if he had done it before, Chen Fan could guess what was going on. He frowned and said, Fang Ping, there's not much time left before the Gaokao. Although we don't have many classes right now, and we're mostly revising, who knows if we can do a few more questions? Yes, yes, yes. Little Fan Fan is right. I've been feeling a little dizzy these days. I'll do them later. Chen Fan felt a little helpless. It was not because of how Fang Ping had addressed him. It was not the first time this guy had called him that. He only felt that Fang Ping was giving up on himself. In this society, although the status of martial artists was higher than that of ordinary people were divided into different classes. There were those who had money, those who did not, those who had some power, those who worked for others, those who worked in big companies, those who worked in factories. These were all different kinds of treatment. Number 1 high school was the best high school in Sun City. Fang Ping's grades were not the best in year 3, 4, but they were not bad either. If he worked hard, there was still hope for him to get into a top university. If he was lucky, after the best student applied for martial sciences, he might even get into a top university. If he gave up now, he would not even get into a top university, let alone a top university. Chen Fan and Fang Ping had been deskmates for 2 years. He knew that Fang Ping's family was similar to his own. Fang Ping's family was even worse off than his own. After all, the cost of raising 2 children was much higher than his family's. He wanted to say a few more words, but he swallowed them. After all, Fang Ping had only been a little lazy these 2 days. As the two of them spoke, the future bearded Yang Jian, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and said with a smile, Fang Ping, Chen Fan, have you seen the news? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. You're a bearded brawny man. How can you be so nosy? Chen Fan was too lazy to respond. If he had the time, he would write a few more questions. Who had the time to watch the news? Yang Jian did not care about their answers. He chuckled and said, there's news on the internet again. The duel between Grandmaster Ma and Tem is scheduled for the end of this month. It's also revealed that the location is in Sino Nation. Many reporters are going there now. Who knows, there might even be a video. Yang Jian's spittle flew everywhere as he spoke. A duel between rank 8 grandmasters was extremely rare, even in the world. There might have been duels in the past, but they were either too young and did not remember it well, or they fought in secret. Bystanders could only know the results, not the process. It was different this time. Perhaps it had something to do with the development of the internet. News spread too fast, and everyone received the news in advance. With the help of the internet, they might even be able to watch the duel through a video. After gossiping about Brother Ma's duel, Yang Jian quickly changed the topic and talked about himself. The martial sciences registration starts today. My dad said that I'll sign up no matter how much money I have. Our young family is counting on me to pass the martial sciences exam and become a martial artist. Sigh, the pressure is too much. If I don't pass, what do you think I'll do? Fang Ping said, amused, I say, are you showing off, or are you showing off? Yang Jian smiled sheepishly and shook his head hurriedly. I'm not showing off. It's really too much pressure. It's not like you don't know my situation. Out of the 5 barriers in martial sciences, it'd be good enough if I can pass 3. The rest are too risky. 5 barriers in martial sciences? Initially, Fang Ping was not too interested in the topic of Yang Jian. Although Fang Ping had gone to the internet cafe to look up some information the day before, he had limited time. Of course, the main reason was the limited internet fees. There were some things he did not look up clearly, such as the martial sciences exams. The internet did not explain it clearly either. Without a smartphone and a computer at home, it was extremely difficult for Fang Ping to understand things without going to the internet cafe. Some questions were not something he should ask. After all, to many people, these were common-sense questions. Looks like I should buy a computer, Fang Ping thought, subconsciously ignoring the fact that computers cost money too. Although he was not sure, Yang Jian, who was determined to pass the martial sciences exams, would definitely know. As soon as Yang Jian finished speaking, Fang Ping said casually, I remember that the martial sciences exams last year weren't too difficult. Can't you pass all 4 rounds with your qualifications? Or has the policy changed again this year? His words were vague. It was normal for the college entrance exam policies to change every year anyway. Fang Ping was not afraid of Yang Jian overthinking it. If he flattered the kid, he might even get more information out of him. As expected, Yang Jian did not take Fang Ping's ignorance to heart. The smile on his face grew wider. It was rare that Fang Ping was willing to talk about the martial sciences exams. Yang Jian was eager to talk more. Chen Fan, for example, was not interested. Before Fang Ping came, he would have said nothing. Seeing that Fang Ping was interested, Yang Jian smiled widely. You've really overestimated me. Also, which year's martial sciences exams aren't difficult? There are some policy changes this year, though. I'm not too sure how the exams will be conducted. When Senior Sky King comes, he'll explain. I've done some research and asked the teachers. There are still some differences compared to last year. Seeing that Yang Jian did not continue, Fang Ping knew that the future bearded man was keeping him in suspense. He did not ask any more. These youngsters, with Yang Jian's big mouth, would not be able to hold it in if he did not ask. As expected, seeing that Fang Ping did not continue, Yang Jian was not satisfied. He continued, let's talk about the first round, the political background check. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched. Yang Jian continued, in the past, the political background check was to check if 3 generations of immediate family members had any criminal records. This year, the requirements have been relaxed. We only check parents, siblings, and other relatives of 2 generations. However, this has little to do with us, unless our grandfathers had a criminal record. The first round of the martial sciences exams was the political background check. This was also human nature. After all, martial artists were not ordinary people. Their destructive power was much greater than that of ordinary people. The government invested a lot into martial sciences in universities. Large amounts of resources were spent to cultivate martial artists, but it was not to let them break the law and commit crimes. Although no one said that if the parents were bad, the children must be bad. But in a situation where there were conditions to choose people, it was naturally better to be stricter. It was useless even if you were unwilling. Although the background check has been relaxed, it's not an advantage for us. Instead, it's a disadvantage. After all, there are more people who can apply. However, there are some changes in the second stage, and we have an advantage. Yang Jian said, the second round is the physical assessment. The key was not the change in the physical examination items, but the age. In the past, the upper limit was 22 years old, but this year, the policy has changed, and the upper limit has been changed to 20 years old. Let's see how those bastards can continue to repeat a year. Age Yang Jian students. Age, up. Younger. Was not up. Younger than younger. Martial artists. As, they were Yang Jian. Was not. As up. Yang at. He pinged. That was the main reason why the country set up a martial sciences department in universities. After years of ideological education, students would have matured. Their bodies would have matured, too. Practicing martial arts at this age would yield twice the result with half the effort. There would not be many martial artists who would have problems in the later years. In the past, it was normal for some students to repeat the exam after failing. They had more experience than others. After one exam, they would know where they were lacking and could make up for it according to the situation. Repeaters took up a portion of the martial sciences exam every year. In the past, the age limit was set at 22. Some of them had to repeat for a few years. This year, it was cut to 20. Many repeaters would have their hopes dashed. After all, it was normal for Senior 3 students to be 18 to 20 years old. Some of them might be over 20 after repeating for a year. Fang Ping did not have to worry about that. He was only 18 years old anyway. He could repeat for another 2 years. After some thought, Fang Ping asked, is there any reaction from the repeaters? Yang Jian said happily, of course not. I heard it was a mess a few days ago. What's the point? It's your fault for not being able to pass the exam in the beginning. You're already in your early 20s. Even if you pass, you'll be a burden. There's no point in protesting. After all, there are more freshmen taking the martial sciences exam. Everyone wants them not to take the exam. There's no such restriction for social sciences though. They can take the social sciences exam. Fang Ping understood and changed the topic. Is there a big difference between the physical assessment for martial sciences and social sciences? Yang Jian scratched his head and could not help but glance at him. Chen Fan, who had been silent all this while, was speechless. Nonsense. How can there not be a big difference? Fang Ping, did you sleep too much? I've heard a lot about the martial sciences physical assessment. Do you think the 10,000 yuan registration fee is for nothing? The martial sciences physical assessment required in-depth examinations, including whether there were any injuries or abnormalities in the bones. Those with poor eyesight, bone injuries, or external injuries are not accepted. Also, the most important thing is to check on their vitality. If their vitality is insufficient, their body will be weak. No matter how good the other conditions are, it will be useless. Some people are born with weak bodies that cannot be replenished no matter how much they try. They will never be able to become a martial artist. Those who eat poorly at home usually do not meet the vitality standards. That's why the admission rate in big cities is higher than in small cities. Small cities are also higher than towns and villages. The poorer the place, the fewer martial artists there are. After all, even if you're not that different from the others, there's a quota every year for the martial sciences exam. Only the best of the best will be selected. Fang Ping nodded. He thought about it and realized that he should not have too many problems. After all, his vitality had increased a lot, so he should be stronger than the average person. If it was the Fang Ping of the past, he might not have been able to do it. After all, everyone was just a normal person, and there was nothing special about him. However, it was hard to say if his vitality of one could meet the standards. It seemed like it would be better to increase it a little before the physical assessment. Fang Ping was also slightly curious. From Chen Fan's tone, there should be a professional vitality examination now. In Fang Ping's memory, insufficient vitality was actually a Chinese medical term. There were no professional machines to examine it, so the answer could only be obtained through Chinese medical observation, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. In a large-scale examination like the college entrance examination, it was unlikely to be done through Chinese medicine. It was more likely that there was a complete set of procedures, including professional medical equipment. While Fang Ping was thinking, Yang Jian said, other than these 2 points, there aren't many other changes. After passing the background check and physical assessment, a batch of people will be eliminated. The remaining people will participate in the third stage, the practical test. After that, it's the cultural studies and general studies that are the hardest. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping remembered reading about the cultural studies on the internet the day before. He did not pay much attention to it at the time, but now he could not help asking, the cultural studies are nothing, right? Aren't you confident? According to Fang Ping's thinking, this was similar to the arts examination in his past life. As long as the other requirements were met, the cultural studies should be easy to pass. With a little bit of effort, 90% of the people in number 1 high school could pass. However, as soon as he said that, Yang Jian smiled bitterly and said, Fang Ping, if it were you, you might have a chance, but it'll be difficult for me. The minimum admission score for martial sciences last year was 10 points higher than the key social sciences score. With my results, I might not be able to pass. Martial artists are adept with both the pen and the sword. They're not simple bores. It's normal for them to be slightly higher than the key social sciences score. Otherwise, if all martial artists were bores, they wouldn't have the chance to become the higher-ups. It was Chen Fan who said it calmly and matter-of-factly. Being adept with both the pen and the sword, that was a martial artist. Martial artists were known as the elites of society. Simple bores who could govern a country and manage a business, fairy tales were all lies. On television, a random illiterate could become a powerhouse after picking up a secret manual. What nonsense, a bore might achieve some success in martial arts, but he would never reach the top. If you could not even read a secret manual, how could you learn martial arts? If you could not even understand the meaning of the words, how could you learn martial arts? the probability of not understanding the meaning of the cultivation methods was very high. Even university students in his past life could not understand some of the more obscure cultivation methods. Therefore, martial artists had to understand a lot of miscellaneous knowledge, such as medicine, human anatomy, human skeletal diagrams, and meridian flow diagrams. All of these had to be understood by heart. This was only a senior high school student. When they entered university, martial arts students would have many more subjects than social sciences students. For example, mineralogy, nutrition. The professional examination that Xianxia mentioned was actually a test of these miscellaneous knowledge. While juggling cultural studies and physical fitness training, one had to learn these knowledge as well. It could be said that students who could pass the martial sciences examination were, without exception, true geniuses. Higher scores in cultural studies than the key social sciences score, a strong body, and knowledge that was not included in cultural studies. After listening to the 5 stages of the martial sciences examination, Fang Ping felt mentally exhausted. With the unreliable system in the first 3 stages, Fang Ping felt that he would not have much of a problem. He also had ways to overcome it. This was the martial sciences examination, though. His physical fitness was supposed to be assessed, but he still had to take cultural studies, and it had to be higher than the key line. That was not all. Fang Ping still looked at the textbooks, and they were not too different from his past life. The only difference was that the history textbook had some martial arts elements. What about the professional examination? Fang Ping had never touched on such knowledge before. Now that the Gaokao was approaching, could he really handle it? MMP. No matter how resentful he was, life had to go on. Fang Ping could only accept it passively. After chatting for a while, the white-haired homeroom teacher strolled into the classroom. When the classroom quieted down, the homeroom teacher went straight to the point. Students who want to register for the martial sciences exam, please come to my office later and fill out the registration form. The academic affairs office will help you register later. The homeroom teacher looked at the students who were ready to register as he said this. The truth was, the martial sciences exam was not completely unknown. As the homeroom teacher had a general idea of which students would register. The students had to have top grades, be healthy, and come from a good family background. After a few rounds of selection, the students in the class knew who would register. Sun City was located inland. Although it was called Sun City, it was actually a county-level city. Compared to other county-level cities, Sun City's economy was better, but not by much. It was not a coastal county-level city. Some coastal county-level cities were more developed than the inland ones. In Sun City, there were not many people who did not care about 10,000 bucks. Therefore, a simple registration fee was enough to keep a lot of people at the door. After saying this, the homeroom teacher left the classroom. The students who were ready to register stood up and headed to the office. Yang Jian, who was sitting in front of Fang Ping, stood up as well. Zhang Hao, who was sitting at the desk next to him, stood up as well. He was the student who had revealed that Brother Ma had broken through to rank 8. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Fang Ping stood up slowly. His deskmate, Chen Fan, was stunned. He tilted his head and asked, "Going to the toilet?" "To register." Chen Fan was stunned. Fang Ping wanted to register? It was not just Chen Fan. Yang Jian could not help but turn around to look at Fang Ping. He said in surprise, "Fang Ping, you're registering too?" This guy did not sound malicious, but he was shocked by Fang Ping's words. His voice was not soft either. As soon as he said that, many students looked over. They had been classmates for a few years, so they had some understanding of the other students in the class. It was not that Fang Ping could not register, but Fang Ping's small physique. Actually, Fang Ping was slightly stronger than Chen Fan, but he could not compare to Yang Jian, who was sitting in front of him. The cultural studies and general studies exams were still manageable, but could Fang Ping pass the physical assessment and practical test? Yang Jian had just recovered from his shock when Zhang Hao, who was beside him, clicked his tongue and said, "Fang Ping, you're really something, you sly bastard, you don't even join us when we train together after school. You must have trained a lot when you go back. You're too cunning." Zhang Hao's words were exaggerated, but there was no hint of mockery in his tone. He only thought that Fang Ping had hidden his true colors well. If he did not have any confidence, would Fang Ping's family be willing to waste a 10,000 bucks registration fee? Fang Ping did not mind. He chuckled and said, "Don't think too much about it. I'm talented, so why would I need additional training? I've thought about it. Isn't it just 10,000 yuan? If I don't give it a try, who knows if I can get in? Who knows, maybe they will suddenly increase their enrollment this year. If that's the case, wouldn't I be making a fortune? Ha ha ha, you wish." Zhang Hao laughed heartily, but as soon as Fang Ping said that, the other students in the class who had not yet decided to sign up were tempted. Fang Ping's words did not seem to be unreasonable. Who knew if there would be more enrollment this year? A few years ago, only 2 or 3 students from number 1 high school passed the martial sciences exam each year. Last year, however, there were 5. Who knew if there would be more this year? Thinking was one thing, but since they had not decided to sign up, there had to be a reason. Fang Ping's words only caused some ripples, but they did not change their minds. His deskmate, Chen Fan, had a complicated look in his eyes. Even though it was just signing up, it did not mean that he had passed. Fang Ping's family was poorer than his. Even Fang Ping dared to try, but Chen Fan did not. In comparison, it seemed like he did not even have the guts to try. Chen Fan tightened his grip on his pen. In the end, he did not change his mind. Even if he signed up, his chances of passing were even slimmer than Fang Ping's. Instead of wasting time on this, he might as well put more effort into social sciences. Fang Ping was not in the mood to care about the thoughts of the other students in the class. He left the classroom with the other students who were ready to sign up and headed upstairs to the homeroom teacher's office. There were not many students in year 3, 4 who were ready to sign up. After all, the probability was too low. Those who did not seem to meet the hard requirements would naturally not sign up. In the end, there were only 8 people who walked out of the classroom together. This number was even higher in the past few years. If it were not for the 2 martial science students who got into the normal classes last year as an example, it would have been good if there were 4 or 5 students in the normal classes. In some normal high schools, there were only a few students who signed up. Fang Ping glanced at the students who were walking with him. As expected, they were all the top students in class. Not only were their grades top-notch, but they were also in good health. Every one of them was well-proportioned. Even Big Beard Yang Jian's grades might not be the best, but they were not bad either. Otherwise, he would not have signed up. There were 2 girls among them. Although they were not too stunning, their figures were not bad. Compared to the bean sprouts in the class who had not even fully developed, these 2 girls had eaten well and trained well to prepare for the martial sciences exams. Yang Jian and Zhang Hao, who were beside Fang Ping, kept glancing at the 2 girls. Aside from Fang Ping, the others were actually quite familiar with each other. The martial sciences exams were not something that could be done in a day. When they had time at night, they would train together. A few of them had even signed up for martial sciences tutoring classes outside the school. Fang Ping was the kind who had appeared out of nowhere. At this time, no one was interested in the others. Instead, they were all interested in Fang Ping. One of the 2 girls that Yang Jian and the others were coveting kept glancing at Fang Ping. After walking for a while, she could not help but ask, "Fang Ping, what's your vitality?" Huh? Fang Ping did not know what to say. Could he say that his vitality was 1? Most importantly, he did not know how vitality was calculated in real life, and what units were used as. Luckily, Fang Ping did not have to answer. Yang Jian interrupted with a laugh, "Zhang Nan, I don't think Fang Ping has even gone for a checkup. If this guy had really gone for a checkup, he would have told us a long time ago." Zhang Hao chimed in, "He probably hasn't, but judging by his small frame, I'm sure he's not as tall as me." "Pfft, can you stop bragging?" Zhang Nan was just asking. Since Fang Ping did not say anything, whether it was because he had not gone for a checkup or because he did not want to talk about it, she did not bother to pursue the matter. After giving Zhang Hao a disdainful look, Zhang Nan shook her head as they walked. "Our class is probably going to be the study companion of the Crown Prince again. I went for a checkup the day before yesterday. The highest fluctuation of my vitality was only 108 calories. Sigh, I can only think of a way to take some supplements before the physical assessment and see if I can improve it." After Zhang Nan finished speaking, Yang Jian grinned and said, I'm slightly better than you. The highest I went for the last checkup was 112 calories. Card was obviously the unit of measurement for vitality. It sounded like the higher the better. Fang Ping had not gone for a checkup before, so he was not afraid of making a fool of himself. He asked, who has the highest vitality in our class? A cheerful young man, who was walking at the front of the group, turned around and smiled. According to the results from last time, I should be the highest, 115 calories at my peak. Fang Ping actually knew this person. Although the world had changed a little, he was still the same person. The person who spoke was the one with the best results in the cultural studies class. Of course, Fang Ping was not sure if he was now. However, this guy was not the class monitor. In reality, none of the people present were student leaders, because they did not have time to waste, and they did not have time to serve others. What was his name? Fang Ping thought for a moment. It should be Wu Zhihao. As Wu Zhihao spoke, he shook his head and said, although my vitality is still alright, those guys in the elite classes are the ones with the highest vitality. Zhou Ben is the one with the highest. I heard from his class last time that his peak vitality was over 120 calories. I'm not sure about the others in our school, but Zhou Ben has a 99% chance of getting in, as long as there are no accidents in between. Haha, Zhihao, why don't you hire someone to break his legs? We'll have one less competitor, Zhang Hao joked. Wu Zhihao rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, it's not our school's selection. Even if Zhou Ben doesn't get in, it has nothing to do with us. Otherwise, I would really have such thoughts. Zhang Hao chuckled and said casually, anyway, I'll give it a try. Maybe I'll pass. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's admission standard last year was 112 calories vitality. Even if it's a little higher this year, there's a limit to it. Anyway, I don't think it'll be a big problem for you. Wu Zhihao shook his head again and said, I don't know. The standard has been increasing every year for the past few years. I think it will be at least 115 calories this year. Also, it was useless to just reach the required HP. What about the others? The key is not to look at this. We have to look at the others. If the others have low vitality and we have high vitality, then we have a chance. But if the others have high vitality, we won't be able to get in no matter how well we do. These admission standards were the same as the social sciences exam. They were not fixed. The quota for martial science students was there. Maybe with your results this year, you could pass the martial sciences exam based on last year's results, but this year everyone is strong, so you will still fail. Or maybe if you did poorly this year and everyone else did poorly, even if you were not as strong as last year's batch, you would still be able to get in. But in this day and age, everyone's lives were getting better. The standard was increasing every year, so the probability of it going down was too low. According to Wu Zhihao, there were a total of 8 people in class, 4, including Fang Ping, and only 3 of them had a vitality above 110 calories. Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and a girl, Lu Ruoqi, who had not spoken much. The others, including Zhang Hao, had not reached 110 calories. However, Zhang Hao was not far from 110 calories. There was still hope if he ate more blood-replenishing supplements before the exam. This was not considered cheating. In this day and age, supplements that could really replenish vitality were very expensive. Those who could afford it were all from well-off families. Martial artists, on the other hand, needed the support of wealth. Whether one's family was rich or not, their support for a martial artist's future was different. Wealth determined one's future. Although it was not an absolute reality, it was a common one. That was why Zhang Hao dared to sign up even if his vitality had not reached 110 calories, because his family had already prepared supplements for him. The reason he did not eat them now was because he was afraid that some of the effects would be lost after digestion and he would not reach the standard. If he ate them before the physical assessment, although he would not be able to digest them all at once, it was a good thing for those who wanted to enter the martial sciences. Zhang Hao did not mention this, but in reality, everyone else had similar preparations. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Fang Ping. His application for the martial sciences exam was too sudden. His parents did not expect him to sign up. In reality, Fang Mingrong was already considering whether to buy some vitality supplements for his son without Fang Ping's knowledge. Unfortunately, those supplements were too expensive, starting from 10,000 yuan. Old Fang had not made up his mind yet. Listening to everyone's conversation, Fang Ping thought to himself, can my one vitality be converted to 110 calories? The possibility was still very high. However, even if it was 110 calories, it did not seem to be an advantage. After all, Wu Zhihao from the normal classes had 115 calories. There should be many in the elite classes who had exceeded 110 calories. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's minimum admission standard was 112 calories last year, but it was hard to say this year. Looks like I'll have to put some effort into this. I have to at least pass the first 3 tests before I have time to think about the rest. In the office. The process of paying, registering, and filling in the registration form was simple. When no one was paying attention, Fang Ping did another experiment by casually touching the registration fees paid by the other students. In the end, as he expected, his wealth did not increase. Fang Ping had expected this, so he was not disappointed. There were not many people, so the registration was over quickly. The homeroom teacher collected the registration forms and scanned the 8 people in front of him. They were Class 4's hope for the Martial Sciences exam this year. The homeroom teacher knew most of the others. The only exception was Fang Ping. As Fang Ping's homeroom teacher, Fang Mingrong had also attended the parent-teacher conference. Lu Anhua knew the Fang family's situation. However, there were many students who wanted to try their luck at this time of the year. It was unexpected but reasonable. After collecting his thoughts, Lu Anhua said, the day after tomorrow, which is the 9th, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's student Wang Jinyang will be returning to school to answer questions before the exam. Everyone should know about it, so remember to attend. Everyone nodded quickly. Having a senior to share his experiences would be helpful. The school will distribute the Martial Sciences exam timetable and other things to take note of. Take a look at it carefully. Although Lu Anhua was everyone's homeroom teacher, the class was a collective that faced the general public. He mainly taught social sciences knowledge. He would only mention a few things about martial sciences. However, the school had martial sciences training classes, and there were also martial sciences tutoring classes. This was the main focus of martial sciences students. The others had more or less attended classes or hired martial sciences tutors. Lu Anhua scanned the crowd. Fang Ping was probably the only one who had not been there. There was no need to ask. If he had been there, his father would have mentioned it at the parent-teacher conference even if Fang Ping did not mention it. Sighing in his heart, Lu Anhua suddenly got up from his seat and squatted down to open the cabinet on his desk. After a while, Lu Anhua stood up with a stack of thick books in his hands. He placed them on the desk and said to Fang Ping, see if there's anything you need. The other students have attended the school's martial sciences training classes. They have all these materials. Take them if you need anything. Fang Ping was slightly surprised, but it was what he needed now. He said hurriedly, thank you, teacher. Lu Anhua didn't make a big deal out of it. Although the information wasn't cheap, even if he bought it outside, it would cost a few $100s. However, for students from poor families, he didn't mind helping them out if he could take care of them a little. Lu Anhua did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that Fang Ping did not reject them and happily hugged all the materials and books in his arms. Looking at the situation, this brat was probably unprepared. Otherwise, there was no need for him to bring some of the more common books with him. Although he did not have high hopes for Fang Ping, Lu Anhua, as their homeroom teacher, hesitated for a moment before he turned to Wu Zhihao and said, Fang Ping doesn't know as much about the martial sciences exam as you do, and he doesn't know much about the general studies either. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to finish reading all these books. Wu Zhihao, can you make a copy of your general studies exam notes for Fang Ping? Compared to books, the notes taken by these martial science students who were preparing for the exams were much more effective. The main point of the examination was to summarize and unify. These things were all concluded by the students themselves. Wu Zhihao was the best student in class 4, so he had the highest chance of passing the martial sciences exam. Borrowing his notes for revision could save a lot of time and energy. However, the notes were personal property. Even the homeroom teacher had no right to demand it. They could only discuss it. Fang Ping was already very grateful that the homeroom teacher had given him the books. He did not expect the homeroom teacher to ask Wu Zhihao for a copy of his notes. In his past life, his homeroom teacher was also a good teacher, but Fang Ping's grades were neither good nor bad. His relationship with the homeroom teacher was average, and they did not interact much. He did not expect the homeroom teacher to be more responsible than he had imagined. It was not his responsibility as a teacher that Fang Ping was not prepared. Gifting the books was already an extra favor, and now the homeroom teacher was taking the initiative to ask for his notes. Fang Ping did not wait for Wu Zhihao to speak. He said hurriedly, "Teacher Liu, there's no need." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Zhihao laughed and said, "It's okay. You can use mine to make a copy. It's not a big deal. To put it more realistically, it's a question of whether you can use it or not." Wu Zhihao was not afraid of hurting Fang Ping's feelings. In reality, everyone knew that even Wu Zhihao himself did not stand a chance of entering the fourth stage, the general studies exam. Since the homeroom teacher had spoken, Wu Zhihao did not want to turn him down. Since Wu Zhihao had said so, Fang Ping did not try to be pretentious and quickly thanked him. Indeed, looking at the huge pile of books and information in his hands, Fang Ping's head was swelling. If he could borrow Wu Zhihao's notes, he would know the key points of the exam, and he would not have to finish reading them all at a loss. After saying these things, the registration was over. Lu Anhua asked them to return to the classroom while he continued grading the papers. After leaving the office, Wu Zhihao took the initiative to say to Fang Ping, "I left some of my notes at home. If it's urgent, you can come with me tonight to get them. If not, I'll bring them tomorrow." Fang Ping was too embarrassed to ask Wu Zhihao to bring them to him since he had already owed him a favor. He said hurriedly, "I'll go get them." "Thank you so much. Don't mention it. We're all classmates." Wu Zhihao did not have much of an air of arrogance. He laughed and said, "Our chances of passing the martial sciences exam are too low for normal classes. We're not competitors. But I'll be honest. Don't mind me. At the very least, you don't have to look at these materials before you pass the physical assessment. It'll waste your time. After you pass the physical assessment, you can spend more time on them." Although the martial sciences exam has a variety of topics and content, it's different from the social sciences exam. The content of the exam every year is mostly the same. Actually, for us martial sciences students, the hardest part isn't the general studies exam or the cultural studies exam, but the physical assessment and practical tests. These are almost all mandatory requirements, and the two exams with the highest elimination rate. As soon as Wu Zhihao finished speaking, Yang Jian said gloomily, "Is that so? Why do I feel that the general studies exam and the cultural studies exam are harder?" Wu Zhihao could not be bothered with him. Different people had different opinions. He nodded again. He was a newbie now, so there was nothing wrong with listening to these people's experiences. After some thought, Fang Ping asked, "Where should I go for the vitality examination?" As a martial sciences student who had suddenly joined the exam, Fang Ping did not think that there was anything wrong with his ignorance. The others were not surprised. Yang Jian said immediately, "Only Sun City's First People's Hospital has a vitality meter for vitality examination. It's too expensive, and Sun City isn't big, so not many people use it. There's no other choice." After Yang Jian said that, Zhang Hao reminded him, "Fang Ping, if I were you, I wouldn't go for the examination. I'm not trying to discourage you, but it's too late for you to replenish your vitality now anyway. The examination fee for this thing is very expensive. 5,000 bucks a time, no bargaining. It's almost time for the physical assessment, so you might as well wait for it to happen." 5,000. Fang Ping was speechless. This was daylight robbery. However, for martial sciences students who were preparing for the exam, it was necessary for them to know their own situation in advance. That was why they did not have to worry about customers. Fang Ping had originally wanted to know his own situation, but he could only give up now. Wu Zhihao seemed to know what Fang Ping was thinking. He laughed suddenly and said, "The hospital's vitality meter is a large-scale one. It can accurately detect vitality fluctuations and peak vitality values. However, this should be your first time, so there's no need to know so much. Aren't you going to my place to get your notes tonight? I have a small vitality meter at home, but the error is a little big. It fluctuates by 5 calories. You can give it a try. F*ck, Zhihao, your family bought this? Everyone was shocked when they heard Wu Zhihao's words. Although the small vitality meter was not as expensive as the large one, the bigger the error, the cheaper it was. A 5 calories error was considered big. Even so, this kind of special instrument was very expensive. At least in everyone's eyes, it was a shocking amount of money. The cheapest one in Wu Zhihao's house would cost hundreds of thousands. Wu Zhihao smiled nonchalantly. It's second-hand, so it's not worth much. Plus, I need to get checked often, and it's expensive to go to the hospital. It takes up a lot of time, too. That's why my dad bought me a second-hand one. It's just for general testing. That was the truth. For people like them, accuracy was the most important thing. A difference of a few cal was too inaccurate. If everyone present went to Wu Zhihao's house for a checkup, everyone's data would probably be the same. What was more, it would be normal for Yang Jian to have a higher score than Wu Zhihao. If they really prepared according to this data, they would be eliminated. Although it was useless to others, it was very useful to Fang Ping. Right now, Fang Ping mainly wanted to see how many cal his one vitality could be converted into in reality. A rough range was enough. Hearing Wu Zhihao's words, Fang Ping hurriedly smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. I don't even know how to thank you. You don't have to say anything. When I pass, I'll definitely treat you to a feast. Ha ha ha, Zhang Hao burst into laughter and teased, Fang Ping, I'm afraid Wu Zhihao won't be able to wait for this feast. Go away, Fang Ping said confidently. I'll definitely pass. There's no doubt about it. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed again. It was not a mockery, but they thought that Fang Ping was really confident. Among the 8 people present, Wu Zhihao might not even dare to say that he would definitely pass. After laughing for a while, Zhang Hao said to Wu Zhihao, Zhihao, Fang Ping will go to your place for a checkup tonight. Remember to tell us the results tomorrow. Although it's not very accurate, you can get a general idea after a few more tests. After returning to the classroom, Fang Ping exchanged a few words with Chen Fan before he started reading the books he had gotten from the homeroom teacher. Fang Ping's head began to hurt after a brief glance. The martial sciences general examination involved a lot of knowledge. The most important content was the knowledge of one's own body. As a martial artist in preparation, if one did not even know the structure of one's body, how could one train one's physique better? The number of bones in the human body, the number of major arteries and veins, the blood circulation system, these were all things that one had to master. This included the arrangement of bones, their names, the functions of the internal organs, and the explanation of some martial arts terms. There was also a series of basic knowledge related to medicine and pharmacology. Other than that, the materials given by the homeroom teacher included martial arts history, biographies of ancient and modern celebrities, encyclopedia of basic weapons, summary of basic martial arts routines. Fang Ping felt dizzy after reading a few pages of any of the books, let alone looking at them in detail. There were more than 10 books in front of him. It would be a huge project to read all of them from cover to cover. Even if Fang Ping read them like a novel, he would not be far from the Gaokao by the time he finished them. After that, Fang Ping still had to prepare for the cultural studies exam. The textbooks were from many years ago. Even if the foundation was there, it would take a long time for him to recover. What a headache! Chen Fan saw Fang Ping's pale face. Although he was unhappy that Fang Ping did not tell him before he registered, he comforted him. Where there's a will, there's a way. You can't waste the registration fee, can you? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. So, in your opinion, all my hard work is for this 10,000 yuan registration fee? Chen Fan ignored him and comforted him. He continued, it's a pity that we're not martial artists. If we become martial artists, we'll be full of energy. We can go days and nights without sleep. I heard that the brains of high-level martial artists are as fast as computers. Whether it's running a business or handling government affairs, one of them can take on more than 10 ordinary people. They're full of energy. I heard that when Grandmaster Ma started his business, he had limited funds and manpower. At his peak, he didn't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. In 1 week, he did what an ordinary person would do in a year. At that time, Grandmaster Ma's martial arts skills were not that strong. Now, he might not sleep for a month. Just thinking about it makes me jealous. If we had the physique and energy of a martial artist, cultural studies would be nothing. It's not impossible for us to get full marks. Chen Fan's face was full of regret. Nowadays, there were many students who scored full marks in the college entrance examination. Some third-year high school students in big cities, even if they had not become official martial artists, were only a step away from becoming one. Under such circumstances, although these people were multitasking, their comprehension and memory abilities were frighteningly astonishing. Every year, the top scholars of the various provinces were almost all snatched away by these preparatory martial artists. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched slightly. Chen Fan did not have this condition, but it did not mean that he did not. Fang Ping had already experienced the benefits of having a strong vitality. His vitality had increased slightly the day before, and he felt more energetic than before. In the past, he would have been drowsy if he went to bed late and woke up early. But now, he didn't feel that way at all. This was the benefit of having a strong qi in blood. It gave ordinary people more energy. What was the use of the spirit on the interface? Fang Ping had a vague answer in his heart. Perhaps he should try it next time. If the increase in his mental strength could really make his memory and comprehension stronger, then the later exams might not be difficult anymore. Even if he could not become the top scholar, Fang Ping would be satisfied as long as he reached the standard. Chen Fan's unintentional words made Fang Ping feel more at ease. It seemed that he still had to find a way to earn money and test it out. Whether it was the growth of vitality or the growth of mentality, money was indispensable. Without money, there was no hope for anything. The classes in the day were mainly about revision and doing questions. Fang Ping did not waste time. Most of the time, he was reading and did not start writing. The teacher saw this but did not say anything. At this point, it was all voluntary. Moreover, the teachers had heard that Fang Ping had registered for the martial sciences exams, so they did not disturb him even when he took out his books to read during some classes. A day passed by quickly. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Fang Ping did not leave with Chen Fan and the others this time. Instead, he walked toward Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao smiled as he packed his bag. I see that you've been reading about the general studies today. How do you feel? It's all right. It's not too difficult, but there's too much and it's too complicated. Some of the knowledge won't be tested. After you make a copy of my notes, just revise according to them. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. Fang Ping thanked him again. It was not easy for Wu Zhihao to say something like this at such a crucial time. Some top students would rather be the only one who knew about it when it was time to take the exam. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the martial sciences exams were not limited to the classes. Wu Zhihao did not see Fang Ping as a potential rival. His rivals were the top students in the top classes, the top students in Sun City, and even the top students in the country. Fang Ping was someone who did not even understand the basics. He was not someone he wanted to surpass. How could he become a martial artist if he did not even have this kind of perspective? The two of them chatted as they walked out of the school. Wu Zhihao's house was not too far from No. 1 high school. It was about a 10-minute walk away from No. 1 high school. It was also a residential area, but the environment was good. It was considered a high-class place in Sun City. Fang Ping glanced outside the residential area and was surprised. He had thought that Wu Zhihao's family would at least live in a villa. Fang Ping did not know this old classmate very well. Even in his past life, they had not interacted much. However, when he thought about it, it seemed normal. Even if Wu Zhihao's family was well off, it was limited. Otherwise, he would have entered the top classes. You could still get into the top classes in high school if you threw in a little more money. Of course, he could not rule out those who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix and purposely chose to enter the normal classes. The residential area was high class, and the property management was more responsible. Unlike Fang Ping's house, where anyone could enter, one had to swipe a card to enter. The two of them entered the residential area. Wu Zhihao said as they walked, "Brother Sky King will return to school in the future. I wonder if we'll have a chance to talk to him alone. The school has finally done something serious this time. Brother Wang is the idol of us normal class students. Brother Wang is one of the 2 normal class martial sciences students who passed the martial sciences exam last year. Before the Gaokao, Brother Wang's results were just average. However, in the last month, he suddenly exploded and got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Everyone's jaws dropped. I wonder if there's any secret. If I could learn a little," Wu Zhihao rambled on, feeling a little regretful. Even if there was a secret, Fang Ping would not say it publicly. Fang Ping felt a little strange when he heard that. Why did it sound like it was similar to his own? Could it be that Fang Ping was also reborn? However, Wu Zhihao said a few more things. It did not sound like it. It should be the result of a normal person exploding. As they chatted, the two of them arrived at Wu Zhihao's house. The moment he opened the door, Wu Zhihao looked at Fang Ping subconsciously. Fang Ping's face was calm, which made Wu Zhihao feel strange. The Wu family's house was not small, and it was a duplex with 2 floors. The renovations were also high-end. Under such circumstances, a poor student like Fang Ping would usually be envious when he entered the house. Even if he was not envious, he would not be unmoved. However, Fang Ping was unmoved. His expression was natural. If he knew what Wu Zhihao was thinking, Fang Ping would definitely fulfill his wish. Unfortunately, Fang Ping did not think that much at the moment. As for being envious or surprised, that was all nonsense. In his past life, Fang Ping had bought a decent-sized house with the support of his parents and his own savings after he graduated from university. Although the renovations were simple, it was comparable to the Wu family's house. Moreover, Fang Ping had bought it in the provincial capital city. If he really wanted to compare, the price might be more expensive than the Wu family's duplex. Moreover, he had worked for a few years and had seen a lot of things. He had visited the standalone villas in Capital City and Magic City. Why would he be shocked by a duplex in a small city? Wu Zhihao's house was occupied. His mother was at home. Seeing that her son had brought a classmate home, the woman did not say much. After a few polite words, Wu Zhihao brought Fang Ping upstairs. First, he found his notes and handed them to Fang Ping. Soon, Wu Zhihao led Fang Ping out of the study and into a room next to it. This is the gym. The vitality meter is over here. Wu Zhihao opened the door to the gym. The room's renovations were relatively simple. There were not many machines either. Dumbbells, barbells, a treadmill, and a leg lifting frame were everything. Fang Ping had not seen the other machine before. He had not seen it in the gym in his past life either. It was similar to a massage chair, but there was a display screen next to it. If he guessed correctly, it should be the vitality meter. Reality proved that Fang Ping had good taste. Wu Zhihao led Fang Ping to the side of the massage chair and said with a smile, "This is the vitality meter. But the one in my house is a simple version. It can't compare to the ones in the hospital. The ones in the hospital are similar to space capsules. They can do a comprehensive examination. The one in my house can only do a general examination. Lie down on it. I'll help you connect the sensors. You'll have to exert more force later." Exert more force? Fang Ping looked confused. Wu Zhihao explained with a smile, "Vitality is usually calm. Only when it's boiling can you reach your peak. It's not just your body that's boiling. Your emotions have to be boiling too. The vitality test doesn't just measure your blood, but also your invisible qi. I can't explain this clearly. In any case, only when your body and emotions are boiling can you reach your true peak. Do you see the pedals under the vitality meter? Later, kick your legs hard and stretch your arms as far back as possible. Anyway, just use all your strength. It's fine if you do the test in private, but when it's time for the physical assessment, you must give it your all," Wu Zhihao explained for a while. When Fang Ping nodded to show that he understood, he gestured for Fang Ping to lie down. After Fang Ping lay down, Wu Zhihao picked up a few stethoscope-like sensors around the massage chair and attached them to Fang Ping's arms, legs, heart, and forehead. When it's time for the physical assessment, it'll be different. When the time comes, you won't be attached to the sensors. You'll enter the vitality chamber, and you'll be able to move freely. The vitality chamber can use a series of methods to get specific feedback results. Only then can it test your true vitality value. Having said that, Wu Zhihao turned on the display screen beside him and said hurriedly, "You can start now. Remember, strenuous exercise will cause your emotions to fluctuate. If you really can't do it, think of a short movie." Fang Ping, who was about to exert force, almost choked. This guy was not as honest as he thought. Ignoring the guy, Fang Ping took a light breath. Then, he kicked the pedals with both legs and stretched his arms with all his might. Inside the gym, the numbers on the display kept jumping. As Fang Ping panted, the numbers slowly stopped. 113 calories. Wu Zhihao's face was full of disbelief. Yes, the small vitality measuring machine at home had a large error. But it was only 5 cal. In other words, Fang Ping's vitality was at least 108 calories and at most 118 calories. How was that possible? How is that possible? Wu Zhihao did not mean to look down on Fang Ping, but it was not logical. If Yang Jian had a high vitality in his first test, he would have accepted it. He was a burly man with a strong body. It was normal for his vitality to be higher than the average person's. Even if it was Yang Jian, it was built on the basis that his family was well off and he ate well every meal. Even so, Yang Jian's vitality was not this high in his first test, was it? Fang Ping. Wu Zhihao had thought that Fang Ping had signed up confidently. Even if his vitality was higher than the average person's, he could accept it. For example, 102 calories, 103 calories, but now, the number was 113 calories. The lowest was 108 calories, instantly reaching the standard of Zhang Nan and Zhang Hao. Among the 8 people who signed up in the same class, the lowest was 106 calories. In other words, Fang Ping was not the one at the bottom. While Wu Zhihao was in a daze, Fang Ping was still working hard on the pedals. After a while, Fang Ping could not help but pant. "Is it done?" Wu Zhihao came to his senses and said in a daze, "Yes." He was about to say yes when Wu Zhihao suddenly said, "Maybe the contact just now wasn't very good. Try again." Fang Ping glanced at him. Although he felt that this guy's words were not very reliable, he owed him a favor. If he had to try again, so be it. Speaking of which, this test was hard work. It was really troublesome. After Wu Zhihao had helped him rearrange the sensor, Fang Ping tried his best to work on it again. His whole body was exhausted. Although it was just a short while, the amount of exercise was not low. 3 minutes later, the number stopped again. 108 calories, Wu Zhihao calculated. This time, the range was 103 to 113 calories. Combined with the previous test, Fang Ping's vitality range was between 108 to 113 calories. The highest value was not as high as his. He was already 115 calories. But even if it was the lowest, it was still very impressive. After a moment, Wu Zhihao said, "It doesn't seem very accurate. Should we try again?" Fang Ping, how could Fang Ping not know what this guy was thinking at this point? His forehead was covered in sweat as he said, "Forget it. I'm so tired right now. I'm not in the right state at all. I can't get an accurate reading." There was nothing wrong with what he said. In a situation where one's body was exhausted, the test would only get lower and lower. However, the data of 108 calories and above was still difficult for Wu Zhihao to calm down. A faint sense of jealousy arose in his heart. Wu Zhihao could not help but ask, "Do you usually eat supplements that replenish blood and qi? Or did you take medicine to replenish your qi and blood?" Tonics were also divided into 2 types. One was food, and the other was medicine. The effects of dietary supplements were slow and the cycle was long, but the cost was lower. Overall, it was more cost-effective than medicinal supplements. Although the effects of medicinal supplements could be seen quickly, the first generation was expensive. Secondly, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Most of the time, the medicinal effects would be wasted. Fang Ping saw the look on his face, as if he was afraid that he would say that he was gifted. He felt sympathy for him and comforted him. My family feeds me with nourishing herbs every day. They spend all their money on good food for me. They're counting on me to pass the martial sciences exams to recoup their losses. Why did it sound so fake? Although Wu Zhihao did not think it was possible, he reluctantly accepted the fact that the physical assessment was imminent. Fang Ping's score was not as high as his, after all. He suppressed the jealousy in his heart and smiled bitterly. Alright, I thought your vitality was at 105 calories at most. It seems like I was wrong. Your vitality is between 108 to 113 calories. The vitality measuring machine used at home is not very accurate. It might be more accurate after a few more tests, but it's not very reliable if you're not at your peak. If you really want to know the exact data, you can check it out at First People's Hospital. Fang Ping chuckled. We'll see. Thank you this time. You're welcome, Wu Zhihao thought for a while. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he said, if you really want to have more than 110 calories, you can ask your parents to prepare some medicine. You've just enrolled, so there are some things you don't know. Usually, we'll prepare some medicine before the physical assessment. If your family isn't that well off, they'll at least prepare a blood replenishing pill. Those who are slightly better off will prepare a qi replenishing pill, blood replenishing pill, qi replenishing pill. Fang Ping could not help but think of the advertisements he had seen in school. He said quickly, I really didn't pay much attention to these things. I didn't think about taking the martial sciences exams before. How much do these medicine cost? Blood replenishing pills cost around 5,000 yuan. Qi replenishing pills are more expensive, around 10,000 yuan. What about blood and qi replenishing pills? Fang Ping asked again. Those were the things advertised in the school advertisements. It depends on how you buy them. Actually, the prices of these things are different. Regular pharmacies charge 30,000 yuan each, but some pharmacies don't have a license to sell these kinds of medicine. You might be able to buy them for 20,000 yuan. They're hard to find, though. Even if you find them, they might not sell them to you. Wu Zhihao said a few words. Seeing that Fang Ping was deep in thought, he said, last year, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's minimum admission standard was 112 calories. Actually, it's relatively speaking. Some people did well in social sciences and did well in the general studies, but their vitality was a little lacking, so they could get in with 112 calories. However, if they didn't do well in other areas and barely passed the minimum, then the requirement for vitality would be higher. I've been paying attention to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. I've asked some seniors. Last year, most of the students actually had around 115 calories. This year, it might be higher. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about not getting in. As for you, Wu Zhihao paused for a moment and said uncertainly, I can't say for sure how much your vitality is now. I advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup. If it's above 110 calories, then you can try buying a vitality pill. Vitality pill? Wu Zhihao nodded. Yes. These are all supplements sold by regular pharmacies. I heard that there are better ones, but they have nothing to do with us. If we don't become martial artists, we'll just eat them for free. The vitality pill is the best one. If we're lucky, we won't lose too much of the medicine's effects. It's possible to increase our vitality by 3 or 4 cal during the physical assessment. Vitality pills are a little expensive, though. 100,000 yuan, Fang Ping immediately dismissed the idea. What a joke. 100,000 yuan was enough for him to exchange for 1 vitality point, though he did not know if it would be the same in the future. No matter what, with 100,000 yuan, there were too many things he could do. There was no way he would buy something like that. The vitality pill was the best, but its effects were only so. The others did not even need to be mentioned. Fang Ping had originally been interested in these medicines, but now he had completely given up. His vitality was only 1, and it was around 110 calories now. If it increased to 1, 2, would it be 120 cal? the effect of 10,000 yuan was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of supplements. Only then did Fang Ping realize that he had profited big time. Moreover, the money would not disappear. Fang Ping did not stay long after the test ended. He went downstairs with Wu Zhihao. Mama Wu was very enthusiastic and asked Fang Ping to stay for dinner. Naturally, Fang Ping would not stay for dinner. After a few polite words, he picked up his backpack and left. As soon as he left, Mama Wu asked curiously, "I've never seen this classmate of yours before. Is he a new friend?" Wu Zhihao shook his head and explained, "He's a student who's applying for martial sciences. He hasn't had his vitality checked before, so he's here for a checkup." Upon hearing this, Mama Wu knew that Fang Ping's family was not very well off. Otherwise, why would he not have had his vitality checked when he signed up for the martial sciences exam? She said subconsciously, "Young man, you're a little short. Not that high, right?" Wu Zhihao scratched his head and said gloomily, "It's quite high. It's at least 108 calories. Mom, you said that I eat well and drink well, but I think I only had 103 calories the first time. Did you mistreat me when I was young?" Mama Wu glared at her son. "Mistreat, my foot." Their house was almost empty just to let this little rascal take the martial sciences exam. The couple had worked hard for so many years, but they only had this house left. Lakeview Gardens. Block 6, Unit 101. Fang Ping came home late today. When he got home, his whole family was at home. Before his parents could ask, Fang Ping said with a smile, "Dad, I paid the registration fee today. The homeroom teacher even gave me a set of materials for the martial sciences exam. That's not all. I went to my classmate's house after school and did a vitality check." "A vitality check?" Fang Mingrong did not care much about this, but he had heard about it. He asked curiously, "You can do it at home?" "Yes. It's a small one, so it's not very accurate," Fang Ping explained and said with a smile, "Dad, do you know what my vitality is?" Fang Mingrong did not know much about this. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, knew a little. She giggled and said, 95 calories? You're panting from running. Your body must be weak. One of my classmates' brother did a check. He said, 104 calories. I heard you can take the martial sciences exam. Fang Ping said disdainfully, "You want to take the martial sciences exam with 104 calories? Do you really think the martial sciences exam is worthless? You're so proud of it. Isn't it embarrassing? Your brother, I just did a random check. It's above 110 calories. I might even be lower." Fang Yuan blinked. Then, she snorted and turned to her father. "Dad, Fang Ping's bragging again. My classmate said that it's only 110 calories for the martial sciences exam. That's old news. Last year, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's lowest standard was 112 calories. The average was around 115 calories. It might be slightly higher this year, but your brother is talented. I'm still growing, so my vitality will increase as well. When the physical assessment comes, I'll definitely be able to reach the standard. I'll definitely pass the martial sciences exam this year." Fang Ping said this to reassure his parents. It was 10,000 bucks, after all. He would not be able to explain it to them without some results. Fang Mingrong and Li Yueying were stunned when they heard him say this. Their son was so close to the martial sciences exam, both of them could not believe it. They wondered if their son was really bragging. Fang Ping swore, though. He even pinched Fang Yuan's round face and promised, "I really have 110 calories. If I don't, I swear I'll never pinch Fang Yuan's face again." "Mom." Fang Ping said it so confidently that Fang Mingrong and his wife had no choice but to believe him. After believing their son's words, the couple was happy at first, but then they felt sad and even a little guilty. Obviously, they believed Fang Ping's words. Their son was really talented. Now, however, it had been delayed by them. The thought of their son being born into a wealthy family, the couple did not dare to think about it any further. They wore smiles on their faces at the dining table, but there was an unconcealable disappointment in their eyes. After dinner, Li Yueying cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen. Fang Mingrong followed her. Fang Yuan rubbed her belly, feeling good. Fang Ping had stopped fighting for food with her these few days. She could eat to her heart's content every day. Fang Ping did not fight for food with her, though. The little girl was disappointed. She did not feel as good as before. Fang Yuan asked excitedly as soon as her parents left, "Fang Ping, can you really pass the martial sciences exam?" "Of course. But why do I feel like you're bragging? Can't we trust each other a little more?" Fang Yuan nodded reluctantly, giving her brother some face. Then, she poked her head out and asked, "If you don't pass, you won't pinch my face anymore?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. He turned and glared at her. "Are you stupid? When I pass the martial sciences exam and become a martial artist, what can I not have? When that time comes, I'll take you to KFC, buy you new clothes, take you to the movies, and even beat up those little boys who gave you nicknames. Tell me, which would you choose between pinching my face?" The little girl fell into a dilemma. Fang Ping seemed to have a point. Fang Ping did not have time to care about her. He stood up and walked to the backyard. Fang Yuan saw him sneaking around and asked, "What are you doing?" "Mom and Dad must be discussing how much they should spend on supplements for me. I'm going to listen." Fang Ping was not stupid. He could guess what his parents were talking about when they entered the kitchen together. He could not listen to his parents, though. If they really spent a lot of money on supplements, such as the most expensive vitality pill, Fang Ping would be pissed to death. That was very likely. Even if they did buy it, they would only tell him about it after it was done. It would be too late for regrets then. Rather than that, he might as well think of a way to trick his parents first. At the moment, Fang Ping was in urgent need of money. He had yet to think of a way to earn a quick buck. Even if he did, he would need some capital on hand. Fang Ping did not feel guilty about lying to his parents at this time. Everything came back to him after he passed the martial sciences exams. Even if he did not pass, Fang Ping did not think that he would become a cripple. Backyard kitchen. It was not much different from what Fang Ping had guessed. As Fang Mingrong smoked, he knitted his brows and asked, "How much savings do we have at home?" "More than 50,000. Ping Ping and Yuan Yuan have been spending a lot these few years. Take it out after work tomorrow. Ping Ping can't be delayed by us. It was also my fault. In the past, there was a leader's child who went for a checkup. At that time, I did not think too much about it. If not for, sigh." Fang Mingrong sighed. If Fang Ping had not volunteered to register himself, he would not have allowed his son to take the martial sciences exam. But who knew that his son was really talented? Now, Fang Mingrong was about to die of regret. It was almost Gaokao. He did not know if he could make it in time. Sighing, Fang Mingrong said, "I heard from our workshop's director that his son bought quite a lot of supplements for his Gaokao. The effects are pretty good. In the next 2 months, buy more supplements for Ping Ping. I'll ask if there are other medicines that can help. If we don't have enough money, we can borrow some from someone. When Ping Ping is done with his Gaokao, we can also get a checkup for Yuan Yuan. If they are delayed by us again, their lives will be ruined." Li Yueying was speechless. After a while, she said softly, "All right, I'll go get the money after work tomorrow." As the couple discussed, Fang Ping had heard enough. He walked into the kitchen from the door. When they saw their son, the couple stopped talking and did not talk about the matter anymore. Fang Ping pretended not to know about it. He said awkwardly, "Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you." Fang Mingrong stubbed out his cigarette and replied, "Go ahead." "It's like this. Wasn't I doing a vitality checkup at a classmate's house today? That classmate of mine has the best results in our class. He has a high chance of getting into a martial arts university this year. He said that in my case, there's a chance of getting in, but I need to prepare more." Fang Mingrong said hurriedly, "Tell me, what do you need to prepare? Don't worry about anything else. As long as you can get into martial sciences, I'll think of something for you. It's like this. He said that it's best if I can buy some supplements." Fang Mingrong sighed in relief. He would have done it even if his son had not mentioned it. Fang Ping continued, "But it's a little expensive. My classmate said that in my case, it's best if I can buy a blood and qi replenishing pill. However, blood and qi replenishing pills cost 30,000 yuan at the pharmacy. He's bought it before, but it's much cheaper. His dad's a businessman and knows a few pharmacy owners. He can buy one for 20,000 yuan. I'm thinking if I should ask him to buy one for me. Fang Mingrong frowned slightly. It was not that he was reluctant to part with the money. After all, 20,000 yuan was a lot less than he had expected. The problem was, would it be reliable? 10,000 yuan was not a small sum to the Fang family. It would be troublesome if they were cheated. Fang Ping knew that his father would be worried, so he quickly added, he's rich, so he's not lying. Plus, he has good grades, so he's going to take the martial sciences exams. Dad, he has to go through a background check. If he cheated me of my money and I tell the school, he'll be disqualified immediately. I've thought about it, and I'm sure he's not lying. Otherwise, he'd be too stupid. If he passes the martial sciences exams, even 2 million won't be a lot of money, let alone 20,000 yuan. Fang Mingrong hesitated for a moment, then steeled his heart and nodded. Okay. I'll apply for leave tomorrow and go to his house, Dad. Fang Ping said hurriedly, he's busy. Why would you go to his house for 20,000 yuan? You make it sound like you don't believe him. He's helping you, it's not like he has to. He only agreed to help me because I did well in the exam today. Who else would be willing to help? If you agree, I'll go to his house and tell him about it. Dad, is that okay? Fang Mingrong was still hesitant, but Li Weiying agreed. You're right. He's doing this for Ping Ping's sake. He's only willing to help because Ping Ping has a chance of passing the martial sciences exams. Who are you? You're just a worker. Who would be willing to help you? Fang Ping saw that his father had not said anything, so he said, it's Wu Zhihao from our class. Do you know him? It's him? Fang Mingrong remembered instantly, he had attended Fang Ping's parent-teacher conferences and met Wu Zhihao's father. As the student with the best grades in class, he not only influenced the students in the class, but also their parents. During the parent-teacher conferences, Fang Ping's homeroom teacher was not the type to curry favor with the rich and powerful, but it was normal for him to judge based on results. During the parent-teacher conferences, there would be comments like your Wu Zhihao is very good. He has a high chance of passing the martial sciences exams. If it was last year, he would definitely pass. It was not the first time the homeroom teacher had said something like that. Fang Mingrong had heard it a few times. Moreover, he had seen Wu Zhihao's father before. He was more presentable than the rest of them. He had even driven a small car to the parent-teacher conference, unlike Fang Mingrong, who had gone on an electric scooter. Fang Mingrong would not believe that a parent whose son had a chance of entering a martial sciences university would swindle 20,000 from him. If Wu Zhihao did not pass the martial sciences exams after the Gaokao, it would be difficult. However, on the eve of the Gaokao, as Fang Ping had said, if things got out of hand, Wu Zhihao would be disqualified even if he passed the exams. At that thought, Fang Mingrong said immediately, all right, I have no opinion on this. I'll ask your mom to withdraw the money for you later. Remember to say more polite words when you visit and thank them properly for their help. If you don't pass the martial sciences exams now, I'll be too embarrassed to visit you. When you do, we'll visit them together to thank them and treat them to a meal. Even if you don't pass the exams, you still have to remember the favor. Fang Mingrong spoke for a while. To him, this was a huge favor. 10,000 less was not a small amount. However, when he went to the factory the next day, he would have to ask the workshop director to see if it was true. If the medicine was sold at a cheaper price in the pharmacy, then there would be no need to ask for their help. Although Fang Mingrong was just a normal worker, he was not stupid. If it were not for his son, he would not owe anyone a favor. His family's financial situation was limited. If he could save 10,000, he could buy more supplements for Fang Ping. At that thought, Fang Mingrong reminded him, tell your classmates first. Only pay them when they need the money. Okay, Dad. Don't worry. Fang Ping nodded quickly, apologizing inwardly. He had cheated him again. However, at this time, he had no choice but to cheat his father. If he did not do it himself, his father would probably have to buy medicine from somewhere else. Not only would it cost him money, but it would also not be very effective. Only when the money was in his hands would it be effective. At worst, he could return the money after he got his wealth. He wondered if his wealth would be deducted after he returned the money. Fang Ping felt that the possibility of it being deducted was very high. He wondered if it would be deducted if he converted it into vitality. In any case, the more wealth he had now, the higher his chances of passing the martial sciences exam. If he really passed the exam, even if his father knew that he had been cheated, he probably would not care. His parents did not suspect Fang Ping. When Fang Ping settled the matter and returned to his room, Fang Yuan was already waiting for him. She looked at Fang Ping as if she had caught him red-handed. Fang Ping, if you confess, you'll be lenient. If you resist, you'll be severely punished. Tell me. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He reached out to pinch her face, but the girl dodged it quickly and snorted. Don't even think about using this trick. Tell me honestly. Was what you said just now the truth? It's fine. Kids shouldn't worry about adults. You'll know if I'm telling the truth when I pass the martial sciences exam. Fang Ping did not bother to explain anything to his sister, so he gave her a perfunctory answer. Fang Yuan pouted and mumbled, "You're not allowed to lie, or else. Don't even think about pinching my face." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He patted the girl's head and said confidently, "Don't worry. Your brother won't cheat your parents of their hard-earned money for something else." After much persuasion, Fang Ping finally got rid of the girl. Because of this, Fang Ping was once again in debt. He did not even remember how many benefits he had promised the girl. The next day, April 8th, Fang Ping was famous, at least in Year 3 Class 4. Before he arrived, Wu Zhihao arrived first. Zhang Hao and Yang Jian, who were full of gossips, hurried to ask about Wu Zhihao. Old Wu was probably unhappy that he had been shocked last night. When they asked, Old Wu answered mysteriously, 113 calories. He did not mention that he had reached 108 calories in the second test. In fact, it was not as accurate as the first test because of his stamina. When he said 113 calories, the whole class was shocked. Fang Ping, one of the ordinary duo, was no longer ordinary. Just yesterday, they were all the same people, struggling for the social sciences exam. Even Fang Ping's results were not outstanding. But now, 113 cal, the students in the class who only took the social sciences exam did not know the situation of the other martial sciences exam candidates. But there was one thing that everyone knew. Last year, NMAU's minimum admission standard was 112 calories. Did this not mean that Fang Ping's vitality had reached NMAU's standard? How could he not be famous now? The future bearded Yang Jian looked hopeless. He mumbled, "This is not scientific. This is not scientific. How can he be taller than me with that small frame?" Even martial artists had to be scientific. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was really illogical. He could probably beat 8 people with one punch, right? Yang Jian was shouting that it was not scientific. Zhang Hao, who was beside him, was having a seizure again. He trembled and said, "This is not fair, 113 cal. I'm only 108 calories." Zhang Nan, who was sitting not far from him, said softly, 108 calories is mine. I remember your 107 calories. Zhang Hao was furious. That was half a month ago. I'm at 108 calories now. Zhang Nan was not angry. She said lightly, "All right, you're at 108 calories. Fang Ping is only at 113 calories, you." Zhang Hao looked like he was about to cry. He turned and stared at Wu Zhihao. "Old Wu, tell me quickly. Are you lying to us?" Wu Zhihao said nonchalantly while reading, "Why would I lie to you? Anyway, he's not as tall as me, so it has nothing to do with me." "How can you say that?" Zhang Hao said bitterly, "Think about it, we brothers are so miserable." She had to attend classes, attend coaching classes, and exercise every day. He couldn't eat fried food, he couldn't eat skewers, he couldn't drink beverages, and he didn't even dare to eat a cream popsicle in the summer. That kid Fang Ping was inhumane. Old Wu, don't you feel any envy, jealousy, or hatred? Hearing this, Wu Zhihao lost his composure. Ordinary students were envious of them, but they didn't know that they were also envious of them. In order to prepare for the martial sciences examinations, they had paid a higher price, but this kind of sacrifice did not necessarily bear fruit. As Zhang Hao said, when everyone was eating delicious food, they were eating tonics. Do you think supplements are delicious? Eat it every day, eat it until you vomit, eat it until you drool at the sight of the kebabs on the roadside. However, for the sake of maintaining their figures, for the sake of avoiding accidents, and for the sake of martial sciences, they gritted their teeth, drooled, and left reluctantly. Since everyone was like this, he accepted it for the sake of the future. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not seem to be afraid of meat or vegetables. He did not have such taboos at all. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Wu Zhihao was starting to lose his composure. He smiled bitterly. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked him to be so talented? I have no choice but to accept it. No way. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and snorted. This kid doesn't train, does he? There's nothing we can do about his vitality. Let's meet him at the gym tonight to train. We'll spar and beat him up. That's the only way we can vent our anger. As Zhang Hao spoke, Wu Zhihao blinked and chuckled. We're all classmates. There's no need to be like this. No way. Otherwise, it'll be hard to breathe. Wu Zhihao advised, forget it. Fang Ping's vitality is just a little higher than yours, his cultural studies are better than yours, and he's a little more handsome, right? There's really no need to be angry. If our classmates pass, we'll be proud too. Old Wu, whose side are you on? Zhang Hao said angrily. Wu Zhihao lowered his head and started reading. Without lifting his head, he said, I'm revising. I'm not on either side. Zhang Hao was about to continue when someone patted his shoulder. Then, Fang Ping's cheerful voice came from behind him. Zhang Hao, if you ask me, you should beat Fang Ping up. It's not worth it if you get angry and hurt your body. The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. He turned his head and said sheepishly, I was just joking. How could I? We're good brothers. How could I do something like that? Although he said that, Zhang Hao's face was full of bitterness. Forget beating someone up. If Fang Ping really passed the martial sciences exams one day, would he be beaten up by a martial artist? Fang Ping could not be bothered to argue. He chuckled. Don't listen to Wu Zhihao. I don't have 113 calories. At most, around 115 calories. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. This guy was provoking him on purpose. Zhang Hao sighed. He did not take Fang Ping's words seriously. He asked curiously, Fang Ping, do you have any tricks to train your vitality? Nonsense. If I had tricks like that, I would have become a martial artist a long time ago. Fang Ping dared not admit it. He waved his hand and said, if there really were tricks, martial artists would have crowded the streets. We wouldn't even have a chance to take the exam. That's true. Zhang Hao sighed again. He said bitterly, right now, Old Wu, you, Yang Jian, and Lu Ruoqi are the four of you in our class. There's a 99% chance that we'll be the tag-along. 3 of us used to be enough. Now that you're here too, God, please kill me. Wu Zhihao, who had been pretending to read, raised his head and said, it's hard. Everyone's vitality this year is higher than last year's. I'm not so sure now. In our class, including Fang Ping, there are 4 of us with vitality above 110 calories. As far as I know, the other normal classes have more than 60 students with vitality above 110 calories. There are even more in the elite classes. Don't be fooled by the small number of students with vitality above 110 calories. There are at least 40 of them. In number 1 high school alone, there are 100 students with vitality above 110 calories. And this is only our school. Although the other schools in Sun City can't compare to us, they're doing well this year. Even if we add them together, they're about the same as number 1 high school. In Sun City alone, there are 200 students with vitality above 110 calories. Wu Zhihao said helplessly, last year, there were 9 martial science students in Sun City. If it's the same this year, it'll be at least 20 to 1. A martial science student sitting on the other side of him shook his head and said, Zhihao, you're already at 115 calories. Almost no one in the normal classes has a higher vitality than you. It's the same in the other schools. I can believe it if others say they're stressed, but what's there to be stressed about? Although Wu Zhihao was only a normal class student, his 115 calories vitality was the best among all the normal classes. If they followed the previous year's ratio and 2 students from the normal classes were admitted, Wu Zhihao had a high chance of success. As they chatted, they did not pay all of their attention to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was happy to hear that. Listening to their discussion, he also learned a lot of gossip. There were more than 200 students with vitality above 110 calories in Sun City this year. Of course, vitality was not the only factor. There would always be people who could not pass the later stages. Once the physical assessment was over, the martial science schools would publicize the minimum vitality standard based on the feedback. This was not the standard for enrollment, but the standard for entering the 3rd stage. The universities did this so that the students who did not meet the standard could save more time for the cultural studies exam. Otherwise, they would be held up later. In other words, those whose vitality did not meet the standard would be eliminated at the end of the 2nd stage. The standard for this year's entry was likely to be 110 calories. This was only the standard for the 3rd stage. Even so, half of the students in the class could not pass the martial science exam. At that moment, even Zhang Hao, who had been making a lot of noise, was silent. Students who had been preparing for the exam for so many years could not even pass the 3rd stage. To them, this was a heavy blow. Every year, many martial science students would end up doing badly in the social sciences exam because of this mentality. They would end up in a normal university, one step from heaven to hell. They did not speak, and Fang Ping did not interrupt. He thought to himself, it seems like 110 calories is not safe. There were so many in Sun City alone. Who knew if Wu Zhihao's information was accurate? If there were more, they would not even pass the 3rd stage. How miserable would that be? It seemed like he had to increase his vitality as soon as possible. As everyone quietened down, the school classes began. Fang Ping was the same as usual. Sometimes he looked at cultural studies, and sometimes he looked at the materials for the general studies exam. No one disturbed him, except for Yang Jian in the front row and Zhang Hao, who chatted with him from time to time. His deskmate, Chen Fan, was probably stimulated. He did his questions even more seriously. Other than going to the toilet in the morning, he was buried in his questions the whole time. After the morning classes, Fang Ping was about to go eat, but Wu Zhihao told him to go to the monitor's office. Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, the unfamiliar Lu Ruoqi, and Fang Ping were waiting outside the classroom. There were 4 of them. Wu Zhihao explained as he walked, the teacher said that if Senior Tianwan comes to our school, the school will arrange for someone to pick him up, and the teacher will try his best to fight for us. Although picking him up doesn't mean that there will be any benefits, we can interact with him in advance. When there are fewer people, Senior Wang might say something useful. You know, the 3rd stage of the martial science exam in Sun City is jointly organized by a few martial arts schools in Nanjiang and the Department of Education. Senior Wang might know something. The content of the exam is sometimes different every year, Wu Zhihao explained for a while. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, but it's not our place to pick him up, is it? There were many classes in number 1 high school, and there were 2 elite classes. There was nothing special about year 3, 4. Wu Zhihao chuckled when he heard that. Have you forgotten who our monitor is? The Dean of Academic Affairs is a student of our class. This is nothing. Now that he said that, Fang Ping remembered. His class's homeroom teacher was one of the oldest in the school. The Dean of Academic Affairs was a student of Fang Ping's, but not in high school. Lu Anhui used to teach in middle school. Teaching in high school was something that had happened many years later. However, it was also because of this that Lu Anhui's future was not as promising as those teachers who had started teaching in high school, even though he had been teaching for a long time. Even his student had become the Dean of Academic Affairs, but Lu Anhui was still a normal homeroom teacher in year 3. Fang Ping understood what Wu Zhihao meant. He also knew why Wu Zhihao had asked them to go to the office. However, looking at the people around him, Fang Ping still felt a little emotional. He did not know that he was among them because Wu Zhihao had found out about the test yesterday. It was also because his family was poor, so Wu Zhihao had taken care of him. It was not Fang Ping's first time hearing Wang Jinyang's name. Yang Jian had been talking about him since the first day he woke up. After that, Chen Fan, Wu Zhihao, and the homeroom teacher had all talked about him. In short, Fang Ping did not know Wang Jinyang, but it was not an exaggeration to say that his name was well known. A student from a normal class who had been admitted to a martial arts university despite his mediocre grades was definitely a celebrity in the small Sun City. Wang Jinyang's reputation had even overshadowed the other students who had been admitted to martial arts universities in the past year. Fang Ping was still thinking about the homeroom teacher's words when he walked out of the office. The homeroom teacher had taken extra care of him. According to Luangwa, the others were fine. They had been preparing for the martial sciences exams for a long time and knew everything they needed to know. Fang Ping was different. He had applied too suddenly. If Luangwa did not have high hopes for him yesterday, he felt that he might be able to create a miracle like Wang Jinyang after learning about last night's test. Coincidentally, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang had many similarities. Wang Jinyang was not one of the top students in his class, and he came from an average family. His decision to register for the martial sciences was not as sudden as Fang Ping's, but on the eve of the Gaokao, no one thought he would pass. Luangwa felt that if Fang Ping went, he might have something in common with the other party and might even gain something from it. That was why Fang Ping's name was on the list. In the corridor outside the office, Wu Zhihao beamed with joy. I didn't expect the homeroom teacher to be so helpful. We're the only ones in charge this time. That was right. Only 4 people from grade 12, 4, were in charge. Of course, the school had arranged for a car and a driver. It was not that the teachers were arrogant. Wang Jinyang had entered a martial arts university and would definitely be more successful than them after he graduated. Many teachers were eager to get close to him. However, when Wang Jinyang had spoken to the school, he had said that it would not be too troublesome and that he could just come to school directly. Eventually, he could not resist the school's enthusiasm, so he simply said that it would be a few juniors, and that there was no need to trouble the teachers. Although it might have been polite, the school still decided to only send students to avoid awkwardness. Luangwa had made up his mind this time. Wu Zhihao had a high chance of passing the martial sciences exams, so Luangwa had only wanted Wu Zhihao to interact with him. Later, when he found out about Fang Ping, he wanted to fight for Fang Ping. Since the two of them were going, Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi's performances were not bad either. He might as well go together. Therefore, old Lu blocked the door of the dean of students' office early in the morning. He would not leave until he agreed. Now that the principal was not in the school, many things were handled by the dean of students. Being blocked by his own teacher, the dean of students had no choice but to agree with a bitter smile. In any case, it was just picking someone up. It could be considered as running errands. Some of the students in the top class were not willing to do it. In the end, the task of picking them up fell on class 4. As Wu Zhihao spoke, he said to Fang Ping and the others, "You don't have to attend tomorrow morning's classes. We'll gather at the school gate before 9 o'clock and take the school bus to the station. We will also be accompanying senior brother Wang for lunch. In the afternoon, we'll accompany senior brother Wang to school, and the mission will be completed." Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi both nodded. Fang Ping asked curiously, "What rank is senior Wang at?" This question caught Wu Zhihao off guard. After a while, he said helplessly, "I don't know." Relatively speaking, martial arts universities are much more mysterious than other social sciences universities. Many things are not spread around. We don't know what rank senior Wang is at either. However, senior Wang is only a freshman. Nanjiang Martial Arts University is not bad in Nanjiang, but it's only average among the martial arts universities in the country. As for his exact rank, I'm guessing it should be around rank 1 or 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruoqi, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly said, "Rank 1 or 2? Do you really think that all martial arts university students are martial artists?" That was all she said, and then she left. After she left, Fang Ping said thoughtfully, "From what she said, not all martial arts university students are martial artists?" Wu Zhihao smiled bitterly. "I think so. I'm not sure about the specifics. I heard that some martial arts university students didn't become martial artists even after they graduated. However, this kind of thing is a little far away from us. We don't know what the situation is like." Fang Ping nodded slightly. It turned out that entering a martial arts university did not necessarily mean one would become a martial artist. No wonder martial artists were so highly respected. As for whether Wang Jinyang was a martial artist, it was hard to tell. No matter what, this was the first person Fang Ping was going to meet who was truly related to martial artists. He had always heard legends about martial artists, but not many people in number 1 high school had come into contact with real martial artists. For a moment, Fang Ping was looking forward to it. After lunch and photocopying Wu Zhihao's notes, Fang Ping used up the $50 he had on hand once again. Without money, he was too embarrassed to treat Wu Zhihao to a meal. Of course, Wu Zhihao did not care too much about it, but Fang Ping remembered the favor. He had only been reborn for a few days, but he had already owed a lot of favors, from the homeroom teacher and Wu Zhihao. Sometimes, favors were harder to repay than money. He pushed these matters aside and continued reading and revising in the afternoon. At night, when Fang Ping returned, his sister and mother were at home. His father, Fang Mingrong, was not home yet. As usual, Fang Ping was not used to not pinching Fang Yuan's cheeks when he got home. As a result, the siblings started fighting again. Li Yueying, who was preparing dinner, did not know whether to laugh or cry. These two kids never had a moment of peace when they were together. When the siblings were tired of fighting, Fang Mingrong had also arrived home. As soon as he entered, Fang Mingrong asked, "Did you get the money?" Li Yueying nodded. Fang Mingrong turned to Fang Ping and said, "Ask your mom to give you 20,000 later. Remember to thank that classmate of yours and his parents. I won't be visiting them this time, but I'll treat them to a meal after Gaokao." Fang Mingrong went to the factory and asked the workshop director about it. The blood and qi replenishing pill cost 30,000 bucks each, and the pharmacy did not bargain. When Fang Mingrong asked if he could buy it for 20,000, he was almost spat to death by the director's spit. It was not a secret that he could buy it, but who did Fang Mingrong think he was? Even the director could not find a way to buy cheap medicine for his son's Gaokao last year, much less Fang Mingrong. Now, Fang Mingrong had given up on the idea of owing Fang Ping favors. His family was not doing well. Even if Fang Ping managed to become a martial artist, he would still need money in the future. If he failed, he would have to save even more money. 10,000 was not a small sum. He would save as much as he could. If he owed favors, so be it. Fang Ping felt much more at ease after his father agreed. With money, a lot of things would be easier to do. He had been busy for the past few days. Even if he wanted to earn some money, he did not have the time. To ensure that he could pass the martial sciences exam, he had no choice but to get some money from his parents. After dinner, Li Yueying went into the room to get the money for Fang Ping. When the 20,000 bucks was in Fang Ping's hands, his vision blurred, and the numbers appeared again. Wealth, 20,000 vitality, 1. 1 mentality, 1 Fang Ping exhaled. It seemed like his guess was right. Only the money his parents gave him could turn into wealth. Fang Ping could not help but laugh at himself. He seemed to be better than a money detector. He could tell at a glance if there was money missing or fake. He did not even need to count it. If it was not for the fact that his money was only useful for him, he could probably become a national champion even if he could not pass the martial sciences exam and become a martial artist in the future. Casting these messy thoughts aside, Fang Ping bade farewell to his parents and locked himself in a small room. In the room, Fang Ping was slightly hesitant as he stared at the interface. Should he increase his vitality or mentality? He now knew the function of vitality. What was the use of increasing his mentality, or could it improve his memory and comprehension? As he had guessed, even though he was not sure, Fang Ping quickly made up his mind to try increasing it. He had 20,000 wealth points anyway. If increasing mentality did not have any effect, he could use the remaining 10,000 wealth points to increase his vitality. His vitality did not need to be too high either. The best in number 1 high school now had a little more than 120 calories. It might not be a good thing if Fang Ping's vitality went above 130 calories. After making up his mind, Fang Ping said softly, "Increase my mentality, or I'll beat you to death." The numbers did not change. Fang Ping felt awkward for a moment. Did this thing work or not? Did it not work the last time? After experimenting a few times, Fang Ping finally figured out that it had nothing to do with his unreliable incantation. As long as he focused and thought about it, the numbers would change. After wasting a lot of time, Fang Ping finally increased his mentality. Soon, the numbers in front of him changed. Wealth, 10,000 vitality, 1. 1 mentality, 1. 1. The moment his mentality increased, Fang Ping felt a sudden coolness in his head. It was as if a girl's soft hand was caressing his head. It was extremely comfortable. Phew, after a long time, Fang Ping woke up and exhaled. He felt refreshed, and the fatigue of the day disappeared. He was not in a hurry to increase his vitality. Instead, he picked up his textbook and started reading. More than 10 minutes later, Fang Ping closed his textbook and recalled what he had just read. His brows furrowed slightly. He did not have a photographic memory like he had imagined, but there were some effects. His memory did seem to be slightly better than before, though the effect was not too obvious. Fang Ping did not know if he was comforting himself or if that was the truth. However, he guessed that it might have something to do with his mentality not increasing by much. It was similar to the increase in vitality. Although his vitality had reached 110 calories, Fang Ping had not become Superman. Even if he were to fight Yang Jian one-on-one now, he would definitely be beaten senseless. Vitality and mentality were only modifications to the body. He still needed to use them and train them. After understanding these principles, Fang Ping was no longer in a hurry. It was fine as long as they were useful. Next, he would think of a way to increase these two numbers. An increase of 0. 1 was not obvious, but what about an increase of double? April 9th, Wednesday. When Fang Ping arrived at the entrance of number 1 high school, Wu Zhihao and Lu Ruoqi were already there. Yang Jian was not there yet. A middle-aged man stood beside them, and a 7-seater MPV was parked next to them. Seeing Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao quickly introduced, "Fang Ping, this is Master Zhang from the school. Master Zhang will be in charge of picking them up today." The middle-aged man was the driver arranged by the school. Fang Ping greeted him, and he nodded back politely. After a few simple greetings, Wu Zhihao glanced at Fang Ping and said with some surprise, "Fang Ping, you look like you're in good spirits. I thought you were like me, too excited to sleep well last night." Today, Fang Ping seemed to be full of energy. Even his eyes seemed to be shining. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. "Am I? Maybe I'm in good spirits after a happy event, so I woke up late today." Wu Zhihao did not pay much attention to him, and continued to talk about the arrangements for picking them up later. After a while, Yang Jian arrived. This guy was too excited to sleep well last night, so he woke up late. Without wasting any time, they boarded the car and drove to the train station. Sun City train station. After leaving the driver outside the station, Fang Ping and the others entered the station and waited for Wang Jinyang. There was still some time before the train arrived. They stood at the exit and chatted. After a while, Fang Ping took the initiative to ask, "We're all fighting to become martial artists. Until now, I've never seen a real martial artist. I've read some information about the martial sciences exams, including the ones I've looked up online before, but none of them mentioned how to become a real martial artist. Wu Zhihao, do you know anything about this?" Wu Zhihao thought for a moment before saying, "You didn't pay much attention to this before, so you probably don't know much about it. For high school students, our main task is to pass the martial sciences exams. Becoming a martial artist is a matter for university. As for how to become a real martial artist, there's definitely no information on the internet. From what I know, to become a martial artist, one has to have a martial artist elder in their family. Or, one has to go to a martial arts training class." Wu Zhihao added, "Not the martial arts training class in Sun City, but a real, licensed martial arts training class. There are no such classes in Sun City. According to the law, those who offer martial arts classes have to be at least middle-ranked martial artists. There aren't many martial arts classes like this in the entire Nanjiang province, let alone Yang City. The third and most important way is to get into a martial arts university." Wu Zhihao continued. "Apart from these 3 methods, I don't know if there are any other methods. None of these 3 paths have anything to do with us. At the very least, we have no hope of becoming martial artists before the Gaokao before we get into a martial arts university. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, how many martial artists do you think will emerge from this year's Gaokao candidates? Before Wu Zhihao could speak, Yang Jian chuckled and continued, there's no hope for Sun City. It's not just Sun City. I'm afraid even auspicious Sun City, which we belong to, has no hope for martial artists to take the exam. In the entire Nanjiang province, there were only 3 people who became official martial artists before the college entrance examination last year. It would probably be the same this year. These people are the true proud sons of heaven. Yang Jian was a little envious. Becoming an official martial artist without going to university was something they did not even dare to think about. Fang Ping wanted to ask a few more questions, but someone beside him suddenly chimed in with a laugh. Don't underestimate yourself. It's true that high school students who become martial artists are geniuses, but everyone's starting point is different. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone looked up. The person who spoke was a young man about their age. He was dressed casually and had both hands in his trouser pockets. There was nothing too special about him. He had a crew cut and looked ordinary, but his eyes were bright. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the young man smiled and said, "You're students from number 1 high school, right?" As soon as he said that, Wu Zhihao asked hurriedly, "Your brother Wang?" Wang Jinyang smiled and shook his head. "Don't use honorifics. You can call me by my name or brother Wang. We're all of the same age. I'm just a step ahead." His words admitted that he was Wang Jinyang, the person everyone had been waiting for. Wang Jinyang was only 1 year older than the rest of them. Wu Zhihao actually knew those from the top class last year. However, he did not know Wang Jinyang at all. He had only seen his picture on the school's honor roll. Wu Zhihao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He quickly said, "Hello, brother Wang. We're year 3 students from number 1 high school." Wu Zhihao introduced them quickly. Wang Jinyang did not show any impatience. After getting to know everyone, he continued the previous topic. "I'm sure everyone knows what I mean when I say the starting line is different. These students who become martial artists in high school all come from well-to-do families without exception. Their parents are martial artists, or their families have powerhouses supporting them. I'm talking about powerhouses, at least rank 4 and above. Those of us from the grassroots who can pass the martial sciences exams are no worse than them. Admit that they have talent and strength, but don't deny yourself or think that you're worse than anyone else. If you can't even do this, it'll be hard for you to walk down the road in the future." This was probably a statement from experience. Everyone quickly thanked him. Fang Ping had been paying attention to Wang Jinyang. He found that he was talkative and had a good personality. He let out a sigh of relief. The group chatted as they walked out of the train station. Wang Jinyang asked a few questions. When he found out that they were all students with vitality above 110 calories, he could not help but exclaim, "Each batch is stronger than the last." Last year, in our batch, 110 calories vitality wasn't common. Since he took the initiative to bring up the topic, Wu Zhihao went with the flow and asked immediately, "Brother Wang, what do you think the standard for Nanjiang Martial Arts University's recruitment this year is around?" Wang Jinyang smiled. This was probably the question that all the senior 3 martial sciences students were concerned about. It was not surprising. He had been the same last year. After some thought, Wang Jinyang said, "The standard changes based on the situation in the past. Last year, everyone's vitality wasn't as high as this year's. It's fine in Sun City, but in Provincial City, Nanjiang Martial Arts University affiliated high school did a test. I heard that there were many students with vitality above 120 calories. If nothing goes wrong, the minimum standard for this year's physical assessment will be 110 calories. For admission, it's best to keep it above 115 calories." Wu Zhihao's face lit up when he said that, while Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi's expressions dimmed. Wang Jinyang did not continue to discourage them. He chuckled and said, "Of course, it's not always the case. All of you are above 110 calories now. You still have a chance to improve before the physical assessment. Why is the martial sciences exam so close to the cultural studies Gaokao every year? Because everyone is growing and improving every day. To give everyone a fair chance to compete, the martial sciences exam is delayed until the day before the Gaokao. If you're at 110 calories today, you might be at 111 calories tomorrow. It's highly possible. Everyone nodded again, accepting his consolation. After exiting the train station, Wang Jinyang was not in a hurry to board the train. He looked at the surroundings outside the station and said emotionally, "In high school, the only thought I had was to pass the martial sciences exam. I gave up too many things to pass the exam. But after I passed and learned about things I didn't know before, I realized how rare it is to live a carefree life like this." Wang Jinyang was only a freshman, 1 year ahead of everyone else. The university students from his past life would not have felt this way. However, the martial sciences students in this life were deeply touched. In high school, they fought hard to pass the martial sciences exam. After passing the martial sciences exam, they started to fight to become martial artists. After becoming martial artists, they had to continue to fight to become stronger. It was easier for those from wealthy families. Wang Jinyang, who came from an average family, had to suffer more than anyone could imagine. After lamenting, Wang Jinyang smiled and said, "I'm not taking the train anymore. My body is getting stiff. If you guys aren't busy, why don't you accompany me for a walk?" Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. They were fighting to entertain Wang Jinyang because they wanted to interact more with him and learn more about him. Wang Jinyang had been a high school student last year too. He knew what these people were thinking, so he said that as an extra favor. Wu Zhihao trotted to the business car, told the driver, "Master Zhang," and then ran back quickly. After walking along the street outside the train station, Wang Jinyang smiled and said, "Let's find a place to sit. We'll be going to number 1 high school in the afternoon anyway, so there's no hurry." No one would refuse such an offer. Wu Zhihao led the way to a drink shop in front. Fang Ping saw that Wang Jinyang was easy to talk to, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Wang, if you don't mind, can I ask what your martial arts rank is now?" There was no martial science student who would not be interested in this. Even Wu Zhihao, who was leading the way, could not help but turn to look at Wang Jinyang. They were all too interested in this legendary senior. Wang Jinyang was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "There are some things you're better off not knowing. Knowing might not be a good thing. I won't say it myself. If you get into Nanjiang Martial Arts University, you'll know. But I can gossip about other people." Wang Jinyang's expression was slightly mischievous. "You know Li Yuanjiang, right?" Wu Zhihao said immediately, "I do. The senior from the top class last year got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University too." Wang Jinyang grinned. "It's good that you know. I don't have any qualms about gossiping about this kid. This guy can't blame me for embarrassing him in front of his juniors. He was the most arrogant among those in the top class. We're all students, but he had to mock me for no reason. Don't you think he has nothing better to do? We got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University together, but that guy said it was embarrassing to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University with me. Motherf asterisk Ker, this kind of person needs to be taught a lesson." Wu Zhihao and the others were dumbfounded by Wang Jinyang's words. Senior Wang, who seemed gentle just now, did not seem to be as gentle as they had imagined. Wang Jinyang did not care what the others thought. He smiled mischievously again. "Li Yuanjiang and I got into Martial Arts University at the same time. His freshman year is almost over, but that guy hasn't become a martial artist yet. Looking at the situation, it's hard to say if he can become a martial artist in his sophomore year. He might have a chance in his junior year." Fang Ping understood the hidden meaning of his words. Wang Jinyang was already a real martial artist. As for his rank, Fang Ping was even a little suspicious. It might not be as simple as rank 1. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned himself. Compared to Li Yuanjiang, who had also gotten into Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Wang Jinyang should not be too bad even in Nanjiang Martial Arts University. For a moment, even Fang Ping was interested in this legendary senior. Of course, it was not that kind of interest. While Wang Jinyang was speaking, they arrived at the beverage shop. Wu Zhihao went to the counter to order something. No one fought over it since the school would reimburse them. The others found a place with fewer people and sat down, continuing to listen to Wang Jinyang. Martial artists are still a little far away from you. There's no point in talking about it now. The martial sciences exam is still the most important thing. The martial sciences exam is said to be a challenge, but it's not that scary. Among the 5 exams, there's no need to mention the political background exam, but the general studies and cultural studies all depend on how diligent you are. The key lies in the physical assessment and practical tests. Wu Zhihao, who had just returned to his seat, said immediately, "Brother Wang is right. These 2 exams have the highest elimination rate every year." Wang Jinyang smiled. "All of you have more than 110 calories vitality. It's not hard to pass the physical assessment, but how do you pass the admission line? To all of you, the difference in vitality isn't that big. Preparing a good medicine before the exam, like a vitality pill, can change many people's lives. Of course, if the vitality pill isn't enough, I'll teach you a little trick." It was a little trick to Wang Jinyang, but to Wu Zhihao and the others, even a little trick was extremely important to a true martial artist. They were excited, but they did not dare to speak. They all listened attentively. The outburst of vitality isn't just about vitality. There's also the state. The physical state, the state of your vitality, and the state of your emotions. Before the physical assessment, just do some warm-up exercises. Don't overexert your body, and keep your vitality at its peak. Don't think about extra training on the last day. In terms of emotions, it's very difficult to learn how to maximize your emotions. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, when these emotions are at their peak, will cause your vitality to boil, and your vitality test results will usually be higher than usual. However, you haven't experienced many things, so it's very difficult to maximize your emotions. Maximize my emotions? Seeing that they were deep in thought, Wang Jinyang suddenly smiled. Actually, I have a way to help you maximize your emotions. Everyone was delighted, but Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. He did not really care about it. He could increase his vitality quickly anyway. When Wang Jinyang said that, his expression was not much different from when he teased Li Yuanjiang. Fang Ping felt that it was not a good thing. As expected, Wang Jinyang grinned. Some emotions are hard to manipulate, but anger is easy. Now, I'll step on your faces and spit a few times. You can imagine the humiliation you'll suffer during the physical assessment. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Zhihao and the others almost choked to death. Why does this legendary senior feel so unreliable? Ha ha ha, Wang Jinyang laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, he said, "Although I was joking, you guys can give it a try." Happiness, sadness, and happiness are all emotions that are hard to achieve to the extreme. Anger is the easiest, and it's not surprising for your vitality to increase by 1 or 2 cal under the influence of anger. Wu Zhihao and the others kept these words in mind. If he could really increase it by 1 or 2 cal, perhaps, it would not be impossible to be trampled on. Seeing that they were tempted, Fang Ping could not help but shudder. Were these guys looking for trouble? Needless to say, the possibility was as high as 99%. For the sake of passing the martial sciences exams, a little humiliation was nothing. Wang Jinyang didn't care if they would try or not. He continued, "After passing the physical assessment, the practical test isn't too difficult. It was nothing more than a test of explosive power, endurance, and flexibility. All of these had a lot to do with one's vitality. The higher one's vitality, the higher their chances of passing. Of course, this doesn't exclude some useless people who grew up in a medicine jar. They can't do anything but have vitality. Those people deserve to be eliminated. You can't even kill a chicken if you're given it, and you want to kill someone? Killing someone is much harder than killing a chicken. Killing someone?" Fang Ping's gaze sharpened. Wang Jinyang's emotions didn't fluctuate much when he talked about killing someone, as if he had really killed someone before. However, in this era, even martial artists were bound by the law. There was no chance for them to kill someone, right? Besides, the other party was just a freshman. As if noticing Fang Ping's gaze, Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. "You'll understand some things when the time comes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you pass the martial sciences exams and become a martial artist. Everyone is pursuing martial arts. Everyone wants to be a martial artist, but how many normal people really understand what it means to be a martial artist? All these years, many people have been dissatisfied. Why are they so biased toward martial artists? When powerhouses start companies, they can pay little tax, or even no tax at all. When powerhouses become officials, it doesn't matter much even if they do poorly in government affairs. Powerhouses have many privileges, so many that many people are jealous and dissatisfied. So what? In this world, you have to work hard to get something in return. Nothing can be obtained without a reason. They feel that it's unfair, but they don't know that powerhouses feel that it's unfair too. Wang Jinyang stopped suddenly and resumed his smile. I've said too much. After returning to Sun City, I've realized that I've become more sentimental. Wu Zhihao and the others did not pay much attention to it. After all, martial artists enjoyed special privileges. To them, it was only natural. However, Fang Ping took it to heart. He had some doubts before. Even if a martial artist could fight 100 people alone, there were so many normal people. Was there a need to be so obsessed with martial artists? In the era of firearms, one normal person might not be enough, but if there were 100 or 1,000 of them armed with guns, could grandmasters avoid them? Listening to Wang Jinyang now, it seemed like there was more to it. It was a pity that Wang Jinyang did not want to say more, and Fang Ping did not press him. It seemed that he could only find out after he became a martial artist. As they chatted, Wang Jinyang's phone rang in his pocket. After answering the call, Wang Jinyang did not avoid the others and gave a few simple replies. Finally, he said, I'll go to number 1 high school in the afternoon. I'll go there at night. After saying that, Wang Jinyang hung up and did not explain anything to them. They did not pay much attention to it. After chatting for a while, they left the beverage shop. Originally, the school had arranged for them to treat Wang Jinyang for lunch, but Wang Jinyang was also from Sun City. His home was in Sun City, so he decided to go home after leaving the beverage shop. Fang Ping and the others did not want to follow him anymore, so they arranged to pick him up in the afternoon. With that, their task of receiving guests was completed. As soon as Wang Jinyang left, Wu Zhihao beamed with joy. We've learned a lot. Other things aside, just the fact that they could arouse their emotions was something that they did not know. During the practical assessment, Wang Jinyang also taught them some small tricks. Wu Zhihao already had hopes of passing the martial sciences exam, and now he was even more confident. Even Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi felt that they had learned a lot and could try for Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Other than that, Wang Jinyang also revealed another piece of news. Nanjiang's Governor-General Zhang was indeed trying to break through to rank 7 Grandmaster. The reason why he said this was mainly to suggest that everyone apply for Nanjiang Martial Arts University this year. Governor-General Zhang graduated from Nanjiang Martial Arts University, which was also the only full-time martial arts school in Nanjiang province. There were 2 other schools in Nanjiang that accepted both civil and martial arts, and they were even more famous than Nanjiang Martial Arts University. However, Governor-General Zhang graduated from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Once he broke through to Grandmaster this year, he would definitely fight for more martial arts resources for Nanjiang. When that time came, the province would definitely favor him when he entered Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang was very sure of this. Therefore, at this time, the few of them set their sights on Nanjiang Martial Arts University. After Wang Jinyang left, the few of them arranged to pick him up together in the afternoon. After that, they went their separate ways and returned home. On the other side, Wang Jinyang was about to go home when his phone rang again. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly and answered the call. Didn't you say you're going over tonight? Is there anything else? A respectful middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we just received a tip that the suspect has entered White Mountains. White Mountains run through 2 provinces. If he escapes, Wang Jinyang frowned slightly and said unhappily, didn't we agree before that he would stay where he is and wait for me to arrive before taking action? Now that he's escaped, could it be that you guys alerted him? The other side was silent for a while. Wang Jinyang had clearly hit the nail on the head. Wang Jinyang was a little unhappy. He exhaled softly and said after a while, originally it was 300,000. Now it's 500,000, dead or alive. I'll have someone send the information to my house later. You don't have to worry about anything else. Mr. Wang, is 500,000, then let your director do it himself. Isn't he a graduate of Nanjiang Martial Arts University? He graduated 20 years ago and is a rank 2 martial artist. Can he still fight? 500,000. Otherwise, you can find someone else. Wang Jinyang's tone was extremely blunt. He huffed and said, why don't you go to auspicious Sun City or the province? If it weren't for the fact that I need a lot of resources for my breakthrough and my home is in Sun City, I wouldn't have accepted this mission. The other side hesitated for a while before saying, we agree to the terms, but the person must be arrested and brought to justice. Also, Sun City will complete the mission independently. Wang Jinyang said mildly, of course, I'm doing this for the money. I came back to Sun City this time to guide the juniors of No. 1 high school in the martial sciences exam. Alright, we'll send the information to you soon. I hope you can solve it as soon as possible. Don't worry. After a few more words, Wang Jinyang hung up. He rubbed his temples and sighed softly. I hope he didn't go far. Otherwise, why would there be so many suckers? When he thought about the resources needed for his breakthrough, Wang Jinyang felt his head swell. The school would provide half and he would have to raise the other half himself. If it were any other student from a wealthy family, he would not have to worry about this. However, for him, he could only rely on himself. When he thought about the few students from No. 1 high school, Wang Jinyang shook his head. Everyone wanted to be a martial artist, but who knew the hardships of being a martial artist? To him, those students, even Wu Zhihao, came from ordinary families. When they got into a martial arts university, these fellows would probably know what despair was. Li Yuanjiang's inability to become a martial artist was not due to his lack of talent. He snorted. He did not know who he was laughing at, or if he was laughing at himself. Wang Jinyang put both hands in his trouser pockets and walked slowly toward his neighborhood. After saying goodbye to Wu Zhihao and the others, he did not have to attend classes in the morning. Seeing that it was still early, Fang Ping was not in the mood to go to school. He strolled toward Lakeview Gardens. As he walked, Fang Ping thought about Wang Jinyang's words. Although Fang Ping was listening to the little tricks that Wu Zhihao and the others were concerned about, he did not pay much attention to them. His focus was on other things. Wang Jinyang was only a freshman, but he was obviously more mature than a Year 3 student. From some of his casual words, he could tell that being a martial artist might not be as perfect as he had imagined. In modern society, martial artists seemed to mix with normal people, but that was not necessarily the case. They had their own world, and there were many things that normal people would not understand. Although information spread quickly on the internet, one should not forget that in this country, no matter how lax the internet was, it was only because the government made it so. Information that they did not want normal people to know would never appear on the internet. Martial artists, Fang Ping mumbled, how big of a difference is there between a martial artist and a normal person? Is it just a difference in strength? A few days ago, Fang Ping had not been in the mood to think about these things. However, after meeting a true martial artist like Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping could not help but think more. My level is still too low, Fang Ping shook his head. Due to the difference in social status, he knew very little information. Just as Wang Jinyang had said, it was better not to know some things. When he became a martial artist, he would slowly understand these things that he did not understand. There was no need to rush. After walking for a while, Fang Ping thought about it and decided to convert his remaining 10,000 wealth points. This year's exam was obviously much harder than last year's. Wu Zhihao had 115 calories vitality, prepared vitality pills, and learned the technique of emotional outburst. Even so, he was not very confident. It was obvious that the competition this year would be intense. His vitality was only 110 calories now. If he did not increase it, he would be in trouble if this unreliable system malfunctioned. After making up his mind, Fang Ping focused on increasing his vitality. Soon, the data in his vision changed: wealth, 0 vitality, 1. 2 mentality, 1. 1. Just as Fang Ping was ready to welcome the comfort of his first vitality increase, he suddenly let out a low cry of pain. His exposed arms, neck, and the back of his hands, the veins in these places were clearly protruding, making them look exceptionally frightening. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and leaned against the wall of the shop beside the street. He clenched his fists tightly and endured the pain so that he did not scream. After some time, Fang Ping's face was covered in sweat. Who? He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Very quickly, he cursed under his breath, F***ck, are you trying to trick me? The first time was so cool, but this time, he almost rolled on the ground in pain. The moment his vitality increased, he thought his blood vessels were going to burst. Fortunately, he left as quickly as he had come. If he had waited any longer, he was not sure if he would have rolled all over the street. Fang Ping felt a lingering fear in his heart. He touched his arm and frowned. Can't my physique keep up? It was his first time increasing his vitality, so he didn't pay much attention to it. This time, however, he could clearly feel that his blood vessels were too fragile. They almost burst when he was trying to increase his vitality. This was only the second time he had leveled up. Fang Ping suspected that if he did it again, he might really turn into a human-shaped fountain, spurting out red blood. Only a strong physique can support an increase in vitality. Looks like I'll have to put physical training on the agenda. His already busy schedule had now become even more burdensome. Still, it was necessary to improve his physique. Even if it was not to increase his vitality, he still needed a good physique for the actual test. At this moment, Fang Ping was not much different from what Wang Jinyang had described as those useless people who grew up in medicine jars. When he thought of this, Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Others worried that their vitality would not be able to increase, but he worried that his body would not be able to withstand the increase. Fang Ping glanced at the data in front of him again. Was his vitality 120 calories now? He did not think of going to Wu Zhihao's house to test again. It had only been a day. If he went to test today and his vitality reached 125 calories, Wu Zhihao would jump off a building. Of course, it was more likely that he would drag Fang Ping down with him. At 2 p.m. sharp, everyone gathered at the school gate again. They got into a car and went to Wang Jinyang's house to pick him up. Wang Jinyang's neighborhood was average. At most, it was slightly better than Fang Ping's Lakeview Gardens neighborhood. When the car arrived, Wang Jinyang was already waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood. Wang Jinyang, who had returned empty-handed in the morning, was now carrying a bulging backpack. No one knew what was in it. No one asked. It was not unusual to bring some local specialties back home. Wang Jinyang was about to get into the car with his backpack when he suddenly turned to look at Fang Ping beside him. His eyes showed a hint of suspicion, and he frowned slightly. Fang Ping, what did you do in the afternoon? Huh? Fang Ping was stunned. Then, he suddenly felt nervous. Could it be that martial artists could notice the increase in their vitality? As he expected, Wang Jinyang frowned and said, I understand what you're thinking. It's okay to do anything for the martial sciences exam. However, the body is the foundation. Some dangerous drugs must not be taken indiscriminately. If you're not careful, it could lead to a disaster. I don't know what drugs you took, but your vitality has increased a little too much. It's easy to cause problems. During this period of time, train more and let your vitality calm down. Within a week, don't take any other blood-enriching drugs. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He quickly said, got it. Thank you, Brother Wang. I didn't have any experience before, and this is my first time taking drugs. I felt my blood vessels were a little swollen before. So it's your first time? No wonder, Wang Jinyang murmured. As a martial artist, his senses were very sharp. In the morning, Fang Ping's vitality was obviously lower than Wu Zhihao's. Now, however, Fang Ping's vitality was even higher than Wu Zhihao's. He did not know what Fang Ping had taken, but the effects of the drug were shocking. It was very likely that it was some forbidden drug that overtaxed the body. However, he remembered that it was Fang Ping's first time taking drugs, so he did not know about them. Moreover, this was his first time taking drugs at this time, so his family must not be very well off. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang did not ask him what he had taken. He only reminded him again, when you buy drugs in the future, Before you understand the effects, you must go to a legal pharmacy. In society, some people prescribe drugs indiscriminately. When the effects of the drugs conflict, it's very harmful to the body. You won't be so lucky every time. Every year, there are many people who end up dying or getting crippled. However, this is your first time. You've had a good foundation before, so you've managed to hold on. You can't take luck for granted. Be careful next time. Okay, I'll be careful. Thank you, Brother Wang. You're welcome. Wang Jinyang's attitude improved slightly. He smiled and said, but you didn't lose out this time. When your vitality has calmed down, train your body, and there's hope for you to pass the martial sciences this year. The others had been listening to their conversation. At first, everyone could tell that Fang Ping had taken some blood-enriching medicine in the afternoon, which seemed to have harmed his body. They did not expect Wang Jinyang to say that Fang Ping had hope for passing the martial sciences. Even Wu Zhihao didn't receive such a comment from Wang Jinyang in the morning. Wu Zhihao could not help but be shocked when he heard this. Brother Wang, Fang Ping's vitality has improved a lot. Wang Jinyang chuckled. I don't have a vitality meter, so I can only tell a little. Even so, I can tell that this kid has improved a lot. Fang Ping smiled sheepishly. It's just so. I think it's about the same as before. Ha ha ha, Wang Jinyang laughed. He did not expose him, but he said to Wu Zhihao, don't learn from him. He doesn't know about these things, so it's a little risky this time. Medicine shouldn't be used indiscriminately, especially when it's not a regular medicine like the blood and chi replenishing pill. He's just lucky. If he was unlucky and his blood vessels burst, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ignorance is scary. Wang Jinyang shook his head. A student who knew about these things would not have done it. Wu Zhihao and the other two shrank back in fear when they heard about the consequences of their blood vessels bursting. Wu Zhihao asked in a low voice, Fang Ping, what medicine did you buy? Fang Ping said sheepishly, I did a test at your place yesterday. My dad gave me a lot of money to buy some supplements so that I can pass the martial sciences exam. After we parted ways this morning, I was on my way home. Someone on the street asked me if I needed supplements. They were cheap, so I bought one. Wu Zhihao's jaw dropped. He said in disbelief, are you crazy? You believe a scammer on the street? It's cheap. He said it's a blood and chi replenishing pill. It's only a few thousand. Didn't you say it was 30,000 for one yesterday? Are you stupid or is he stupid? He sold something worth 30,000 to you for a few thousand? Wu Zhihao was completely speechless. Yang Jian scratched his head and said in a daze, even I wouldn't dare to do that. Fang Ping, you're crazy. They had wanted to ask Fang Ping what medicine he had taken, but now they had lost all interest. If he had taken some unknown medicine, he would not even know how he died. Besides, the other party had lied to Fang Ping once. Who knew where he was now? High school students did not have the guts to gamble with their lives to increase their vitality unless they had no other choice. Ignorance is scary. That was probably the only thought in everyone's mind. If it were them, who would buy medicine on the street and eat it? Fang Ping saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to fool the other party. He did not expect Wang Jinyang to be able to sense all this. Now it seemed that martial artists were scarier than he had imagined, or that Wang Jinyang was much stronger than he had imagined. Still, it was not a bad thing to be exposed. Wu Zhihao and the others would not be too surprised during the physical assessment. There was another benefit. Perhaps Wang Jinyang thought that Fang Ping had a high chance of passing the martial sciences exam, so he gave Fang Ping a few more pointers on the way to school. Most of them were about physical training. He even said with a smile, I'm afraid there will be some surprises in number 1 high school this year. I hope you don't screw up on the other exams. Maybe we'll be schoolmates again in a few months. As they chatted, the car soon arrived at the entrance of number 1 Lieutenant Colonel. From afar, he could see many people standing outside the school gate. The one leading the group was the dean of number 1 middle school. The principal was not at school, and the dean personally led a group of people to welcome him at the school gate. This kind of treatment was no different from the leaders of the city. Wang Jinyang was only a year 1 student now. What the school really valued was his identity as a martial artist. Last year, the dean of students would not even look at Wang Jingyang in the eye. The difference of a single step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Wang Jingyang got out of the car and conversed with the university leaders while Fang Ping and the others walked over to Luanhua's side. Luanhua was also among the welcoming crowd. Other than these teachers, there were also some students. Fang Ping was not familiar with these students, but Wu Zhihao was. He explained in a low voice, most of them are students from the elite classes. There are also a few top students from the normal classes. Naturally, he was not talking about social sciences, but martial sciences. Those who could come here were also the martial science seeds of number 1 high school this year. If Fang Ping and the others were not in charge of receiving Wang Jinyang, no one other than Wu Zhihao would have been qualified to come. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Fang Ping clearly had the right to do so. Luanhua was not the leader of the school, so he did not interrupt when Wang Jinyang and the others were talking. Seeing that Fang Ping and the others had arrived, Luanhua asked in a low voice, "How was it? Did you find anything?" Wu Zhihao nodded, indicating that he had gained a lot. Then, with a hint of envy and jealousy, he said, "The one who gained the most is Fang Ping." Instructor, Fang Ping's vitality increased again. "I'm afraid it's even higher than mine now, how could this be?" Luanhua was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe it. Increasing one's vitality was not something that could be done overnight. Not to mention that Fang Ping's family background was average. It would not be easy for him to surpass Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao naturally understood the teacher's surprise and quickly explained in a low voice. Luanhua was speechless when he heard that Fang Ping was taking the pills recklessly. Were youngsters nowadays so unafraid of death? It was all in the past, though. Fang Ping had profited from his misfortune. Luanhua was still delighted. If that's the case, a miracle might happen in class 4 this year. There was hope for Wu Zhihao to pass the martial sciences exam. If Fang Ping joined the exam, 2 martial arts university students from a normal class, Luanhua was pleasantly surprised just thinking about it. Last year, Wang Jinyang and another student from the normal class were admitted to a martial arts university. Naturally, they were successful and famous. However, what Luanhua and the others envied were not these students, but the homeroom teachers of the 2 ordinary classes. Because there were martial science students in their class, and it was a normal class at that, these 2 homeroom teachers received more than 100,000 in bonuses last year alone. This was equivalent to 2 years of their salaries. In addition to money, there were other things, including opportunities for promotion, opportunities for excellence. If it was like this for 1 student, what about 2? Luanhua felt a little dizzy. Could it be that in the history of number 1 middle school, he was going to be the first teacher to cultivate 2 martial artists in an ordinary class? Also, Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi in the class might not necessarily be hopeless. Thinking about it, Luanhua was a little drunk. He was in his early 50s, but he couldn't help but grin like a fool. There were also other head teachers of other classes, including the 2 head teachers of the elite class. Someone saw Luanhua smile and couldn't help but sneer, "Old Lu, mind your image. The students are still here." Luanhua's face was full of pride. He subconsciously hid Wu Zhihao and the others behind him and said with a smile, "It's against the law for me to be happy?" "Old Lu, I heard that you're quite proud of yourself recently, saying to everyone you meet that you'll be the best teacher this year?" The person Luanhua called Old Lu was also an old teacher in his 50s, but he was much better off than Luanhua. He was the head teacher of the elite class. Hearing Luanhua's words, Old Lu laughed and said, "What? If it's not me, do you think it's old Zhang? Our class's Zhou Bin will definitely get into a martial arts university this year. If he's lucky, there's hope for Capital City Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University." These 2 martial arts universities were also the most famous martial arts universities in the country. MCMAU, Beijing City. Compared to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, these 2 famous schools were much harder to get into. Although Luanhua scoffed at Old Lu's bragging, he did not say anything. Zhou Bin had a 99% chance of getting into a martial arts university, but the chances of getting into the 2 famous schools were not high. However, Zhou Bin was in the crowd now. As a teacher, he could not be too harsh on him. Lu Anhua smiled and did not refute. He only turned his head to look at Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao. This year, Class 4 had 2 martial science students, so he would definitely be the best teacher, even if there were more students in the elite class. The elite class was the school's main focus on cultivating martial science students. It was not surprising that they got in, but it would be a sin if they did not. As long as Zhou Bin did not get into the 2 famous schools, it did not matter if more students from Old Li's class got into martial arts universities than Class 4. Beside him, Old Li was a little scared by Lu Anhua's laughter. What was this old man thinking? Not only the teachers, but Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao were also a little scared. The way Old Lu looked at them was not like how he looked at his students, but like he was looking at his own son. Fang Ping could roughly understand Lu Anhua's thoughts, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just as they were chatting in low voices, Wang Jinyang, who was in front of them, had finished his small talk with the school leaders. Soon, Wang Jinyang walked to the waiting students. After looking around, Wang Jinyang nodded with a smile. Each batch is stronger than the last. This year's juniors are much stronger than last year's batch. Number 1 high school's teaching results are getting better because of the teachers' hard work. Even though he was only a freshman, Wang Jinyang's polite words were dignified. Beside him, the dean of students was smiling so brightly that his face turned red. This was a compliment from an official martial artist. Number 1 high school leaders had been paying attention to the graduates who got into martial arts universities. They did not know the specifics because some news was kept to themselves. However, everyone in number 1 high school knew that out of the 5 who got into martial arts universities last year, only 2 had become true martial artists. Between the 2, Wang Jinyang was more famous. Some of the martial arts university students who still had connections with the school had complicated expressions and sighed at the mention of Wang Jinyang. From some of the students, number 1 high school leaders knew that Wang Jinyang had outstanding results at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. That was why they invited him back this year. Fortunately, Wang Jinyang was about to return to Sun City. After receiving the invitation, he agreed without much hesitation. Otherwise, he might not have come to number 1 high school. Wang Jinyang exchanged some pleasantries and could not help but glance at Fang Ping. From what he could sense, Fang Ping's vitality was the strongest among the students in number 1 high school. In fact, Fang Ping's vitality was second only to Zhou Bin, who was highly regarded by all the school leaders. When he thought about how the kid's vitality had been ordinary in the morning and how he had achieved such a breakthrough in the afternoon, Wang Jinyang could not help but lament the fickleness of fate. Seeing that almost no one in number 1 high school was paying attention to Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang chuckled inwardly. He had made an accident last year. This year, he was going to surprise the teachers again. He wondered if the school leaders would question themselves when the time came. Wang Jinyang could not be bothered with these things, and he would not remind anyone of unnecessary things. After complimenting the top students for a while, he followed the dean of students to the function hall. Fang Ping and the others followed the students toward the school's function hall. When they arrived at the function hall, many students were already seated inside. At a glance, there were probably no less than 200 people. These were all the students from number 1 high school who had applied for martial sciences this year. Including Fang Ping and the others, there were less than 300 people. Fang Ping and the others had just entered when they saw Zhang Hao waving at them. They hurriedly walked toward Zhang Hao. The other martial sciences students from Class 4 were also there. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Hao asked impatiently, "What did you guys find when you went to fetch Senior Wang? Is Senior Wang strong?" Before Fang Ping could reply, Wu Zhihao said with a smile, "How would we know if he's strong or not? Senior Wang didn't fight anyone. Senior Wang will tell us everything else later." He did not mention the outburst. Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi did not mention it either. They did not know if Wang Jinyang would tell them later. If he did, it would be the same. If he did not, it would be even better. This was their advantage. It was fine to tell Zhang Hao, but the guy had a big mouth. He might spread the news everywhere, and the advantage that they had worked so hard to build would be gone. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Fang Ping saw that they did not mention it, so he did not say anything. As they conversed, Wang Jinyang entered the function hall with the dean of students and the others. As soon as they entered, there was a loud round of applause. Some of the girls even screamed excitedly. Almost all the students, including Wu Zhihao, had looks of envy and admiration in their eyes when they saw this. Many of the students had a strong feeling that this was how a real man should be. This was the martial artist that the students admired and envied. This was how it felt to have a meteoric rise. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was not too excited. While the others were looking at Wang Jinyang, he was looking at the martial sciences exam timetable issued by the school. After the 10th of April, the background check would begin and end at the end of April. Those who passed would be issued a martial sciences exam admission ticket. On the 1st of May, the martial sciences exam candidates would go to auspicious Sun City, a city in the upper reaches of Sun City, for the physical assessment. On the 3rd of May, the results of the physical assessment would be released. All the martial arts schools and the Department of Education would receive the data and confirm the passing standards by the 5th. On the 7th of May, the assessment would begin. On the 10th of May, the students would participate in the general studies exam organized by the country. This was the schedule for the martial sciences exam candidates. After the general studies exam, they would have to wait for the cultural studies Gaokao. The schedule was tight. It was put together so that the martial sciences exam candidates could grow to their fullest potential, so that the younger students would not be held up. At around the age of 18, some students might be growing every day at this age. Looking at the timetable, Fang Ping could not help but feel a sense of urgency. There were only 20 days left until the physical assessment. Could he really settle everything in 20 days? Number 1 High School's multipurpose hall. Fang Ping was thinking about earning money to improve his mentality, while Wang Jinyang was explaining the martial sciences exam to the students seriously. At the same time. Lakeview Gardens. Block 6, Unit 201. A middle-aged man in his 40s said honestly, "Don't worry, big sis. I promise I won't damage any of your furniture. If you do, just deduct my deposit." A slightly older woman stood in front of the man. She smiled when she heard that. "That's good. My house has only been renovated for a few years. Lakeview Gardens may be old, but the environment is great. There are restaurants and supermarkets nearby, and the bus is right at the entrance, $600 a month. You've earned it. I'm the only one who doesn't need money. Otherwise, where else could I rent a house for $600? Of course, of course. Thank you for taking care of me, Big Sis Chen." The middle-aged man smiled sheepishly. Big Sis Chen thought for a moment before reminding him, "You said you're living alone. You're a man, so you have to clean up. I wouldn't have rented it to you if you didn't clean up so well. Oh, we're very familiar with this area. Don't bring any random people back. Also, use the bathtub when you shower. The old area is a little leaky. There's a kid downstairs who's going to take his gaokao. Don't make too much noise at home. The soundproofing here is a little bad. Also, if we come back, you'll have to move out." The woman reminded him for a while, but the man did not lose his patience. He kept smiling and nodding. The woman felt more at ease when she saw that he was being honest. Finally, she passed the keys to him and said, "The house isn't too dirty. I come back sometimes to clean up. Basically, everything is here. Just add some daily necessities." "All right. Thank you, big sis. Don't mention it. I'll be leaving now. Big sis." Chen did not linger. After she left, the middle-aged man closed the door quickly and sighed in relief. He mumbled, "There shouldn't be any surveillance cameras in this old area, right?" He walked to the balcony and looked outside. He frowned and said softly, "I don't know if the people in Sun City can find the clues I left behind." He had purposely lured the people of Sun City to the Tsang Mountains, making them think that he had escaped from there. Since he was not in their territory, they would not pay too much attention to him. The man rubbed his temples as he thought about this. He did not really care about the small fries in Sun City. Even if they were discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. The scary thing was that the commotion would attract the attention of the higher-ups. With his strength, he might be able to show off in a small place like Sun City, but if he went to a big city, he wouldn't even know how he died. Thinking of this, the man felt a little helpless. He had to think of a way to go abroad. It was better to go to some chaotic small country than to live in fear in China. Although China was huge, it could be very, very small at times. Now that surveillance was everywhere, unless he hid in a corner at the foot of the mountain, it would be difficult for someone like him not to be discovered. However, if they really wanted to live at the foot of the mountain, eating, drinking, and defecating would be a problem. Martial artists were not immortals, they could avoid eating and drinking if they could. Besides, in rural areas, people were all from the same village. There would be more traces if there were more outsiders. He exhaled and stopped thinking about it. There was no one in Sun City who could threaten him. He would hide here for a while before anything else. Once his cultivation had a breakthrough and he found a smuggling channel, he would think of a way to leave Sino Nation. There was no property management in an old neighborhood like this, so no one would pay attention to him. There were restaurants and kiosks around. Living was convenient, and he would not leave too many traces. After thinking about it carefully, the man breathed a sigh of relief when he felt that there were no loopholes. He was slightly regretful, though. He should not have done something like this in the first place. If he had not been muddle-headed, he would have been able to gather the resources he needed in a few years. However, martial artists seized every minute. He was already over 40. If he waited for a few more years, he would not have the chance to continue on the path of martial arts. He was old, and his vitality was declining. He could not help but feel anxious. He still could not accept it, number 1 high school. After almost 2 hours, the pre-exam guidance for the martial sciences examination ended with a round of applause. Fang Ping had wanted to greet Wang Jinyang, but when he saw that he was surrounded by countless students, he gave up on the idea. After the pre-exam guidance, they didn't need to return to the classroom. They could go home directly. After saying goodbye to Wu Zhihao and the others, Fang Ping was about to leave when Wu Zhihao asked with a face full of anticipation, "Fang Ping, come to my house tonight?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. It would not have been a problem for a beautiful woman to say this, but what did a man like him mean? Wu Zhihao didn't notice this at all. He said with a smile, "Aren't you curious about how much vitality you have? Brother Wang said that you have high hopes for martial sciences, so your vitality must have increased by quite a lot. Why don't you come to my house for another test?" Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. "Can't you finish your sentence in one go?" Those who didn't know might think that there was something going on between us after hearing the first half of the sentence. "Forget it, it's no trouble." "It's no trouble at all." "Fang Ping, go ahead. I really don't want to trouble you. I still have something to do tonight. I'll go again when I have the chance." Fang Ping did not want to provoke this person. Jealousy could drive a person crazy. Wu Zhihao was not sure how much vitality he could maintain. If they knew that he was already at 120 calories, they might not be able to keep their composure. Wu Zhihao was not a bad person. It would be a sin if he was defeated by Fang Ping. Seeing Fang Ping's determination, Wu Zhihao could only give up on the thought, even though he still wanted to know his vitality. After saying goodbye to the others in class, Fang Ping walked straight out of the school and toward his home. Not long after Fang Ping left, Wang Jinyang declined the school's invitation to have dinner together. To Wang Jinyang, coming to number 1 high school was just a bonus. He was doing them a favor and earning some money at the same time. It was not a waste of money. Sun City's Department of Investigation Services was the biggest winner, though. 500,000 was not a lot, but it was a lot for a small city like Sun City. Missions in small cities were also easy to complete. The risk was not high, and if everything went smoothly, it could be completed in no time. He grabbed his backpack and left the school. Not long after, a black Volkswagen stopped in front of Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang got into the car and asked as soon as he sat down, "According to the information, the person has entered the White Mountains. There are some tourists who have nothing better to do in the day, so they probably won't make a move during the day. Does this mean that they're still in Sun City?" The driver said immediately, "Mr. Wang, you're right. They're definitely still in Sun City. If they're out of Sun City, we should be able to receive news. The director said that they'll inform you immediately if they pass through the White Mountains. You won't have to chase them then. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. If the person ran out of Sun City, they would not overstep their authority in other places even if they wanted to make a contribution. Not having to chase them did not mean that the mission was completed. It could only end in failure. Based on the nature of the Department of Investigation Services, if they could not catch the person, they would not have any money. Giving them some transportation fees was already good enough. After some thought, Wang Jinyang said, "They've been living in Sun City for a while. You haven't had any contact with them?" The driver laughed dryly. "They're very vigilant. Your director hasn't even tried to test them?" That, Wang Jinyang pursed his lips. These old foxes valued their lives very much. How would they dare to test them? Is the other party really rank 2? That, the driver was a little embarrassed. He saw Wang Jinyang's expression from the rearview mirror and said hurriedly, "He's rank 2, definitely. This guy has committed crimes in other places a few times, all for the sake of obtaining related resources for breakthroughs. However, from the looks of it, he hasn't collected enough resources yet. Even if he has enough resources, he doesn't have enough time to break through. We've been keeping an eye on him for the past few days in Sun City. Everything is normal. If he breaks through, we'll know." There was nothing wrong with what he said. A martial artist's breakthrough was not something that could be achieved in the blink of an eye. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly and said nothing else. When this mission was completed and he received this 500,000, in addition to the 60,000 from number 1 high school, he would have almost 2 million funds on hand. He would apply for a portion from the school, and it would almost be enough for his next needs. He recalled that a year ago, he could not even afford a blood-replenishing pill that cost a few thousand yuan. Now, he had millions of savings on hand, but it was still far from enough. Ordinary people would probably find it hard to imagine that he could earn so much money in a year. Wang Jinyang laughed at himself as he thought about it. No matter how much money he earned, it would never be enough to spend. For martial artists, unless they were high-ranked powerhouses who ran businesses that made a lot of money, even if they were from the government, the resources provided were very limited. It was already very rare for him to be able to earn money so quickly. Some martial artists did not have any channels or connections. It was fine if they graduated from martial arts universities, but martial artists who graduated from martial arts classes in society were the ones who lived a miserable life. Many people were often trapped in rank 1 for the rest of their lives. For example, if this person was a martial arts university student or graduate, who would risk committing crimes for the sake of a few million in cultivation resources, however, the other party could not help but resort to underhanded means. It was clear that some martial artists were not as glamorous as outsiders thought. He hoped that after this breakthrough, he would be able to find something to do that would earn him more money. Perhaps, he could go to some small businesses and put his name on it. After some thought, Wang Jinyang dismissed the idea. Small businesses did not have many things to do, but he would often have to deal with some small problems. If there were too many times, he might as well take on a job himself. This was also the reason why very few martial artists were willing to be legal representatives of small businesses. It was troublesome and not worth it. Most martial artists who were willing to be legal representatives were idle martial artists in society. However, not everyone could do it. Businesses were more willing to find martial arts university students with clean backgrounds to take on the role. After all, according to the law, businesses were considered legal representatives. If one's character was not good enough, one would not be able to say anything even if they took over your business. This was also the reason why idle martial artists in society were doing badly. Unless they started their own business, otherwise, small businesses would not dare to hire them. Lakeview Gardens. Fang Ping had just entered the house when he heard the sound of the front door closing. He closed the door behind him and looked at his mother, who was busy in the backyard. He asked curiously, "Mom, have Auntie Chan and the others come back?" "Nope. Tao Tao bought a big house in Sky Houses. Their child was just born, and your Auntie Chen is taking care of her grandson. She doesn't have time to come back." Li Yueying was busy preparing vegetables as she said, "They rented it out today." "Oh." Fang Ping did not mind. He chuckled. "Mom, we'll move to a bigger house after I pass the martial sciences exam." Li Yueying was all smiles. Why would we need a big house when you pass the exam? Your dad, your sister, and I will live here. This house is big enough for the three of us. The old house is still too small. Fang Ping shook his head. Don't count on it to be demolished. I don't think it'll be demolished in 10 years. The residents of Lakeview Gardens were all looking forward to their houses being demolished. They would rather rent them than sell them, because there were rumors of them being demolished every year. Logically speaking, the houses were more than 30 years old, and the location was not too bad. It should be time for them to be demolished. However, Lakeview Gardens could not be demolished. It would still be there after 10 years. Fang Ping had to admit that it was a little depressing. While the mother and son were chatting, the sound of keys unlocking the door was heard. Fang Yuan opened the door and entered. Fang Yuan lowered her head to change her shoes as soon as she opened the door. She almost pushed Fang Ping, who was in the middle of changing his shoes, to the ground. Before Fang Ping could say anything, Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock, "Fang Ping, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death." Fang Ping turned to look at his sister. "Don't you feel guilty? You were the one who almost pushed me to the ground, okay? I didn't even complain, but you're accusing me first." Ignoring her, Fang Ping changed into his shoes and entered the living room. Fang Yuan changed into her shoes hurriedly, then asked curiously, "Fang Ping, why did you come back earlier than me today? The school organized a martial sciences exam lecture. I came back right after. Is that Wang Jinyang going to give you a lecture? You know about this too?" Fang Ping was a little surprised. These middle school students were concerned about this. Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly, "Of course I know. My classmate's sister is also in number 1 middle school. My classmate even asked her sister to get Wang Jinyang's autograph. I wonder if she got it." Fang Yuan asked Fang Ping, "Have you seen Wang Jinyang?" "Nonsense, how can I listen to the lecture if I don't see it? Not only did I see him, I even picked him up from the train station." "Really?" "Of course it's real." Fang Yuan was annoyed when she heard that. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Ping thought that she was also a fan. He curled his lips and said, "What's there to say? You're just average looking. You're not even as handsome as me. Are you stupid?" Fang Yuan was extremely disdainful. Her big brother was indeed brainless. "If you say that you're going to fetch Wang Jinyang, bring a small notebook and ask for his signature. I'll sell it at the school. Many people in our school worship Wang Jinyang. Of course, it doesn't matter if he's a martial artist, as long as he has some fame. We can sell one autograph for 10 yuan. If we sign a few hundred of them, we'll be rich." Fang Ping's jaw dropped. Was that even possible? What was his sister's brain made of? Other people were thinking about autographs, but she was thinking about selling them. Fang Yuan was still annoyed that Fang Ping did not tell her in advance. She asked hurriedly, "Has he left now? If he hasn't, why don't you ask him for his autograph? When I sell it, we'll split the profits 30-70. I'm 70? You're 30. I say, Fang Yuan, it's such a pity that you're not doing business. It's not the first time you've cheated your brother." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "He left a long time ago. Where can I get his autograph? Besides, your brother can't afford to lose face like this." Pfft. Fang Yuan mumbled, "What's there to be ashamed of? A few thousand yuan is enough for me for a year, and I'll still have to pay for it." Fang Ping did not say anything. He did not even think about it. If he did, he might actually do it. It was a pity that he did not think about it. Of course, even if he did, Wang Jinyang might not agree to it. As the siblings chatted, Li Yueying, who was in the yard, asked curiously, "Wang Jinyang. Is he the one who got into martial arts university last year?" "Mom, you know him too?" Fang Ping was even more surprised. He was just a freshman martial science student, but he had almost become a household name. Li Yueying smiled. "I've been to your school. Your teacher mentioned him before. I think that's the name, but I can't remember it clearly." Nowadays, getting into a martial arts university was more famous than getting into Tsinghua University or Peking University in his past life. Wang Jinyang was even more famous because he came from an ordinary family. It was not strange that families related to number 1 high school would know about him. Fang Ping's eyes lit up when he heard that his mother knew about Wang Jinyang. He smiled suddenly. Mom, since you know about Wang Jinyang, it'll be easier. Didn't I pick him up today? I was going to ask Wu Zhihao's father to buy some medicine for me, but Wang Jinyang has it too, and it was distributed by his school. He said he didn't need it. I thought that since he's a martial arts university student, the medicine distributed by the school might be more effective, so I bought a blood and qi replenishing pill from Wang Jinyang. The room suddenly fell silent. Fang Yuan looked at her brother suspiciously. Why did it sound like he was lying? Fang Ping did not mind. He had mentioned Wu Zhihao because there was no one more reliable. However, Wu Zhihao was in number 1 high school. If his parents met him one day and asked him about it, it would be a disaster. Wang Jinyang was different. He was a martial artist, and he rarely came back home. Even if he did, his parents would not have any interaction with him. They could not ask a martial artist about it, could they? Fang Ping could not help but praise his intelligence. He was getting better at lying. He said that there were still loopholes in the pill that Wu Zhihao's father had bought, and he would have to think of a way to fix it later. It was perfect now. Without waiting for his mother to ask, Fang Ping continued, Wang Jinyang saw that I was his junior, so he sold it to me for 20,000 bucks. I ate it on the spot. I have to say, the effect was amazing. After I finished it, Wang Jinyang said that I won't have a problem passing the martial sciences exams this year. Really? Li Yueying was stunned. Her son had bought a pill from a martial arts university student and eaten it on the spot. That was not a big deal. The money was meant for her son to buy medicine anyway. However, Wang Jinyang said that her son had a chance of passing the martial sciences exams. This was not something a regular person would say. In Li Yueying's eyes, a martial arts university student's words were more convincing than those of a government official. For a moment, Li Yueying was in disbelief. Fang Yuan sized Fang Ping up from the side. She rubbed her chin like a little adult, her expression thoughtful. As the person who knew Fang Ping the best since he was young, Fang Yuan felt that she had discovered a huge secret. Fang Ping was lying, although it was only a hunch. Fang Yuan was sure that she had guessed correctly. Fang Ping was lying. How could there be such a coincidence? You wanted to buy medicine, and the other party just happened to have it and sold it to you. Fang Yuan felt that she had to become Sherlock Holmes and investigate her brother's background. Fang Yuan was suspicious, but Li Yueying did not. Li Yueying was overjoyed when she heard that even a martial arts university student had praised her son's chances of passing the martial sciences exams. She was even more motivated to cook. After Li Yueying entered the kitchen to work, Fang Yuan grabbed Fang Ping, who was about to enter the room, and said fiercely, "Tell me, are you lying?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Who's lying to you? You can ask Wang Jinyang if you don't believe me. Plus, we'll know whether it's a mule or a horse once the physical examination is over. Your brother is definitely going to pass the martial sciences exams this year. If you run out of money next semester, I'll sell my autographs for you." I just feel like something's off, the little girl muttered. Did Fang Ping think that she was stupid enough to ask Fang Ping? Where could she go? Although she felt that her brother was lying, Fang Yuan still said, "I don't care if it's true or not, you're not allowed to do anything bad." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He reached out and pinched her cheek again, saying helplessly, "What bad things can I do? Don't worry. Have some faith in your brother, okay? I want you to pass the martial sciences exams too, but I keep thinking that if you can, then everyone else can, ouch." Before the little girl could finish her sentence, she glared at Fang Ping with an aggrieved expression. Fang Ping had pinched her cheeks harder. Fang Ping pinched his sister's round cheeks harder, feeling even more depressed than her. Was her brother really that useless? The siblings stared at each other for a long time until Fang Mingrong returned. Fang Ping rubbed his eyes and told his father what had happened. Like Li Yueying, Fang Mingrong did not suspect his son. Most parents in the world were like that. They always thought that their children would not lie to them. Moreover, his son had been a good student all these years. Fang Mingrong had never thought that his son would dare to cheat him of 20,000 yuan. It was not a small amount. When he found out that it was a martial arts university student who had sold it to Fang Ping, Fang Mingrong felt that it was more reliable than asking Fang Ping's classmate's father to buy the medicine. It was a pity that he did not get to see his son eat the medicine on the spot. However, he had bought the medicine for his son. Fang Mingrong quickly forgot about this small regret. During dinner, Fang Mingrong drank an extra glass of baijiu than usual. He seemed to be in a good mood. If Wang Jinyang had said that his son had a chance of passing the martial sciences exams, then it must be true. For a moment, the whole family was happy and harmonious. Fang Ping was satisfied with the excuse he had come up with. It was settled. Song Mountain. Song Mountain was not a well-known mountain range, but it still traversed 2 provinces. The Song Mountain range in Sun City could only be considered an offshoot. It was not too steep. Right now, Wang Jinyang was in the middle of the mountain range. He had a backpack on his back, but in his hand was a military defector. Wang Jinyang frowned as he cut off the brambles blocking his way. He held a military triple defense phone in his hand and asked, "Chief Zhang, are you sure the person has entered the mountain?" A deep, smooth, middle-aged male voice came from the phone. After Huangbin escaped our surveillance, he took a taxi to Song Mountain entrance number 3. This is the result of the taxi company's investigation. The driver saw him enter the entrance. He also brought a backpack with him, which contained a lot of food and water. He already prepared food and water. "Why didn't you act earlier?" Wang Jinyang was displeased. No matter how small that Song Mountain offshoot was, it would be hard to find a person. If Sun City could delay him for a while, he could go straight to his target. It would not have been so troublesome. The person on the other end of the phone was not angry. He smiled and said, "This is for the safety of the people. Huang Ben is a rank 2 martial artist trying to break through to rank 3. If we fail to take him down, he might cause great damage to Sun City." Wang Jinyang could not be bothered to listen to his explanation. He took a deep breath and said, "I've searched everywhere near the entrance but didn't find any traces. He's a rank 2 martial artist. It's not difficult for him to not leave any traces. There are many people at the entrance, so it's hard to find anything. I'll go deeper and look for him. I'll have to trouble Chief Zhang to cooperate with me and send some people to stand guard at all the entrances to Sun City. If we can't find him in 3 days, I'll have to give up on this mission." Wang Jinyang didn't want to waste too much time here. Besides, the martial sciences end-of-semester assessment was approaching. Although he could pass it, he still wanted to fight for first place and get more resources. Chief Zhang did not reject his offer. "Okay, we'll contact you when there's news. If we can't find him, then forget it. If we can't find him, I'll report it to Auspicious Sun City. Auspicious Sun City will communicate with Northern Jiangsu to arrest him." Even so, Chief Zhang still felt a little regretful. It was a pity that Huangbin was too vigilant. Otherwise, if he had waited for Wang Jinyang to arrive and take him down, a rank 2 martial artist who had committed a crime would be captured and brought to justice. As for himself, although he was also a rank 2 martial artist, it had been almost 10 years since he had last fought since he had arrived in Sun City. If he went up to grab them, the chances of him being killed would be even higher. As for the use of firearms, a rank 2 martial artist would naturally not be able to withstand it. However, if the other party was bent on escaping, once he escaped to the area where normal people gathered, that would be the real problem. Most of the time, it was better not to make a contribution than to make a big mistake. Capturing them was a meritorious deed, but if a few ordinary people died, it would be a huge mistake. Even capturing them would not be enough to make up for it. That was why Yang City had only been monitoring them and not arresting them. He didn't expect something to go wrong on the last day. He didn't know if it was because Huangbin found out about Wang Jinyang's purpose in coming to Sun City. But Chief Zhang was still a little gloomy. Wang Jinyang probably didn't have much status in the eyes of these casual martial artists, right? He was a student who had just entered martial arts university for a year. If Chief Zhang hadn't graduated from Nanjiang Martial Arts University and knew how powerful this junior was, he probably wouldn't have hired him. The two of them exchanged a few words before Wang Jinyang hung up. He carried his backpack and continued walking into the mountains. 3 days was the limit. He might not even need 3 days. He would probably be out of Sun City's territory in a day. Even if he managed to capture them, it would be hard to say if he could bring them back to claim his reward. Sun City. Lakeview Gardens. Fang Ping was no longer cooped up in his room like he did a few days ago. His vitality had increased during the day, but his body was not strong enough. That was why after dinner, Fang Ping went to his backyard to exercise. He didn't go outside. There were no gyms in the old residential area. The small park was occupied by the uncles and aunties. Fang Ping didn't want to be a circus. Luckily, he had a yard. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to exercise in his current situation. Without the help of equipment, Fang Ping could only do some simple exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats were the exercises he could do. Seeing that the backyard was still a little empty, Fang Ping decided to ask his father to set up a log tomorrow so he could do pull-ups. The effect of increasing his vitality was obvious. If it were the Fang Ping from his past life, he would be exhausted after doing 30 push-ups. Now, however, he did 50 in one go. Fang Ping didn't think it would be as tiring as he thought it would be. Doing 100 at a time should not be a problem. If he persisted every day and trained in the morning and night, he would be able to adapt to his current vitality in a few days. Fang Ping trained in the yard for a while. When he was doing sit-ups, he saw that the lights were on upstairs. He glanced at them subconsciously. It was very quiet upstairs. Other than the lights, there was almost no sign of anyone living there. Fang Ping glanced at them but didn't pay much attention to them. He continued to train. Second floor. Huang Ben was actually standing by the window. He had gotten used to hiding, so he subconsciously hid behind the wall. He glanced at the teenagers working out downstairs with the corner of his eye, and an indescribable expression appeared on his face. Once upon a time, he had been like these teenagers, working hard to get into martial sciences. However, reality was cruel. In the end, he didn't even get into a good liberal arts university, much less martial sciences. He went to a university that was extremely bad even back then. After graduation, he worked in a state-owned factory. After years of hard work, he managed to save some money. Unwilling to stay in the factory for the rest of his life, he spent all his savings and enrolled in a martial arts training class. Perhaps it was because of his luck, but he learned a lot from the martial arts training class. After that, he worked for a few more years. Finally, when he was 30 years old, he managed to gather enough resources for a breakthrough and officially became a rank 1 martial artist. He thought that everything would be different once he became a martial artist. He thought that he could live a life above everyone else. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow once again, because he came from an unorthodox background. The martial artists in the martial arts training class were no match for the martial arts university students. This was inevitable. He had only reached rank 1 at 30 years old, which was considered the lowest among martial artists. However, he was still a martial artist. His life was slightly better than before. If Huang Ben had been content and entered a company, it would not have been too difficult for him to accumulate tens of millions by now. However, he still wanted to move up. It was only now that he realized how difficult the path of martial arts was. He was not a martial artist from a martial arts university, nor was he a martial artist from the government. He was not even a martial artist from a big company. Some resources could only be bought at a high price through special channels. A martial artist's cultivation required money for everything. Equipment required money. Cultivation resources required money. Cultivation methods required money. Pills required money. In the end, he could not make ends meet. He worked and cultivated at the same time, but he never had enough money to spend. After accumulating for a few years and barely breaking through to rank 2, he was once again penniless. When he thought about breaking through to rank 3, he still had to spend close to tens of millions. Huang Ben felt a little hopeless. In the blink of an eye, he became a middle-aged man. He was already 40 years old, but rank 3 was still out of his reach. Some of the resources he needed for a breakthrough were even limited products. Huang Ben also thought about joining an official organization or a well-known big company. With his rank 2 cultivation, it was not like no one wanted him. However, when he thought about entering these organizations, he still had to undergo inspection and accept missions, and he still had to wait a few more years. Huang Bin felt that it was too much of a waste of time. Holding on to a fluke mentality, he robbed a guy who traded with him. After that, things got out of hand. Robbery. The items came too quickly. It took him one night to get his hands on something that was worth millions. If it was before, he would have needed at least a year. Since the robbery came so quickly, the mentality of reaping without sowing took over Huang Bin's mind. After that, he did the same thing a few more times. The results went without saying. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Very soon, he was wanted. Looking at the youth downstairs, Huang Bin sank into his memories. He quickly shook his head and sneered. Another kid on the road of no return. Was the martial sciences exam that easy? If he did not pass and still did not give up, he would suffer in the future. He was the best example. Living in a small area like this, his family's financial situation went without saying. Adolescence was the most important time to build one's foundation. With the family of the youth downstairs, would they be able to provide him with enough nourishing medicine and food? God is so unfair. Huang Bin cursed under his breath. Why did some people come from rich families and treat a few million like pocket money? Why did they have to be lower than those martial arts university graduates even after becoming martial artists? Take Sun City for example. If the director of the Department of Investigation Services appeared in front of him now, Huang Bin was confident that he could kill him in 10 minutes. However, he was the director of the Department of Investigation Services in Sun City. If he joined now, he would have to work for someone like that. It would take him at least 5 years to reach this position. From Huang Bin's perspective, all of this was unfair. Thinking of this, Huang Bin lost interest in watching any further. He turned around and went back to his room. As for the kid downstairs, Huang Bin sneered. He hoped that the kid would not despair. Fang Ping would not despair, of course. He had never thought that he would not be able to pass the martial sciences exam. Fang Ping did not notice the spying from upstairs. Although his mentality was slightly stronger than the average person's, Huang Bin was much stronger than him. Naturally, he could not sense it. After training for more than an hour, Fang Ping was worried that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough, so he did not continue. He went back to his room to wash up, then went to study. The next day. April 10th, Thursday. Fang Ping's muscles were sore the moment he woke up. It was better than he had expected, though. People who had not trained for a long time would definitely have sore muscles after a sudden workout. However, due to his high vitality, this adverse reaction was minimized. Fang Ping now understood why vitality was a requirement for martial artists. Strong vitality could cure all diseases and even eliminate fatigue. Only people like that had the confidence to become martial artists. Otherwise, the workout yesterday alone would have left Fang Ping with sore muscles for a few days. When he woke up, his parents were already out, as usual. Fang Yuan washed her face and brushed her teeth in a daze. Children at that age were more prone to sleep. Fang Yuan knew that Fang Ping had trained the whole night. She was slightly envious when she saw her brother's high spirits with half-opened eyes. Fang Ping, aren't you tired? Not at all. I feel refreshed and I'm enjoying my food. Fang Yuan pursed her lips. He only knew how to provoke people. The siblings cleaned up quickly and finished the breakfast their mother had prepared. Then, they carried their backpacks and left the house. As soon as they left, Fang Yuan tossed her backpack to Fang Ping. Aren't you tired? Carry this for me. Fang Yuan's middle school was not too far from No. 1 high school. It was on the way. Fang Ping shook his head with a smile. He did not say anything and picked up the backpack. As soon as they walked out of the corridor, a middle-aged man walked toward them with breakfast in his hands. Fang Ping glanced at him casually. He was slightly surprised when he saw the man walking toward his unit. Then, he realized that he was probably a tenant from upstairs. There were only a dozen or so households in the old unit, so it was rare to see unfamiliar faces. Since they did not know each other, Fang Ping did not greet him and walked past him. When Huang Bin passed by Fang Ping, his initially calm brows twitched suddenly. Martial artists could roughly sense the vitality of ordinary people. Wang Jinyang had done this before. However, they had to be close. After all, low-ranked martial artists were not very strong. Huang Bin had not noticed anything when he was upstairs last night. However, as he walked past Fang Ping, Huang Bin immediately sensed that something was wrong with Fang Ping. This kid's vitality was very high, at least, it was very high compared to ordinary people. Huang Bin frowned. Suddenly, he felt jealous. Last night, he had thought that the youth downstairs would definitely despair in the future. He also felt that the world was unfair on Fang Ping's behalf. Born in an ordinary family, he was naturally inferior to others. Now, however, he suddenly realized that the kid he had been pitying last night had a very high vitality. Based on the information he knew, the probability of him passing the martial sciences exams was very high, even if there were no problems with the other exams. Thinking of this, Huang Bin felt like his face had been slapped swollen. What right did he have to sympathize with others, compared to this youth? When he was the same age as him, he wasn't even fit to carry his shoes for him. He had not been able to pass the martial sciences exam. Some of his classmates had become martial artists at the age of 20, but he had spent 10 more years and countless amounts of money to become a martial artist at the age of 30. Once the youth in front of him passed the martial sciences exams, it was highly likely that he would become a martial artist before the age of 20. With the support of a martial arts university, the fact that the young man was born into such a family and had such vitality meant that he was quite talented. Perhaps, in a few years' time, the other party would be able to break through to the second or even third grade, and then look down on him. She actually sympathized with him, pity him. The more Huang Bin thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Everyone had jealousy in their hearts. Some people could restrain themselves, while others couldn't, or didn't want to. If it were the Huang Bin of the past, he might have restrained himself. However, his bottom line had been crossed time and time again, and he had been hunted down to the point where he could only hide here like a street rat. Huang Bin rarely restrained his primitive desires. That was why when he passed by Fang Ping, Huang Bin's expression was extremely ugly. He even had the urge to cripple the kid. Fortunately, Huang Bin managed to restrain himself in the end. Right now, keeping a low profile was the most important thing. There was no need to ruin his plans for this kid. However, if he ran into this kid before he left, he might as well do something sneaky. Why did others have to live more freely than he did? God was so unfair that he could run into a prodigy just by hiding in a random place. That was even more unfair. Huang Bin walked away as if nothing had happened. Fang Ping could not help but turn back to look. His mentality was slightly higher than the average person's, so he had the sudden urge to have goosebumps all over his back. Although it was only for a moment, he could not help but feel a sense of fear in his mind. He tilted his head for a while, but all he could see was the back of the tenant upstairs. Fang Ping frowned slightly but did not make a sound. Seeing that he was not leaving, Fang Yuan asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "I didn't see anything." "That's the tenant upstairs." "Oh," Auntie Chen and the others left. "The apartment has been empty for a long time. I wonder if the uncle has a daughter at home. There aren't any girls around my age in this unit. I don't have anyone to play with me even if I want to," Fang Yuan mumbled. Fang Yuan murmured. She was hoping that the man would have a daughter the same age as her. Fang Ping shook his head. "The uncle is the only one upstairs." "Alone?" Fang Yuan mumbled, "That uncle can really eat. I saw that he bought more than 10 buns. I thought he was going to eat with his family." More than 10 buns, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Fang Ping did not pay attention to the middle-aged man's breakfast earlier. Now that he thought about it, it did seem like a big bag. Could one person eat so much, or was there someone else? However, it was very quiet upstairs last night. It did not seem like there were many people there. What did that mean? Fang Ping had a vague suspicion in his heart. What kind of person could eat so much? Martial artists, of course, martial artists ate a lot. That was inevitable. Their bodies consumed a lot of energy, and they also had to maintain their vitality. Those who could afford it could eat special supplements to maintain their body's needs. They did not have to eat and drink excessively. Those who could not afford it could only rely on normal food to replenish their body's needs. This was also why, if martial artists did not restrain themselves and ate normal food, their consumption would be many times or even tens of times that of ordinary people. Martial artist, is the guy upstairs a martial artist? Fang Ping thought absent-mindedly as he walked. Thinking back to the sudden sense of fear he had felt earlier, Fang Ping gulped. A martial artist was definitely the kind of person with the highest status in Sun City. Why would someone like that rent an apartment in an old residential area like Lakeview Gardens? Is he here to deal with me? Fang Ping could not be blamed for his narcissism. He was a high-class reincarnated person with an unreliable system. In the past few days, his vitality had been rising steadily. Suddenly, there was a martial artist upstairs, and it was only yesterday. Fang Ping could not help but think about it. Did he discover something special about me? Fang Ping felt his mouth go dry. Was that murderous aura I felt just now? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Someone wants to kill me. Or is he trying to find out some secret from me? Fang Ping began to scare himself. His face was pale. He had never seen a martial artist in action, but just imagining it made him think that martial artists were scary. After all, even in the era of firearms, martial artists could rise to the top of society. If the other party attacked him, he might not even have the strength to fight back. He's not attacking me now because he wants to observe me in the dark and find out my secret? What should I do? Call the police? But there are very few martial artists in Sun City. What should I say if I call the police? That I have a system and am reborn, so there's a martial artist who wants to kill me? If I don't say that, who would believe that a martial artist would want to kill a senior high school student? Also, the other party is a martial artist. Could he be one of the higher-ups in Sun City? If I call the police, will I alert him? Countless thoughts flooded Fang Ping's mind. Fang Yuan probably did not expect that her unintentional words would make Fang Ping think so much. He even began to wonder if he should move his family and run away. Fang Ping parted ways with his sister halfway. He was still thinking about what had happened earlier and the tenant upstairs. He had nothing to be afraid of since he had no ulterior motives. Now, however, he had a secret in his heart. His sense of security was weak. Suddenly, a fellow who seemed to be a martial artist rented an apartment above his. It was not normal no matter how he looked at it. What should I do? Fang Ping's head was throbbing. Was there any use in pretending not to know, or should he just observe first? A wise man would not stand under a collapsing wall. If the other party really came for him, who knew when he would lose his patience and snap his neck? How could he reason with him then? Fang Ping entered the school with some anxiety and unease, but his mind was elsewhere. His deskmate, Chen Fan, saw his worried expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing, nothing, Fang Ping brushed him off. He suddenly asked in a low voice, "Say, if a martial artist wanted to kill you now, no, he might want to kill you, what would you do?" Chen Fan was speechless. Did this guy have nothing better to do? He said exasperatedly, "Are you going to wait until you become a martial artist and then come after me?" Fang Ping said hurriedly, "I'm being serious. Martial sciences majors might have questions like this. I just wanted to ask for your opinion." Majors have questions like this? Chen Fan did not know if it was true. He thought for a long time before saying, "Call the police." But he didn't do anything. Calling the police won't help, right? Then run. The monk can run, but the temple can't. Where can I run? There are so many restrictions? Chen Fan said gloomily, "Then there's no other way. Just wait for your death. When you die, the government will arrest you." Fang Ping said bitterly, "What else can I do besides wait for my death?" Chen Fan said teasingly, "Unless a martial artist passes by and kills the martial artist with one punch. Then, he says your talent is extraordinary and takes you in as a disciple. From then on, you'll be on the path of an unparalleled powerhouse. What do you think? Are you satisfied now?" Fang Ping was slightly stunned. He mumbled, "Martial artist?" For a moment, Wang Jinyang's figure flashed across his mind. Speaking of martial artists, the only one he knew was Wang Jinyang. However, the other had already left Sun City. Even if he did not leave, there was no reason for him to ask for help. Fang Ping's head started to swell again. In the end, he could only comfort himself. He was not looking for me, but, if he was not looking for me, why was he living above me? He was obviously looking for me. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Fang Ping did not think it was wrong to overthink. His life was his. Overthinking and scaring himself was better than losing his life. If he did not take it seriously, he would be an idiot. He would not even know how he died. It was best if the other party had no ill intentions. If he did, it was better to be prepared than not. In Fang Ping's opinion, it was easy to determine if the other party had ill intentions. If the other party was really a martial artist, then it was very likely that he had ill intentions. Modern times were not ancient times. Martial artists were a special class in society. They did not live in seclusion. Moreover, who would be stupid enough to rent a house and live in seclusion in an old residential area? Therefore, as long as he could determine if the other party was a martial artist, he would be able to make a rough guess. So what if he guessed wrong? He forced himself to calm down. He had not thought much about it because he was panicking earlier. Now, he felt that he was not in much danger. If the other party wanted to do something to him, he would observe first. Otherwise, there was no need for him to rent a house. He was just a normal student. It would be too easy for a martial artist to kill him. Since he was not in danger for the time being, he could try to determine the other party's identity. The steamed buns in the morning were not enough to prove anything. It was not like normal people did not have large appetites. Fang Ping wrote and drew on his own for the whole day. Sometimes, he would ask Wu Zhihao and the others for information in a roundabout way. When school ended in the afternoon, Fang Ping had a plan in mind. Although he was not a martial artist, he was not a teenager either. He was almost 30 years old. At least psychologically, he was much stronger than these high school students. Lakeview Gardens. Once school was over, Fang Ping hurried home. He did not finish school early today, so Fang Yuan came home earlier than him. His mother was busy in the kitchen as usual. Once he entered the house, Fang Ping first went to the bathroom, then wandered around the backyard. Fang Yuan, who was watching TV, was slightly surprised. Had her brother changed? For the past few days, the thing Fang Ping did the most when he saw her was pinching her cheeks. She had prepared herself just now, but Fang Ping had gone home, wandered around, and completely ignored her. When Fang Ping returned to the living room, Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Fang Ping, what are you looking for? Did you lose money?" Fang Ping chuckled. "I, your brother, am dirt poor. I don't have any money to lose." As he spoke, Fang Ping raised his voice slightly. "Mom, is the uncle upstairs home? What happened?" In the kitchen, Li Yueying asked curiously why her son was asking about the tenants upstairs. "I was looking at the bathroom just now, and there seems to be some water seeping through the roof. Could it be that the water seeped through the roof again because I didn't pay attention when I just got here? Did I?" Li Yueying really didn't care about this matter. She casually said, "It's fine if it's not serious. Old houses are all like this. I have to remind him that the uncle upstairs is at home. I'll go greet him. They've just arrived, so they probably don't know much." Hearing her son's words, Li Yueying didn't stop him. She said, "He should be at home. I saw him buy something when I came back this afternoon, but I didn't hear the door open. The soundproofing of the rooms upstairs and downstairs wasn't good. If the door was opened and the door was closed, they would be able to hear it." Fang Ping did not ask any more questions. He stepped out of the door, ready to go upstairs to look for her. Fang Yuan was speechless when she saw that he was really going to greet them. Fang Ping had never cared about such things in the past, but he was getting weirder and weirder lately. Second floor. Fang Ping sucked in a breath and forced himself to calm down. He reached out and knocked on the anti-theft door. The house was very quiet, as if no one was there. Fang Ping didn't give up. He knocked on the door again and said, "Hello, is anyone home? I'm from downstairs. Is anyone home?" After knocking on the door a few times, the door behind the anti-theft door opened. Huang Bin frowned slightly, but he quickly put on an honest smile and said, "I didn't hear you just now." "You are?" "Hello, uncle." I'm from downstairs. I heard from my mom yesterday that Auntie Chen's house has been rented out. Fang Ping gave a brief introduction and said, a little embarrassed, Uncle, it's like this. The houses in our area are a little old, and the pipes have aged a lot. Also, Auntie Chen didn't waterproof the bathrooms very well when she renovated them. I took a look just now, and my bathroom seems to be leaking. Uncle, you probably don't know about this, so I came up to take a look. Huang Bin's eyebrows twitched. The landlord had mentioned this yesterday, and he didn't pay attention to it when he was showering. Was he here to question him? It was a small matter, though. Huang Bin didn't want to make any noise and attract attention. He quickly smiled and said, I'm sorry. I just moved here, so I'm not too sure. I'll be more careful next time. It's nothing. It's just an old problem. As Fang Ping spoke, he saw that the guy didn't open the door, so he said, Uncle, look, is it convenient for me to take a look at your bathroom? It might not be a problem on your side. Maybe the main pipe is leaking again. If the main pipe is leaking, you'll have to find someone to fix it. Otherwise, we won't be able to look at it in a few days. Huang Bin frowned slightly, but he quickly nodded and said, sure. Take a look. If it's my problem, I can find someone to fix it. Sorry for the trouble, Fang Ping said politely. Fang Ping replied politely. Huang Bin opened the security door and let Fang Ping in. Fang Ping glanced around the house casually. He had actually been upstairs before. When Auntie Chen lived there, he would sometimes come here to play. It was not much different from what he remembered. Huang Bin had just arrived yesterday, so he probably didn't have time to make any changes. He glanced around and saw that the curtains on the balcony were half drawn. Fang Ping did not say anything. A grown man cooped up at home with the curtains half drawn in the middle of the day. It was obviously not normal. Fang Ping didn't pay much attention to him. He walked toward the bathroom with a smile on his face. As he walked, he said, Uncle, you got off work early. I thought you weren't back yet. Huang Bin explained casually, it's not that I got off work early. I just came to Sun City and am looking for a job. I haven't officially started work yet. He had been cooped up here for the past few days and did not go out much. Naturally, he could not say that he had just gotten off work. Oh, what do you do, Uncle? My dad works in a ceramics factory in the suburbs. He's been there for many years. The ceramics factory is hiring recently. Should I talk to my dad about it? No need, no need. I'm almost done looking for a job. There's no need to trouble yourself. Huang Bin was a little impatient. This brat sure was troublesome. Fang Ping saw this and did not say anything else, but he still remembered it in his heart. Not from Sun City. After entering the bathroom, she looked around and checked the pipes with a serious expression. After a while, Fang Ping let out a breath and said, it shouldn't be a problem with the main pipe. Uncle, next time when you shower, it's best to use a basin to collect water. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's fine, it's fine. I'll be more careful next time. Huang Bin was easy to talk to, but he was a little impatient. He still had things to do, and this kid was still here. Fang Ping did not linger. He glanced at Huang Bin's hand from the corner of his eye and smiled. Uncle, I'll go down first. You've just moved in. If you need any help, you can look for me or my dad. Okay. Let me know if you need anything. The two of them chatted for a while. Under Huang Bin's watchful eyes, Fang Ping went downstairs. Huang Bin only closed the door after Fang Ping went down. He shook his head, not paying much attention to him. Downstairs. Fang Ping's brow furrowed. Although it was just a casual conversation, he could see many things. Huang Bin was most likely a martial artist. Although martial artists were no different from normal people, if one were to look closely, there were still some characteristics. If he had not met a martial artist before, Fang Ping would have overlooked many things. However, he had only met Wang Jinyang not long ago. Wang Jinyang looked no different from normal people, but his eyes were very bright. That was a small characteristic. Also, Wang Jinyang's palms were very rough and had some calluses. Practicing martial arts was not a mortal cultivation. There was no such thing as leveling up by meditating. Training one's physique was hard work, and it was common for one's hands and feet to be covered in calluses. Moreover, the longer one practiced martial arts, the thicker the calluses would be. Low-ranked martial artists could forget about being reborn and having tender skin. Fang Ping was not sure about high-ranked ones either. When he was talking to Huangbin earlier, he seemed to have glanced at Huangbin casually, but he was actually looking at his palms. Huangbin probably did not expect a student to test him, so he did not hide anything. Huangbin's palms were covered in calluses. They were not the kind of calluses caused by hard work. There was a difference between the two. Calluses caused by hard work were definitely different from those caused by martial artists. Normal students might not care about this, but Fang Ping was not going to ignore it. Considering that Huangbin had a big appetite, Fang Ping felt that he could draw a conclusion. Huangbin was a martial artist. Even if he was not a martial artist, he had immersed himself in martial arts training for many years. He did not have a job, nor did he have the intention to look for one. All he wanted was to hide in his rented house. All the signs pointed to a problem with this guy. After confirming his guess, Fang Ping felt that he had to be careful. A guy who did not seem like a good person was living above him, and he was indeed problematic. He had to prepare for the worst. What should I do? Fang Ping fell into deep thought again. Wait passively. If he waited and waited, he might lose his life. That was not impossible. Call the police? Huangbin had not really done anything to him. Why would he call the police, asking for help from an expert? What a joke. Where could he find one? After thinking about it, he still had to rely on himself. Strike first? Fang Ping was shocked by the sudden idea. Since when had he become so daring? Huang Bin was a martial artist. Putting aside the question of whether he could do anything to him, if he guessed wrong, would he not be breaking the law? Fang Ping hesitated, but he quickly gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. He did not say that he had to kill him. In reality, Fang Ping did not have the guts to kill him. Whether he was a good person or a bad person, as long as he did not kill him, he could just call the police. If he was a good person, he could explain. There might not be any trouble. He was a hot-blooded student. If he thought that Huangbin was a bad person, he would help the police catch him. If he caught the wrong person, the most he would get was a scolding and education. If he was a bad person, though, things would be easier. Taking the initiative to resolve the crisis was better than passively waiting for it to happen. As for how to catch him, martial artists were not immortals. There were ways to solve problems in modern society. If Fang Ping was a martial artist, the other party might be on guard. But Fang Ping was just a normal student. Who would take him seriously? Fang Ping thought that it was better to rely on himself than on others. However, at this juncture, Fang Ping felt that he had to think more about it. After some consideration, Fang Ping decided to try calling the police first. If it really did not work, then he would think of another way. At night, Fang Ping found an excuse to leave the residential area and used a public phone to call the police. As expected, Fang Ping was unwilling to reveal his identity. He only said that he suspected the tenant upstairs to be a bad person. This time, the woman who answered the call was also speechless. Although she didn't say anything malicious, she only comforted them. We will definitely protect everyone's lives and property. We will send people to patrol. As for whether it was really tracking and patrolling, Fang Ping did not need to use his brain to know whether it was true or not. This was also very normal. The police force was limited, and there was no conclusive evidence. Because of suspicion, a large number of police officers were sent to deal with it. If that was the case, the police wouldn't have to work anymore. They could just wait to deal with these things every day. There were a lot of people who made false reports every day. Unless Fang Ping said that he was about to die, the chances of anyone coming were very low. Besides, Fang Ping would not tell them who he was, so the other party would not come. It was not that Fang Ping did not want to call the police with his real name, but he was worried that the guy upstairs might have some way to find out. If he used his real name and the other party had ill intentions towards him, they would probably attack him immediately. Now that he had called the police as a passerby, even if they found out that he had been acting suspiciously, there were so many people in the neighborhood. It was normal for people to suspect him, but they might not be able to guess that it was Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt a little helpless as he tried to be an auntie to the son, but to no avail. After all, Sun City was not a big city. The police force was limited, and the supervision was limited as well. Most of the time, the less trouble they could deal with, the better. This kind of case, where there was no actual crime and someone just used a public phone to call the police, was rarely dealt with. Fang Ping had no choice but to give up on the idea of looking for the police. He could only rely on himself. After he defeated the other party, he would first look for evidence. If he found it, it wouldn't be too late to call the police. I can't find it, Fang Ping rubbed his forehead. If he really could not find it, he had to make a fuss. Since he couldn't find any evidence of the crime upstairs, he would look for his own. He was a hot-blooded young man. In order to help the police catch the bad guys, he had done something that was out of line. After that, he had to admit his mistake to the police uncle. This way, the police would also pay attention. Regardless of whether the other party was a good or bad person, they would be noticed by the police. If he was a good person, then it would be best for him to admit his mistake and actively compensate for it. Bad guy, that's even better. Once and for all, I might even get a certificate. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Ping felt that no matter what the outcome was, he would at most be criticized and educated. The loss was not too great. Compared to the threat to his life, this kind of result was still acceptable. After figuring this out, Fang Ping felt much more at ease. With a clear conscience, he began plotting how to defeat this guy. That night, Fang Ping continued to train in the backyard. When he was training, though, he felt like someone was watching him from the window on the second floor. He's observing me. Fang Ping came to a conclusion. He was even more certain that the person upstairs was after him. In fact, this could be counted as a lucky hit. Huang Bin did look upstairs for a while, but he had something to do, so he didn't look for long. The next day, when Fang Ping went to school in the morning, he bumped into Huang Bin, who had just returned from buying breakfast. Huang Bin pretended not to know Fang Ping yesterday morning, so he did not bother to greet him. However, when he met Fang Ping that night, they could be considered acquaintances. Therefore, when they met again, Huang Bin greeted Fang Ping with a silly smile to maintain his honest image. It would have been better if he had not greeted him. Once he saw the malicious smile on his face, Fang Ping thought again, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. If Huang Bin knew what he was thinking, he would definitely go mad with frustration. Greeting him would be unaccountably solicitous. If he did not greet him, Fang Ping would probably think that this guy was pretending not to know him. This was the principle of suspecting one's neighbor and stealing one's axe. When you suspect someone, no matter what that person did, you would think it was the same as what you had guessed. Now that Fang Ping suspected that Huang Bin was up to no good, Fang Ping felt that this guy was up to no good. Fang Ping was sure that this guy was up to no good, and he was even more determined to deal with him first. If he was unprepared, there was still a way to take him down. In the morning, Fang Ping looked like he was reading seriously, but in fact, he was planning his next move. When the morning classes ended, Fang Ping disappeared without a trace. Chen Fan saw how fast he was running. Other than sighing, "What a good body," he could only be envious. When class started at noon, Fang Ping arrived at school on time. No one noticed that Fang Ping had a few more small bags in his pockets. Drugs like sleeping pills and tranquilizers were the most effective to knock someone out. Of course, these were all prescription drugs and were hard to buy. Fang Ping did not plan to buy them either. They were only average and took a long time to take effect. Moreover, the other party might be a martial artist. His body's resistance was stronger than the average person's, so normal sleeping pills would not work. Unless he took a lot of drugs. But the person upstairs was not an idiot. Only an idiot would take a bunch of shiny white pills if they were given to him. If it were a normal student, they would be at their wits' end. Unfortunately, Fang Ping was not one of them. At noon, Fang Ping went to an adult toy store. In his past life, one of Fang Ping's friends, who was a reporter, had done a covert investigation to investigate the hypnotic drugs that had been the talk of the town at the time. The results proved that making a person unconscious and lose their memories in a matter of seconds was pure nonsense. If such drugs really existed, the Department of Anesthesiology would have been eliminated a long time ago. However, there were drugs that were similar to anesthetics, but more effective than anesthetics. These drugs had added anesthetic and tranquilizing ingredients. They only cared about the drug's effects and did not care about the consequences. It was normal to feel nauseous and dizzy for a few days. Fang Ping's friend tried it himself. He drank a little of the amnesia potion. Although he did not pass out, he was still groggy and weak. Fang Ping was there too. He took away his friend's wallet in front of him. According to his friend, he knew what was going on, but he could not stop it even if he wanted to. His limbs were weak, and he could not even speak. However, the drug's effects were not as amazing as the rumors said. He fell into a coma for almost 20 minutes. Perhaps it was because he had only drunk a little, but his friend did not dare to continue the experiment for fear of harming his body. It was because of this experience that Fang Ping knew where to buy this stuff. Actually, at this time, some adult toy stores were selling it openly, and the prices were not expensive. At noon, Fang Ping went to a few stores and spent $400 to buy 3 small bags in one go. According to the perverted boss, the effects were amazing. He also recommended that Fang Ping buy something with an aphrodisiac effect. The kind that Fang Ping bought turned women into corpses after drinking it. He did not recommend using it. Fang Ping snorted at the boss's dirty thoughts. Was he that kind of person? However, he was a young man. Anyone would think that he was that kind of person if he went to an adult store to buy these things. After buying the medicine, the next step was naturally to think of how to make the other party eat it. Fang Ping was worried that martial artists would have a high resistance. The boss said that a normal person would only need 5 milliliters, so Fang Ping bought 3 small bottles, 50 milliliters in total. 10 times the dosage. Even martial artists would feel numb all over, and their consciousness would be muddled, right? However, when he thought that eating too much might kill him, Fang Ping decided to use less. Even if the side effects were greater, it was still better than dying. The guy upstairs did not open his own pot and ate outside. There were no Meituan or hungry guys delivering to his door at this time. He bought his own takeout. However, Fang Ping had noticed that the guy upstairs had brought a lunchbox when he went downstairs to throw out the trash. This meant that he did not eat it outside, but bought it and brought it home. He was probably worried that others would suspect something if they saw him eating too much. Without the delivery boy, it would be much more troublesome to make a move. Fang Ping continued to plan. How could he make the guy eat it? His identity as a student and the neighbor downstairs had a considerable numbing effect. The guy would probably not be on guard against him, would he? Fang Ping spent the whole day planning to take down the guy. Fang Ping only shook his head when school ended. He was a little depressed. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like the villain. Fang Ping suppressed the thought and comforted himself. At most, he would make the guy dizzy for a few days. He would just have to compensate him afterward. He was not a woman. How could he take advantage of him? If he was a bad guy, he would be doing the people a favor. When he got home, Fang Ping locked himself in his room and poured a few bottles of knockout liquid together. After some thought, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and put on a jacket. This way, it would be easier to cover up. When Fang Ping came out of his room, Fang Yuan's face was full of surprise. What was wrong with her brother again? Fang Ping, aren't you hot? Although the weather in April was not as hot as it was in summer, the temperature was still quite high. Fang Ping suddenly put on a jacket when he got home. Was he sick? When he saw his sister, Fang Ping came back to his senses. If the guy was a martial artist and had not been drugged by him, it would be troublesome. It was not safe for his family to be at home at night. His parents would not be home during the day, and Fang Yuan had to go to school. It seemed like it was better to do it during the day to avoid any accidents. At that thought, Fang Ping quickly took off his jacket and chuckled. I'm fine. I was just a little cold earlier. Are you sick? Fang Yuan asked with concern. Fang Ping was about to deny it, but after some consideration, he nodded. I'm not feeling well. I'll apply for leave tomorrow morning. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. After hearing that, Fang Yuan went up to touch his forehead. She felt slightly relieved when she felt that he did not have a fever. At night, when they heard that Fang Ping was not feeling well and would apply for leave tomorrow morning, Fang Mingrong and Li Yueying asked about it with concern. Fang Ping said that he was fine. Although they were a little worried, they did not say much in the end. They only thought that if he was still not feeling well the next day, they would have to go to the hospital. Li Yueying had originally wanted to apply for leave to take care of her son, but Fang Ping rejected her outright. Seeing that her son did not seem to be in a serious condition, Li Yueying did not insist. She gave Fang Ping another 100 yuan that night and told him to call a cab to the hospital if he needed anything. April 11th, Friday. In the morning, Fang Ping used his father's antique phone to apply for the morning's leave from the class teacher. Lu Anhua was very concerned. He urged Fang Ping to rest and take care of himself over the phone. The Fang Ping of today was not the Fang Ping of the past. There was hope for martial sciences. The martial sciences exams were just around the corner. If he were to fall sick now, Lu Anhua would want to cry. Lu Anhua only stopped when Fang Ping said that he was only feeling slightly unwell. He urged him for a while before agreeing to Fang Ping's leave without hesitation. Fang Mingrong and his wife finally believed that their son had a chance for martial sciences. The class teacher would not have done this if he did not have a chance for martial sciences. Fang Yuan, who had doubted her brother's bragging, could not help but believe that her brother was not bragging. The girl was starting to doubt her life. Could her brother really pass the exams? Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the disbelief in her eyes. Soon, his parents went to work, and Fang Yuan went to school. Fang Ping was the only one left in the house. Although it was quiet upstairs, Fang Ping was sure that the guy upstairs was still at home. A super nerd, Fang Ping had not seen him leave the house other than to eat. Of course, other nerds would stay at home, surf the internet, watch television, or do something else. However, Fang Ping was sure that the guy upstairs did not surf the internet or watch television. The internet had been turned off a long time ago, and the television had not been turned on either. Who knew what kind of naughty things a nerd like this was up to? Fang Ping suspected that the guy was hiding by the window or sticking his ear to the floor, eavesdropping on his house. Fang Ping did not know if martial artists were strong in all aspects, including hearing. That was why he was careful not to say anything out of line even when he was at home. Including when he went upstairs to observe and today's leave, Fang Ping had followed the rules. He did it step by step and did not seem out of place. He did not rush upstairs to look for an opportunity. Fang Ping wandered around the house, put on his coat, and stuffed the small bottle of medicine into his sleeve, the mouth of the bottle facing his palm. He tested it against his own cup a few times. When he felt that he could quickly pour it in, he let out a sigh of relief. The medicine smelled bland, but he did not know if it tasted good. Fang Ping was still worried. He took a little from the bottle, mixed it into the water, and took a sip. He tasted it with the tip of his tongue. It was no different from normal water, so he spat it out immediately. Only then did a smile appear on his face. Colorless and odorless. It was better than he had imagined. Martial artists were also humans. Even if their sense of smell and taste were more sensitive, they would not be able to discover it easily. Fang Ping did not think that anyone could remain vigilant at all times, not to mention that he was a good student. He lay in bed for a while. When it was past 9 in the morning, he got up and walked to his kitchen. After entering the kitchen, Fang Ping picked up the thermos and muttered to himself, "There's no hot water in the house? There's no hot water to take the medicine. I can't take it." With a sigh, Fang Ping took a few flu pills and a glass of water with him and headed outside. Second floor. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Bin was rummaging through his bag when he heard the knock on the door. His expression changed slightly. Huang Bin quickly stuffed the package under the sofa and held his breath without moving. "Uncle, are you home?" A voice came from outside the door. Huang Bin frowned. It was that kid again. Annoyance appeared on his face. He lived in seclusion because he did not want to interact with outsiders. This kid had come twice in 2 days. He did not want to answer, but after some thought, he replied, "I'm here. I'll be right there." Outside the door. Huang Bin opened the door with a silly smile on his face. "You didn't go to school today?" Fang Ping rubbed his forehead and said in distress, I don't know if it's because I've been stressed out these few days. I'm a little dizzy, so I took the whole morning off. Uncle, do you have hot water in the house? I wanted to take some medicine, but there's no hot water in the house. It'll take a while to boil it, so I came up. Huangbin understood and felt even more annoyed. You really don't see yourself as an outsider. You're here to borrow water when there's no hot water in the house. Despite his impatience, Huangbin smiled and said, I have hot water here. Come in. Thank you, uncle. Don't mention it. The two exchanged some pleasantries before Fang Ping entered the house with a glass of water. Huangbin pointed at the kitchen. The thermos is over there. Do you want me to help you? No, uncle, don't mention it. I can do it myself. Fang Ping waved his hands hurriedly. He looked at the half-drawn curtains on the balcony and said casually, It's a little dark in the house. Uncle, are these curtains broken? They're not broken. Oh, I thought the curtains were broken. Huangbin was even more speechless. Why do you have to care about everything? However, with this guy's reminder, Huangbin realized that something was not right. It was indeed not appropriate to draw the curtains in the house in broad daylight. Seeing Fang Ping walk toward the kitchen, Huangbin did not follow. He walked toward the balcony and prepared to open the curtains. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought about this many times in his mind. Huangbin was following his plan. Of course, even if Huangbin did not go to the balcony, Fang Ping had other tricks up his sleeve. Now, he could save himself some trouble. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He went straight into the kitchen, picked up the thermos, and poured a glass of water for himself. Then, he quickly fished out a small medicine bottle from his sleeve, opened the cork, and poured the medicine directly into the thermos. When he was done, Fang Ping stuffed the medicine bottle into his pocket and capped it. Then, he picked up the glass of water and walked out of the kitchen. When he left the kitchen, Huangbin had already opened the curtains and was walking toward the kitchen. Fang Ping did not panic. The other party could be a martial artist. If the other party could sense his increased heartbeat, it would be troublesome. Seeing Huangbin walk over, Fang Ping raised the glass of water and said with a smile, Thank you, uncle. No problem. Huangbin did not say much. He paused after saying that. The kid should leave after pouring the water. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping did not seem to notice the owner's impatience. He had no intention of leaving. Fang Ping had no choice. He did not have any surveillance cameras. Who knew when Huangbin would drink the water? He could only wait and see. Only when the other party drank the water could he seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if he missed the timing, even if the other party really drank the water, he would not know. It would be useless. Even if the guy did not pay attention to it the first time and drank the water, he would definitely notice that something was wrong afterward. It was almost impossible for him to find a second chance. Besides, he would also be suspected, so there was only one chance. Under such circumstances, Fang Ping naturally would not leave. He would wait until the other party drank the water with his own eyes. Fang Ping did not care about what Huangbin thought. He held the glass of water and drank it while taking a few flu pills. Then he said, Uncle, do you usually stay at home alone? Yes. My family is in the countryside. I came to Sun City to work alone. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Can't you be smarter with your lies? Am I that stupid? A part-time worker who doesn't look for a job but rents an apartment by himself. Just take out a loan costs tens to hundreds a day. Do you really think I've never seen a part-time worker before? Despite his curses, Fang Ping said sympathetically, Your son must miss you a lot. That's how I am. My dad goes out to work and usually comes home late. Sometimes, I miss him a lot when I don't see him for a day. Right, uncle, can I watch the TV here? My dad removed the smart card from my TV. He said that I'm a senior in high school, so I'm not allowed to watch TV. I haven't watched TV in a long time. Huangbin's face turned green. The little bastard downstairs was really thick-skinned. Not only did he ask for water, but he also wanted to watch TV here. Have you considered my feelings? However, considering that the other party was young and did not know the ways of the world, Huang Bin suppressed his impatience and said, "My side." Before he could finish, Fang Ping had already walked to the living room, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. As soon as the TV was turned on, Fang Ping said excitedly, "Uncle, can I watch TV here for a while?" Mother ****. Huang Bin was cursing in his heart. "I haven't even agreed, and you've already turned on the TV and sat on the sofa. What else can I say? I wanted to say that the TV is broken, but what else can I say now? I'm pretending to be a good person. There is no one else in the house, so I have no excuse to chase him away. Should I say that I want to go out, right now?" He wished that no one would pay attention to him. What if he goes out in broad daylight and gets watched? After thinking for a while, Huang Bin suppressed his impatience and said with a smile, "It's fine. You can watch for a while if you like." "Uncle, do you like watching football? Do you want to watch it together?" "No need. I'm fine with watching anything." Huang Bin sighed again in his heart. "Forget it. I'll just bear with it for a while. This kid has to go to school eventually. Didn't he say that he took the whole morning off? At most, he'll only watch mealtime." After thinking this through, Huang Bin could not do anything else with an outsider like Fang Ping around. He could only sit on the sofa and stare blankly at the TV. Fang Ping stared at the TV as well. He looked fascinated, but he was actually a little impatient. When is this guy going to drink water? He would leave immediately after he drank water. He would knock on the door in 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the drug should have taken effect. Even if he did not pass out, he should be feeling weak all over, right? After watching TV for half an hour, Huang Bin had no intention of drinking water. Fang Ping was helpless. He picked up the glass and stood up. "Uncle, I'll go get some water. I'm really thirsty." "I'll get you a glass too." Before Huang Bin could refuse, Fang Ping went straight to the kitchen. He did not pour water directly. Instead, he carried the thermos into the living room. He poured a glass for himself first, then poured a large glass for Huang Bin. Huang Bin did not want to talk at all. This kid was a little too friendly. If not for the fact that he did not want to attract attention, he would have thrown him out the window. Fang Ping did not care what Huang Bin was thinking. He glanced at Huang Bin's glass out of the corner of his eye. Fang Ping did not touch his own glass. He continued to stare at the TV, as if he was so engrossed that he forgot to drink water. Humans were susceptible to psychological cues. If there was no water in front of you, you might not go out of your way to find water to drink. However, if there was a glass of water in front of you, even if you were not thirsty, you would subconsciously drink some. This was especially true when someone poured water for you. Most of the time, you would drink some even if you were not thirsty. Fang Ping's act of pouring water for Huang Bin earlier was to complete this psychological cue. Fang Ping was fine. He could use the TV to divert his attention. Huang Bin, on the other hand, was not in the mood to watch TV. He had nothing to do at the moment. Drinking some water could ease his mood. After a few minutes, Huang Bin moved his body. He leaned forward and picked up the glass in front of him. For a moment, Fang Ping's heart almost stopped. In order not to show any signs of abnormality, Fang Ping stared at the TV and said softly, "Score a goal." Score a goal. In reality, Fang Ping was being overly cautious. Huang Bin was on guard against many people. He was on guard against the Department of Investigation Services, foreign martial artists, and other suspicious characters. However, he had never thought of suspecting Fang Ping. He was a teenager, and a student at that. Huang Bin had no grudge against him. Even if he had wanted to cripple him, he did not do anything about it. Under these circumstances, would a teenager plot against him? Not to mention Huang Bin, anyone else wouldn't have thought that way. When Wang Jinyang came to school, Fang Ping and the others had treated him to a drink. Would Wang Jinyang suspect that someone had poisoned his drink? If everyone was so paranoid, their mental state would have deteriorated a long time ago. Therefore, many of Fang Ping's cover-ups were actually useless. Huang Bin had never thought about this, so he drank the water naturally. He picked up the glass and took a big gulp. When martial artists drank water, they did not lick it in small mouthfuls like girls. After drinking the water, the glass was half empty. Fang Ping saw this and did not stay any longer. He said suddenly, "Oh no, I think I forgot to turn off the gas. Uncle, I'm going downstairs." Huang Ben could not wait for him to leave. He smiled and said, "Sure, come visit often when you're free." "Thank you, uncle. I'll come back when I'm done." Huang Ben wanted to slap his own mouth. His mouth was F***king cheap. This kid was so friendly, yet he said such things. Was he out of his mind? Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. Huang Bin forced himself to say a few polite words before watching Fang Ping hurry out the door and down the stairs. After Fang Ping left, Huang Bin rubbed his temples. His mouth was dry, so he picked up the glass and took another sip. Shaking his head, he ignored Fang Ping and took out the package from under the sofa. Considering that the kid might come back later, Huang Bin took the package and entered the room, just in case the kid saw it. Downstairs. Fang Ping did not go home. Instead, he exited the building and found a place to hide outside the building. He was worried that the other party would not be affected by the drug and realize that he had set him up, so he would come downstairs to cause trouble. Fang Ping was still very wary of martial artists. His hand had slipped earlier and he had poured all 3 bottles of medicine into the room. Theoretically, it would be a blessing if no lives were lost. However, martial artists could resist it. Fang Ping did not think anyone would die. Perhaps the other party still had some energy left. He would wait outside for now. He would go up and test the waters later. Unit 201. Huang Bin entered the room and hid the package. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. He shook his head. Suddenly, he felt his legs go weak. He even had the urge to sit down. Oh no! The first thing that came to Huang Bin's mind was not Fang Ping, but the Department of Investigation Services of Sun City. He had been discovered and plotted against. How did the other party plot against him? The dizzy Huang Bin was terrified and in disbelief. He was sure that no one was monitoring him since he had moved here. He observed carefully every day before he left the house. The people in Sun City monitoring him could not escape his notice. It had been the same last time. He had quickly realized that the people in Sun City were monitoring him. Moreover, he had only gone out to buy breakfast this morning. Breakfast? Had he been drugged? It had been 2 to 3 hours since he had eaten breakfast. What kind of drug would take so long to take effect? Even now, Huang Bin did not think of Fang Ping. His head was heavy, so he did not have time to think. Feeling his limbs go weak, Huang Bin was already anxious. This could not go on. He bit his tongue hard, tasting the thick taste of blood in his mouth. Huang Bin could not care less. He turned around and picked up the package, then climbed to the windowsill with difficulty. When he looked, he saw that the window was installed with anti-theft windows. Mother ****. Huang Bin's head was splitting. His limbs were getting numb. He thought that the people from the Department of Investigation Services of Sun City might be waiting outside. He did not dare go through the front door. He could only jump out of the window and see if he could find a way out. Huang Bin struggled to move from his room to the living room. He hit his legs hard. He felt like he couldn't control his limbs anymore. That bastard Fang Ping had given her too many drugs. No matter how strong a martial artist's resistance was, Huang Bin was only a rank 2 martial artist. Fang Ping had used 10 times the amount of a normal person. If it were a normal person, they would probably have fainted from drooling. Huang Bin, on the other hand, could still move, which was a testament to his strength. Huang Bin had no time to be proud of his resistance. With his strong willpower and desire to survive, he finally moved to the balcony. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle, I'm going to watch TV. Uncle, are you still home? Huang Bin was in a daze, barely able to stay awake. Originally, he couldn't be bothered with the little fellow outside the door. At this time, he couldn't care less about hiding his identity. But all of a sudden, Huang Bin came to his senses. That's right, take hostages. At this time, even if he jumped out of the window, with the current situation, the possibility of him escaping was very low. However, as long as they had a hostage, especially one who was a Year 3 martial sciences candidate, the people of Sun City would not dare to ignore this kid's life. As if he was grasping at straws, Huang Bin used all his willpower to turn around and walk toward the door. Before the people from the Department of Investigation Services realized that he had fallen into a trap, he had to take down this kid first. At the door, Fang Ping continued knocking. After a while, there was no sound from inside. Fang Ping guessed that the guy must have fallen into a trap. Still, Fang Ping could not let his guard down completely. He held a not-so-thin wooden stick in his hand, which was behind his back. If no one opened the door, that would be the best. He could climb up from his own yard to take a look. If someone opened the door, then he would have to deal with it based on the situation. If the other party fell into the trap, then he would give him a blow based on the situation. If the other party did not fall into the trap, then he would say that the sewers were blocked and he came up to unblock the pipes. Yes, unblock the pipes. Fang Ping encouraged himself. After planning out his next course of action, Fang Ping continued knocking and called out innocently, "Uncle, are you home? Don't tell me he went out." "I'll come back later," Fang Ping muttered to himself when he suddenly heard light footsteps coming from the other side of the door. After a while, the door behind the anti-theft door was opened. Huang Bin's vision was so blurry that he could not even see the person outside clearly. He managed to mutter, Come in, uncle, are you okay?" Fang Ping did not dare to go in now. He took a step back subconsciously and said cautiously, "You don't look so good. Are you sick?" Huang Bin felt like he was about to faint. He did not have time to talk nonsense with him. He opened the anti-theft door with difficulty. His breathing was heavy as he said, Come in, uncle, do you want me to find a doctor for you? You can call the police. You don't look so good." Huang Bin's head was about to explode. Call the F*King police, this kid had been here for so long. The people from the Department of Investigation Services who were guarding downstairs might be coming up soon. While he still had some energy left, Huang Bin did not bother to say anything else. He reached out to grab Fang Ping. Fang Ping had been prepared for this. He quickly took a few steps back. Huang Bin was slightly stunned. Fang Ping also noticed that he was not in a good state. Needless to say, this guy had tried to grab him just now. It was obvious that he was not a good person. According to the logic of a good person, if he was not feeling well, the first thing he would do would be to ask Fang Ping to call a doctor. However, this guy wanted to grab him. If he was a good person, Fang Ping would have swallowed the staff in his hand. At this moment, Fang Ping was completely sure that all his previous guesses were true. He hesitated no more. There was a martial artist who wanted to cause trouble for him. He might even want his life. There was no need to be polite to people like this. His right hand, which was behind his back, lifted the staff and swung it at Huang Bin's head. "It's this little B*****. That was Huang Bin's first reaction. The other party had been guarding against him and had even prepared a staff. Even if his mind was not in a clear state, he knew who had set him up. It was not an enemy, nor was it someone from the Department of Investigation Services. It was definitely not one of those foreign martial artists. He, Huang Bin, had been tricked by a stupid kid. B*****. He did not curse, nor did he have the time to. The moment Fang Ping's staff fell, Huang Bin raised his right hand, not to counterattack, but to block his head. If it had been any other time, he would have kicked Fang Ping to death the moment the staff had landed before he had even been hit. Now, however, his limbs were weak. The fact that he could still stand was a testament to his strong willpower. Bang, the staff did not hit Huang Bin's head. Instead, it hit Huang Bin's arm. The look in Fang Ping's eyes changed. If a normal person took a hit like that, it would be lucky if they did not break a bone. However, when his staff hit Huang Bin's arm, it was as if he had hit a cement floor. The staff bounced back. Although he did not know how terrifying martial artists were, Fang Ping realized how strong his opponent's physique was. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Fang Ping did not have time to think. He had not dared to use his full strength, for fear of killing someone. He could not care less now. He pulled the staff back and swung it again with all his might. Bang, the staff was blocked by Huang Bin's arm again. The pain from the two hits helped Huang Bin shake off his stupor. When he thought about how he had been tricked by a stupid kid, Huang Bin was furious. He bit the tip of his tongue viciously. In an instant, Huang Bin seemed to have gained some motivation. He took a small step toward the door. Then, Huang Bin stopped defending himself. He swung his fists forward with all his might. He was a peak rank 2 martial artist. Even at this stage, he wanted this B***star to know that he could not trick martial artists. Naturally, Fang Ping saw his opponent move. There was no time to think. As Huang Bin swung his fists, Fang Ping swung his staff again. Gotcha! Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Huang Bin's fist looked slow. It did not even look like he was gathering strength. However, the staff in his hand broke when he swung his fist. The web between Fang Ping's thumb and forefinger was also hit by the rebound of the staff. His thumb and forefinger ached instantly, and his entire hand felt numb. Enduring the pain, Fang Ping did not dare to let go of the broken staff. He continued swinging the remaining half of the staff at Huang Bin's head. The blow just now had reached Huang Bin's limit. At this moment, Huang Bin could not feel the existence of his limbs. Bang! The staff hit Huang Bin's head for the first time. It did not break and bleed as Fang Ping had imagined. Huang Bin's head was tougher than the average person's. Fang Ping almost cursed in his heart. Was this a martial artist? Not only did he not faint after using so many drugs, he still had the strength to fight back. When he did not have the strength to fight back, his bones were tougher than the average person's. Fang Ping's hand was numb. He did not have time to think about this. Fang Ping used all his strength. His face was red as he swung the staff at Huang Bin again and again. At this moment, Fang Ping did not even think about whether he would kill Huang Bin. It was too terrifying. A person like this actually wanted to fight him. If he did not strike first to gain the upper hand, Huang Bin could have killed him with one slap. Huang Bin could no longer stand. Fang Ping swung the staff a few times. Huang Bin's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Huang Bin had not completely fainted yet. His eyes were wide open, glaring at Fang Ping as if he wanted to scare him away with his gaze. Fang Ping did not even look at his gaze. Even though the other had collapsed, Fang Ping still swung the remaining half of the staff at him. First, he hit the head. When he saw blood seeping out of Huang Bin's forehead, Fang Ping immediately changed his target. His hands, legs, chest, Fang Ping attacked every area that could possibly pose a threat to him again and again. In the corridor, only the dull sound of the staff hitting flesh and Fang Ping's heavy breathing could be heard. Fang Ping did not know how many times he had hit Huang Bin with the staff. He only stopped when his limbs had gone limp, panting heavily. Only then did Fang Ping look at Huang Bin. Huang Bin, who had collapsed to the ground, had a blood-red head. His limbs were spasming and twitching from the heavy blows. His chest rose and fell slightly, proving that he was still alive. Fang Ping panted for a while, feeling a lingering fear. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened if he had not drugged his opponent. It was not Fang Ping's first time fighting. This time, however, it was not a fight. He had hit someone who could not fight back. He had hit him until his limbs went limp and he was panting heavily. This was really the first time. Fang Ping licked his dry lips and carefully kicked Huang Bin. The other party did not react. Fang Ping looked around. It was broad daylight, and everyone else had gone to work. The corridor was very quiet. He looked at Huang Bin, who had collapsed at the door. Fang Ping's head hurt. This guy was too dangerous. Would he wake up later? Without much hesitation, Fang Ping picked up the staff and hit Huang Bin a few more times. Huang Bin's body was only twitching. This confirmed Fang Ping's suspicions that the other party had no strength left. Fang Ping put down the staff and strode into the house. He dragged Huang Bin inside and quickly closed the door. In the room, Fang Ping looked around and found a blanket. He turned Huang Bin around and wrapped him in it. This method of binding the body was more reliable than using rope. Worried that one blanket was not enough, Fang Ping looked around and found another blanket. He wrapped Huang Bin in it again. Then, he wrapped the blanket around him again, leaving only Huang Bin's head outside. Still worried that it was not enough, Fang Ping did not find rope on the second floor, but he did find a bundle of iron wire. Then, Fang Ping wrapped the iron wire around the blanket and tied it tightly. He tied it round and round, and finally used a pair of pliers to twist the joint. Only then did Fang Ping wipe the sweat off his forehead. He panted and said, "If you can break free from this, then you're good." The other party's limbs were slightly fractured. He did not know if they were broken. Now that his limbs were tied up, there was no room for him to exert strength. He was wrapped in several layers, and the outermost layer was wrapped in iron wire. If the other party could break free like this, then he was really superhuman. After tying him up, Fang Ping stuck 5 or 6 layers of adhesive tape inside and out, sealing his mouth. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly felt that something was wrong. He mumbled, "Why do I feel like the villain?" He could not help but think that way. He had broken into someone's house, drugged them, beat them half to death, tied them up, and even sealed their mouths. Was that not something a villain would do? If Huang Bin was a woman, it would be even more believable. Fang Ping's cheeks twitched. If anyone barged in now, no one would think that he was a good person. He shook his head and stared at Huang Bin. Fang Ping's head hurt again. Now that the other party was in this state, it would not be easy to deal with him. He was now sure that this guy was a bad guy. However, if he could not find any evidence and just handed him over to the police, it would not just be a matter of criticism and education. Fang Ping had not planned to be ruthless at first. He just wanted to knock him out. However, the other party did not faint even after 10 times the dosage, and could even fight back. He had no choice but to be ruthless. This is going to be troublesome. Unit 201. In the living room. Looking at Huang Bin, who was tied up, Fang Ping felt a lingering fear. He blamed himself for being too impulsive. Although he had always suspected that the guy was a martial artist, he did not expect a martial artist to be this strong. To Fang Ping, Sun City was just a small place. Here, even a martial arts university student like Wang Jinyang was revered. Martial artists were rarely seen. That was why Fang Ping judged that even if the guy upstairs was a martial artist, he was not strong. How strong could a low-ranked martial artist who had just left the realm of normal people be? Knocking him out with 10 times the amount of knockout drug would be a piece of cake. The result was unexpected. Fang Ping was glad that he did not stay and chose to wait instead. Otherwise, if Huang Bin still had strength left, he would be in deep trouble. Thinking about this, Fang Ping sat on the floor and rested for a while. Then, he got up and started searching the house. He was not sure if he could find any evidence of a crime. After all, the guy had just moved in. Regardless, he had to find a way to get out of this. If he really could not find it, Fang Ping was considering whether he should frame this guy. Modern society was not ancient times. If it were ancient times, no one would care if he was killed and thrown into a mass grave. Now that someone was dead, he had to investigate. As for how to frame him, Fang Ping was already considering whether he should hurt himself to gain the confidence of others. No one would believe that he could take down a martial artist so easily. They would not believe that he, a high school student, had nothing better to do than to scheme against a martial artist. Fang Ping stopped thinking about this and started searching the house. 10 minutes later, Fang Ping walked into the living room with a large package. Huang Bin had brought almost nothing of his own. Other than some daily necessities, he only had a change of clothes. In the end, Fang Ping found the parcel on the balcony. It seemed that this was Huang Bin's belongings. After staring at the package for a while, Fang Ping muttered to himself and unzipped it. The moment the zipper was undone, Fang Ping's pupils contracted. The first thing that caught his eye was a Mitsubishi military knife almost 40 centimeters long. Someone from the military? Fang Ping gulped, but he quickly shook his head. Although the Mitsubishi bayonet was considered a military item, it had been gradually phased out by the military in recent years. There were still a lot of people selling these things. On the contrary, there were very few soldiers who carried such things. Exhaling slightly, Fang Ping reached out and took the general bayonet in his hand, sizing it up. Fang Ping could not help but glance at Huang Bin, who was wrapped up tightly, when he saw some dried bloodstains in the blood groove. This guy might have killed someone before. Even if he hadn't killed anyone, this bayonet had seen blood. He carefully placed the stiletto aside, far away from Huang Bin. Fang Ping dared not let this guy have a chance to touch it. After removing the bayonet, what Fang Ping saw next was none other than the bright red banknotes in the bag. Stacks and stacks of bills were stuffed messily in the bag, while others were scattered. Fang Ping hurriedly took out the notes and counted them. There were 20 stacks of notes in total, which should be 200,000. On the other hand, there were less than 10,000 banknotes scattered around. Fang Ping did not count them in detail. These days, there weren't many people who carried so much cash. Other than some businessmen, very few people would carry such a large amount of cash outside, especially a renter like Huang Bin. Fang Ping completely ruled out the other party's military identity, and he was sure that he was not from the government. No one from the government would carry so much cash when they were being monitored. Lone traveler? Fugitive? These two identities were Fang Ping's first thought. Carrying a large amount of cash outside, and considering Huang Bin's usual secretive behavior, Fang Ping felt that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Huang Bin was probably not a decent person. A few minutes later, Fang Ping laid out all the loot in the bag in front of him. One Mitsubishi bayonet. Less than 210,000 in cash. One set of clothes to change into. There were also some bottles and cans, 6 of them in total. 3 of them had advertising logos on them. They were similar to normal medicine bottles, with the name of the medicine. 2 bottles of blood and chi replenishing pills, and 1 bottle of vitality pills. There was the date of manufacture, the manufacturer, and the address of the manufacturer. They were legitimate, legal medicine. Fang Ping counted the blood and chi replenishing pills. There were 18 pills in total from the 2 bottles. The medicine bottles were all packed with 10 pills, so Huang Bin must have eaten 2. There were 8 vitality pills left, and he had eaten 2 of them. Fang Ping's breathing was heavy. He had heard Wu Zhihao mention the names of the blood and chi replenishing pills before. In a regular pharmacy, blood and chi replenishing pills cost 30,000 yuan each, while vitality pills cost 100,000 yuan each. For Wu Zhihao and the others, buying a vitality pill before the Gaokao was their best bet. 100,000 yuan was not a small amount. Even Wu Zhihao's family would feel the pinch from buying such a pill. What about now? There were 18 blood and chi replenishing pills and 8 vitality pills in front of him. According to the pharmacy's prices, these 2 pills alone would cost 1.34 million, including the cash. The total value was more than 1.5 million. Not to forget, there were 3 bottles of items that Fang Ping did not recognize. Fang Ping opened them and looked at them for a while. They were also round pills. Obviously, they were also pills used by martial artists. However, these 3 bottles of pills did not have names. For a moment, Fang Ping could not guess what kind of pills these bottles contained. No matter what they were, they would not be cheap. The pills used by martial artists were very expensive. This could be seen from the vitality pills. Vitality pills were commonly used by martial science exam candidates who were not martial artists. The guy lying in front of him was a real martial artist, so the pills he used might be better and more expensive. Fang Ping's knowledge was too limited. He could not judge the value of these things in a short time. Apart from these, the rest were some food and mineral water. 6 bottles of pills, about 200,000 yuan in cash, and a military knife. These were the items Fang Ping had found so far. Fang Ping could not help but glance at Huang Bin. He had forgotten to search Huang Bin when he had tied him up. From the configuration of his bag, he had food and weapons, so there was a high chance that he would run away at any time. People like him usually did not keep their most precious items in their bags. After all, there was a chance that the bag could be discarded. Good things should be kept on him, if they were not big. Fang Ping thought that this guy might still have other good things on him. However, Huang Bin was wrapped up in a few layers, so Fang Ping did not dare to let him go and search him. He turned his attention to the items in front of him. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He had the money. His wealth, however, did not increase. Logically speaking, the pills were also valuable. Similarly, his wealth did not increase. In that case, according to the system's judgment, these items still did not belong to Fang Ping. It made sense. These items still belonged to Huang Bin. Huang Bin was not dead, and he did not say that he would give these items to Fang Ping. Naturally, they belonged to Huang Bin. Even if Fong Ping got them, he would not be able to increase his wealth. Soon, Fong Ping thought that Huang Ben was now under his control. If he ate the pills, they would also be considered his. However, the system did not increase his wealth. This meant that money was not the same as wealth. Or perhaps, the system did not encourage this kind of behavior. Fong Ping could not come to a conclusion at the moment. He shook his head and temporarily put these thoughts aside. His priority was not his wealth, but Huang Bin's. He had only found these items. Although he could tell from the weapons and cash that Huang Ben was not a good person, there was no direct evidence to prove that he was a bad person. Also, what should he do with these items that were worth more than 1,000,000 yuan? If he called the police, did he have to hand them all in? Fong Ping was reluctant. He wondered if he should keep some of them and hide them. After all, he had risked his life this time. In reality, he was not hurt at all. It was just that the web between his thumb and forefinger had cracked slightly when he was hacking at Huang Ben. A few minutes later, Fong Ping stuffed the items back into his bag. He looked at Huang Ben. After staring at the unconscious Huang Ben for a while, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Martial artists are really powerful. He drank so much medicine and was beaten up by me, but he woke up so quickly." Huang Ben did not move. Fong Ping sneered and said disdainfully, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old?" When he was unconscious, his breathing was erratic, and his body was twitching. Now, he's not moving at all. He's pretending to be dead. Either he's really dead, or he's awake. Don't you know what it means to bury one's head in the sand? If you didn't hold your breath, I wouldn't have noticed. You were breathing loudly just now, and now it's gone. Do you really think my ears are that bad? There were only the two of them in the small living room. The room was so quiet that Huang Ben, whose mouth was gagged, was breathing loudly. However, in that instant, the sound had disappeared. Fong Ping was not deaf. Huang Ben probably did not realize that he had subconsciously held his breath when he was unconscious. He did not know that this was his biggest weakness. At Fong Ping's words, Huang Ben, who had been closing his eyes, slowly opened them. He scanned the visible area. Fong Ping was the only one there. Huang Ben let out a sigh of relief. It was much better than he had expected. He had thought that the moment he woke up, he would already be in the Department of Investigation Services. The person in front of him might be the fat guy from Sun City. In the end, there was only Fong Ping. This was the best ending he could have imagined. If he had entered the Department of Investigation Services, he would not have been able to escape in his previous state, much less in his current state. Now, he still had a chance to escape. His head was still swollen, and his body was covered in layers. Even Huang Ben could not break free. Thoughts spun rapidly in his mind. Huang Ben looked at Fong Ping, his eyes moving. At this moment, he could not open his mouth to speak. Fong Ping was wary. He took out his bayonet from his bag and kept a distance from him. "Do you want to talk? But I don't want to give you the chance to speak. I think it's better to hand a dangerous person like you over to the police." Woo-woo, Huang Ben struggled for a while. His head swayed, and he lifted his chin to point at the bag in front of Fong Ping. He saw that the bag was intact and thought that Fong Ping had not opened it. There was a lot of cash and pills that Fong Ping could use. Huang Ben thought that a child from a normal family like Fong Ping would be tempted. As long as he was given the chance to speak, he was confident that he could escape. Fong Ping understood one thing: Dylan's died because they talked too much. Huang Ben wanted to say something, but he did not want the other party to say anything. However, he knew too little about many things. His status meant that he could not obtain any useful information. Even if he was unwilling, Fong Ping was prepared to let Huang Ben talk to him. He was not afraid of the guy's screams. He did not look like a good person. Otherwise, he would not have struggled when he said he would hand him over to the police. A few minutes later, Huang Ben began to pant violently. Fong Ping had wrapped him too tightly and sealed his mouth. His chest seemed to have fractured. This made it difficult for him to breathe. The first thing Huang Ben did after Fong Ping used the bayonet to prick a hole in the tape was to breathe. After panting for a while, Huang Ben turned his head to look at Fong Ping, who was walking away from him. His eyes were bloodshot. He did not expect to fall into this kid's hands. Huang Bin could not help but ask, we have no grudges, right? He could not understand why this kid wanted to hurt him. He could accept it if it was a martial artist, but the other party was not even one. Fang Ping did not answer him directly. He could not say that he had suspected the other party was going to hurt him, so he attacked first. In reality, Fang Ping had a vague feeling that he might have been mistaken. This guy might not have wanted to hurt him, but to hide his identity. Looking at the cash, weapons, food, and water he had prepared, it was more likely that he was a fugitive. Could Fang Ping admit that he had made a mistake, though? When Huang Bin asked, Fang Ping said casually, I'm a good student. Catching bad guys is our duty. Duty my ass. Huang Bin cursed in his heart. He had traveled far and wide, yet he had fallen into this little bastard's hands. He would not be satisfied even if he died. Fang Ping did not give him a chance to ask. He took out the bottles of pills from his bag. What kind of medicine are these bottles of pills? Don't hide it from me. I can find out if you're lying. Huang Bin did not hide it. Just as Fang Ping said, he could find out if he wanted to. Huang Bin was relieved that the kid had his eyes on these things. It was good that he had something to ask for. 3 of them have labels. You should have seen them. 2 bottles of blood and chi replenishing pills, and 1 bottle of vitality pills. Do martial artists need pills like this? Of course. Huang Bin immediately said, these are all medicines to replenish vitality. Martial artists also need to replenish their vitality. It's impossible to replenish it with food every time, so most martial artists have blood and chi replenishing pills and blood and chi replenishing pills with them. Fang Ping understood. He picked up a slightly smaller medicine bottle and asked, what's inside? This is also a vitality pill, but it's not the ordinary kind. It's a first-grade vitality pill. Huang Bin added, high-grade vitality pills are mainly used for martial artists' final breakthroughs. A rank 1 vitality pill like this was a must-have for prospective martial artists. It was used when they were about to break through to martial artist. It could replenish more chi and blood. But for me, it's mainly used to replenish my chi and blood. It's much more useful than blood and chi replenishing pills and ordinary blood and chi replenishing pills during battles and long-distance raids. Elixirs are divided into grades? Huang Bin didn't answer. This was nonsense. When he saw Fang Ping holding the bayonet and looking for a place to attack, Huang Bin said immediately, there are different ranks. It's the same as martial artists. How much for one? There were not many rank 1 vitality pills. Fang Ping took a look and saw only 3. 300,000. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. Martial artists really treated money like it was nothing. Just a pill could cost hundreds of thousands. The market price of blood and chi replenishing pills and ordinary blood and chi replenishing pills was 1.34 million. Including the 3 rank 1 vitality pills, that was 2.24 million. Fang Ping pointed at the remaining 2 bottles of pills. Huang Bin answered honestly, one is a bone-honing pill, and the other is a viscera-shielding pill. There were even fewer pills in these 2 bottles. Although they were called bottles, there was only 1 pill in each. This time, Fang Ping didn't need to ask. Huang Bin said cooperatively, bone-honing pill, as the name suggests, is a pill used to hone the strength of bones. Martial artists, especially low-ranked ones, mainly cultivated their skeletons. Only strong bones can support vitality outbursts. External training of muscles, bones, skin, and meridians are not considered serious injuries to martial artists. Only bones are different. They heal extremely slowly. That's why martial artists train their bones first. That way, whether it's vitality outbursts or normal cultivation, they won't hurt their bodies too badly. It's the same during battles. Bones are weak. If you punch and your bones break, you won't be able to continue fighting. Only with strong bones can one have a strong physique. Viscera shielding pill is also related to its name. It's mainly used to protect the internal organs. The human body's internal organs are very weak. Low-ranked martial artists can't cultivate their internal organs yet. At this time, it's fine for normal cultivation, but once you break through, the viscera shielding pill is very necessary. Without the viscera-shielding pill to protect your internal organs, once your vitality outbursts exceed your limit, your internal organs will be damaged. After explaining for a while, Huangbin said hurriedly, "These are the pills I use to break through to rank 3. They're extremely expensive. Whether it's the bone-honing pill or the viscera-shielding pill, they're both rank 2 pills. They're priceless. The cheaper bone-honing pill costs $1 million. The viscera-shielding pill is even more expensive. A rank 2 viscera-shielding pill costs $2 million on the market." Fang Ping gulped and subconsciously held the 2 medicine bottles in his hands. A rank 2 bone-honing pill cost $1 million, and a rank 2 viscera-shielding pill $2 million. Why did it feel like money was worthless? In reality, Huangbin had obtained these 2 pills in preparation for breaking through to rank 3. Even martial artists from big companies, the government, and martial arts universities would not be so extravagant as to use these pills to cultivate, let alone casual martial artists like Huangbin. 6 bottles of pills cost $5.24 million on the market. In reality, martial artists were cheaper when buying and selling pills. Institutions like martial arts universities were even cheaper when buying them. However, Huangbin did not have these channels. If he bought them, the market price was the market price. Of course, most of the pills in Huangbin's hands were robbed. He was already penniless because he wanted to break through to rank 2 from rank 1. Although he had saved up for the next few years, it was only enough for his daily expenses. For a martial arts university student like Wang Jinyang, 3 or 4 million might be enough to break through to rank 3. Huangbin, on the other hand, would need at least 10 million to gather the necessary resources. Earning money was harder than spending it. Huangbin had resorted to robbing because he was desperate and unwilling to give up. Wang Jinyang had said before that people like Fang Ping, who came from average families, would be even more desperate after passing the martial arts conference. Daily cultivation required money, replenishing vitality required money, and breaking through to the next rank required money. There was no such thing as free money. This was the reason why Li Yuanjiang, who got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University last time, could not break through to martial artist. A prospective martial artist needed at least a rank 1 vitality pill and a rank 1 bone-honing pill to break through to martial artist. As for the viscera-shielding pill, he did not need to prepare it. It was just a little dangerous. Those from good families could prepare it, and it was safer. Those from average families only needed to prepare a rank 1 vitality pill, but that was too risky. Many dared not try it. A rank 1 bone-honing pill was worth 500,000. With the addition of a rank 1 vitality pill, that would be 800,000. Even in martial arts universities, the school would provide some resources at a much lower price, but the students would still need to prepare more than 300,000. This would be the first time, and prospective martial artists might not be able to break through on their first try. The school would not provide resources for a second try. Li Yuanjiang did not succeed on his first try, so he had to pay for his second try himself. For a martial arts university student who was not a martial artist, including daily expenses, he would need to prepare at least $1 million to break through again. If he was not a martial artist, how could he earn that much money? People like Wang Jinyang had broken through on their first try. Some of them only needed 1 vitality pill. The resources provided by the school were more than enough. Once they became martial artists, they would have a way to earn money. This was the main reason why the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. If they could not take the first step, it was normal for some martial arts university students to not become martial artists even after graduation. Fang Ping had gained some information from Huangbin's words. Not only was this guy a martial artist, but he was also not a rank 1 martial artist. He was a rank 2 martial artist who was ready to break through. Fang Ping felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. He had been too impulsive. Impulsiveness was the devil. He had to be more careful next time. Huangbin's eyes flashed when he saw Fang Ping clenching the bottle tightly. He said in a low voice, "These are all yours now, including the cash in the bag. They're worth more than 5 million. But if you hand me over to the police or the Department of Investigation Services, they'll definitely take these things away." At that moment, Huangbin's only thought was not to be sent to the police station by Fang Ping. The police station was full of normal people, so he was not afraid. However, a wanted criminal like him had a record in the police station. As long as he was recognized, he would be transferred to the Department of Investigation Services immediately. Once he entered the Department of Investigation Services, even a rank 4 would have to kneel before him in their lair, much less a rank 2. Now, he could only tempt them with benefits. Wealth of more than 5 million. Had this kid ever seen so much money in his life? Noticing Fang Ping's silence, Huang Bin said immediately, "Don't even think about silencing me. The clues I've set up can only divert the authorities' attention for 10 days to half a month at most. In a few more days, the other party will definitely find me. If I die, you won't be able to escape. You're still young, and you have a bright future ahead of you. I can see that your vitality is very high, and there's hope for you to enter the martial sciences. If you perish together with me, the losses outweigh the gains. If you let me go now, I'll leave immediately and leave all these things to you. You don't have to worry about your safety. I won't take revenge." Huang Bin continued, "You can arrange for someone to wait at the entrance of the police station, or call the police at any time. If I wanted to take revenge on you, I wouldn't be able to escape. If something happens to you, Sun City will definitely lock me down and capture me. Therefore, I will not take such a risk. My life is more important than money. I haven't lived long enough. What do you think?" Huang Bin's words were sincere. Most of them were true. As for the fact that he would not take revenge, Huang Bin did not believe it himself. This time, he had been tricked by this kid. If he did not kill this guy, he would not be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Just as Huang Bin was waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "You still have some good stuff on you, don't you? Maybe even more valuable than these pills." TSK, a rank 2 martial artist carrying around items worth tens of millions. Martial artists are so king rich. The corner of Huang Bin's mouth twitched. At a time like this, Fang Ping was still in the mood to care about money? Huang Bin desperately wanted to escape, but he refused to admit that he had something better on him. Naturally, Huang Bin denied Fang Ping's words. Fang Ping did not mind. He tapped the floor lightly with his bayonet and asked after some thought, "Looks like you've committed some serious crimes. You've killed a lot of people, haven't you?" Huang Bin did not answer. For this kind of matter, a bad answer could cause a huge unforeseen event. Seeing that he did not answer, Fang Ping did not pursue the matter. He had already made up his mind. Right now, he was not too interested in this. After a moment of thought, Fang Ping finally asked about what he was most interested in. "I'll ask you another question. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I might consider what you said earlier." Huang Bin said cautiously, "Ask away." "What is a martial artist?" This question was very childish. Many people would laugh if they heard it. How laughable was it for someone who did not even know what a martial artist was to pursue the path of martial arts? However, Huang Bin was not in the mood to laugh. Aside from true martial artists or those who had learned from their families, how many people knew what a true martial artist was? Fang Ping was not asking about martial artists, but how to become one, the standards, and the definition of a martial artist. These were actually secrets. There were many reasons why the government did not announce this information to the public. Under normal circumstances, one would only find out after getting into a martial arts university. If it were Wang Jinyang, he would probably say, "You'll understand when you get into a martial arts university." However, Huang Bin was not Wang Jinyang. He did not even care about himself now, let alone these not-so-secret secrets. He wanted to trick Fang Ping once, but he remembered that Fang Ping was still far from becoming a martial artist. Who knew how long it would take for him to break through? There was no point in lying now. Thinking of this, Huang Bin said honestly, "Martial artists are actually a group of ordinary people who have broken through their physical limits. The key to becoming a martial artist is to break through your limits. Let's not talk about middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists. They're still far away from you. Let's talk about low-ranked martial artists first. I told you before that low-ranked martial artists focus on honing their bones, followed by changing their muscles and refining their skin. As for vitality, it's the foundation of training their muscles, bones, and skin. In conclusion, a strong vitality is the foundation, and strong bones are the qualifications to break through to become a martial artist. As Huang Bin explained, Fang Ping gradually understood the path of a martial artist. At the same time, Fang Ping could not help but recall what Wang Jinyang had said. When they went to pick up Wang Jinyang, Yang Jian and the others were discussing the martial artists who were taking the college entrance examination. Back then, Wang Jinyang had mentioned that these people were not only talented but also had a family background. Almost all of them had a rank 4 martial artist backing them up. He had not understood what it meant before, but now he did. According to Huang Bin, there were at least 3 conditions to become a martial artist. First, vitality. Students enrolled in the martial sciences examinations usually had a vitality of at least 110 calories, but that did not mean that they were martial artists. To become a martial artist, one's vitality had to be at least 150 calories. Of course, it would be better if his vitality was higher, but it could not be higher than 200 calories otherwise, with an aspiring martial artist's physique, it would not be a good thing if his vitality was too intense. Second, bone strength. If an ordinary person wanted to break through to become a martial artist, their bones would need to be strong enough to at least be able to adapt to the vitality outburst after the breakthrough. However, bone tempering was not something that could be done simply by taking medicine. It required a professional cultivation technique. This was also the third condition, cultivation technique. A basic cultivation technique would generally have the effect of training one's qi, blood, and bones. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for a normal person to increase their vitality to 120 calories purely by taking supplements. There was no way they would have the chance to increase it to more than 150 calories. Of course, cultivation techniques also required a basic foundation. Usually, a vitality of at least 110 calories could only be cultivated. Otherwise, if one did not have enough vitality, it was more likely that they would become sickly after cultivating and hurt their bodies. This was also the reason why martial arts universities required students to have high vitality every year. However, cultivation techniques could not be passed down easily. Unless one was a rank 4 martial artist, cultivation techniques were not allowed to be passed down. If they were, it would be against the law. When Huang Bin mentioned this, there was not much resentment. Instead, there was a look of understanding on his face. Why was it that only rank 4 martial artists could pass it down? It was not a restriction on low-ranked martial artists and normal people, but it was for protection. When a prospective martial artist broke through to a martial artist, the vitality outburst would be very powerful. Without a middle-ranked martial artist to guide and watch over them, the slightest carelessness could cause their blood vessels to burst and their vitality to rush to their organs. At best, they would be heavily injured. At worst, they would lose their lives. Martial arts training classes in society required one to be a rank 4 martial artist and above. This was also to prevent cultivation techniques from being passed down. Without guidance and protection, it was extremely dangerous. In the past few years, there were actually no restrictions on the spread of cultivation techniques. However, many normal people obtained cultivation techniques and took a risk to become martial artists. Every year, many people lost their lives. Naturally, there were people who succeeded, but they were in the minority. Out of 100 people who practiced cultivation techniques, less than 1% could break through to become a martial artist without any guidance. The others either did not dare to continue cultivating, or their blood vessels burst when they were cultivating or breaking through. Moreover, many normal people did not have the vitality to reach the standard. If they cultivated in advance, they would eventually hurt their foundation and could not be replenished. Modern times were not like ancient times. Human life was still very important. To prevent this from happening, the spread of cultivation techniques was restricted. Only martial artists above rank 4 had the ability to watch over and suppress normal people when they were breaking through. Therefore, in the end, the government made a series of actions, including the rule that the legal person of martial arts training classes had to be at least rank 4. When normal people broke through to a martial artist, unless they did not have this condition or had no other choice, they would let a rank 4 martial artist hold the line. Martial arts training classes were extremely expensive. The cultivation techniques were not the main thing. The key was the guarantee of safety. Those who signed up for training classes had the right to ask a rank 4 martial artist to watch over them when they were breaking through. If the breakthrough was not successful, a rank 4 martial artist could help suppress a potential martial artist's vitality outburst. In martial arts universities, it was almost the same situation. When students were breaking through, they could ask for a rank 4 martial artist or above to hold the line. Vitality, bone strength, and cultivation techniques were the 3 prerequisites. Other than that, there were resources, including vitality pills, bone honing pills, viscera shielding pills, and so on. Those with good conditions would prepare more, and those with poor conditions would prepare less. Therefore, if there were no rank 4 martial artists in the family, very few people would become martial artists before Gaokao. It was too risky. Even rank 3 martial artists could not suppress a martial artist's vitality when they failed to break through and prevent their body from exploding. After listening to this, Fang Ping frowned slightly. So, without a rank 4 martial artist present, normal people can't become martial artists? Huang Bin knew what Fang Ping was thinking too well. It was not just Fang Ping's thoughts. Normal people did not want to become martial artists. Otherwise, there would not have been a ban on cultivation techniques. It was because there were too many people like this, and rank 4 martial artists were not cabbages. Many people risked their lives, causing cultivation techniques to be banned. If it was Huang Bin's family or children, of course, Huang Bin would make it clear. Even if he broke through rank 3 and his children wanted to break through, he would pay a price to find a rank 4 martial artist to hold the line. Who was Fang Ping, though? He was the enemy who set him up. Therefore, when Fang Ping asked, Huang Bin quickly said, "It's not that only rank 4 martial artists can do it. As long as the foundation is strong, there are some risks, but not too much." In the past, not everyone had a rank 4 martial artist to protect them. Most of the older martial artists relied on themselves. As long as they can break through in one go, there won't be any danger. Many geniuses don't need protection at all, because these people can succeed in one go. After saying that, Huang Bin looked at Fang Ping. It was obvious that he was saying, "You are a genius, don't be afraid, break through directly, you won't die." Young people did not know their place, thinking that they were one of a kind. Young people should be flattered. If you flattered them, they would be happy. If you belittled them, they would be unhappy, thinking that you were looking down on them. Huang Bin understood the thoughts of these young people. After all, he was once a young person. In the past, he, Huang Bin, was full of confidence, thinking that he could break through successfully without anyone to protect him. However, he did not consider that even the students in martial arts universities had a 50% chance of failing to break through every year. Huang Bin had almost lost his life when he was in the martial arts training class. Even now, he still had lingering fears. If Fang Ping wanted to try, Huang Bin would be happy to see it happen. Of course, the kid had to survive until then. Seeing that he was inquiring about martial artists, Huang Bin could not wait for the kid to break through immediately. It would be best if he died. Unfortunately, the kid was not qualified yet. He did not even have the chance to break through. Fang Ping was not really 17 or 18 years old. How could he not understand this guy's thoughts? He sneered in his heart. To be honest, Fang Ping did have this thought in mind. He did not know if he was a genius, but he had a cheat. He could barely be considered a genius, right? However, he was still far from breaking through to martial artist, so Fang Ping did not think too much about it. If he got into a martial arts university, he would have instructors to protect him, so Fang Ping did not have to take the risk. As he thought about this, Fang Ping asked again, "Do you have a cultivation method?" "Yes." Huang Bin's answer was straightforward. He said immediately, "Most low-ranked martial artists cultivate basic cultivation methods." The martial arts training class and martial arts university's basic cultivation methods are almost the same. Even if there are differences, it's usually in the order of honing. There are many bones in the human body. Some cultivation methods hone the legs first, while others hone the hands and arms first. There's not much of a difference. It's just a matter of the order. Bone honing isn't something that can be done overnight. When a prospective martial artist breaks through to a martial artist, the bones are only slightly strengthened. Low-ranked martial artists, even rank 3, are always honing their bones, then what about your cultivation method? A hint of a smile appeared in Huang Bin's eyes. He continued, I've read basic cultivation methods for 20 years. I've memorized them by heart. Naturally, I don't have to carry any secret manuals with me. The cultivation method is in my head. If you let me go, I'll give you the cultivation method immediately. Fang Ping believed him when he said he did not have any secret manuals with him. If he did, Fang Ping would have discovered it long ago. However, even if Huang Bin had given it to Fang Ping, he would not have trusted him if he had asked him to memorize and copy it. He stopped asking about the cultivation method. Right now, Fang Ping was thinking about how to deal with this guy. Kill him, just as Huang Bin said, the Sun City officials would find out sooner or later. After all, this guy was hiding. It looked like he was avoiding capture. Also, even if Fang Ping's mental age was older than he was now, he had done bad things, but he had never killed anyone. Fang Ping would not dare to kill Huang Bin even if he did. If he did not kill him, though, this guy was a rank 2 martial artist. It was too dangerous. He could only send him to the police station. The key was, Fang Ping glanced at the package in front of him. If he sent the guy away, would the police leave these things for him? Stop joking, there were a few million worth of valuables. Some things could not even be bought with money, such as the bone-honing pill and viscera shielding pill. These were things that Fang Ping could not buy even if he wanted to. How should he deal with Huang Bin? Fang Ping had a headache. This guy was a hot potato. He would definitely send him away. The key was how he would do it. He could not just send him to the police station. If that happened, he might not even get a cent. He was a normal person. How could he have the chance to bargain with the officials? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping came to a decision. Ignoring Huang Bin's expectant face, Fang Ping searched for a while and found the broken wooden stick he had thrown earlier. When he saw Fang Ping pick up the stick and walk toward him, Huang Bin's expression darkened. He said nervously, You. What are you doing? You're too dangerous. Being unconscious is better than being awake. Don't come near me. Don't scream. If someone hears you, you'll be in a worse state than you are now. Huang Bin wanted to scream. He wanted to scream, but when he thought of the possibility of attracting attention, he did not dare to scream. If he did not dare to scream, Fang Ping would not pity him. Bang, the wooden stick hit his head again. At that moment, Huang Bin wanted to die. He wanted to faint even more. Even if he pretended to faint, Fang Ping did not hold back. He hit him 5 or 6 times in a row. Fang Ping only stopped when Huang Bin's moans became weak and feeble. A few minutes later, Fang Ping walked out of Unit 201. He closed the door, still carrying a black plastic bag in his hand. He did not take the cash, nor did he take the military knife. He only brought the 6 bottles of pills with him. The pills were extremely expensive. Fang Ping did not feel safe leaving them here. If a thief took them away, he would not even have a place to cry. As for Huang Bin, Fang Ping gagged him again and shoved him under the bed. Fang Ping frowned slightly as he walked out of the district. I brought the pills, but they're not counted as wealth. Is it because I haven't met the requirements, or are these items not counted as wealth, but cash? It shouldn't be a problem with the cash. After all, I took the cash just now. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. He guessed that the money and pills did not completely belong to him yet. After all, if this matter was not handled properly, the money might not belong to him in the end. His wealth did not increase, but Fang Ping was not in a hurry. The most important thing now was to deal with Huang Bin. He had arrested him. According to the original plan, he would have sent him directly to the police station. Now, however, Fang Ping was not willing to send him in just like that. Huang Bin was not a mute. If he went in, he would take everything away. He could not withstand the pressure from the police now. Fang Ping thought about it and decided that he had to find someone to help share the burden. If worst came to worst, they could split the loot together. If Fang Ping had the ability to settle the aftermath, he would naturally take everything for himself. Currently, he lacked the ability to do so. The only thing he could do now was to cut his losses. It was better than getting nothing at all. Who could share the burden? Wang Jinyang's figure flashed across Fang Ping's mind. He had no other choice. It was not that he knew Wang Jinyang was after Huang Bin. He was the only martial artist Fang Ping knew. If he was not a martial artist, he would not have the ability to withstand the pressure, be it from his parents, his teachers, or anyone else Fang Ping knew. Of all the people he knew, the only one who had the ability and hoped to keep the loot was Wang Jinyang. Also, Wang Jinyang was a martial arts university student. This was an important identity. Fang Ping had interacted with him for a while, but he did not know him well. From their conversation, though, he could tell that Wang Jinyang was not a bad person. Even if they did not split the loot evenly, it was possible that the guy would take everything for himself. He was a martial arts university student and an official martial artist with a bright future ahead of him. For the sake of a few million, the possibility of him killing himself and taking everything for himself was not high. The most serious consequence was that Wang Jinyang would take all the benefits for himself. It was slightly better. Wang Jinyang would eat the most, so he should at least leave some benefits for him. If it was any better, it would be as Fang Ping had predicted. Everyone would split it equally. To Fang Ping, this was the best outcome. Fang Ping made up his mind after he had thought through everything and made sure that his own safety was guaranteed. At that moment, Fang Ping's only thought was that he was still too weak. If he was a little stronger and became a martial artist, so what if he swallowed it all for himself? He had caught a fugitive and accidentally killed him. That was justifiable self-defense. How could the Sun City officials find trouble with him? There weren't many martial artists in Sun City, so they were highly respected. Even if he knew that Xianxia had taken advantage of him, he wouldn't make it public. But now, he was just an ordinary senior high school student. Who would take him seriously? It did not matter if Huang Bin was dead or sent to the police station. As long as they found out that he was related to Fang Ping would not be able to take advantage of him. At most, he would give him a reward for being a good Samaritan. Compared to a few million in wealth, though, the reward was nothing. Fang Ping did not care for it. 10 minutes later, it was past 11 in the morning. Number 1 High School. The last class had ended. Wu Zhihao had just stepped out of the classroom when he saw Fang Ping, who had taken the morning off, waving at him. Wu Zhihao walked over and asked. Curiously, Fang Ping, are you sick? Teacher said you weren't feeling well this morning. I'm fine. I've been training too much. I'll be fine after some rest. Fang Ping did not say much. He said immediately, didn't you have Brother Wang's phone number when we picked him up? Do you still have it? Of course. Wu Zhihao had a phone. The school had given him Wang Jinyang's number when they picked him up, so it would be easier to pick him up. Wang Jinyang was a martial artist. It was not easy to get his number. How could Wu Zhihao not keep it? That's good. Can I borrow your phone for a while? Wu Zhihao said uncertainly, you're not going to call Brother Wang, are you? Yes. I have something I need Brother Wang's help with. Wu Zhihao was shocked. He quickly advised, Fang Ping, Brother Wang is a martial artist after all. He's polite to us, but for no reason at all. Fang Ping knew what he meant. He smiled and said, don't worry. It's something good. If you're worried, just give me his number. I'll call him myself. Wu Zhihao was hesitant. In the end, he took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Fang Ping. Go ahead, but make sure you say something polite. If Brother Wang doesn't help, don't mind him. Don't offend him. Am I that stupid? Fang Ping laughed. He took the phone and quickly flipped through the contact list. When he saw the name Brother Wang Jinyang, he dialed the number immediately. White Mountains. The mountain entrance to Sun City. Wang Jinyang had entered the mountains in the afternoon of the 9th. By the evening of the 10th, he had almost covered the entire mountain range in Sun City. Needless to say, he had found nothing. Considering that he still had to return to school, Wang Jinyang had no choice but to leave the mountains, even though he was a little disappointed. Wang Jinyang, who had just left White Mountains, looked tired and gloomy. He had wasted 3 days this time. Other than a small reward in number 1 high school, he did not get the big reward. He did not get the 500,000 reward. It would take him some time to gather the resources on his own. He might not be able to break through to rank 3 by the end of this semester. Wang Jingyang exhaled. He was not someone who would worry about personal gains and losses. He would just find some more missions to take on. Carrying his backpack, Wang Jingyang prepared to go home first. He would take the bus back to school at night. Just as he reached the road at the mountain entrance, his phone vibrated in his backpack. Wang Jingyang did not use this phone often. Since he had entered the mountains to catch criminals, he had kept it in his backpack. The vibration was weak. If he was not a martial artist, he would not have felt it. If he was still in the mountains, Wang Jingyang would not have picked it up. Those who knew this phone number were not important people anyway. Since he had nothing else to do, Wang Jingyang opened his backpack and took out his phone. He glanced at the number. It was a local number in Sun City. He did not know if it was from the school or some business owner in Sun City. After some thought, Wang Jingyang answered the call. "Brother Wang?" Wang Jingyang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the voice on the other end of the line. He was not that forgetful. It had only been 2 or 3 days. Even if the voice was a little distorted, Wang Jingyang could still recognize who the other party was. It was the junior who had benefited from the misfortune and increased his vitality. "It's me, Junior Fang Ping?" Fang Ping went straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I have something to trouble you. If it's convenient, can you come back to Sun City for a bit?" Wang Jingyang frowned slightly. He did not say that he was still in Sun City. He smiled faintly. "I wonder why you're looking for me, Junior Fang Ping. If it's convenient, we can talk on the phone. This is a little troublesome. Actually, I don't know if Brother Wang will help. But Brother Wang is the only martial artist I know. It's not convenient to talk about it over the phone, but I think I met a guy who seems to be a fugitive and accidentally hurt him. There's a little problem now. I don't know if I should hand him over to the police. But I'm afraid that if I hurt him, there will be trouble later. After all, my Gaokao is coming soon. If I miss it," Fang Ping said a few words and did not say anything else. Wang Jingyang would only help if he had nothing better to do. However, Fang Ping did not go into too much detail. His main intention was to ask for help. This was also Fang Ping's little test. He wanted to test Wang Jingyang's temperament and whether he had the ability to settle the trouble later. After Fang Ping finished speaking, Wang Jingyang's brow twitched suddenly. He was very sensitive to the word fugitive. In an instant, he thought of Huang Ben. It was impossible, though. Huang Ben was a peak rank 2 martial artist. Even Wang Jingyang had to be careful if he met him. When Fang Ping said that he had hurt the other party, Wang Jingyang subconsciously eliminated Huang Ben. If he had returned to River City and Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Wang Jingyang would not have interfered. He and Fang Ping were not that close. However, he was in Sun City now. Fang Ping's vitality was not low, so there was hope for him to enter the martial sciences. If everything went smoothly, Wang Jingyang might be admitted to Nanjiang Martial Arts University this year. Doing him a favor was not out of the question. As he thought about this, Wang Jingyang said readily, "I think I know what happened. How about this? I'm still in Sun City. Let's find a place and you can tell me in detail. If it's not too much trouble, I'll help you call the police." He had to go to the Department of Investigation Services. Although he had not caught the person, he still had to give them a heads up. If Fang Ping's matter was not too serious, he could talk to the fatty. If the fatty said something, injuring a fugitive would not be a big deal. Of course, if the matter was troublesome, Wang Jingyang would not be overly involved. He and Fang Ping were not that close. It was already good enough for him to call the police on Fang Ping's behalf. At the staircase of number 1 high school, Fang Ping hung up the phone with a smile on his face. He did not expect Wang Jingyang to still be in Sun City. This was much more convenient. Also, he did not mention the wealth. He only said that he wanted Wang Jingyang's help. He did not expect Wang Jingyang to agree so readily. At this moment, Fang Ping felt much better. With Wang Jingyang's personality, even if he took the lion's share, he would still leave some soup for Fang Ping. This might be the best outcome so far. I still can't bear to part with it, Fang Ping muttered and shook his head. He could not help it. At this moment, the consequences of taking all the benefits for himself were severe. Fang Ping gritted his teeth at the thought. He must pass the martial sciences exams this time. At 1:20 p.m. in a milk tea shop near No. 1 Middle School. Fang Ping actually wanted to find a coffee shop, but Sun City's economy was mediocre at this time. He looked around the vicinity of No. 1 High School but did not see any coffee shops. Considering that he was still a student, he chose the milk tea house in the end. Fang Ping had been waiting here for almost half an hour. After finishing another glass of orange juice, Fang Ping raised his head to look outside the door. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Brother Wang, over here." Outside the door. Wang Jinyang smiled and walked toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping stood up hurriedly to welcome him. He ordered a glass of lemon juice from the waitress at the bar counter before inviting Wang Jinyang to sit down with him. Wang Jinyang could not help but smile when he saw this. This junior of his was much more mature than the average high school student. As soon as the two of them sat down, Fang Ping did not mince his words. "Brother Wang, I'm actually quite surprised that you could come this time. I called you just to give it a try. I didn't expect Brother Wang to really come." Wang Jinyang wasn't in a hurry to speak. After the waiter served the lemon juice, he smiled and said, "It just so happens to be in Yang City. It's on the way. Also, don't mind me. To be honest, if things are simple, I can help out a little. If the problem is a little troublesome, I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. It's my duty." Fang Ping nodded. This was inevitable. He was not Brother Wang Jinyang's friend. They had only met once. He stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I'll be straightforward. What I said on the phone before wasn't a lie. However, the matter is much more complicated than what I said. The guy I injured, if it was just a simple injury, I would have called the police directly. As for the follow-up questions, I don't think it's that difficult. After all, he's a bad guy. Since I caught him, the police should reward me." Wang Jinyang nodded slightly and took a sip of lemon juice. He smiled faintly and said, "Go on." "That's not the point. That guy is not simple. He's the same type of person as you, Brother Wang." Wang Jinyang's heart skipped a beat, but he did not speak. Instead, he lifted his head to look at Fang Ping, signaling for him to continue. "That guy was subdued by me and injured. I've hidden him somewhere. I found a lot of good stuff at the scene, the value of which is beyond my imagination. I won't play dumb with Brother Wang. I want to take some for myself, but I'm afraid it won't end well. This is the main reason I asked Brother Wang to come." Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered. His junior was much bolder than he had imagined. The people who were the same as him should be martial artists. He had captured a martial artist and was tempted by the riches. He did not want to hand them over to the police as he was afraid that he would not be able to keep them safe. Wang Jinyang thought for a while and understood why Fang Ping was looking for him. Fang Ping wanted to keep it for himself, but he was afraid that there would be trouble in the future, so he wanted him to take the blame. It was not that this was impossible, but the key was the size of the benefits. Wang Jinyang tapped the table lightly. He was not a stubborn old man. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "I won't ask how you took him down. I'll just ask a few questions. First, are you sure he's someone like me? Second, are you sure it's a bad guy? Thirdly, how valuable is it? Fourth, how are you going to split it?" If the benefits were too small, Wang Jinyang did not plan to interfere. If the other party was a good person, then he would be breaking the law. Even if he did not take Fang Ping to the police station, he would not be in cahoots with Fang Ping. Breaking the law for a bit of money was not something he would do because it was not worth it. Therefore, he had to clarify these things first. "I'm sure he's someone like you. I can't say for sure if he's a bad person, but there's a 90% chance that he's not dead. He even asked me not to take him to the police station. As for how much he'll gain," Fang Ping stretched out his palm. 500,000? Wang Jinyang lowered his voice. He did not expect it to be 50,000. He was a martial artist. If Fang Ping really wanted such a small amount of money, he would be an idiot to ask him. 10 times. Cough, cough. Wang Jinyang was shocked. 5 million was a huge sum, even to him. 5 million, martial artist. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang's expression changed. It was not that there were no martial artists with 5 million on them. The martial artists in Sun City probably all had that much. Most importantly, Fang Ping had said that the other party was a fugitive. The thoughts that he had cast aside earlier flashed across his mind. Sun City did not have that many martial artists who broke the law. Although martial artists were not rare, Sun City was only a small city. How could there be such a coincidence? A middle-aged man, in his early 40s, about 175 centimeters tall. He looks honest and simple, this was what Wang Jinyang had said. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. After a while, he nodded and said, "Not bad." "Brother Wang, you know him?" "Phew." Wang Jinyang was stunned. "Who did this kid catch? Are you King kidding me? Was he injured beforehand?" "No, you're not kidding me, are you?" This time, Wang Jinyang said it out loud. If Fang Ping was not lying, then the other party was Huang Ben, a peak rank 2 martial artist who might have even broken through to rank 3, a powerhouse like that had been caught by a high school student. Wang Jinyang believed that Fang Ping would take advantage of him if he was seriously injured. However, an uninjured martial artist who was at least peak rank 2 would be caught by Fang Ping. Seeing his shock, Fang Ping laughed dryly. "It was an accident. It was all an accident." Before he could finish, Wang Jinyang stood up abruptly, his eyes bright. "Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. Bring me there." He did not ask any more. He would know the truth when he saw the person in person. As for the matter of splitting the loot, he would wait and see first. All right. Fang Ping was not an irresolute person. At this point, he could only take a gamble. On the way, Wang Jinyang asked a few questions and confirmed that the other party was Huang Ben. Even though Fang Ping had already told him how he had taken down the other party, Wang Jinyang still could not believe it. A peak rank 2 martial artist had been taken down just like that. A few bottles of knockout drugs and a few $100 had taken down a peak rank 2 martial artist. Huang Ben could really go and die. Thinking about himself, his strength was almost on par with Huang Ben's. Did that not mean that if he had been in Huang Ben's shoes, he would have fallen for Fang Ping's trick as well? Just thinking about it made Wang Jinyang shudder. When he looked at Fang Ping again, his expression was a little strange and scary. If word got out, Huang Ben would probably become the biggest joke in the martial arts world. As for Fang Ping, even if he did not become a martial artist, he would still make a name for himself in the small circle. 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived at Lakeview Gardens. Unit 201. Wang Jinyang's eyes twitched as he watched Fang Ping drag Huang Ben out from under the bed like he was dragging a dead dog. It was Huang Ben. Even though the other party's face was covered in blood, Wang Jinyang could still recognize him after seeing his photo. A peak rank 2 martial artist had really fallen at Fang Ping's hands. Wang Jinyang did not rush to look at Huang Ben. He looked at Fang Ping, and for the first time, his tone was so complicated that he could not help but speak. "Fang Ping, I've only admired a few people in my life. You're one of them. Amazing." Other than the word amazing, he really could not describe his feelings. Motherf ****, a peak rank 2 martial artist had been beaten like a dead dog by a normal person. If everyone was like Fang Ping, why would they still practice martial arts? Fang Ping laughed dryly. "What a surprise. Brother Wang, you know this guy. He's a bad guy, right?" "Yes, a fugitive." Wang Jinyang did not hide it. He smiled bitterly. A fugitive with 3 lives on his hands. And not just any murder case. The 3 people who died in his hands were 2 rank 1 and 1 rank 2. All 3 of them were martial artists. If those 3 fellows in the underworld knew that you've taken down their enemy, not even their coffins would be able to hold them down. As he said this, Huang Ben, who was lying on the ground, began to struggle violently before Fang Ping could say anything. Right now, Huang Ben was glaring at Fang Ping fiercely. He knew that he was in deep trouble. A guy who could tell him about his past, a guy who was so full of vigor that he felt he was slightly inferior to him. What else could he be other than a martial artist? falling into Fang Ping's hands and falling into the hands of a martial artist were two completely different concepts. This time, he had really fallen into his grandmother's hands. As Huang Bin struggled, Wang Jinyang, who had been friendly with Fang Ping, suddenly gave him a side kick. Fang Ping did not even see him move. All he saw was Huang Bin being kicked far away. Wang Jinyang stared at Huang Bin calmly. He said mildly, "I came for you. I chased you around the White Mountains for a few days, but I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Man proposes, God disposes. You managed to avoid me, but now you've fallen here. If I were you, I'd be better off dead than alive." Huang Bin's bloodshot eyes gradually dimmed. Wang Jinyang was right. It was better to fall into Wang Jinyang's hands than to fall into Fang Ping's hands. Wang Jinyang did not bother with him after that. He looked at Fang Ping and asked, "What did he bring?" "Blood and chi replenishing pills, vitality pills, a bone honing pill, and a viscera shielding pill." Fang Ping did not hide anything, but he did not mention the grade. In fact, even if he did not say it, Wang Jinyang could roughly guess. After all, Fang Ping had mentioned the value of the pills and that Huang Bin was preparing to break through to rank 3. Wang Jinyang was in no hurry to speak. He quickly thought about how to split the spoils. At this time, Fang Ping added, "He might have some other things on him, but I didn't dare to search him." It was not that he did not dare to search him, but that he had forgotten when he was unconscious. He did not dare to let go of the guy afterward, so naturally, he could not search him. Wang Jinyang's eyes lit up. His breathing quickened as he said, "Before you knocked him out, he probably wasn't prepared, right?" This was actually nonsense. If he had been prepared, Fang Ping would be the one dead now. However, Wang Jinyang was indeed a little excited. After all, Huang Bin had been preparing to break through to rank 3. To break through to rank 3, other than pills, he had to prepare other things. Those were the most valuable items. He did not think about these things before because people like Huang Bin would not leave anything for their opponents, even if they had to destroy something when they were faced with certain death. This time, however, Fang Ping had taken him by surprise. Huang Bin might not have destroyed these things. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have gotten the pills. Without waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Wang Jinyang walked toward Huang Bin. A few minutes later, Huang Bin was no longer restrained, but he lay motionless on the ground. Only his chest rose and fell slightly. As for Wang Jinyang, he found something that looked like a piece of jade on the man's body and stuffed it into his pocket. He stood up and walked up to Fang Ping. After some consideration, he said, "You won't be able to use the rank 2 bone honing pill and viscera shielding pill. I'll give you a rank 1 bone honing pill and viscera shielding pill. You can use them when you're breaking through. Of course, the value is quite different." Wang Jinyang looked at him for a while. After some thought, he said, "I can compensate you with 1 million in cash." The combined market price of the rank 2 bone honing pill and viscera shielding pill was 3 million. If they were rank 1 pills, the bone honing pill would cost 500,000, and the viscera shielding pill would cost about 1 million. In other words, Wang Jinyang had taken away 1.9 million, and he had compensated Fang Ping with 1 million. In reality, he had taken away less than 1 million in resources. However, he could still exchange Huang Bin's resources for the 500,000 bounty. As for whether Sun City's Department of Investigation Services would ask him for these spoils, Wang Jinyang did not even consider it. Huang Bin did not have the chance to ask either. Of course, Wang Jinyang did not mention what he had taken away. When Fang Ping heard that, he did not mention what Wang Jinyang had taken away. He said quickly, "No need, brother Wang. Doesn't that mean you're taking much less than me?" Wang Jinyang gave him a long look. After a while, he said, "You're a smart man. We'll definitely meet again in the future. There are some things that I'll make clear today, lest we become enemies in the future. Pills and such are not cheap, but I can still afford them. I'm on the verge of breaking through. I can prepare the pills myself, but I'm still lacking something. It's expensive. Even I can't afford it for now. What I took just now is that thing, but you won't be able to use it now. You won't be able to use the rank 2 pills either. If you use them, you'll attract attention, so it's just right for me. Don't worry, though. After I break through, it'll be much easier to gather resources. If you need them in the future, you can come to me. If you agree, you don't have to worry about Huang Ben anymore. Just leave it to me. Actually, Fang Ping was already prepared. He would just pretend that he did not know. However, since Wang Jinyang had said it himself, Fang Ping did not hesitate. He nodded and said, "Then I won't be unreasonable. Without Brother Wang's help, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything." Ha ha ha, not really. No matter how stingy Yang City was, they still had a reward of 80,000 to 100,000 yuan. But being too eye-catching might not be a good thing. Fang Ping agreed, and Wang Jinyang smiled happily. Fang Ping would not be able to do anything even if he took everything for himself. However, this fellow, a high school student, had plotted to bring down a peak rank 2 martial artist. He was also a ruthless character. If his vitality was not weak and he was courageous enough, the probability of him passing the martial sciences exam was very high. This time, for the sake of a few million, he had pocketed all these items. In the future, he might become Fang Ping's enemy. When he broke through to rank 3, a few million would not be a lot of money. Was it really necessary to offend such a ruthless person for this bit of money? Moreover, he had also gotten what he wanted. It was more and better than he had expected. Fang Ping saw how happy he was. After some thought, he said, "Brother Wang, I don't want the 1 million. I want a basic cultivation method." Cultivation method? Wang Jinyang raised his eyebrows and nodded. Basic cultivation methods aren't worth much. Once you enter martial arts university, everyone will have one. Although it's not allowed to be taught to outsiders, it's not a big deal if you do. Now that you have pills, money, and a cultivation method, it's not a big deal to prepare for breaking through to a martial artist in the future. However, I have to remind you that without guidance, you can easily run into problems if you cultivate recklessly. Of course, if you have any doubts, you can call me. However, I'm going to break through soon, so I might not have much time to answer your questions. After some reminders, Wang Jinyang said no more. Fang Ping was not stupid. Even a fool would not be able to take down Huang Ben. It was enough for him to get the gist of what he wanted. "I'll transfer the 1 million to you later. Transfer or cash is fine. I don't have the cultivation method manual with me now. I'll mail it to you when I get back to River City." As for the pills, Fang Ping did not wait for him to finish. He took out 2 bottles containing rank 2 bone-honing pills and viscera shielding pills and passed them to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not stand on ceremony. He took the bottles and opened them. His eyes shone with joy. He had the pills and the other necessities. Now, everything was ready. All he had to do was to break through. When he returned to the university, he would apply for some resources. His preparations would be better and better than before. Breaking through to rank 3 had been a little difficult, but now he was very confident. Rank 3 in a year. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang's eyes shone brighter. How many people in the whole of Nanjiang Martial Arts University, including the seniors, would be able to suppress him? After taking the pills from Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang took out 2 pills from his bag and gave them to Fang Ping. Rank 1 bone-honing pills and viscera shielding pills. After the 2 of them had discussed the conditions, Wang Jinyang walked to Huang Ben and looked at him for a while. After some thought, he turned to Fang Ping and said, "You can leave now. I'll deal with this guy tonight." Fang Ping hesitated, then said in a low voice, "Sun City, he won't have a chance to speak." Woo-woo. Huang Ben, who had just woken up from his coma, struggled to get up when he heard this. Wang Jinyang ignored him. He clenched his right fist and punched Huang Ben's head, saying mildly, "Murder, resisting arrest, shot dead on the spot." Fang Ping felt a chill in his heart and nodded. He did not look at Huang Ben, nor did he care if he was dead or alive. He picked up the bag he did not take with him and was about to leave. When he was about to leave, Wang Jinyang said suddenly, "After the martial sciences exam, even if you've reached a higher score than Nanjiang Martial Arts University, as long as you're not one of the big 2, it's best to apply to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. If I break through this year, I'll compete for the position of a martial arts society president next semester. If Governor General Zhang breaks through again and increases the university's cultivation resources, I'll take care of you." Fang Ping nodded again. Wang Jinyang was not weak. At least he was not afraid of Huang Bin. According to Fang Ping's analysis, he should be breaking through to rank 3 this time as well. A rank 3 martial artist should not be weak among the students. Having someone he knew to take care of him was indeed better than applying to other martial arts universities. As for the big 2, Fang Ping did not think about it. It was too difficult. Even if he worked hard, the possibility of getting in was not high unless he became a martial artist before the martial sciences exam. It would not matter if his cultural studies were slightly worse. However, there were only 20 days left. Fang Ping did not think he could break through. Thank you. I think Brother Wang will see me at Nanjiang Martial Arts University next semester. Okay, I'll wait for you. Outside the door. Fang Ping suppressed his other thoughts and stopped thinking about Huang Bin. This guy was dead meat. As for whether he deserved to die or not, Fang Ping did not think about it. What Wang Jinyang had said earlier had helped Fang Ping understand some things. Martial artists were all fighting for it, fighting for status, fighting for resources, fighting to become stronger. In order to reap the benefits, Wang Jinyang had no qualms about giving Huang Bin a chance to speak. As for the officials, if Fang Ping took all the benefits, they would ask for it. However, if Wang Jinyang took all the benefits, who would bring it up when there was no concrete evidence and no witnesses? The difference was due to the difference in strength and status between the two parties. Without strength and status, one would not have the right to speak. Fang Ping shook his head and pushed these thoughts aside. He began to calculate his gains this time. 18 blood and chi replenishing pills, 8 normal vitality pills, 3 rank 1 vitality pills, 1 rank 1 bone honing pill, and 1 viscera shielding pill. Other than that, Huang Bin had more than 200,000 in cash. Wang Jinyang would transfer 1 million to him and a cultivation manual. The total market value of the pills was as high as 34 million, 2 million in cash, even excluding the cultivation manual. Fang Ping's gains this time were as high as 5 million. Killing and arson, gold belt, Fang Ping mumbled. He had not even killed anyone yet, but he had already gotten so much money in one go. These were not all of Fang Ping's gains. Just now, Fang Ping realized that his wealth had changed. Wealth, 2403,800 vitality, 1. 2 mentality, 1. It was a strange wealth. Even without the 1 million that Wang Jinyang had yet to transfer, according to Fang Ping's calculations, it should be around 5 million. Now, however, he had lost 1 million. Fang Ping guessed that the system calculated the relative value. The market value of these pills was around 3 million, but it did not mean that they were really worth that much. Before Fang Ping sold them and exchanged them for cash, the value of the pills was not fixed. For people like Wang Jinyang, it was much cheaper to buy them from the university. As for casual martial artists, it was much more expensive to buy them through other channels. Therefore, the system calculated the relative value and not the market price. The value of the pills had been deducted by 1/3. If that was the case, it should be about right. It's an assembly line product, but it pretends to be an intelligent product. Bad review. Fang Ping mumbled, but his face was full of joy, too. 4 million wealth. If he added the 1 million that Wang Jinyang had transferred, even Fang Ping himself did not expect that he would obtain so many wealth points in such a short time. Fang Ping was excited about his gains. Then, his expression changed, and he hurriedly picked up his bag and walked home. Room 101. In the small room. Fang Ping's expression was bitter. He cursed in his heart, I knew you weren't reliable. You really are. Don't tell me he got greedy and pocketed my wealth? Just now, just as he was getting excited, the 3 lines of data in his vision suddenly disappeared. It was very sudden. It was like a power outage. Nothing could be seen. Fang Ping felt that there was something wrong with this broken system when it did not give him an instruction manual. Now, he had finally collected more than 2 million wealth points. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy it when it was all gone. If this wasn't an attempt to run away with the money, what else could it be? Fang Ping cursed in his heart, but he refused to give up. He widened his eyes and stared at the black screen in front of him. Just as Fang Ping's eyes were about to burst into tears, the blackened panel in his vision flashed. Soon, the 3 rows of data appeared again. Only then did Fang Ping heave a sigh of relief. He rubbed his eyes and cursed in his heart, "You can just F***king level up. Can't you at least inform me? Are you trying to scare me?" Fang Ping was getting more and more dissatisfied with this broken system. It was one thing that he did not have an instruction manual, but to appear and disappear as he pleased. Who did he think he was? Cursing aside, Fang Ping still focused on the 3 rows of data that had just appeared. Wealth, 2403800 vitality, 121 cal mentality, 110 Hz. It wasn't a big change, just a change in data. A small vitality measuring machine has become a large vitality chamber? Fang Ping secretly calculated the effects of such a change. The most basic point was that it saved the cost of going to the hospital for a checkup. The upgrade this time was probably because his wealth had reached a certain level, and it had upgraded from the basic version to the precise version. Very quickly, Fang Ping thought of a second use. The previous increments were all based on 0. 1. 10,000 wealth points could increase 10 calories of vitality. Now, can you increase your wealth by 1,000 points by 1 calorie? After some thought, Fang Ping decided that he should give it a try. He hesitated no more. Now that he was rich, he did not care about 1,000 wealth. He silently thought about increasing his vitality by 1 calorie. Soon, the data in front of him changed. Wealth, 2402800 vitality, 122 cal mentality. 110 Hz as expected. Fang Ping was overjoyed. It could work. The new data was not as simple as saving the cost of a vitality check. Instead, it allowed Fang Ping to understand the condition of his body more directly. For example, every time Fang Ping leveled up, it was in units of 10 calories. Last time, his body almost couldn't meet the requirements and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. That was because he had advanced too much at once, causing his body to be unable to keep up. Things were different now. Fang Ping could not feel it too strongly with the increase of 1 calorie. He could control his body more effectively and avoid situations where his blood vessels burst. Other than that, Fang Ping quickly thought of another benefit. It would be more effective in preventing the secret from being discovered. A martial artist like Wang Jinyang would be able to sense the difference very quickly if his vitality increased by 10 calories in one go. Just like before, Fang Ping had no choice but to find an excuse to fool them. If it was an increase of 1 or 2 cal, the increase would not be too obvious, and Wang Jinyang would not have noticed it. Fortunately, Fang Ping did not come into contact with many martial artists. Currently, Wang Jinyang was the only one. However, once he entered a martial arts university, there would be many martial artists by his side. In the end, you disappeared for one night and suddenly increased your vitality by 10 calories. It was normal for people to find out that something was wrong. If 10 calories was converted to a week or 10 days and he slowly increased it, the probability of finding out was not high. Fang Ping was very satisfied after he thought it through. The effect of the upgrade this time was not bad. Even the units could be instantiated. This is a good thing. At least it's reliable. Fang Ping praised the system in his heart. He could not help but curse in his heart. It was also a money-hungry thing. When he had no money, it did not even give him an instruction manual. He had to figure everything out by himself. Now that his wealth had increased, even the specific units were displayed. What a snob, the data reappeared, but Fang Ping was not in a hurry to increase his mentality. Wang Jinyang was still upstairs. If he increased it now, any abnormalities would be easily discovered. It would not be too late to make use of him after he left. Considering that Wang Jinyang was upstairs and that there was also a dead man above him, Fang Ping was a little nervous. He did not stay at home for long. After hiding the cash, Fang Ping took the pills with him and went to school with his backpack. On his way, Fang Ping was still thinking about whether to buy a house or rent it. His house was too small, his parents were fine. They usually would not go into his room to look around. That unreliable Fang Yuan, however, was too curious. From time to time, she would go into his room to look for snacks, comic books, fun toys. In short, that girl was interested in everything. Now, including the 20,000 his parents had given him, he had a total of more than 220,000 in cash in his room. Although he had hidden it, 220,000 was not a piece of paper. It would be hard to say if that girl found it. I have to get a bank card later, Fang Ping muttered. After all, Wang Jinyang's 1 million had not been transferred to him. He had to get a card as soon as possible, lest that guy forgot about it when he went back to break through in seclusion. Next, he would cultivate his cultivation methods and train his body. His house was not good either. He could not always train in the yard. When he had no money, Fang Ping did not think about this. Now that he had money, it was necessary to get a secret nest for himself. Rent or buy a house. Making a mental note of this, Fang Ping planned to look for one this Sunday. After spending the whole afternoon in school, Fang Ping hurried home after school. He was a little worried. He was still hiding the cash in his house, and he was afraid that Fang Yuan would find it. However, when he reached his house, Fang Ping's face turned green. Compared to Fang Yuan finding the money, something worse seemed to have happened, in the corridor. In front of Fang Ping's house. Someone Fang Ping did not expect to see was standing there. It was Wang Jinyang. Although Wang Jinyang said that he would leave at night, Fang Ping thought that the guy would not go out during the day. Who would have thought that he would walk out of his house in broad daylight? If Wang Jinyang was alone, Fang Ping would not have minded. However, Wang Jinyang was chatting with Fang Yuan. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. He hurried over. Wang Jinyang, who was talking, saw Fang Ping and nodded with a smile. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. The moment she saw Fang Ping, she said happily, "Fang Ping, you're back." "Yes, what are you guys doing?" "Fang Ping, don't you think it's a coincidence that I bumped into Senior Wang?" Fang Yuan was very excited. Then, she asked curiously, "Don't you know him?" Fang Ping's expression turned bitter. Of course he knew him. More importantly, why were the two of them chatting together? And that bastard Wang Jinyang, why did you come downstairs instead of guarding the corpses obediently? Fang Yuan could not hide her words. She ignored Fang Ping's confusion and said happily, "I bumped into Senior Wang outside when I came back just now." "Fang Ping, I didn't expect Senior Wang to have relatives staying here. If it wasn't for my classmate showing off Senior Wang's autographed photo to me yesterday, I wouldn't have recognized him. I said it was a pity that I didn't bump into Senior Wang. I didn't expect to bump into him today." "Fang Ping, you lied to me last time, saying that Senior Wang had left." Fang Ping's face turned even greener. It was because he had told a lie that he thought was perfect. He thought that his family would not have any contact with Wang Jinyang in the future, so he said that Wang Jinyang was the one who sold him the pills. If his sister brought it up now, he would be exposed. However, judging by Fang Yuan's excited expression, she probably did not have the time to bring it up. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Don't disturb Brother Wang. He's busy. Go inside first." Fang Yuan's joyful expression fell instantly. She mumbled, "No, Senior Wang didn't say he was busy. Go back. Don't embarrass me, your brother." Fang Ping scolded her hurriedly. Then, he laughed dryly at Wang Jinyang. "My sister insisted that I get your autograph last time. She even said that she could sell a few hundred for some money." Fang Ping could only change the topic now. Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh when he heard that. Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping, gritting her teeth. What a jerk. She had even planned to ask Wang Jinyang for an autograph later. Now that her brother had said that, the little girl was too embarrassed to admit it. She shook her head at Wang Jinyang hurriedly. Then, she opened the door and entered the house quickly. "You guys talk. I'm going to do my homework." Bang, the sound of the door closing was loud. The little girl was obviously angry that Fang Ping had ruined her plan. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not help but look at Wang Jinyang. Why was this guy out in broad daylight? As if reading his mind, Wang Jinyang chuckled. "Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad guy. If it weren't for the fact that I'm worried that people would be scared to see me in broad daylight, I could even carry it out right now." Fang Ping laughed dryly and did not say anything. It was rare for Wang Jinyang to explain. "I don't have a duffel bag. It's not convenient. I went out to buy a duffel bag and some fast food." He even waved the fast food in his hand at Fang Ping. When he mentioned a duffel bag, Fang Ping did not need to think to know what it was for. However, when he mentioned fast food, Fang Ping's scalp went numb. Was there something wrong with this guy? You might as well finish eating outside. Why did you buy fast food? Don't forget, there's a corpse upstairs. Fang Ping thought that this guy was a little perverted when he thought about how he was enjoying Huan Bin's corpse while eating. Wang Jinyang did not feel that way. He chuckled. I met your sister on the way. She's quite an interesting girl. Don't you dare have any ideas about my sister. Fang Ping blurted out. Wang Jinyang was stunned for a moment. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched. You're a siscon, aren't you? Of course. Mother ****. There are tons of pretty girls chasing after me in martial arts universities. There are even more from other schools. Beautiful instructors, class belle, rich heiresses. Since when did he, Wang Jinyang, stoop so low as to hit on a little girl? Fang Yuan had recognized him earlier and chattered to him like they were old friends. Wang Jinyang only thought it was interesting. Since they were going the same way, Wang Jinyang did not avoid her. However, this Fang Ping dared to question his character. Wang Jinyang looked at Fang Ping unkindly. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. It was a habit, just a habit. In his past life, there were many guys who had ideas about his sister. Fang Ping had helped Fang Yuan deal with them many times. When Wang Jinyang said this just now, he subconsciously said this. They stared at each other for a moment. Wang Jinyang laughed and said, I'll leave tonight. I'm going back to martial arts university tomorrow. I hope it won't be too long before we meet again. You're very interesting. Bold, meticulous, ruthless, and knew when to give and take. That was Wang Jinyang's impression of Fang Ping. That was why Wang Jinyang was quite interested in Fang Ping. He wanted to know if the guy would do something more interesting after he became a martial artist. Fang Ping smiled and nodded without saying anything else. Wang Jinyang did not stay for long. He carried the fast food and went upstairs slowly. After he left, Fang Ping exhaled softly. Wang Jinyang was a martial artist after all. No matter how friendly he appeared, Fang Ping still felt pressured. In the dead of night, when he heard the faint sound of the door closing upstairs, Fang Ping, who was pretending to read in his room, mumbled, He's finally gone. Wang Jinyang did not leave, so he felt pressured. Night. Not long after Wang Jinyang left, Fang Ping began to increase his strength. Soon, the data in front of Fang Ping changed. Wealth, 2370800 vitality, 124 cal mentality, 140 Hz. After spending more than 30,000 wealth points, Fang Ping increased his vitality and mentality to the maximum. His vitality of 124 calories made him feel like his blood vessels were about to explode. His mentality of 140 Hz also made his head feel cool at first, but now it felt heavy and painful. Fang Ping knew that this was his current limit, so he did not dare to increase it further. The slightly drowsy Fang Ping did not test the effects of increasing his mentality at night. He chose to sleep first. The next day, April 12th, Saturday. Fang Ping did not feel tired at all when he woke up. He only felt refreshed. Even the air was much fresher. He did not laze in bed like before. Fang Ping did not even think about lazing in bed now. He got up and washed up. After washing up, Fang Ping banged on Fang Yuan's door and yelled, Wake up. I'm going to be late. Fang Yuan, why are you still sleeping? Your face is getting rounder the longer you sleep. Fang Ping knocked on the door violently. Fang Yuan yawned and opened the door with half-closed eyes. She gave Fang Ping a dissatisfied look and walked to the bathroom as usual. Fang Yuan was still drowsy when she washed up. Something was not right. As for what exactly was wrong, she couldn't figure it out. After washing up, she returned to the living room and saw Fang Ping eating. Fang Yuan sat opposite him and yawned, propping her chin. Fang Ping, I think I forgot something, what is it? Fang Ping pretended not to know what was going on and brushed her off. Yeah, what is it? The girl fell into deep thought. Did she forget to ask Wang Jinyang for his autograph, or did she forget to do her homework? Homework, that's right, Fang Yuan seemed to remember something. She looked at Fang Ping unkindly and said through gritted teeth, Fang Ping. What day is it today? I forgot. It's Saturday. Fang Yuan's face puffed up in anger. She said angrily, you have class on Saturday. I don't. Why did you call me? Fang Ping was very calm. He said casually, I forgot, didn't I? Besides, waking up early is good for your health. I'm doing this for your own good. This is infuriating. The girl bared her fangs and brandished her claws, ready to fight Fang Ping to the death. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan covered her reddened cheeks and glared at Fang Ping angrily. His battle prowess was inferior, so he didn't manage to settle the score. Instead, his round face was pinched even rounder. Fang Ping was in a good mood after teasing her for a while. He did not continue to make her angry. Fang Ping fished out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Fang Yuan as she stared at him in shock. It's a holiday today. Don't just stay at home. I'm going out with my classmates to relax. There was still more than 220,000 in cash at home. Fang Ping took more than 20,000 and carried it with him. The remaining 200,000 yuan was still in his room. He was worried that this lass had nothing to do at home and would go to his room to explore his secrets, so he sent her away first. When he was on holiday tomorrow, he would deal with the cash. Whether it was buying a house or saving it in the bank, he couldn't just leave it at home. Fang Ping took out $100. To him, it was very, very little. However, for Fang Yuan, she had never received so much pocket money before. Other than during Chinese New Year, the little girl had never had more than $100 on her. Today, her stingy older brother had given her $100 to go out and play. The sun has risen from the west. Fang Yuan looked shocked. She could not help but ask, Fang Ping, you haven't recovered from your illness from yesterday? Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said impatiently, do you want it or not? So you've done something bad. Are you trying to bribe me? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. I want it. Fang Yuan snatched the bill from Fang Ping's hand, her face full of joy. Then, she chattered, did Mom give it to you? Mom's so biased. She always gives you more than me. Fang Ping, you really gave it to me? You're not going to go back later, are you? How about I give you $10 for lunch? Fang Ping pretended not to hear her and continued to eat his breakfast. When he was done, Fang Ping grabbed his bag and stood up. I'm going out for a walk to relax. Have a good lunch. Oh, you're not allowed to go out with boys. Only girls. Pfft. Why do you have to go out with boys? Fang Yuan looked at him as if she was determined to go against him. Fang Ping did not mind. He pursed his lips and said, I was just saying. Which boy in your class is willing to go out with round face? It's not embarrassing enough. Fang Ping. One should not hit someone in the face, and one should not expose their shortcomings when scolding someone. However, Fang Ping had exposed their shortcomings. Fang Yuan was so angry that she wanted to smack him on the head. After teasing Fang Yuan for a while, Fang Ping grabbed his bag and walked out the door cheerfully before the little girl exploded in anger. Number 1 High School. Senior 3 Class 4. It had to be said that the martial science candidates were very hardworking. At least, they came to school early. Fang Ping realized that every time he came, the other martial science exam candidates would have already arrived. The moment he arrived, he heard loudmouth Xianxia say excitedly, Zhoubin went for a vitality test yesterday. 125 calories. That's amazing. Maybe someone from number 1 high school will get into the Big 2 this year. Last year, the Big 2's admission standard was 125 calories, right? Xianxia asked. Bigbeard Yang Jian nodded quickly and said, Magic City Martial Arts University's admission standard was 125 calories last year. Xianxia naturally knew that. He had only asked this to get someone to cooperate with him. When he heard this, he smiled quickly and said, there's still some time before the physical assessment. Take another vitality pill before the exam. I suspect that Zhoubin's vitality test result will be 128 calories. God, can Zhoubin really get into the Big 2? If he does, number 1 high school will be famous. Xianxia danced with joy. He was as excited as if his vitality had reached 125 calories. The other martial science candidates were either envious or nervous. Most of the normal social sciences candidates were envious, but they were not nervous. It had nothing to do with them anyway. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not feel much when he walked in. Zhou Bin was the most powerful candidate in number 1 high school, but his vitality was only 125 calories. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had 124 calories. The difference between them was only 1 calorie, almost negligible. Fang Ping also had a lot of wealth. If his body could keep up, surpassing the other would be child's play. In reality, Fang Ping did not want to compete with these students at all. He was thinking about Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang was only 1 year older than him, but he was already preparing to break through to rank 3. Compared to Wang Jinyang, these year 3 students would not attract Fang Ping's attention no matter how high their vitality was. Fang Ping ignored their discussion. He picked up his book and started reading. He had been too tired the night before. He did not even have time to test the effects of his mentality increase. Vitality was not a problem for him to pass the martial sciences exams. Fang Ping's difficulty lay in his cultural studies. If his mentality increase was effective, it would be the foundation for him to pass the martial sciences exams. Fang Ping did not want to join the discussion, but Yang Jian, who was sitting in front of him, could not help but turn around and ask, "Fang Ping, how many cal is your vitality now?" "I don't know. I didn't check it." Yang Jian was itching to know, but he did not really want to ask Fang Ping how much. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Yang Jian smiled sheepishly and said, "Last night, my dad insisted that I go to the hospital to check it out. I went with him, and my vitality increased by 1 calorie. It's 113 calories now." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If he wanted to show off, then show off. Could he not smile sheepishly like an idiot? "Fang Ping, do you think I can reach 115 calories if I take some medicine during the physical assessment?" "Fang Ping, you're probably higher than me. Why don't you go for the test tomorrow?" Fang Ping's head hurt. This bearded man was too talkative. He did not listen to his nonsense. Fang Ping lowered his head and started reading, experiencing the effects of his mentality increase. After the morning reading session, Fang Ping closed his book and closed his eyes to think. The effects were not bad. Fang Ping did not know if 140 Hz mentality was considered powerful. The effects were obvious, though. His brain was exceptionally clear and active. Fang Ping had learned all the high school knowledge before. His results were not bad, so this could be considered revision. However, he had put it aside for many years. Revision was a process that required time. Now, however, Fang Ping's ability to understand and accept the knowledge he had learned was much stronger than a few days ago. He could recall much of the knowledge he had forgotten. This was still 140 Hz. After a few days, when he had gotten used to his current mentality, he would make some more improvements. When that time came, the effects would be even better. Fang Ping felt that he had already moved the last brick in the martial sciences exams. For the entire morning, Fang Ping absorbed the new and old knowledge hungrily. During his lunch break, Fang Ping went out for a while. He spent $10 on a bank card. He spent 1,200 yuan to buy a mobile phone and 100 yuan to get a SIM card. Without a cell phone, it was inconvenient to do many things. The first thing Fang Ping did after getting his cell phone and activating the SIM card was to text Wang Jinyang. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang, who had just arrived at the university, saw the string of numbers on his phone screen and laughed. This guy is interesting. Fang Ping had been so polite yesterday that he did not want the 1 million, even if he wanted it, there was no hurry. Brother Wang could transfer the money whenever he was free. All in all, his words were very pleasant. However, less than a day had passed, and the guy had already sent him his card number. After laughing for a while, Wang Jinyang did not want to go back on his word. He went to the university bank and completed the transfer. In martial arts universities, 1 million was not a lot. It was not uncommon for the internal banks of martial arts universities to have hundreds of millions of transactions every day. After settling the matter of money, Wang Jinyang packed some of his teaching materials and a basic cultivation method book and sent it to Fangping by courier. He was not worried about losing it. It was fine even if he did. Without the foundation, cultivating recklessly would be suicide. At most, he would send Fangping another copy. Far away in Sun City, Fangping saw the notification on his phone. He could not contain his joy. How bright! Old Wang was indeed a straightforward person, even though the guy might have earned more than him this time. After receiving Wang Jinyang's transfer of 1 million, Fangping's wealth had reached 337 million. Even if he increased his mentality and vitality to 200, it would only cost him a few 100,000 wealth. Fangping was overjoyed. Of course, his joy did not last long. Soon, Fangping felt an invisible wave of malice. How can a snob make me feel so good? Fangping muttered to himself. He felt that the source of this malice was the unreliable snobbish system. Although it was only intuition, Fangping felt that intuition was still very reliable. Fangping was overjoyed at the increase in his wealth and funds. Fangping was looking forward to Wang Jinyang's subsequent text. The item has been delivered. Make sure to receive it. It was a short sentence, but Fangping read it again and again. Compared to money, Fangping was more interested in cultivation methods. It was not like he did not have money in his past life. Although it was not much, Fangping had earned quite a lot over the years. However, Fangping had never seen any cultivation methods other than those sold at street stalls. Even if he saw one, he would not cultivate it. No one would take it seriously. Fangping could not wait to get his hands on the package when he thought about the day after tomorrow. After school in the afternoon, Fangping rejected Wu Zhihao and the others' invitation to train together. Fangping was still familiarizing himself with his body and digesting what he had learned. Working out with them didn't help much. Fangping walked away alone. One of the students from class 4 said uncomfortably, "Fangping is quite arrogant." Wu Zhihao did not mind. He smiled and said, "It's fine if he doesn't want to go. He never joined our activities before. He's probably used to it." After he said that, the others did not say anything else. The student who had spoken earlier asked curiously, "Zhihao, how high do you think his vitality is?" Everyone knew that Fangping's vitality had increased again. After all, Yang Jian was the only one who could not keep his mouth shut among the other three. Even Wang Jinyang had praised Fangping, so his vitality was not low. Wu Zhihao thought for a moment and said, "Maybe around 120 calories, that high?" Some of them looked envious, even jealous. Fangping had not been eye-catching before, but they did not expect his vitality to be 120 cal. Out of all the senior 3 martial science students in the school, only Zhou Ben and a top student from another elite class had a vitality of more than 120 calories. As for whether or not someone was concealing their strength, such a thing rarely happened. They were all students. Showing off was a common problem among students. It would be foolish to hide such a good result. "I'm just guessing, but the difference shouldn't be that big." Wu Zhihao looked at the others and said, "But it's best if we don't learn it. Otherwise, we won't even know how we die." Even if he could not pass the martial sciences exams, it was better than losing his life. "If I can't get in now, I'll just have to repeat a year. If I still can't make it, I'll just wait until I earn enough money to go to a martial arts training class." Everyone nodded. None of them had the guts to risk their lives to fight for an opportunity at this time. Naturally, Fangping was unaware of the discussion going on in class. Arrogance? He didn't think he was arrogant. It was just that he wasn't too familiar with those students. Moreover, the martial science examination was just around the corner. They did not even know if they would have the chance to interact with each other in the future, so there was not much use in trying to establish a relationship now. Lakeview Gardens. As soon as Fangping opened the door, Fang Yuan tiptoed out from her room and said softly, "Fangping, come in." Fangping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was speechless. "You're a thief in your own home?" "Shoo." Fang Yuan raised a finger to her lips and shushed him. She turned around cautiously to look at the backyard and said angrily, "Come in." Fangping could not help but laugh. He changed his shoes and entered his sister's room. Once inside, Fang Yuan closed the door hurriedly and stuffed a plastic bag into Fang Ping's arms. Before Fang Ping could check it, Fang Yuan said in a low voice, "I'll give you half. Don't ask me for money. I've exchanged $100 for food reserves. It's gone. Also, don't tell Mom. What if? I don't want my allowance this month. I'll give it all to you." Fang Ping did not say anything. He took the plastic bag and opened it. It was full of snacks. Fang Yuan was not generous with her money, but it was inevitable that children liked to eat snacks. Her parents rarely bought snacks for her. It was a waste of money and unhealthy for her body. In the past, whenever Fang Yuan had some pocket money, she would spend it on this. It was rare for her brother to be generous. Fang Yuan, who had $100 in her pocket, had only planned to buy snacks worth about $10. However, the girl's eyes blurred the moment she stepped into the snack shop. When she paid the bill, she realized that she had spent almost all of her $100 even though she had reduced her snacks by half. Afraid that Fang Ping would say she was wasteful, the girl thought about it for a long time and finally decided to split the spoils with her brother. Half for each of them. There should be no problem now, right? Fang Ping could not help but laugh when he saw how guilty she was. Fine, I'll buy them. I don't eat them. I'll give them all to you. No. Although the girl kept staring at the plastic bag in Fang Ping's hand, she still shook her head resolutely. I'll give you half, or you'll tell on me. Do I have to do that? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you think your brother is, girl? I'm filthy rich now. $100 is nothing to me. Moreover, Fang Ping was not a child. He did not have the habit of eating snacks. Fang Ping tossed the bag of snacks onto the bed and laughed. Keep it for yourself. I've earned some money recently. If you run out of pocket money, you can ask me for it. Some things needed to be divulged appropriately. Now that Fang Ping had bought a phone, he would have to rent or buy a house the next day. His parents were not at home most of the time, so there was no risk of him being exposed. Fang Yuan was different. She was always with Fang Ping, so divulging some information now could serve as a foundation. Fang Yuan asked curiously, "You've earned money?" "Yes." "How much?" "Don't ask me that. I'm not short of money right now anyway." "How did you earn it? Did you work?" "No." "Then you..." Suddenly, Fang Yuan thought of something. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, ready to fight Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, you're too much. You must have asked Wang Jinyang for his autograph and then sold it, right?" "That was my idea. I was wondering why you wouldn't let me talk to Wang Jinyang yesterday." "So this was your plan? You're a villain. Stealing the fruits of my labor." Fang Yuan was furious. She had been so grateful to her brother in the morning, and he had given her a huge sum of 100 yuan. He had used her idea and made a lot of money. Fang Ping was speechless. This girl's imagination was really good. He did not want to deny it, though. Since the girl was thinking that way, he would let her think it herself. Moreover, the money she made this time was indeed related to Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping did not deny it, so Fang Yuan thought that she had guessed correctly. She said with an annoyed expression, "Tell me the truth. How much did you sell it for?" "Not much." 1,000? Fang Yuan asked tentatively. "Haha. 2,000. Haha." Fang Yuan inhaled sharply. No wonder her brother was so generous. He had earned more than 2,000. After a moment of shock, Fang Yuan's eyes darted around. Soon, she smiled and said, "Brother, how about we split it 50-50? Oh, did I hear that right? What did you call me just now?" Fang Ping dug his ears, pretending that he did not hear it clearly. "Brother. Brother. I said 50-50, okay? If not, 40-60 is fine too." The girl did not look embarrassed at all. He was her brother, after all. Calling him brother would not cost her anything. Once she got her hands on Fang Ping's money, she would call him whatever she wanted. Fang Ping laughed. He waved his hand and said, "Don't get your hopes up. Besides, why do you need so much money? I'll give it to you when you run out of money. Also, please me in the future. Don't call me Fang Ping so impudently. Fang Yuan was not happy that she could not split the money with her brother. However, considering that her brother was rich now, in the end, she smiled sweetly and nodded. She had made up her mind that she would empty her brother's coffer sooner or later. Fang Yuan was very friendly to Fang Ping, so much so that she even put food in his bowl. Her parents, who were eating with her, were stunned by the change in the girl. Although the two siblings had a good relationship, it was normal for them to argue. Since when did Fang Yuan learn to put food in Fang Ping's bowl? Fang Mingrong was a little jealous. He stopped drinking and knocked on his empty bowl, glancing at Fang Yuan a few times. He was obviously saying, "You're putting food in your brother's bowl. What about me?" Fang Yuan was a clever girl. When she saw her father's unfriendly attitude, she smiled sweetly and put food in his bowl. She also filled Li Yueying's bowl with rice. The atmosphere at dinner was very good because of her antics. The dinner was not too sumptuous, but the family ate happily. The family was happy, and Fang Ping was in a good mood. When he trained at night, Fang Ping did 160 push-ups in one go, even though he could only do 100 times the day before. After he was done, Fang Yuan, who had been watching over him, almost cheered him on. Flattery was one thing. Fang Yuan thought that her brother was pretty awesome. The next day, Sunday, Fang Ping, who had woken up early, did not try to trick his sister again. He knocked on the door on purpose. He washed up and changed into a set of slightly more mature clothes. Then, he stuffed all the cash he had hidden in his room into his backpack. Today, he was going to check out a house. It would be best if it had a gym. If it was cheap, he would buy one. If it was expensive, he would rent one. His house was too small, and he did not have any equipment. Fang Ping only had a few sets for his workout. Without the assistance of equipment, there were some movements that he couldn't do by himself. On top of that, he was about to get his hands on the cultivation method. He needed to find a more suitable environment to cultivate in. The downtown area of Sun City was not too big. Fang Ping did not want to buy a house in the suburbs. It was too far from No. 1 high school and his house. It was inconvenient. Therefore, he could only choose a residential area that was not far from No. 1 middle school and Lakeview Gardens. The neighborhood had to be new, and it would be best if it was well renovated so that he wouldn't have to renovate it himself. If he couldn't buy a deluxe room, a second-hand one would do. The environment must be good, and the housing must be cheap. With that in mind, Fang Ping did not have many choices. 7 or 8 minutes later. Scenic Lake Gardens. Scenic Lake Gardens was not far from No. 1 Middle School and Lakeview Gardens. It was located in the middle of the two and was slightly inclined. The residential area was officially opened in 2006, and residents only moved in 2007. It had been 2 years since the opening of the market, but the houses in Scenic Lake Gardens had not been sold out yet, and the sales department was still there. It was not sold out, not because the environment was bad, but because the quality was not good. The main reason was that the demand for houses in Yangtze City was not that high at this time. In 2008, houses in big cities were in short supply, and real estate groups were not uncommon. However, Sun City was just a small city in the central region. Very few people would come to Sun City to speculate in real estate. It was not worth it. Real estate sales department. When Fang Ping walked through the door, it was very quiet inside. There was almost no one around. After all, the market had been open for 2 years, and the remaining houses were only some unfinished houses, so there weren't many of them. The employees who were chatting inside paused for a moment when they saw Fang Ping enter. After a while, a woman in her 20s wearing professional attire walked over. "Sir, which one do you like? If you want to see a house, I can accompany you." The staff member was quite friendly and did not mind Fang Ping's age. It was normal for someone of Fang Ping's age to be preparing for marriage. Since they were married, they naturally needed a wedding house. He did not ask Fang Ping if he wanted to buy a house, but asked him which one he had his eyes on. This was also a form of rhetorical skill. The houses in Scenic Lake Gardens had been sold for 2 years. Even the sales lady who knew nothing at the time was now experienced. As soon as the client entered the door, he immediately asked for his requirements and went to view the house. When the customer is hesitating, don't give the customer too many choices. You can't just set another trap right after seeing that one is not good. Some clients were the hesitant type. It would be bad if they saw too much, so they would hesitate even more. Most of the time, it was the first house that could be sold. Some customers had watched the first set dozens of times, but in the end, they still felt that the first set was better. This had become a habit. Also, young people like Fong Ping were easier to fool. If it were a middle-aged couple, that would be torture. As the sales lady thought about it, she skillfully repeated the words she had said hundreds of times. Fong Ping did not interrupt her. He waited for a while before asking, "Do you have any hardcover ones?" "Yes." The sales lady perked up. Only those who made requests like this were prospective clients. Those who came in did not say anything and only said that they were just looking around. In the end, most of them really did just that. After answering, the sales lady hurriedly walked to the side of the building models. She pointed at a few of them and said, "Buildings 8, 9, and 10 are all hardcover houses. But they're almost sold out now. Do you have any requirements for the floor? There are still choices for the top floor and the first floor. For the middle and high floors, there are only Building 1604 in Building 9 and 1801 in Building 10. In my opinion, the first floor is actually very good. Not only is it cheap, but it's also convenient to go in and out." The sales lady strongly recommended the first floor. Nowadays, the first floor and the top floor were harder to sell. The remaining floors of Scenic Lake Gardens were mainly of these two types. Fong Ping listened for a while and thought for a while. The top floor is a duplex? There are duplexes, and there are also those with attics. There was not much difference between the two, but duplexes were taller, and those with attics were more oppressive. Fong Ping pondered. If he were to cultivate by himself, he might cause some commotion sometimes. The first floor was not so good. Passers-by could see him. The top floor with duplexes was much better. Wu Jihao's house was a duplex. If he caused a commotion on the second floor, it would not reach the ground floor. With the restrictions, Fong Ping did not have many choices left. Duplexes were not as popular now, and they were not cheap either. In Scenic Lake Gardens, there were only 4 apartments on the top floor of Building 9 that were duplexes. 2 of them had been sold, and the remaining 2 were still empty. After the sales lady finished her introduction, Fong Ping said immediately, "Bring me there." "Okay, I'll get the key. Please wait for a moment." The sales lady was straightforward. She hurried to the counter to get the key, her heart filled with anticipation. Although Fong Ping was a man of few words and was young, people like him, who made a clear request before looking for a house, usually bought a house without hesitation as long as the price was right. The prerequisite was that he had money. A few minutes later, Fong Ping and the sales lady arrived at the top floor of Building 9. When the sales lady opened the door, Fong Ping felt that it was not bad as soon as he entered. There was plenty of light, and the layout was reasonable. It did not have the cramped feeling of a typical duplex. Some duplexes were designed to reduce the public space and maximize the use of it. The public space was very small, giving off a cramped and oppressive feeling as soon as one entered. The bigger the city, the more prosperous the residential area, the more it was like this. After all, the public space was only counted as the square footage of the first floor, not the size of the property ownership certificate. Duplexes with empty spaces were rarer the bigger the city. The duplexes that most people talked about were only double stories. The property prices in small cities like Sun City were not too high. Naturally, it was more suitable for living. Although it was said to be intricately decorated, it was actually just the flooring, walls, doors, and windows. There was nothing else. On the first floor was the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, a bedroom, and a balcony that was not considered small. On the second floor were 2 bedrooms, a small study, a room that could be used as a gym, and a bathroom. Other than the empty space in the living room, which was not counted as a 2-story building, all the rooms in the duplexes were counted as actual space. Fong Ping looked at it briefly and was quite satisfied. Although the decorations were simple, Fong Ping did not need to be too extravagant. He would not stay in Sun City for long. When he went to a martial arts university, the house would naturally be left to his parents. For now, it was fine as long as it was livable. Moreover, this place had been renovated for more than a year. The smell was not even needed. After looking around, Fong Ping went straight to the point. "How much is it?" "Sir, you have good taste." The sales lady praised Fong Ping first, then said immediately, "Unit 2601 is the best unit in our residential area. We don't count the empty space, so it's a free gift to you. Also, our duplexes and scenic lake gardens are different from other residential areas. Many residential areas are called duplexes, but they're just attics with very low floor heights. Adding the two floors together, a floor height of 3 to 4 meters is considered normal, and the space is oppressive. We're different. We follow the normal floor height layout, and the two floors have a ceiling height of 5.8 meters. The sales lady belittled the duplexes and other residential areas and praised scenic lake gardens for a while. She was not belittling them, but she had to make things clear before she quoted a price. The two duplexes and scenic lake gardens could not be sold because of the price. Many people were satisfied with the apartments, but when it came time to buy them, they had a lot of problems. Other residential areas did not count the two-story area, and other residential areas were cheaper. Now that Fong Ping was asking about the price, she naturally had to prepare in advance. After praising herself for a while, the sales lady finally got to the point. The area of the property is 186 square meters. The empty space is a gift to you. If we calculate it according to a normal two-story building, the area is more than 230 square meters. The price is very good too. If you buy it now, we'll refund the deed tax and maintenance fund. Also, we're a deluxe unit. If you renovate it yourself, the renovation cost would be hundreds of thousands, but now, we're the last unit, and the company hopes to sell it as soon as possible. The discount is even better. After trying to fool Fong Ping for a while, the sales lady felt a little defeated when she saw Fong Ping's indifference. Finally, she lowered her voice when she mentioned the price. The total price is 860,000. In 2008, 860,000 to buy a house in Sun City was not cheap at all. With that much money, one could buy a small villa in the suburbs. On average, it was more than 4,600 per square meter. The price of a house nearby was usually between 3,500 to 4,000 yuan. Even if it was a deluxe unit, this level of renovation was not too expensive. If it was 4,000 per square meter, the house would have been sold a long time ago. However, above 4,600, even if it was a duplex with an empty space, few people would be willing to buy it. After giving the price, the sales lady said hurriedly, "Sir, the one next to it is slightly smaller." "The layout is similar to this one." Fong Ping waved his hand. It was his habit to spend money when he had it. At the moment, he had sufficient cultivation resources and did not have to worry about money. Now that he had money, he would, of course, enjoy it first. Fong Ping thought that this unit was not bad. After the renovation, 4,600 per square meter was relatively expensive. However, the neighborhood's environment was good, and the house type was not bad. He could afford the price. Compared to Wu Jihao's duplex, the one he was looking at was bigger, and the layout was more reasonable. Plus, money came easily. Fong Ping went out directly, just when the sales lady was a little disappointed. Fong Ping said as he walked, "Let's go to the sales department and talk about the price. If it's cheaper, I'll pay in full." As soon as he said that, the sales lady was overjoyed. Sure enough, young people were straightforward. She had brought people to look at this unit at least 10 times. However, she had never seen anyone as straightforward as Fong Ping. The sales department. After confirming Fong Ping's intention to buy a house, the sales department's supervisor personally attended to him. Scenic Lake Gardens had been open for 2 years now. There were not many houses left, and the developers did not want to waste too much energy here. Especially for a full payment, the discount was not small. Full payment, 95% discount. Deed tax and maintenance fund were all exempted. After some calculations, the supervisor made the final decision, looking as if he had suffered a great loss. He said harshly, "Mr. Fong, pay 20% of the deposit now, and I can apply to the higher-ups for a discount." Mr. Fong, you only have to pay 810,000 to get the house, 810,000, 186 square meters, hardcover. It was about 4,350 yuan per square meter. Even if it was cheaper for the developers to renovate, utilities, flooring, and walls alone were not cheap. In reality, the price was less than 4,000 yuan per square meter. The price of a duplex was not high. It was not expensive even when compared to the average residential area. End houses were cheap to begin with, and duplexes were slightly larger if they included the second floor. The rich in Sun City now lived in villas in the suburbs. There was no shortage of ordinary families willing to pay more than 800,000 yuan for a house in big cities, but there were very few customers in small cities. Even if they wanted to buy a duplex, people in Sun City preferred to buy the double-story houses that did not include the second floor. Fong Ping was distracted when the supervisor quoted the price. Right now, Fong Ping was thinking about Huang Bin. 3 rank 1 vitality pills for 900,000. 3 rank 1 vitality pills were just daily vitality supplements for a peak rank 2 martial artist like Huang Bin. If he was extravagant, he would have them in a month. If he was frugal, he would have 1 pill a month, and it would be gone in 3 months. To replenish his vitality, a rank 2 martial artist would eat a house that Fong Ping's parents could not afford in a lifetime. That was the difference between a normal person and a martial artist, a world of difference, especially a martial artist like Huang Bin, who was not doing very well among martial artists. As Fong Ping's mind wandered, the supervisor opposite him was a little nervous. Fortunately, Fong Ping recovered quickly and said, "I won't bargain, but you'll be in charge of all the paperwork. Be fast. We can sign the contract today. I'll pay 210,000 as a deposit first. I'll transfer the rest when the paperwork is done and the house is handed over." Hearing this, even the supervisor felt that this young man was really straightforward, no ambiguity, no long-windedness, and most importantly, money. If Fong Ping really wanted to grind it out, he might even be able to reach a final price of 800,000. However, it was easy for Fong Ping to earn money. If he wanted to bargain, judging by the way the supervisor was acting, he would have to apply to the higher-ups, in the long run, who knew how long they would be delayed. Fong Ping had a lot on his plate at the moment. He had to prepare for the martial sciences exams, prepare for his cultural studies, and train his body. There wasn't much time left. For the sake of the 10,000 yuan, he might have to make several more trips. In Fong Ping's opinion, this was not worth it. Fong Ping was straightforward, and the sales supervisor was happy. The procedures for buying a house with full payment were very simple. There was no need for a mortgage, so the procedures were much simpler. Especially if Fong Ping was willing to pay a deposit of more than 20%, that would make things even easier. Soon, both parties signed the purchase contract. Fong Ping did not need to apply for a mortgage. He only needed to provide a copy of his ID and household register. Fong Ping had made preparations to buy a house when he left the house in the morning. He carried his ID with him, and the household registration booklet he had found in his parents' room. He made a few copies on the spot. Fong Ping signed the purchase contract and the commission contract and took out 210,000 cash from his bag to pay. Both parties were in a hurry, so everything went smoothly. The only minor hiccup was when the supervisor saw Fong Ping's age on his ID and flattered him for a while. He knew that Fong Ping was young, but he was only 18 years old, which was even younger than he had imagined. If a young man of his age decided to buy a house on his own, it meant that his family was too rich to care about 1,000,000 or 800,000. Otherwise, it meant that the young man was capable and his family was not worried about the need to discuss the purchase. Of course, the second reason was that he had to be rich too. Either way, it proved that Fong Ping was extraordinary, at least in Sun City. In less than half an hour, the supervisor sent Fong Ping out with a smile on his face. "Mr. Fong, Scenic Lake Gardens has been open for 2 years. The procedures are very quick. With your commission contract, you don't even have to show up during the procedures. In a few days, when the property ownership certificate is ready, you can come and collect it directly. When the time comes, you can prepare the remaining payment and complete the handover." He reminded Fong Ping to prepare the money. Fong Ping did not have to worry about anything else. In this day and age, the rich were the masters. If you did not have the money, you would have to pay a mortgage. You would have to make countless trips to the bank. However, if Fang Ping paid in full, these troubles were not troubles at all. After sending Fang Ping out of the sales department for some distance, the supervisor turned around and left, chuckling. Fang Ping was in a good mood after leaving the sales department. 810,000 renminbi to buy a large duplex was still within his range of affordability. He had more than 22 million on him now. Even after buying the house, he still had more than 400,000 left. After buying some fitness equipment, the remaining money would be enough for now. He also had a lot of pills on hand, enough for him to cultivate until he became a martial artist. Before becoming a martial artist, Fang Ping did not have to worry about money. After he became a martial artist, he would have the identity of a martial artist, and the system would have a grasp of the general trend. Fang Ping was not too worried that he would be troubled by money in the future. Fang Ping did not linger outside after he had settled the matter of the house. Perhaps Wang Jinyang's express delivery would arrive today. Fang Ping could not wait any longer. He returned home. Fang Yuan had just woken up and was watching television on the sofa. When she saw Fang Ping, she yawned and asked, "Fang Ping, where did you go so early in the morning?" This girl had obviously forgotten about yesterday's incident after waking up. She had already thought about calling him brother before emptying his little treasury. Now that she had called him by his name, it was obvious that she had not thought about it. Fang Ping did not argue with her. He said casually, "I went out for some fresh air." "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." Fang Yuan opened her mouth and yawned again. "Did anyone send a delivery?" "I don't think so." Fang Yuan asked doubtfully, "Did you buy anything?" "Yes, some martial science textbooks." Fang Yuan lost interest when she heard that it was textbooks. She asked lazily, "What are we having for lunch?" She hadn't even eaten breakfast, but she was already thinking about what to eat for lunch. It was then that Fang Yuan remembered that Fang Ping still had a small treasury. Her brother had a little treasury, so it was only natural for him to have something delicious for lunch. Before Fang Ping could answer, Fang Yuan said happily, "Fang Ping, do you want to eat KFC? I've never eaten there before. I heard from my classmates that it's really delicious." "What's so good about a foreigner's fast food?" Fang Ping thought nothing of it. Fang Yuan's next words almost choked him to death. "Brother, go and try it. I heard that the president of KFC's parent company in Sino Nation is a rank 7 martial artist. If you eat their chicken wings, you might realize something and become a martial artist too." Cough, 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 Fang Ping choked. Were the two related? Fang Ping did not know that the president of Yusheng Sino Nation was a rank 7 martial artist. Could it be that their chicken could cultivate martial arts, and one could become a martial artist after eating it? Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he agreed in the end. It was not because of what his sister had said about becoming a martial artist after eating their chicken, but because of what she had said earlier. "I haven't eaten there before." Fang Yuan was in the second year of middle school, 14 years old. For a girl of her age from a slightly better family, eating a few KFC meals was nothing. The Fangs were not well off, but they could still afford it. The main thing was that Fang Yuan was sensible. She had never mentioned it to her parents, so she only wanted to extort money from Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not have much pocket money before. Now that he was earning money, Fang Yuan felt that she had done a great service, so she wanted to extort money from her brother. Fang Ping still had more than 10,000 in cash on him. Taking his sister to a foreigner's fast food was not a big deal. After waiting at home for the whole morning, the express delivery did not arrive. Fang Ping did not wait any longer and brought Fang Yuan out for a meal. It was her first time eating KFC, so she was very excited. Everything she ate tasted good. Fang Ping, who did not have much of an appetite, was influenced by Fang Yuan and ate a lot too. The siblings spent more than 100 yuan on the meal. This was considered extravagant for Fang Yuan. She did not think much about it during the meal, but on the way home, she could not help but blame herself. "I'm not going next time. It's not good at all, and it's so damn expensive. Why did you eat so much just now if it's not good?" Fang Ping teased. Fang Yuan blushed and said stubbornly, "It's because you ordered too much." I was afraid it would go to waste, so I ate so much. You're not allowed to eat anymore. Also, you're too wasteful with money. Let me keep the rest of your money. I'll give it to you when you need it. Fang Ping glared at her. How could she say something like that? Now that the money was in this little miser's hands, it was almost impossible for Fang Ping to get it back. Of course, it was more likely that the girl would hand it over to her parents. That was very likely. Fang Ping ignored her. When he reached his house, he saw a delivery truck. Fang Ping hurried over and asked, "Is there a delivery for Block 6, 101? The delivery man was about to make a call when he heard that and sighed in relief. I knocked on your door just now, but there was no one at home. I was about to call you. Coincidentally, you're from 101? Yes, I'm Fang Ping. That's right. Please sign for it." After confirming Fang Ping's identity, the delivery man took out a cardboard box from the delivery truck. Fang Ping glanced at it and felt a little strange. Did a book need a box to carry it? As he signed for the delivery, Fang Ping moved the box. It was quite heavy, so it did not seem to be a book. Wang Jinyang did not say what he had sent him, and Fang Ping did not ask. Now, it seemed that old Wang might have sent more things. After signing for the delivery, Fang Ping moved the box home. His steps were quick, and his face was full of excitement. In his room, Fang Ping shut the door tightly. 6 or 7 books were spread out on the desk. Basic cultivation method, required. 16 styles of pole standing, required. Basic fist techniques, elective. Basic leg technique, elective. Summary of cold weapons, optional. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to look at the others. The first book he picked up was Basic Cultivation Methods. It was about the same size and thickness as a normal textbook. It was nothing like the thin booklet Fang Ping had imagined. When he opened the book, the first thing he saw was a line of small words on the title page, "Martial Artists Dare to be the First." Fang Ping did not pay attention to the small words on the title page and continued reading. The first page of the Basic Cultivation Method was a detailed diagram of the human skeleton. The human skeleton was made up of 206 bones. These 206 bones were further divided into 3 parts, the skull, the torso, and the limbs. There were 29 skull bones, 51 torso bones, and 126 limbs bones. The human body used bones as the foundation. Flesh, blood, meridians, and internal organs were supplementary. From there, a complete human structure was constructed. For martial artists, vitality and bones complemented each other. If the bones were not strong enough, the human body would fall apart after a battle. Similarly, if the bones were strong enough, but the vitality was not strong enough, the bones would be rootless duckweed. If the outburst was not enough, it would not be sustainable. To become an official martial artist, first of all, one's vitality had to be strong enough to nourish the bones and flesh of the human body. A normal person's body limit was 150 calories. Above 150 calories, a stronger body was needed to withstand it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when the vitality reached 150 calories and the 206 bones in the body were preliminarily honed, they could withstand a vitality outburst of 150 calories. At this point, normal people could choose to break through and become an official martial artist. 150 calories vitality, preliminarily honed bones, breaking through to martial artist. Fang Ping nodded as he read the explanations in the book. Soon, Fang Ping saw the handwritten words on the pages. These teaching materials were all Wang Jinyang's. He had also made personal notes during class. 150 calories vitality is the standard for the masses. Aspiring martial artists aim to break through the limits of the human body. What is the limit? When there is no more room for improvement, when there is no more room for improvement, when there is no more room for improvement, when the vitality stagnates for a long time. Choosing to break through before reaching the limit is a waste of talent. Among martial artists, there is nothing outstanding about them. Fang Ping did not know if this was Wang Jinyang's own opinion or the instructor's. According to Wang Jinyang, 150 calories vitality was the breakthrough line for aspiring martial artists, but even if it was a breakthrough, it would still be very mediocre. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, thinking that he would ask when he had the chance. Even if Fang Ping wanted to become a martial artist, he did not want to be the weakest. He could not afford to be beaten up by his peers every single time. In addition to vitality, the other was bone honing. Aspiring martial artists did not have high requirements for bone honing. As long as they could satisfy the vitality outburst, that would be enough. When aspiring martial artists officially broke through to rank 1, martial artists would begin to pursue lethality. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists honed their limbs. Rank 1 martial artists could hone the bones of their upper limbs or lower limbs. Both were possible. It was just a minor difference in direction. Regardless of whether it was the honing of the upper limbs or the lower limbs, once the honing was completed, the martial artist would possess a strong single-target lethality. His bones were as hard as iron, and his vitality was like a rainbow. His hands and feet were comparable to cold weapons. At this time, it was common for a martial artist to kill an ordinary person with a single punch or kick. If one chose to hone the bones of the upper limbs first, there were a total of 64 bones in the upper limbs. After completing the honing, both hands and arms could be used as machetes, extremely powerful. After completing the honing of the upper limbs and achieving the required vitality, one could break through to rank 2 and begin to hone the 62 bones in the lower limbs. Similarly, those who honed the bones of the lower limbs first would have to hone the bones of the upper limbs after rank 2. The books also said that one should not look for trouble and only hone one side of the bones. Some students suddenly had an idea. Since the honing of the bones of the 4 limbs could not be prioritized, how about honing one hand and one leg? It was not that there were no such people. In the end, some people were stuck at rank 1 for the rest of their lives. When their vitality declined, they were no different from deformed people. The seniors had taught everyone a lesson in blood. They could either focus on the bones of the upper limbs or the bones of the lower limbs. Peak rank 2 martial artists like Huangben had already completed the honing of the bones of the 4 limbs. At this time, if Huangben had not been tricked by Fang Ping, his limbs could be used as weapons. It would not be difficult for him to kill Fang Ping with a kick. When Fang Ping had used a wooden stick to hack at Huangben had broken the stick with a punch even though his limbs were weak. After that, Fang Ping had knocked Huangben unconscious. One reason was because of the effects of the knockout drug, and the other was because Huangben's head and chest had suffered heavy blows. As for the bones of the 4 limbs, even if Fang Ping had hacked at them many times, there were no signs of fractures. After completing the honing of the bones of the 4 limbs, rank 3 martial artists focused on honing the bones of the torso. Peak rank 3 martial artists dared to face firearms head-on as long as they protected the vital parts of the brain. Although they would still be injured when bullets entered the body, it was rare for there to be fatal injuries, and they could still maintain their combat strength. Of course, if a bullet hit the head, they would still die. Those who were unlucky enough to be shot through the gaps between the bones and hit the vital parts of the internal organs would also die. However, relatively speaking, rank 3 martial artists had a much stronger defense than rank 1 and 2 martial artists, and the area of defense was also much larger. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks aimed to hone the bones of the 4 limbs and the torso. As for the skull, it was too dangerous. The book did not mention when to start honing. As for the cultivation of the realms above rank 3, the book did not mention anything about it. The basic cultivation methods focused on the cultivation of the lower 3 ranks. The book was not thin. Fang Ping could not finish it even after reading for a long time. However, most of the content after that was about honing the bones of the 4 limbs and the torso, which had little to do with Fang Ping. Right now, Fang Ping only needed to understand the content at the beginning. Increase vitality, hone, and break through to become a martial artist. There was a chapter in the basic cultivation methods called the Methods of Honing that was prepared for aspiring martial artists like Fang Ping. When a vitality reached 110 calories, one could cultivate the methods of honing to hone their vitality and bones. It was difficult for aspiring martial artists to increase their vitality because it was superficial. It looked full and smooth, but there was no way to increase it. One of the effects of the methods of honing was to compress vitality. A vitality that was originally like a sponge could be compressed to allow the body to withstand stronger vitality. As the vitality was compressed, it flushed the external bones of the human body, allowing the bones to absorb vitality and strengthen the bones. At this point, there was no need for a deeper bone honing. When you felt that your vitality and bone strength could no longer increase, then you could consider breaking through to become a martial artist. However, this kind of breakthrough was riskier. Some people thought that they had reached their limit, that their bones were strong enough to withstand the impact of vitality. In reality, they were not polished to perfection. If they did not have enough vitality when breaking through, it would be difficult to break through the bottleneck. If the impact of vitality exceeded the endurance of the bones, then it was really dangerous. Every year, there were people who would explode and die. The combination of the methods of honing and pole standing can hone the bones more effectively. After reading the explanation in the introduction of the methods of honing, Fang Ping picked up another compulsory book, 16 Forms of Pole Standing. This book talked about the style of pole standing. There were many types of pole standing, and the book listed the 16 most commonly used pole standing skills. After years of experimentation, these 16 might not have the best effects, but they were the most stable and the easiest to cultivate. Some pole standing skills had good effects, but they were difficult to learn. Just learning it would take anywhere from 3 to 5 years, to 8 to 10 years. Even if the final effect was better than other pole standing skills, after 8 to 10 years of training, when others were already rank 3 or 4, and you had not even started martial arts, it would be a waste of time. Fang Ping did not read it in detail. He skimmed through the names of the 16 types of pole standing. Unbounded stance, perfectly round stance, 3 postures, horse riding stance. Every pole standing technique had a detailed introduction, basic training methods, graphic explanations, and a summary of the content. Among the 16 types of pole standing, one could choose one. The differences between them were not too great, but there were differences in emphasis. Some focused on the lower limbs, some on the upper limbs, and some on both, but the results were not as good and it took longer. After skimming through it briefly, Fang Ping did not continue reading. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, he said softly, the methods of honing, pole standing, and supplements are the main cultivation methods for aspiring martial artists, including martial artists. Aspiring martial artists don't have to think about actual combat. Actual combat courses are only taught when you become an official martial artist. It includes fist techniques, leg techniques, cold weapons. You can choose any of these. There's no choice for the methods of honing, but for pole standing, you can choose one that's related to the follow-up. When you reach rank 1, you can choose one that's related to honing your upper or lower limbs. If you choose a different pole standing at this time, your progress in rank 1 might differ. My goal is to hone my bones, so I don't care about vitality. Bone honing, on the other hand, mainly consumes vitality to nourish the bones. If that's the case, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. When normal people honed their bones, due to insufficient vitality, it was difficult to achieve results in a short period of time. Even if he took medicine to replenish his qi and blood, there was still a period of digestion and assimilation. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would need more than half a month to absorb and digest a vitality pill. If one ate too much, it was easy to develop resistance. But that was for ordinary people. Every time the system replenishes my vitality, it's like it's increasing out of thin air, merging with my original vitality. Does this mean that I don't have to worry about vitality replenishment when I hone my bones? Once his vitality was insufficient, he would immediately increase his vitality. For many people, the shortest was 3 months, and the longest was 3 to 5 years. If I temper day and night, without considering the replenishment of vitality, can I complete the bone honing stage in a short time? There's no need to worry about vitality. Bone honing can be accelerated, as long as my physique is up to standard. Fang Ping's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps his ideas were feasible. If that was the case, he might be able to break through to become a martial artist very soon. Meanwhile, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks focused on honing their bones. Did this mean that he could do it again next, complete the tempering of his limbs and torso in the shortest time possible? Maybe I can give it a try. Fang Ping, whose vitality had reached 120 calories and above, was now qualified to cultivate cultivation methods. The cultivation of the methods of honing could be said to be difficult, but at the same time, it was not that difficult. Being literate was not enough to cultivate a cultivation method. The general knowledge test in high school was actually to pave the way for cultivation. The methods of honing involved the circulation of the human body's blood system, as well as a clear understanding of the body's meridians and bones. If one did not even know the vitality circulation system, it would be useless even if they obtained the cultivation method. However, this was only a basic cultivation method. The so-called basic cultivation method was, of course, for universal education. Therefore, it did not involve too many things. The vitality circulation system was also based on the meridians. Under normal circumstances, even if the cultivation went wrong at the beginning, one would not die, but injuries were unavoidable. Fang Ping was not qualified to go berserk yet. With his 124 calories vitality, even if he went to the wrong meridian when condensing his vitality, the impact would not be that great. Compared to raising his vitality by 10 calories in one go, the risk of his vitality going wrong was even lower. Fang Ping was still a little worried before cultivating. After some thought, he took out his phone and gave Wang Jinyang a call. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang had been cultivating his body and mind for the past few days, preparing to break through when he was at his peak. When he received the call and heard that Fang Ping wanted to cultivate now, Wang Jinyang could not help but frown. After a moment of thought, Wang Jinyang said, "You can cultivate the methods of honing. Even if there are some problems at the beginning, it won't be too serious." But, Fang Ping strained his ears to listen. "There are some things I have to remind you of. First, cultivate the methods of honing now, condense your vitality, and hone your bones. All these will consume your vitality. Vitality doesn't come out of nowhere. Even if you can regenerate it, it won't be able to keep up with the rate of consumption. Once you cultivate the methods of honing, your vitality's upper limit will increase, but your actual vitality will decrease. And the decrease will be huge. If you can't replenish it, your Gaokao will be near, and the physical assessment will be a big problem. Your priority should be the martial sciences exam, not cultivation." Fang Ping frowned. "Vitality will decrease?" "Of course." Wang Jinyang laughed. "Bone honing requires vitality, and honing meridians requires vitality as well. Don't you think it's a lot? If you have 120 calories of vitality now, after one round of cultivation, it may drop to 115 calories. Although the speed of vitality recovery was faster than the speed of growth, even if one ate a normal vitality pill, it would still take more than 3 days to recover. How much was one normal vitality pill for 3 days? How many families are there to support? If he couldn't keep up with the replenishment, his vitality would plummet, and he wouldn't be able to recover. Then, the upper limit that he had raised through cultivation would slip away very quickly. Fang Ping, you do have some resources. However, his resources were limited, and he couldn't use them recklessly. In my opinion, entering a martial arts university is the best time to cultivate. The school can provide half of the resources for your cultivation. It's just a delay of a few months. It's better than spending all your money." Fang Ping did not pay too much attention to this. After some thought, he asked, "Then, if the vitality replenishment can keep up, can the upper limit of vitality be increased?" "Yes, of course. Otherwise, how could the methods of honing increase an aspiring martial artist's vitality to the limit? You just said that it's number one. Apart from that, what other disadvantages are there?" Second. Wang Jinyang sounded more serious than the first time. He said in a deep voice, "Secondly, with your qi and blood, cultivating the method of honing won't cause too much damage. But that doesn't mean there won't be any damage. If the main meridians, especially those near the brain, are injured, even if they can be cured, you'll be bedridden for months. Fang Ping, it's almost the Gaokao. Be careful. The first time you cultivate is the most dangerous. If you're seriously injured, you might miss the Gaokao. It's fine if your capillaries rupture. With your vitality's recovery ability, you can recover quickly. But you can't hurt the main meridians." "Brother Wang, I'll be careful," Fang Ping replied hurriedly. Wang Jinyang knew that Fang Ping had made up his mind. He shook his head and said, "It's up to you. If you're really injured, you can come back next year. One will delay you for a year, and the other will delay you for a few months. Just think about it carefully." Wang Jinyang was not Fang Ping's father. Naturally, he would not try to persuade him again when Fang Ping insisted. After saying this, Wang Jinyang continued, the other thing is the choice of pole standing. There are 16 pole standing skills. Have you thought about which one to choose? I really don't have any good ideas. Brother Wang, can you recommend one to me? It mainly depends on the direction you choose for rank 1. Wang Jinyang paused before saying, rank 1, focusing on the upper limbs. It's more stable and conforms to the norm. Focusing on the lower limbs means you can fight and run, and your lower body is stable. However, honing the lower limbs is a little dangerous. If you're injured, you'll easily become a cripple. In martial arts universities, you can often see some rank 1 cripples running around the campus. Their image is ruined. If you injure the upper limbs, it's not obvious. If you injure the lower limbs, it's normal to be unable to walk sometimes. Are rank 1 martial artists who hone the lower limbs stronger than those who hone the upper limbs stronger? This varies from person to person. It depends on the actual situation. However, under the same conditions, martial artists who hone the lower limbs can run away even if they can't win. It's hard for martial artists who hone the upper limbs to catch up. At this point, Wang Jinyang suddenly laughed. When I was rank 1, I honed the lower limbs, so I can run very fast. I fought with a senior who had just entered rank 2. He was a rank 1 martial artist who had just started honing the lower limbs. In the end, I dragged him down. Wang Jinyang told this to Fang Ping casually as an amusing anecdote. In reality, it caused quite a commotion. The two of them fought for real. Wang Jinyang brought the senior around Nanjiang Martial Arts University for more than 30 rounds. In the end, the senior was so tired that he was foaming at the mouth. He could not catch up no matter what. The senior was so angry that he swore that he would never meet Wang Jinyang again until he was done honing his lower limbs. Fang Ping naturally did not know about these inside stories. When he heard that honing the lower limbs was better than the upper limbs, Fang Ping said hurriedly, Brother Wang, what stance do you think is suitable for me to hone my lower limbs? The horse riding stance. It's the first choice for martial artists who hone their lower limbs. The two of them discussed cultivation for a long time. Wang Jinyang was not impatient. If he did not explain things clearly, Fang Ping could easily cause problems if he messed around. If he was really injured and missed this year's Gaokao, a gap of 1 year was not that easy to catch up with. In Wang Jinyang's opinion, Fang Ping did not need to rush. He could think about it after he entered a martial arts university. He could save some resources. If Fang Ping used the resources he had sparingly and added to the school's quota, he could achieve rank 2. However, if he spent lavishly by himself, he might run out of resources after rank 1. If he wanted to find another Huangbin, he would need the right time, place, and people. Where else could Fang Ping find such a good opportunity? The phone call went on for close to an hour. It had to be said that Wang Jinyang was quite a good friend. He had benefited a lot from Fang Ping, and old Wang's after-sales service was also very good. After hanging up, Fang Ping took a few deep breaths. At 3 p.m., Fang Ping began his first official cultivation. He had a general idea of the cultivation method. Even if he made a mistake, he would be bedridden for the next 2 days. He would be fine as long as he did not attack his main arteries. Without the ability to use internal vision, Fang Ping could only rely on his feelings. After taking off his shirt, Fang Ping focused on cultivating according to the methods of Honing's illustrations while observing the meridians in his body. When his vitality was condensed, the meridians that usually did not stand out would soon show up where his vitality was stronger. It's a little painful, this is my first time cultivating. My body's meridians aren't used to it. It'll be fine after the first time. The human body has unlimited potential. Fang Ping kept summarizing his gains and losses. When his vitality was condensed near his temples, Fang Ping felt a little nervous. If his blood vessels burst in other places, it would not be too dangerous. However, if any of the blood vessels near his brain burst, he would be in deep trouble. In the methods of honing, there were very few meridians that flowed through the brain. There was only one main meridian. Fortunately, the basic cultivation method followed the fixed circulation system and did not open up minor meridians. Soon, Fang Ping successfully passed through the main meridian in his brain. Half an hour later, Fang Ping successfully completed the first round of honing. It went smoothly. Fang Ping grimaced. Although he said it went smoothly, he was cursing in his heart. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. The main meridian was fine, but some of the capillaries had ruptured, causing his body to bleed. If Fang Yuan or Li Yueying were to walk in at this time, they would probably be in tears. After the first round of honing, Fang Ping felt that the previously swollen and painful blood vessels were much more relaxed. As for the bleeding, so be it. He had a lot of vitality anyway. Fang Ping focused on the interface to see if his vitality had decreased this time. Wealth, 3370800 vitality, 120 cal mentality, 140 Hz, it decreased by 4 calories. If it were someone else, a normal vitality pill might not even be able to make up for it. In other words, 100,000 is gone in one round of cultivation. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. He now understood why there were so few candidates who became martial artists before the Gaokao. Even if all the conditions were met, spending money was no different from running out of water. Unless one was from a wealthy family, who would be willing to spend so much money? Moreover, it was dangerous. Only martial artists could obtain cultivation methods. Most high school students did not have the opportunity. Fang Ping did not have these concerns, though. Wang Jinyang was worried that he would use up all his resources. In reality, Fang Ping did not plan to use the pills. Without hesitation, Fang Ping focused on increasing his vitality, wealth, 3365800 vitality, 125 cal mentality, 140 Hz, my limit has increased by 1 calorie. Fang Ping's eyes brightened. Increasing his limit by 1 calorie in one round of cultivation was not slow at all. Of course, this was for him. Other students needed about 3 days to recover their vitality. Increasing it by 1 calorie every 3 days would cost him 100,000. Not many people were willing to try it. When I recover my vitality, there's no digestion period. Other people cultivate once every 3 days, but as long as my body can take it, I can do as many times as I want, so, this is how the system works. Old Wang, rank 3 is nothing. Just you wait, I'll scare you to death. Bang, 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 just as Fang Ping was feeling smug and ready to try cultivating again, bang. Bang. The door was being smashed. Fang Ping did not have to ask to know who had this unique way of knocking. As expected. Fang Yuan banged on the door and shouted, Fang Ping, what are you doing? Giggling and panting, don't you know it's very perverted? I'm warning you, you won't get a wife if you're so perverted, I'm still so young. Don't lead me astray. Fang Ping's face turned green. What did I do? I'm just cultivating. How did I lead you astray? Fang Ping understood when he recalled what the girl had said. He yelled with a dark expression, what the hell are you talking about? Who's being perverted? Who's leading a child astray? I'm seriously training my body and my martial arts. Do you understand? Fang Yuan sneered, who are you trying to fool? Can't you cultivate in the yard? I don't care. You're not allowed to pant. It sounds so perverted. Fang Ping wanted to cry but no tears came out. He was even more certain that he needed to cultivate somewhere else. The soundproofing in this old house was almost non-existent. He had just cultivated the methods of honing and his vitality was surging. It was normal for him to take a breather. However, Fang Yuan heard him loud and clear from outside the door. Who knew what the girl was thinking about him? Hiding in the room in broad daylight, panting and giggling like a fool, Fang Ping thought about it and realized that he was up to no good. He had wanted to try cultivating pole standing, but he did not want to do it now. Pole standing cultivation was much more disruptive than the methods of honing. He did not know what the girl would think when that happened. Fang Ping changed his clothes after tidying up a little. Because some of the blood vessels had burst, his pants were stained with blood. After changing, Fang Ping took his dirty clothes to the washroom. He wanted to wash up before his mother came back, so that his parents would not worry. Unexpectedly, his actions confirmed Fang Yuan's suspicions that her brother was up to no good. Fang Ping, you should find a girlfriend. Sigh, all the boys in our class have girlfriends. You're still single. It's fine if you're single, but you're also secretly hiding in your room to look at those unhealthy things. This is very bad. Aren't you ashamed to be seen by mom and dad? Fong Ping, why don't I introduce you to someone? Shut up. Fong Ping's expression darkened. As he rubbed his clothes, he yelled, "Stop hanging out with your scoundrel friends. How old are you?" "What are you thinking? I'm only 18. What's a single dog? I'm training, do you understand?" "TCH, forget it. If you don't want to admit it, then don't admit it." Fang Yuan had an indifferent expression on her face as she mumbled, "You're taking my kindness for granted." "My classmate's sister is very pretty, Fang Yuan." Fine. I'll shut up, alright?" Fang Yuan's look of "I'm not going to hurt you anymore" hurt Fang Ping's heart. "I really didn't watch any porn, I didn't read any magazines about girls who were too poor to afford clothes, and I didn't read anything else. I'm cultivating, training." Fang Ping felt a little helpless. Forget it. If he did not explain, he would not be able to explain to this girl. At night, Fang Ping did not continue cultivating the methods of honing. Instead, he picked up the 16 forms of pole standing and started reading. Especially the horse riding stance. If one practiced martial arts without skills, all their efforts would come to naught. The skills in this referred to pole standing. If one's stance was not good and his foundation was not strong enough, it would not only affect his bone honing and meridian honing, but it would also affect his combat ability. In martial arts universities, martial artists who achieved great success in pole standing had a nickname, roly-poly man. If one's stance was good, one could not be pushed or beaten down. If one could not win a fight, one could pester one to death. The horse riding stance was named as such because it was like riding a horse. The horse riding stance was divided into 3 levels. First, stand firm. If one's stance was stable, one could not be pushed down. Second, stand firm. If one's feet were as solid as a rock and rooted to the ground, one could not be beaten down. Third, stand in the air. One level of stand in the air was how the name roly-poly man came to be. When standing in the air, one's center of gravity could be adjusted at will. If one's center of gravity was unstable, it was easy to fall. If one's center of gravity was stable and adjusted at will, one could not be pushed, hit, kicked, or grabbed. A martial artist's combat ability did not depend solely on their rank. If a martial artist with a good stance fought with a high-ranked martial artist, even if he could not break through their defense or beat them, he could still dodge them. Moreover, standing in the air could strengthen one's bones and tendons, speeding up the process of honing one's bones. Cultivating pole standing in conjunction with the methods of honing yielded excellent results. Of course, the vitality depletion was also shocking. Fang Ping read through the information for a while. He tried standing in the horse riding stance for a while. In just 5 minutes, Fang Ping was trembling all over and sweating profusely. Standing in the air was more difficult than he had imagined. 10 minutes later, Fang Ping was shaking like a sieve. His legs were trembling badly. If someone were to push him from the front, Fang Ping would definitely not be able to stand. This meant that he was still a long way from having a stable stance on the first level. Flat chest, round back, straight top of head, Fang Ping was sweating profusely as he recited the key to standing in his heart. Soon, he was panting like a bull and slumped to the ground. He was already exhausted even without using the methods of honing stance. Once he used the methods of honing, Fang Ping felt that he would not be able to multitask. Then, he focused his attention on his own data. Wealth, 3365800 vitality, 122 calories mentality, 135 Hz. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. This time, not only did his vitality decrease, but his mentality as well. Does it consume mentality? He mumbled. Fang Ping could more or less understand why his mentality had decreased. Concentrating while standing in the air consumed a lot of energy. Both his vitality and mentality were depleted. After some thought, Fang Ping began to recite to increase his mentality and vitality. Wealth, 3357800 vitality, 125 cal mentality, 140 Hz. It's more exhausting than I thought. In less than a day, he had used up 13,000 wealth. Initially, he had thought that even if he increased both attributes to 200, it would only cost him a few 100,000 wealth. Now that he thought about it, he had been too optimistic. Vitality and mentality were not fixed. They would be depleted with exercise and cultivation. At this time, normal people would sleep, eat, and take medicine to recover. If Fangping did not want to waste time, he could only use his wealth to recover. Every time he recovered, he would use up a lot of wealth. More than 3 million wealth might seem like a lot, but at this rate, how long could it last unless Fangping gave up on leveling up quickly and slowly recovered through sleep and food like everyone else? Using a stance in conjunction with the methods of honing will only increase the consumption. Normal aspiring martial artists take a long time to recover and consume a lot of resources in one cultivation. No wonder casual martial artists were rare. Normal people could only rely on grinding slowly. However, as they grew older and their bodies solidified, it would be harder to break through their limits. When they were young, other than relying on family support, young people did not have the capital to cultivate. However, how many families could afford to spend so much money? Even if the methods of honing and stance were given to people like Wu Zhihao, they might not dare to cultivate it. His wealth was depleting faster than Fangping had imagined. For the next 2 days, Fangping read in class during the day and practiced his stance at night. On Tuesday night, after he had finished cultivating the methods of honing, Fangping looked at his stats again and felt a little lost. Wealth, 3320800 vitality, 126 cal mentality, 142 Hz. His vitality limit and mentality limit had both increased. However, what followed was a huge consumption of wealth. From the initial 37 million, Fangping had used up 50,000 wealth in just 2 to 3 days. The effect was that his vitality had reached 126 calories. Fangping had a feeling that it would not be a problem to increase it to 127 calories now. An average increase of 1 calorie of vitality would require at least 20,000 wealth. This was when his vitality was not high. He would only increase it when his vitality reached the limit, 150 calories. According to Fangping's estimation, the consumption might be even higher. I was too naive. Fangping laughed at himself. He had been so smug earlier, thinking that a few 100,000 wealth could help him break through 200 calories. Now he understood completely. The system was a big scam. I'm increasing it at about 1 calorie a day. Fangping did some calculations. After some thought, he increased his vitality again. After spending 1,000 wealth, his vitality reached 127 calories. Fangping moved his body. He felt that the pressure was not too great, so he was satisfied. If he increased 1 calorie every day, he might reach the lowest vitality of a martial artist, 150 calories, by the time of the physical assessment. Of course, he could not be sure if he would reach this speed in the future. As for whether he should expose such a high vitality, that would depend on the situation. It was hard to increase vitality, but easy to consume. If Fangping did not want to be noticed, he would cultivate deeply before the physical assessment. His vitality would be depleted, and it would not be difficult to reduce it to 120 calories. Just as he was about to wash up, the phone he had tossed aside vibrated. Fangping picked up the phone and glanced at it. As soon as he picked up the call, he recognized the voice of the sales department supervisor from before. Mr. Fang, sorry to disturb you. The paperwork for your house is done. If it's convenient tomorrow, okay, I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Fangping lowered his voice and replied in a low voice. He did not bother to exchange pleasantries with the attentive supervisor and hung up. Scenic Lake Gardens was not slow. The contract was signed on Sunday, and it was only Wednesday tomorrow. The paperwork was all done. When he got the house, he would buy some fitness equipment and some other necessities. This was not a small amount of money. After deducting the house payment, he still had more than 410,000 in cash. After buying the things, he would probably have less than 400,000. Spending money like water. Fangping sighed. He understood very well why those high-ranked martial artists were so desperate to earn money. He, who was not even a martial artist, spent a lot just to cultivate. And this was with the system's help. Those who did not have the system's help had a shocking daily expenditure. Without money, it would be difficult to maintain their current level, let alone cultivate. I still need to earn money. Wednesday. Fangping went straight to Scenic Lake Gardens as soon as his morning classes ended. The sales department. Fang Ping made the final payment and received his documents and keys. He went to check the house, which was considered a done deal. After making the final payment, Fang Ping was left with about 410,000 points in his savings and cash. The sales staff left. Fang Ping felt much more relaxed now that no one was around. Fang Ping was in a good mood as he walked around the empty house alone. It had only been a few days, and he had already bought a big house. Fang Ping thought it would be interesting to see Feng Yuan's reaction when she found out that he had bought a big house. Fang Ping did not plan to tell his family, though. Even if he did, he would have to wait until the Gaokao was over. Once he passed the martial sciences exams, he would have an excuse to say that he had earned it from working with Wang Jinyang or that a large corporation had invested in him in advance. His parents would be worried if his family found out. I'll buy some fitness equipment, but not furniture for now. I'll need a sofa, table, and chairs, or I won't even have a place to sit. Oh, I'll need a bed too. I might stay here. After thinking about what he needed to buy, Fang Ping did not delay and left the house. An hour later, Fang Ping walked out of the biggest furniture store in the city. He had ordered everything he needed and paid the deposit. They would be delivered to his door in 2 days. He did not buy the best sofa, table, and chairs, as long as they were usable. However, the fitness equipment Fang Ping chose was above average. Even if he used them up, he could leave them for Feng Yuan to use. It would not be a waste. The sofa, table, and chairs did not cost much, but the equipment cost a lot. After a quick calculation, he would only be left with 390,000 yuan after paying the bill. After returning to school, Chen Fan asked curiously, Fang Ping, why do I feel like you've been elusive lately? In the past, if Fang Ping did not come home in the afternoon, he would not go home either. The two of them would go to the cafeteria or eat out most of the time, but he rarely saw Fang Ping recently. I've been a little busy lately. Although you've signed up for the martial sciences exams, they're hard. Don't slack off on cultural studies, Chen Fan reminded him again patiently. Fang Ping nodded with a smile. He would only say this if they were friends. If it were someone they did not know well, they would be glad if Fang Ping did not study. As the two of them were talking, Yang Jian, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and said, Fang Ping, want to train together tonight? For the past few days, Fang Ping had been digesting the effects of the vitality increase. He didn't have time, and he didn't feel the need to train with them. But now that he had learned the cultivation method, he found it difficult to practice his stance or cultivate at home these few days. There was nothing at the new house, and Fang Ping did not want to go there for the time being. It was not a bad idea to take this opportunity to see how others trained. After some thought, Fang Ping nodded. All right, let's go together tonight. Yang Jian had only mentioned it casually. Fang Ping had declined the previous few invitations. He did not expect Fang Ping to agree to his request so easily. Yang Jian did not know how to react. However, Yang Jian quickly grinned and said, all right, then let's go together after school. Fang Ping, there will be a lot of people there when the time comes. Many of the top students in the school will also be training there. Taking a look at other people's training methods might be helpful to you. Alright, the two of them had agreed to meet up after school, so they didn't talk much and started to wait for the teacher to start the class. Soon, the afternoon class ended. Some of the liberal arts students still had evening self-study sessions, but martial science students like Fang Ping would not. Wu Zhihao and the others knew that Fang Ping was going to join the group training tonight. As they walked out, Wu Zhihao said with a smile, Fang Ping, you haven't been to the gym before, have you? It'll definitely be an eye-opener for you. The gym he was referring to was a gym built by No. 1 High School, specially prepared for martial science students to train their bodies. Not every student could have their own gym. Even if they did, the atmosphere would be different. Wu Zhihao could train at home, but he preferred to go to the gym with everyone else. Although it was a little messy when there were more people, everyone would be motivated to train if they could compare with each other. Training alone was boring. Many people could not stand the loneliness. Fang Ping laughed when he heard that. An eye-opener? Don't tell me other people can play tricks when they train? Before Wu Zhihao could say anything, Zhang Hao chuckled. Fong Ping, you don't get it, do you? Not all martial science students are guys. There are quite a few girls too. When they train, do they wrap themselves up like dumplings? TSK, you'll know when you see them. Before he could finish, Zhang Nan, one of the two female martial science students from class 4, said angrily, "Don't be so perverted. Do you think Fong Ping is like you? Staring at girls all the time is a disgrace to our class." Zhang Hao did not mind. He smiled at Fong Ping. Do you understand what Zhang Nan said? Let's not stare at girls from other classes. Just stare at her. Get lost. Zhang Nan rolled her eyes. Don't be so mean. The fiercer you are, the less I dare to look. You'll lose out if no one looks. Zhang Hao, are you looking for a beating? The two of them bickered every day, so the others were used to it. Wu Zhihao ignored them. He smiled as he walked. Don't listen to Zhang Hao's nonsense. Looking at girls is one of the benefits, but that's not the point. There are many top students from other classes in the gym. Some of them have their own ways of training. We can watch from the side. If it's effective, we can use it. But we're pretty much set now. Fong Ping, you can watch and learn from us systematically. Fong Ping nodded. They arrived at the entrance of the gym as they chatted. There were people on duty in the gym. It was not open to the public. However, students from No. 1 high school, regardless of whether they were from the civil or martial sciences, could enter. Of course, there was a fee. The fee was not high. It was $2 per session, and there was a fee for long periods of time. Fong Ping paid, but the others did not. Those who came for a long time could apply for a monthly pass. The fee was actually to prevent too many people from coming in like a swarm of bees. $2 was not much, but if they were not here to train, they would not waste money just to watch the fun. On the second floor of the gym, Fong Ping felt a wave of heat as soon as he entered. There was a cacophony of voices and shouts. The layout was similar to a normal gym, but the people inside were all young boys and girls. As soon as Wu Zhihao and the others arrived, someone shouted, "Zhihao, over here. Zhihao, let's compete. Yang Jian, what's your vitality now?" They were all from the same school. There were less than 300 martial sciences candidates in No. 1 high school, and there were even fewer frequent students, less than 200. Wu Zhihao's vitality was not low, and he was one of the best among them. Many knew him. Hearing the greetings, Wu Zhihao chuckled and said, "We're not competing today. We'll train by ourselves." Fong Ping asked in a low voice, "What are we competing in?" "Nothing much. We're just here to join in the fun. We'll compete in push-ups, pull-ups, and sometimes, we'll compare how much we can pull," Wu Zhihao explained casually and brought Fong Ping and the others to an area with fewer people. The others had their own plans. They each found an empty machine to help with their training. Wu Zhihao found an empty comprehensive trainer and guided Fong Ping in his training. Although Fong Ping knew how to use it, old Wu was a kind man, so Fong Ping could not refuse. He looked around while listening to Wu Zhihao's explanations. There were many people on the second floor of the gym, but the place was big enough that it did not look crowded. There were many girls among them, and they would not wear much when training. To be honest, Fong Ping was not interested. He did not find it attractive either. If it were a beach, Fong Ping might have taken a few more glances at a group of beautiful high school students. Now, however, they were all sweating profusely. The smell of the girls' sweat was not as fragrant as the boys', so he would not stick to them. As Wu Zhihao guided Fong Ping on how to use the equipment, he said in a low voice, "There's also a third floor in the gym." There aren't many people on the third floor, but it's more interesting than the second floor. First-timers like to visit the third floor. Wu Zhihao explained in a low voice, "You know, No. 1 high school is the best high school in Sun City. It's not like there are no martial artists in Sun City. If the children and grandchildren of martial artists go to high school, most of them go to No. 1 high school. Although there aren't many descendants of these martial artists, it's not like there aren't any. This year, in our batch, there are 2 who have martial artists as their elders. Including those in Year 1 and Year 2, there are a total of 7 people in our school who have martial artist elders. These 7 people often come here to train. However, they don't usually train on the second floor. They train on the third floor. Fang Ping, are you interested? We can go too. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Of course. The school doesn't prohibit it, but we don't usually go there. There aren't many equipment on the third floor. Plus, these guys have martial artists as their elders, so they can't hang out with us. They won't say anything if we go to take a look, though. Most first-timers like to go and watch the excitement. Of course, if we come here often, we won't bother. It's boring. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He stood up and said, let's go up and take a look. Are their vitality high? They're just so. They're slightly higher than us, but there's a limit. Wu Zhihao led Fang Ping up the stairs. He lowered his voice again and said, the martial artists in Sun City don't have high ranks, and their conditions are limited. Which of the truly powerful ones stay in Sun City? The children of those with high ranks aren't in number 1 high school either. They're either in auspicious Sun number 1 high school or studying in the big cities. Fang Ping understood now. No wonder he rarely heard of any strong second-generation martial artists in number 1 high school. The second-generation martial artists studying in number 1 high school usually had rank 1 or 2 martial artists as their elders. Most of them were rank 1. Most of them were casual martial artists. These people had limited resources for their own cultivation, so naturally, they could not provide much for their children. Even if their vitality is stronger, it's still limited compared to the average person. As they spoke, the two of them had reached the third floor. It was very spacious and very quiet. This was Fang Ping's first impression. It was completely different from the heatwave downstairs. There were also very few people, although there were 7 second-generation martial artists in number 1 high school. Not all of them would come here, and not all of them would come together every time. Fang Ping glanced around. There were only 5 people in total on the huge third floor. 2 of them were obviously here to watch the excitement like Fang Ping and the others. There were only 3 people who were actually cultivating. Yes, cultivating, not the methods of honing. Low-ranked martial artists did not dare to let their children cultivate that. Instead, they were practicing stances. Pole standing? Fang Ping said in a low voice. Wu Zhihao wasn't surprised either. He nodded and said, that's right. Second-generation martial artists usually practice stances. Stances were not a secret. Martial Arts University had collected 16 types of commonly used stances. But in society, pole standing wasn't limited to just that. If one wanted to learn, it was still possible. Even the 16 forms of pole standing could be collected with a little effort. Wu Zhihao did not care what Fang Ping thought. He said in a low voice, do you know why these second-generation martial artists aren't famous? It was because of this. Practicing stances depended on the long-term effects. He would have to wait until he entered a martial arts university before he could truly unleash his potential. After entering a martial arts university, it was said that those who practiced pole standing well would become martial artists faster than the average person. That was why these second-generation martial artists usually did not pursue excellence in the early stages. They just wanted to get into a martial arts university. Once they get into a martial arts university, that's their chance to shine. Wu Zhihao shook his head and said, but we don't have to learn from them. Pole standing is a waste of time and energy. In fact, the short-term effect was not as strong as normal exercise. Food and medicine were more effective. Usually, only second-generation martial artists would practice pole standing in high school. Stance training depended on the long-term effect. Moreover, it could only be used with the method of honing to maximize the effect. Otherwise, standing in a stance alone would have a worse effect on the growth of qi and blood than normal training. Of course, this referred to those who did not have a high level of stance. If one could achieve a solid stance before becoming a martial artist, the effect would be incomparable to normal training. The descendants of these lower rank 3 martial artists did not seek to become martial artists before the Gaokao. Their goal was the future. First, he would practice his stance until his vitality reached the standard of a martial arts university. When he entered a martial arts university and had a solid foundation in his stance, he would then cultivate the methods of honing. At this moment, the effect was apparent. Moreover, they could also borrow the school's resources, so they didn't have to rely on themselves. A standalone stance would not consume as many resources as the methods of honing. It could also relieve the pressure on the three lower ranks of martial artists. Wu Jihao's simple explanation was enough for Fang Ping to think of all these. At that moment, Fang Ping could understand why Wu Jihao and the others did not want to learn pole standing even though they knew about it. Everyone's current goal was the martial science exam. Normal training could increase one's qi and blood faster than practicing stances, so why practice stances? As for the future, it was still too early. If he did not pass the martial sciences exams, it was all for naught. As for the descendants of martial artists, almost all of them aimed to become martial artists. That was why these people could cultivate the time-consuming pole standing. Even if they could not get into a martial arts university, they would still continue down the path of martial arts. As the two of them chatted in hushed tones, Fang Ping was also observing the three of them in their stances. There were 2 boys and a girl. Like Fang Ping, the 2 boys cultivated the horse-riding stance. As for the girl, she was practicing the perfectly round stake. Pole standing was easy to distinguish, and it could be seen from the posture. Fang Ping was looking at them, and the few people who were practicing their stances also saw Wu Jihao and his friend. Of the 2 boys, one of them, who looked more boorish and had a crew cut, suddenly stopped cultivating and laughed. Wu Jihao, it's been a few days since I last saw you. How's your vitality? I haven't tested for a few days. Tan Hao, how much are you now? 118 cal, Tan Hao spoke in a loud voice. He wiped his sweat with a towel as he complained, according to last year's standards, I could even sleep at home. However, he heard that everyone's vitality was very high this year. Even 118 calories was not safe. I have no choice but to work harder before the time comes and try to reach 120 calories. Tan Hao looked boorish, and his figure was similar to Yang Jian's. As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Ping. However, they were not familiar with each other, so they did not greet each other. Wu Jihao took the initiative to introduce him. This is Fang Ping, a badass in our class. His vitality is even higher than mine. He smiled at Fang Ping. This is Tan Hao from class 2, a second-generation martial artist. Get lost. What second-generation martial artist? Tan Hao scolded and said impatiently, what second-generation martial artist? My father is only rank 1, and a rank 1 martial artist from a martial arts training class. He's so poor that I haven't eaten as many pills as you. Wu Jihao chuckled. Don't be so shameless. Don't you know who has eaten more? Ha ha ha. I'm not going to bullshit with you. You said that Fang Ping's vitality is higher than yours? Tan Hao's interest in Fang Ping was piqued, and he looked him up and down. At that moment, the other boy, who was more handsome and had slightly longer hair than Tan Hao, stopped his stance. Hearing their discussion, the handsome boy walked over and asked curiously, Wu Jihao, is what you said true? Wu Jihao was not in a hurry to answer. He said to Fang Ping, this is Tan Tao, also from class 2. This year, the 2 second-generation martial artists in our cohort are these brothers. Don't think that their vitality is lower than Zhou Ben and Xiao Liang's. But when they get to martial arts universities, these 2 brothers will be amazing. They were the only second-generation martial artists in year 3 of number 1 high school. The girl beside them was a second-year student. Seeing them chatting, she did not join in and continued to cultivate. 2 brothers? Fang Ping looked at the 2 people in front of him. One was boorish and tall, and the other had delicate features. Motherf *Ker, were these 2 brothers? Fang Ping thought to himself, but he did not show it on his face. He greeted them with a smile. Before the 2 brothers could speak, Fang Ping asked curiously, you guys were practicing the horse-riding stance just now, right? Yes, you know about it too? Tan Hao laughed. It sounds amazing, but the effects are average. If it wasn't for my old man forcing us to practice pole standing, I would have given up a long time ago. If I trained like Wu Jihao, my vitality might even be higher than Zhou Ben's. Can you stop bragging? Tan Tao interrupted Tan Hao helplessly. Zhou Ben's vitality is 125 calories. This guy's not your average vitality. 120 calories is the threshold. Even if we did the same as him, we might not be able to break through 120 calories. 120 calories is the threshold? Fang Ping muttered to himself. What threshold? Why didn't I know about it? Also, these two brothers talk a lot. I was talking about the horse riding stance, so why did they jump to Zhou Ben? As Fang Ping cursed, the two brothers finally returned to the topic at hand. Tan Tao looked at Fang Ping curiously and asked, Fang Ping, is your vitality really higher than Wu Zhihao's? Wu Zhihao's vitality was not low. It was 115 calories before, which was about the same as theirs. Now, Wu Zhihao did not say how high it was, so they did not know. If Fang Ping's vitality was higher than Wu Zhihao's, did that not mean he was about the same as the two brothers? There were not many people with vitality above 115 calories in number 1 high school, so they had never heard of Fang Ping's name before. Zhihao was just saying. I've never tested it, so I'm not too sure. Fang Ping did not want to dwell on this matter, so he forcefully changed the topic. Looking at you guys, you've been practicing your stances for a long time. How long can you do it now? About half an hour. Does that mean you've achieved a stable stance? You know this too. Tan Hao, the boorish man, was surprised again. He quickly smiled and said, I've been practicing my stances for 3 years, and I've only achieved this level not long ago. Tan Hao was a bit boorish, but Tan Tao was more attentive than his boss. He looked at Fang Ping again. After a while, Tan Tao suddenly said, Fang Ping, you're practicing your stance too? Wu Zhihao could not help but look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not deny it. He smiled and said, yes, I'm practicing my stance too. I'm cultivating the same as you guys, the horse riding stance. But I haven't achieved a stable stance yet. I'm a little envious seeing how much steadier your stances are than mine. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell if one cultivated a stance. However, if one looked closely, one would notice a slight difference in the way one walked and the aura one had. Fang Ping did not walk, so Tan Tao had only asked because he was suspicious. When he heard Fang Ping admit that he cultivated the horse riding stance, Tan Tao's interest was immediately piqued. He quickly asked, how long have you been practicing your stance? Quite a long time. Fang Ping did not elaborate. He forcefully changed the topic and said, I've always been trying to figure it out on my own. I didn't know that there were people cultivating stances in the university. You guys are the first people I've met who have truly cultivated a stance. Can I watch from the side when you guys practice your stances in the future? He had not achieved a stable stance yet. He had yet to reach the first level. Cultivating the methods of honing in a stance at the same time was very difficult and risky. That was why Fang Ping really wanted to break through to the first level and try cultivating both at the same time. However, some parts were difficult to understand just by looking at the diagram. If he had a real-life template as a reference, then breaking through to the first level would be much easier. Although Wang Jinyang could guide him, he was in River City. Moreover, he was about to break through soon, so Fang Ping could not keep bothering him. Now that he had met these two brothers, they were both at the first level of a stable stance and cultivating the horse riding stance. Fang Ping must have learned a lot by watching from the side. Tan Hao chuckled. Feel free to watch. It's not a secret. Actually, the main point of standing is to persevere. Tan Tao and I have been standing since the first year of high school. We only broke through to the first level recently. Knowing that Fang Ping was cultivating the horse riding stance, the Tan brothers became more talkative. They did not continue after they had just finished their stance. Instead, they chatted with Fang Ping about their experiences with the stance. High school students were usually not very shrewd. Although it was the first time the two brothers had met Fang Ping, they shared some of their experiences with him without hesitation. Fang Ping felt that his trip had not been in vain. He had come to the right place. Fang Ping even performed a stance on the spot. The two brothers even helped him correct some of his movements. Half an hour later, the Tan brothers had gone home first. Wu Zhihao looked at Fang Ping strangely. Fang Ping, you're cultivating a stance too? Yes. Wu Zhihao wanted to say something but hesitated. Cultivating a stance usually required slow vitality growth, so it was essential to take supplements. Where did Fang Ping's family get the money to support him? Fang Ping seemed to know what he was thinking. He laughed casually. I was just cultivating casually before. I didn't care about progress. Otherwise, my vitality wouldn't have been so low. Didn't I take pills later? My vitality increased a lot. That's why I picked up my stance again. Although Wu Zhihao still had some doubts, he did not ask further. He only thought that Fang Ping had hidden his strength well. Fang Ping did not care too much. Let him have his doubts. At worst, he could just blame it on Wang Jinyang. With the scapegoat king around, Fang Ping was not afraid of other people's suspicions. These guys still dared to ask Wang Jinyang. Even if they did, Wang Jinyang would memorize it. He would definitely do the after-sale service for Huangbin. River City. Wang Jinyang, who had just completed his breakthrough, suddenly sneezed. Wang Jinyang shook his head. He had a bad feeling about this. If there was a first, there would be a second. In the next few days, Fang Ping often went to observe the Tan brothers practicing their stances. Over the past few days, he had benefited greatly. The Tan brothers were easy to talk to and did not disturb their cultivation. When he was free, Fang Ping would ask some questions, and the two brothers would answer some of them. Pole standing was considered a semi-public secret. There were no tricks involved. Time was the key. What they did not know, however, was that Fang Ping was no ordinary person. When others stood in the stance for a long time, their qi and blood would be greatly depleted, and they would become dispirited. They would have no choice but to stop and rest. Usually, it would be the second or third day before they could recover completely. What about Fang Ping? If his health was gone, he would replenish it with his wealth. I'm feeling dispirited. I'll use my wealth to increase it. The Tan brothers had entered the stable stance stage, and they could only do it for half an hour a day. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but it would consume too much of his vitality and mental energy. He would be dispirited for a few days. Qi and blood were still manageable. They could recover by eating tonics and pills. For low-ranked martial artists, mentality overdraft was almost unsolvable. Apart from sleeping and resting, low-ranked martial artists had no other way to restore their mentality. Where was Fang Ping? According to his progress, 20 minutes at a time was the most he could do. But this guy was spending his wealth without caring about the cost. Every day when he returned home, he would start cultivating at 7 o'clock. He had spent half an hour practicing the secrets of body tempering, but he had spent more than 4 hours in his stance. Fang Ping did not rest until midnight. If not for the fact that he could not take it without sleep, he could have stood until dawn. His qi, blood, and mental state were always full, and he maintained his stance for a long period of time. A single session of cultivation was equivalent to half a month or even a month for the Tan brothers. In just a few days, Fang Ping felt that he was not far from achieving a stable foothold on the first level. On Saturday night, Fang Ping consulted the two brothers again. Tan Hao didn't say anything, but Tan Tao's gaze changed. This guy is a little scary. 2 days ago, he was still asking for some basic knowledge. Now, he was asking about the first level of the stable stance. After holding it in for a long time, Tan Tao could not help but ask, Fang Ping, you're not going to break through, are you? Tan Hao opened his mouth and said dryly, breakthrough? Fang Ping smiled. No, I'm just asking. Actually, I've been practicing my stance for quite some time, but I've never heard anyone explain it to me before, so I don't really understand it. Now that you've given me pointers, I've made some simple arrangements. There are some things that I didn't understand before, but now I understand them all. Although I haven't broken through yet, I believe it will happen soon. I really have to thank you this time. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Whether the Tan brothers did not mind or were broad-minded, they had indeed helped Fang Ping a lot this time. Without the two brothers, if Fang Ping had to rely on himself, he would not have been able to enter the first level without someone pointing out some of his mistakes. He's really going to make a breakthrough, Tan Tao muttered. When he looked at Fang Ping again, he was a little envious. As long as they did not achieve a breakthrough in pole standing, the brothers would not care even if their vitality was higher than theirs. It did not matter if his vitality was a few calories higher, they had a martial artist father, so they knew more than others. Once they entered martial arts university and learned the methods of honing, they would have instructors and school resources to support them. Within a year, the possibility of them becoming martial artists was very high. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had a high vitality, as long as his vitality was not terrifyingly high. So what if it was Zhou Bin's 125 cal, if they went to school and learned pole standing from the beginning, who knew how long it would take for them to achieve a stable stance and cultivate the methods of honing? It was very likely that when the brothers became martial artists and completed honing one of their limbs, they would have a chance to break through. But that was before. Now that Fang Ping was about to break through the first level of pole standing, he would be on the same starting line as them. Tan Tao was envious for a while, but he said politely, "There's no need for a meal. Everyone's busy now. Let's have a meal together when the martial sciences exams are over." Fang Ping's vitality was not low, and he was said to be okay in cultural studies. This guy had a high chance of getting into a martial arts university. When he passed the exams, they would all be martial arts university students. It would be good to have a meal and get to know each other. They did not have time, and Fang Ping was busy too. After thanking them for a while, Fang Ping left. After he left, the brothers found Wu Zhihao downstairs. The boorish Tan Hao grabbed Wu Zhihao's collar and said angrily, "Lil Wu, you're lying to me again." Wu Zhihao was dumbfounded. Then, he said angrily, "Get lost. Let go of me, big blockhead. Don't think I'm afraid of you too. Fight me one-on-one if you dare." "One-on-one my ass." Tan Hao cursed, but he still let go. He said gloomily, "Didn't you say that Fang Ping's family is average? His pole standing has been improving at a frightening rate lately. His vitality is full. That shouldn't be the case." Wu Zhihao said impatiently, "Just because of this?" He had his suspicions and doubts before. Now, however, Wu Zhihao felt like he understood. While the others were not paying attention, Wu Zhihao lowered his voice and said, "I'm afraid this kid has someone supporting him." "Who?" "Brother Wang." Wu Zhihao's eyes lit up. He asked for Brother Wang's number the last time he came to school. Then, I think they met. I don't know the details, but there's a high chance that he has Brother Wang's support. Otherwise, how do you think he could improve so quickly? Brother Wang Jinyang? The brothers looked at each other in shock. Wu Zhihao did not know the inside story, but they had a martial artist father, so he knew a little. Just a few days ago, the most talented guy in Sun City in the past decade had single-handedly killed a peak rank 2 martial artist. How old was Wang Jinyang? He was a freshman, 19 years old. What rank was Wang Jinyang if he could kill a peak rank 2 martial artist? Peak rank 2. Rank 3, even their father had told them to suck up to someone like him when they got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Suck up to him, not get close to him. If Wang Jinyang was already so talented as a freshman, he might reach the middle ranks in one go after he graduated. If such a person graduated and entered the political world, he would at least be a commander-level figure. Only the head of a city could be called a commander. As for the provincial level, it was the governor. Sun City was only a county-level city. The head was not even a commander. If Wang Jinyang trained for a few years, it was not impossible for him to become a governor in the future. How could they not suck up to someone like him? The brothers' eyes turned red. Had this kid really sucked up to Brother Wang? Wu Zhihao said in a low voice, "That's what I think. It's very likely. There's no use in you two being jealous. Uncle Tan is a martial artist too. There's nothing to be jealous about. I should be the one envious." "What do you know?" Tan Hao scolded. Even if his father was here, he would not dare to say that he was on par with Wang Jinyang. A rank 1 martial artist who was almost 50 years old, and a 19-year-old rank 2 or even rank 3 martial artist. How could they even be compared? The old man was counting on the brothers to succeed now. Other than his daily cultivation to prevent his vitality from dropping, he did not cultivate at all. Cultivation required money. Did you understand? If a family of 3 cultivated, relying on the old man's meager benefits would have made them bankrupt. However, Wang Jinyang was different. He was young, had a high rank, and was still a student. It was easy for him to get resources. With his support, Fang Ping could probably eat blood and chi-replenishing pills like candy. Of course, this was just a thought. Even if Fong Ping could eat it, he would not be able to digest it quickly. Why does Brother Wang like Fong Ping? Sigh, don't tell me it's because of the reception last time. We should have gone. I regret it so much. The brothers sighed. Wu Zhihao was even more depressed. Don't mention it. I even went to receive him, but I didn't get a share. He guessed that Wang Jinyang saw Fong Ping in a different light because of the sudden increase in his vitality after he took the medicine. Of course, it could also have something to do with Fong Ping's courage. Wu Zhihao admired that guy for daring to call Wang Jinyang on his own. A martial artist should have the guts to fight. Many people had heard of this saying, but how many young people understood it? At this moment, Wu Zhihao felt like he understood. If Fong Ping did not dare to fight and did not have that phone call, he might not have let Wang Jinyang train him. Although his guesses were not entirely correct, the results were the same. If Fong Ping did not make that call, he would not be where he was now. However, Fong Ping was prepared. He used an exchange of benefits. If it was Wu Zhihao who called, no matter how kind Wang Jinyang was, he would only give him a few pointers. He would not help too much. Fong Ping naturally did not know about Wu Zhihao's wild guesses. However, this was also Fong Ping's plan. He did not plan to hide it too much. He had already thought about taking the blame and threw it to Wang Jinyang. However, that was after the martial sciences exam, not now. Now that Wu Zhihao and the others were thinking about it, Fong Ping would not deny it even if he knew. After leaving the gym, Fong Ping did not go home. Instead, he went to scenic lake gardens. In the past few days, everything had arrived. Fong Ping had also asked someone to install it. In the afternoon, Fong Ping asked someone from a housekeeping company to help clean the place. He returned at night. The new house was very clean. After walking around the house, Fong Ping took off his jacket and began to cultivate the methods of honing. These few days, he used the excuse of training at school and returned home very late. His parents did not suspect anything. Half an hour later, he finished cultivating the methods of honing. It had only been a week since he received the cultivation method. However, Fong Ping's strength had increased tremendously. Wealth, 3240000 vitality, 129 cal mentality, 150 Hz. His wealth had become a whole number because his parents had given him another $200 for meals and pocket money in the past few days. Fong Ping did not want it, but he did not reject it after some thought. His parents would be more worried if he did not want it now. He would take it first. It would not be too late to show his cards after the martial sciences exam. From last weekend, before he received the cultivation method, Fong Ping's wealth was more than 37 million. At that time, his vitality was 124 calories. After a week, his vitality had increased by 5 calories and his mentality had increased by 10 Hz. According to Fong Ping's previous expenditure, 15,000 wealth would have been enough. This time, however, Fong Ping had spent more than 130,000 wealth. It was close to 10 times the expenditure. Still, Fong Ping was satisfied. Although he had not spent much before, it was difficult to increase his upper limit. He had to rely on himself to train, and his body could not take it. Now that he had the methods of honing and pole standing, his body and bones were becoming stronger while his vitality and mentality were being drained. His wealth was not only reflected in the growth of his vitality and mentality, but also his overall strengthening. It had also saved Fong Ping a lot of time. Spending more than 100,000 wealth was quite worth it. There are only 11 days left until the physical assessment. I wonder how much my vitality will increase by then. It was already April 19th. Fong Ping could feel that the higher his vitality was, the harder it was to increase it. His vitality was already at 129 calories yesterday. After a whole day of cultivation, his upper limit had not increased. Looks like I'll have to wait until my pole standing breaks through a level and cultivate it together with the methods of honing. I should be able to increase my speed then. My pole standing will break through a level in a few days. At night. Lakeview Gardens. In the backyard. Fong Ping wasted no time and continued practicing his stance. In the beginning, Fong Ping maintained his stance in a fixed position. If he moved, he might fall out of the stance. Now, however, Fang Ping's upper body was swaying slightly. Fang Yuan, who was squatting on the side with a small stool, watched her brother swaying with wide eyes. She found it amusing. The little girl liked to cause trouble for Fang Ping, but she knew that she should not disturb him when he was cultivating. She wanted to say something mean, but she held it in. The horse riding stance is like riding a horse, the spine is like a dragon, the form is like a pole, the steps are like a cat, the steps are like a swan. Fang Ping's mind replayed the key points in the book and the Tan brothers' guidance. Stance was easy to practice, but it was easy. Some people had to spend years to get started. After a few days of practicing his stance, Fang Ping finally got the hang of it. Fang Ping, who had been moving his legs, would soon fall from his stance. Now, he moved his legs slightly, but he still maintained his stance cultivation. Stand firm. You can't push me. Fang Ping's eyes moved suddenly. He looked at Fang Yuan and yelled, "Push me." Huh? Push me. Fang Yuan understood now, even though she did not know what was wrong with her brother. If Fang Ping was looking for trouble, she would satisfy him. Fang Yuan giggled, stood up, and walked toward Fang Ping. I'm really going to push you. Push. Fang Ping's upper body was swaying, but not too much. Fang Yuan grinned and pushed Fang Ping's head with her finger. A few days ago, Fang Ping had asked for trouble. In the end, she pushed Fang Ping to the ground with just one finger. In Fang Yuan's opinion, bullying Fang Ping was the easiest way for her to defeat her brother. She stretched out her finger and touched Fang Ping's forehead. Fang Yuan used a little force, but Fang Ping did not move. Soon, she heard Fang Ping yell, "Did you not eat?" Fang Yuan pouted and said angrily, "You asked for it." Fang Yuan, who did not want to use too much force, increased her force. Instead of pushing Fang Ping with one finger, she used one hand. Her palm pushed against Fang Ping's head, but it felt a little slippery. He had clearly used 70% of his strength, but he was unable to exert any strength. Fang Yuan, you've grown so round for nothing. Work harder. Fang Ping. Fang Yuan was a little annoyed. Without holding back, she shoved at Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping's toes gripped the ground tightly, and his body began to sway slightly again. Fang Yuan had exerted all his strength, but when he pushed it, he felt that there was nothing he could do. He staggered and almost fell. Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted again, "Fang Yuan, come on, hit me." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was on the verge of exploding. After eating so much, I don't have any strength at all. What a waste of all that weight. Fang Yuan felt that she was about to explode. Round face, if you push me down, I will take you to eat KFC tomorrow. How infuriating. Fang Ping, who was getting more and more aroused, kept stimulating Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Ping only felt that he was one step away. Just a little bit more, he was still thinking that it might take a few days or even a week before he could stand firm. However, when he did his stance earlier, he felt something. When Fang Yuan pushed him, Fang Ping did not seem to move much, but he was changing the point of impact, so that less than 30% of Fang Yuan's strength was used on him. When a person could not be pushed down, it was not simply a matter of resisting or being pushed. Instead, it was a matter of using the stance to dispel the force. Dispel the force. Fang Ping felt that he had grasped the key point. He was about to enter the stable stance. Perhaps, it would happen in the next moment. At this moment, Fang Yuan's little universe had exploded. Fang Ping had provoked her like this. She could tolerate it, but she could not. Fang Yuan, who had pushed him with one hand earlier, now used both hands. She was no longer pushing Fang Ping's head. She felt that her brother's head was covered in sweat, and it was too slippery. Changing her direction, the little girl pushed at Fang Ping's chest with both hands. "This is what you get for calling me round face." The little girl was flustered and exasperated. She had no intention of holding back. Fang Ping did not dodge. He maintained his horse stance, but his upper body began to sway again. His 10 toes were bent and gripping the soles of his shoes. When Fang Yuan's hands pushed at Fang Ping's chest, the feeling of disorientation appeared again. She had hit him squarely in the chest, but now, her hands were strangely sliding to the sides. Fang Yuan had used too much force. Her body tilted and fell toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping moved his hands and helped the little girl up, ignoring her staggering movements. At this moment, Fang Ping's mind was still replaying the feeling of dispersing the force. His feet, which were gripping the ground tightly, began to move slightly, and his upper body swayed more vigorously. Soon, Fang Ping's body tilted backward. Fang Yuan, who had just regained her senses, said hurriedly, "I fell." "I won't fall." Fang Ping replied quickly. His body, which was about to fall, bounced back like a roly-poly doll without moving his feet. "I did it." Fang Ping's face lit up. He had finally grasped the feeling in that short period of time. His body staggered slightly. His feet, which were gripping the ground tightly, felt sore and swollen. Fang Ping did not mind it, though. He had already grasped the key to maintaining a stable stance. Next, he would be able to achieve the same stance as before without being so deliberate. "Ha ha ha, I really am a genius." Fang Ping could not help but feel proud of himself. It had only been a week. Even though he had cheated, Fang Ping felt that he was very talented to have grasped the key to maintaining a stable stance so quickly. The truth was that his mentality was much stronger than the average person's. Increasing his mentality would help him improve his ability to understand things. Fang Ping's smug smile was extremely arrogant. Fang Yuan, who was beside him, gritted her teeth in anger. This guy had gone too far. If Fang Ping had said a few words of comfort, the little girl would not have argued with him. However, Fang Ping was too busy gloating to remember the provocation just now. Just as Fang Ping was about to check his vitality depletion, he felt a sudden breeze in front of him. Fang Ping did not maintain his stance at that moment. Thud, Fang Ping's buttocks greeted the concrete floor with a loud thud. Whoosh, Fang Ping inhaled sharply. He rubbed his injured buttocks and said angrily, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you still asking me?" Fang Yuan's face lit up with pride when she saw him fall. "Didn't you ask me to push you just now? And you said that I didn't eat? And you said that I'm fat for nothing. You didn't ask me to stop. Didn't I just fulfill your wish? Stupid girl." Fang Ping muttered. He had forgotten about that. He was too busy being happy just now. He did not want to argue with this girl. He had provoked her for a while just now, not letting her vent her frustrations and pestering her. Fang Ping did not get up. He focused on the stats in his vision: wealth, 3240000, vitality, 124 cal, mentality, 140 Hz. The short moment he had spent was much more than the half an hour of stance he had in the past. Especially his mentality, which had used up 10 Hz in one go. The breakthrough in his stance made Fang Ping feel that he could improve it now. As he thought about improving his vitality and mentality, the stats quickly changed: wealth, 3224000, vitality, 130 cal, mentality, 152 Hz, 130 cal now. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The 130 calories vitality was not the key. The key was that his stance had broken through to the first level, which meant that he could combine the methods of honing with pole standing. Whether it was Wang Jinyang or the Tan brothers, they had all said that one could only officially embark on the path of a martial artist after breaking through to the first level. Prospective martial artists of this level could combine cultivation methods and officially advance toward the limits of the human body. He wanted to try out the effects of combining the two. However, he looked at Fang Yuan beside him and dismissed the idea. There was still some risk in combining the two for the first time. He could not unleash it in the room, and cultivating in the yard would easily affect him. He might as well try it at the new house the next day. Fang Yuan saw that he was sitting on the ground and could not get up. She asked, "Are you okay?" Fang Ping came back to his senses and stopped smiling. He grimaced in pain and said, "I hurt my tailbone." "Fang Yuan, you're so cruel. You really hurt yourself." Fang Yuan panicked and went forward to help Fang Ping. "I really hurt myself. It hurts." "Fang Ping, don't scare me, how about this? You'll take care of the chores and laundry tomorrow." "I won't blame you." Fang Yuan, who was initially worried, reacted immediately when she heard that. She said angrily, "Fang Ping." "Ha ha ha," Fang Ping laughed and jumped up. He did not give the girl any time to retaliate and went straight to his room. "Damn it. Although he had achieved a breakthrough in his pole standing, Fang Ping did not let his guard down. At night, Fang Ping continued to practice his stance in his room, carefully experiencing the feeling of a stable stance on the first level. At the same time, Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang strolled casually on the campus path with both hands in his pockets. Some of the students who passed by were filled with awe and respect, making way for him. Some of them were so excited that they could not wait to fight him. There were also some girls who looked hopeful, hoping to catch Wang Jinyang's attention. Wang Jinyang did not care. He strolled leisurely and muttered in a low voice, "Should I inform that guy? This kid is bold and ruthless. He dares to fight and fight. He's suitable for the martial arts path. It's a pity that he can only rely on himself. He can't rely on his family." Wang Jinyang could not help but think of himself when he thought of Fang Ping. Their family backgrounds were the same, and Wang Jinyang understood how difficult it was to rise from the lower classes. With the support of Huang Bin's pills and the cultivation method, this guy should be improving fast, right? Maybe he has a chance. Forget it. I'll inform him tomorrow. It's up to him whether he can get it or not. Wang Jinyang muttered to himself, not looking at the people around him. Tomorrow, he would challenge the vice president of the Martial Arts Society and get the position this semester. Next semester, when the president of the Martial Arts Society graduated, he would be able to fight for the position. The next day, Sunday. He stood for a while after waking up in the morning, washed up, and prepared to go to the new house. Fang Yuan had not woken up yet, so he did not plan to wake her up. It would be inconvenient for him to go out later if he woke the girl up. Just as he was about to leave, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Surprised, he picked up the call. "Brother Wang, what's up?" Under normal circumstances, Fang Ping would not call unless he asked about cultivation. Otherwise, Wang Jinyang would not have called him. "How's your cultivation going?" "It's all right. I feel like I'm improving quickly." Fang Ping did not mention that his pole standing had broken through a level. He did not want to hurt Wang Jinyang's feelings. Wang Jinyang did not ask for details. From Fang Ping's tone, his cultivation should be going well. Fang Ping had resources, so it was normal for him to improve quickly. Governor General Zhang has broken through to rank 7. Fang Ping was curious. Why would Wang Jinyang tell him this out of nowhere? On the first day of his rebirth, Yang Jian had been gossiping about Nanjiang Province's Governor General Zhang breaking through to rank 7. It was just gossip at the time, but now it had been confirmed. "I told you before that Governor General Zhang has broken through to rank 7 and is a grandmaster. He can fight for more martial arts resources for Nanjiang." In the past, the most outstanding Gaokao students in Nanjiang went to other martial arts universities. Nanjiang Martial Arts University and other universities in Nanjiang Province recruit students every year. To put it bluntly, they are leftovers from other universities. This year, Governor General Zhang has broken through to rank 7. The province hopes to retain more geniuses. We didn't have the resources to nurture them before, but we do now. To retain these outstanding students, the province has given them new policies and benefits. Fang Ping asked quickly, "New benefits policy? What is it?" "Cultural studies are the standard, so I won't go into details. It's mainly about vitality." Wang Jinyang paused before continuing. "This year, students with vitality above 125 calories who are willing to apply to Nanjiang's local martial arts universities will be rewarded. If their vitality reaches 125 calories, they will be rewarded with 100,000 cash and 3 normal vitality pills. If their vitality reaches 130 calories, they will be rewarded with 200,000 cash, 3 normal vitality pills, and 1 rank 1 vitality pill. If their vitality reaches 135 calories, they will be rewarded with 500,000 cash, 1 rank 1 vitality pill, and 1 bone honing pill. The market price of rank 1 vitality pill was 300,000, and the bone honing pill was 500,000. Fang Ping was waiting for the other party to continue speaking when the other party suddenly fell silent. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, "And then?" "What then?" Amused, Wang Jinyang said, "Those whose vitality exceeds 140 calories have all applied to the Big Two. These people did not lack resources, and it would be difficult for them to stay even with the reward policy. If that's the case, what's the point of formulating policies? If no one stayed in the end, it would be a joke. Therefore, the current plan was only set to 135 calories. If there's really a good seedling who's willing to apply for Nanjing's martial arts university, there'll naturally be people who'll talk to you face to face. You won't have to worry about the rewards then, will you? That's true. As Fang Ping spoke, he could not help but start calculating. His vitality was already at 130 calories. There were still 10 more days for the physical assessment. It should not be a problem for him to reach 135 calories, right? If it really reached 135 calories, the rewards alone, converted to the current market price, would be worth 1.3 million. This reward could be said to be generous. With so much money, even without the school's resources, it would be enough for him to break through to rank 1, if not for his bad luck. After all, some people failed in their breakthroughs. Although Fang Ping had a lot of pills on hand, these rewards did not seem to be as rich as his net worth. However, Fang Ping had robbed a peak rank 2 martial artist, which was a special case. It was like a dream for a normal martial science student to not rely on their family to gather more than 1 million in resources. Calculating in his heart, Fang Ping asked again, "Brother Wang, if someone applies to the Big Two with 135 calories, will there be a reward?" Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh. Of course not. There are many martial artists applying to the Big Two every year. Why would they reward these aspiring martial artists? If it's a martial artist, the Big Two will fight for the students and give them partial rewards. Right, don't compare last year and this year. Last year, the Big Two's lowest admission vitality threshold was 125 calories. That was the lowest, and the other results were excellent. Last year, the average vitality was around 128 calories to get into the Big Two, which was at the bottom. This year, I think it's above 130 calories. In Nanjing, people with 135 calories are naturally outstanding. Even if they get into the Big Two, they'll probably be at the bottom this year. Fang Ping, sometimes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Wang Jinyang said sternly, many people think that being the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix is an escape. In reality, how short-sighted. How many students are there in the Big Two? If you're at the bottom, who cares about you? How many resources can you get from the school? How many instructors can tutor you? If the school has good stuff, good missions, and good rewards, will it be your turn? In normal martial arts universities, it's completely different. As for being surrounded by people weaker than you, it'll make you depressed, Wang Jinyang said meaningfully. That might not be true. If you really don't feel any pressure, you can create it yourself. For example, if you go to the Big Two and come back beaten half to death, you'll naturally have motivation. When the time comes, the school will throw resources at you to maintain its reputation so that you can improve. If you're a normal student from a famous school and come to our school to cause trouble, no one will look at you even if you're beaten half to death. Hearing this, Fang Ping felt that something was off. He suddenly said, "Brother Wang, did you experience this personally?" Cough, cough, cough. Wang Jinyang coughed dryly, but did not answer him directly. Because he had indeed done this before, when he broke through rank 2 from rank 1, there were no more resources. The school had used up all their rations. Old Wang took his saber and went to Magic City Martial Arts University. In the end, he was beaten half to death. Once he returned to the school leaders made a decision. They could not let the leaders of Magic City Martial Arts University see them as a joke. Old Wang still had a future. He was only a step away from breaking through rank 2. No problem, they would allocate all the resources for him. Once he broke through rank 2, he would go and beat him up, and so, Old Wang successfully broke through rank 2. Of course, it was fine if he did it once, but if he did it a second time and failed again, the school leaders would not be so easy to talk to. Moreover, they had to be outstanding students. The school would not be stupid enough to waste a lot of resources to nurture those with no future. Old Wang actually regretted it a little. If he had known that he would have done it when he was peak rank 2, he could have gotten more resources. Fortunately, when he broke through from rank 2 to rank 3, he met Fang Ping, and everything went smoothly in the end. Out of topic, Wang Jinyang said, "The reason I called you today to tell you all this is because I hope that you can strive to reach 125 calories during the physical assessment." 125 cal? The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. Was he looking down on the great genius? Wang Jinyang seemed to remember something and added, "Of course, if you don't care about the resources and consume all the pills, there's still hope for 130 calories, but it's not worth it. The pills and cash reward won't be enough for you to waste." With the number of blood and qi replenishing pills Fang Ping had, if he consumed them without caring about the cost, it was not impossible for him to reach 130 calories. However, how much money would he have to spend to consume so many pills? It was not worth it to fight for these rewards. It was better to take it slow. After all, pills had a digestion period. Consuming a lot of pills in a short time would waste too much of the medicinal effects. Fang Ping did not explain. He said quickly, "Brother Wang, if my vitality is too high and I attract attention, just tell them I gave you the pills. It's fine." Wang Jinyang did not care. According to his calculations, even if Fang Ping consumed all the pills he could use, he would only reach 130 calories at most. After all, there was not much time left until the martial sciences exam. There was a limit to how much pills he could absorb. A vitality like that was not low. It would cause a small commotion in Sun City. However, he, Wang Jinyang, was a rank 3 martial artist and a genius student at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. With his strength and status, it was not a big deal for him to take care of his junior and groom him into a 130 calories genius. In reality, Fang Ping's cultivation of the methods of honing and pole standing consumed a lot of vitality. Wang Jinyang thought that it would be good if he could reach 125 calories. As for whether people would think that he was taking care of Fang Ping too much, Wang Jinyang did not care at all. "If you're not convinced, come to me." Old Wang was taking care of everything. Fang Ping felt that he could relax a little. Since Old Wang said that he could come to him if there were any problems, he would not have to hide his strength even if he reached 135 calories or even 140 calories. At that thought, Fang Ping quickly thanked him. Wang Jinyang did not mind. In the end, he said earnestly, "Fang Ping, with our background, the path of martial arts is harder than others. If you want to go far, then you have to seize every opportunity. You can put off cultivating the methods of honing for now. Condensing your vitality will cause your vitality to drop. Compared to experiencing the methods of honing a few days earlier, the benefits you get are the real benefits. This could be considered as a shallow acquaintance." Wang Jinyang could understand these aspiring martial artists' desire for cultivation methods, but there were only 10 days left until the physical assessment. If he put aside the cultivation method, his vitality could increase even more, provided that it had not reached his current limit. If he reached his current limit, then the methods of honing and pole standing would be necessary. Fang Ping did not mind. He responded with a smile and thanked him a few more times. He hung up the phone. Fang Ping mumbled, "There are additional benefits too. Looks like I'll have to reach 135 calories and above." But Fang Ping was a little hesitant. If he really reached the admission requirements of the Big Two, would he still have to apply for Nanjiang Martial Arts University? If he did not enroll in Nanjiang's local martial arts university, he would not get a share of these rewards. Forget it, let's talk about it after the exam. Not only did the Big Two have high vitality requirements, but they also had high requirements for practical tests, general studies, and cultural studies. Even if Fang Ping's vitality had reached the standard, the same could not be said for the other events. It would not be too late to fret over this matter after the exam was over and he really reached the admission requirements of the Big Two. Also, Wang Jinyang can receive news about things in the province in advance. This guy is doing pretty well now. Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. If he really went to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, he would surpass Old Wang. He wondered if the guy would regret instigating him to apply for Nanjiang Martial Arts University when he surpassed Old Wang. Scenic Lake Gardens. Room 2601. Fang Ping took off his shirt and muttered in a slightly mischievous manner, "I'm really curious what it looks like when a girl cultivates." Every time he cultivated the methods of honing, he would strip naked. On one hand, it was so that he could observe the effects of his qi and blood condensation. On the other hand, every time he cultivated, some bad blood would be expelled from his body. This kind of excretion was not the same as urinating. It was squeezed out through the pores. But when he thought about it carefully, it didn't matter if they didn't take off their clothes. He just had to prepare a few more sets of clothes. There must be some girls who don't want to change their clothes all the time and don't wear them during cultivation. Fang Ping came to a conclusion. He felt that it was necessary to do some in-depth research on this matter. However, this was just a thought. Fang Ping grinned and tossed these messy thoughts out of his mind. A few minutes later, Fang Ping cleared his thoughts and began to perform the horse stance, entering his stance. When pole standing is combined with the methods of honing, pole standing will vibrate the bones and qi and blood, allowing the qi and blood to hone the bones and meridians faster. Complementing the tempering will consume more qi and blood. Under normal circumstances, I would choose to start tempering one of my limbs first. Normal people don't have enough vitality. Even if an aspiring martial artist has a vitality of 150 calories, they won't be able to complete a one-off honing of the whole body. As he did so, he recalled the book and Wang Jinyang's introduction. When the two of them worked together to cultivate, the rate at which qi and blood were consumed increased greatly. When one's vitality was not high, it was usually accompanied by tempering, and it was enough to temper only one limb. With his vitality exceeding 140 calories, he had honed both his limbs to their limits. If he wanted to temper his entire body's bones and meridians in one go, even if he were to crazily consume medicinal pills while cultivating, the digestion rate would not be able to keep up with the consumption rate. But I'm not an ordinary person. Fang Ping wore the pride of "I am a genius" on his face. Other people can't keep up with the replenishment of their medicine, but I don't need to. I have wealth. Through the consumption of wealth, he could quickly replenish his vitality and spirit. That was why, during this cultivation, while others honed a limb, Fang Ping decided to hone his entire body. Come on. Let me see the effects of the first full-body tempering. Fang Ping felt that his condition today was off the charts. He would definitely reap great rewards. There was a slight change in the originally fixed posture of the stance. Fang Ping's muscles and bones began to tremble slightly. The amplitude was very small. Right now, from afar, Fang Ping was just calmly mounting the horse. However, if they really touched Fang Ping's body, they could feel a faint tremor. At the same time, he started cultivating the methods of honing. On his left arm, a vein that was usually indistinct quickly turned dark purple. In the blink of an eye, it became clear. His condensed qi and blood continuously battered the surface of his bones. The meridians in Fang Ping's left arm surged in visible waves. A few minutes later, just like his left arm, the meridians in his right arm bulged and began to surge. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The honing of his limbs had greatly increased the rate at which his vitality was being depleted. Fang Ping could distinctly feel a sense of weakness. Recover my qi and blood, recover my mental power. Fang Ping muttered in his heart, not bothering to check how much wealth he had spent. When a new wave of vitality emerged in his body, Fang Ping continued to hone his other limbs. Full-body honing was more time-consuming and exhausting than Fang Ping had imagined. Along the way, Fang Ping muttered a few times to recover his vitality and mentality. Even without looking at the data, Fang Ping knew that the consumption this time was not low. It took almost an hour. When he was done honing the surface of his skull, Fang Ping's tense mind relaxed and he slumped to the ground. Huff, the sound of intense panting echoed in the empty room. At this moment, Fang Ping's skin was a mixture of blood and sweat, which made him look hideous. He could not care less about cleaning his body. The multiple vitality and mentality consumption along the way made Fang Ping eager to know how much wealth he had spent and how much his upper limit had increased. He focused his attention on the interface in his vision. Soon, the data appeared before him: wealth, 3181000, vitality, 122 calories, 133 calories, mentality, 144 Hz, 154 Hz. The corner of Fang Ping's eye twitched. He could not care less about the heartache and hurriedly increased his vitality and mentality to the limit. After a while, Fang Ping's vitality and mentality were restored to the limit. Wealth, 316,000 vitality, 133 Cal mentality, 154 Hz. After a round of cultivation, Fang Ping's upper limit had increased from 130 calories the night before to 133 calories now. In terms of mentality, there was also an increase, from 152 Hz to 154 Hz. However, the consumption was also shocking. After Fang Ping's stance cultivation last night, he still had 3.22 million wealth points left. The cultivation just now, including the recovery to the limit, had consumed Fang Ping's wealth points. A rough full-body honing has increased my vitality limit by 3 calories and consumed 60,000 wealth points. The closer one's vitality is to an aspiring martial artist's limit, the harder it is to increase, and the consumption will be greater. More than 3 million wealth points are probably only enough for 50 rounds of cultivation. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. According to his calculations, the first round of cultivation would probably have the best effect. The subsequent cultivation would definitely be less effective. In other words, if he wanted to increase his vitality to 150 calories, the average person's limit, he would need at least 10 to 15 rounds of cultivation. The consumption of wealth points would probably be close to 1 million. If he wanted to increase it after reaching 150 calories, the consumption might be even greater. More than 3 million wealth points might be used up after he broke through to rank 1. This is even more exhausting than spending money on pills to increase my strength. Fang Ping was a little depressed, but he could understand. He pursued speed without relying on his own vitality and mentality to recover. The human body's vitality and mentality could be recovered automatically through eating and sleeping. Fang Ping saved this recovery time and cultivated continuously, so naturally, his consumption was higher than the average person's. Fang Ping was actually willing to use his wealth points to exchange for time. However, as he watched his wealth points decrease continuously, Fang Ping's heart ached so much that he found it hard to breathe. No matter how much his heart ached, he had to continue living. In the next few days, Fang Ping was both in pain and happiness. After spending a large amount of wealth points, the cultivation of the methods of honing and pole standing saw immediate results. As the physical assessment approached, the news of Governor General Zhang's breakthrough to rank 7 officially spread. Along with the news of Governor General Zhang's breakthrough, a document was officially distributed to all schools. A new reward plan, Senior 3 Class 4. Fang Ping thought that as the new plan was distributed, everyone would discuss it. After all, it was a reward as high as 1 million. Few people would not be jealous. However, on Friday, when Fang Ping arrived at school, no one was discussing the plan. Although no one was discussing it, the classroom was in an uproar. This is too scary. Even from so far away, just watching the video is enough to scare me. Grandmaster powerhouses are really scary. Did you guys see that? Grandmaster Ma blew up the hilltop with one punch. Zhang Hao, don't talk nonsense. I saw the video. It's not clear at all. I only saw some rocks exploding. How do you know it was Grandmaster Ma who blew up the hilltop? Nonsense, it must be Grandmaster Ma. Penguin announced today that it's officially entering the Asian market. Google didn't say anything. It must be Tem who lost. I don't think so. They didn't announce the results. Are you even a Sino? If it wasn't Grandmaster Ma who won, could it be that foreigner? What? I didn't say Grandmaster Ma lost, but Tem has been a rank 8 for a few years now. In the classroom, the sounds of discussion and quarreling mixed together. Not only were the martial science students discussing, but the social science students were also excited. Yang Jian, who was talking to Chen Fan, saw Fang Ping enter the door. His face flushed and he said excitedly, Fang Ping, did you see the video last night? It's 2F** King exciting. It's really amazing. When two grandmasters fought, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Their fists broke mountains and rivers. Grandmasters are invincible. Looking at the future bearded man who was talking incoherently, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. I didn't see it. I don't have a computer at home. Are you guys discussing the battle between Grandmaster Ma and Tem? You didn't see it. Yang Jian looked at him as if he had committed a heinous crime. He said incredulously, the internet went crazy last night. although the exact location of the battle between two rank 8 grandmasters was not disclosed to the public. However, when it was past 7 p.m., there were still reporters waiting at the location. Grandmaster powerhouses can't fight indoors. Grandmaster Ma and Tem fought in a mountain in Shenzhen City. Although the reporters were too far away and did not capture the fight, they could tell how scary it was just by listening to the sound. Also, after the fight, the reporters waited until there was no more commotion and went to see the scene. You don't know how scary it was, there were pits everywhere. That was a mountain of rocks, and it looked like a hornet's nest. Yang Jian's tone was extremely excited. He waved his fists, spittle flying everywhere. Fang Ping quickly dodged. When he had calmed down a little, Fang Ping asked quickly, "Is the video online?" "Yes, it's online. You should really go and see it." Yang Jian continued, "It's a pity that we didn't see the winner or loser, but I'm sure Grandmaster Ma won." Zhang Hao, who was beside him, also said loudly, "Definitely." While everyone was discussing fervently, another person entered the classroom. It was Wu Zhihao, who had not been seen earlier. Wu Zhihao was usually calm, but at this moment, his face was full of excitement. As soon as he entered, Wu Zhihao said loudly, "The Sino Nation Grandmaster ranking has just been updated. Grandmaster Ma has risen by 64 places, from 92 to 28, that's amazing, he's in the top 30. Why is he only 28? Someone shouted immediately. Grandmaster Ma defeated Tem. He should be in the top 20 at least. Did he not win yesterday? Someone guessed. Brother Ma's supporters were not going to agree. Someone said angrily, he must have won. Otherwise, how could he be in the top 30? Everyone was arguing endlessly. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. Although he had personally encountered martial artists and was also cultivating, these people were fanatically worshipping Brother Ma. However, these people worshipped Brother Ma so fervently that Brother Ma could blow up a mountain with one punch. Fang Ping still felt that it was a little out of place. Hearing them argue so fiercely, Fang Ping was looking forward to it. He had to go to the internet cafe this afternoon and see how strong these Grandmaster powerhouses were. Although from what everyone said, they did not capture anyone, he could make some guesses when he saw the scene. Right now, Fang Ping still had no direct understanding of a martial artist's destructive power. Noon. Blue Sky Net. The internet cafe, which was usually empty unless it was a day off, was now overcrowded. From time to time, one could hear people screaming. In a corner of the internet cafe, Fang Ping looked at the screen in front of him and muttered, "A bunch of jokers. I thought there was a video of a Grandmaster battle." Fang Ping was looking forward to the video after the lively discussion in class that morning. Fang Ping was a little disappointed when he saw the video. It wasn't that the Grandmaster wasn't strong, it was that he didn't manage to capture anyone. This reporter, who claimed to be risking his life to secretly take photos, was at least 100 meters away from the area where the two sides were fighting. What was worse was that the sky was dark and there was a small hill in between them. Other than hearing the deafening rumble, Fang Ping could not see anything else. Vaguely, he could see gravel flying from the other side of the hill. Could it be that those fellows were referring to the rubble when they said, "blow up the mountain"? Fang Ping had to admit that it was impressive to be able to send a rock flying 100 meters away in a fight, but what about destroying a mountain with a single punch? Although he was a little disappointed, Fang Ping did not turn off the video. He continued to watch the video of the reporters going to the scene. This reporter, who had risked his life to take photos, was also a chatterbox. While secretly taking pictures, he also claimed credit. This time, the specific location of the fight between the two grandmasters was not announced beforehand. Through my constant analysis and judgment, I finally determined the most likely location of the battle. The facts have proven that my analysis is correct. This is enough to prove my wisdom and boldness. This time, I'm risking my life to get close to the area where the grandmasters are fighting, to make a contribution to the masses. If I, Lu Dali, die here, the audience must remember me, I, Lu Dali. As he spoke, the man pointed the camera at his old face. On the screen, the face of a man in his 30s appeared, covering the entire screen. He wasn't ugly, but when he laughed, he gave off a cheap feeling. It made people want to punch him until his face blossomed. At the very least, Fang Ping had the urge to beat him until his face was blooming. In the dark camera, Lu Dali grimaced and said, "Everyone, remember my face. Even if I die, I will die a worthy death." To be able to die in the hands of two level 8 grandmasters is as heavy as a mountain. This talkative reporter could not stop talking. Just as Fang Ping was getting impatient and was about to fast forward, Lu Dali suddenly grinned and said, "Just by looking at them, you can't imagine how scary a grandmaster is. Now I'm going to do an experiment. If I accidentally die here." Blah, blah, Lu Dali continued to act pitiful for a while. In the end, Lu Dali said with a serious face, "Based on my estimation, I'm at least 120 meters away from the center of the fight. I, Lu Dali, am a rank 3 martial artist. I have completed honing my limbs and more than half of my torso. With my strength, it's a piece of cake for me to split a limestone with my bare hands." As he said that, this fellow, who Fang Ping thought was a bit of a show-off, suddenly slammed his palm on the ground beside him. This was a stone mountain. The ground was not soil, but mountain rocks. Lu Dali slammed his palm down, and a dull sound came from the video. Then, Lu Dali pointed the camera at the ground and said proudly, "See that? Cracks appeared on the blue stone. As for my hand, it was completely unharmed. Of course, I'm not bragging about myself. I'm just proving to everyone that I, Lu Dali, am still very strong." He said that he was not bragging about himself, but anyone could tell from his tone that he was showing off. At this moment, if someone were to give him a wave of 666, this old man would probably laugh even more happily. "Next, I'll use my palms that can split mountains and split rocks to catch a piece of gravel that's flying at me. I want to know if grandmaster powerhouses are really so terrifying that they're invincible. With my strong strength, whether I can withstand the aftermath of a battle between grandmasters will indirectly prove how terrifying grandmasters are." Fang Ping was a little stunned. At first, he really thought that this fellow was just here to amuse him. As for the so-called risking his life to secretly take photos, it was naturally a gimmick. However, when Lu Dali smashed the limestone on the ground with one palm, Fang Ping's expression changed. Was this a rank 3 martial artist, or was this an ability that all bone-honed martial artists possessed? From the perspective of the video, the rocks on the mountain were all hard and sturdy limestone. This unreliable reporter had smashed the limestone slab with one palm. His strength was obvious. Even if he did not see a battle between grandmasters today, Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. Fang Ping was still immersed in the scene of the other party smashing the limestone with one palm. In the video, Lu Dali's expression turned completely serious. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, I'll only use my palm to catch it. But mistakes are everywhere. I haven't honed my skull yet. If the gravel is too powerful and hits my skull by mistake, I'll have to sacrifice my life here. However, I, Lu Dali, am not afraid of death. Everyone, wait and see." Having said that, Lu Dali put the camera aside and aimed it at himself. He, on the other hand, stood still and focused, looking straight ahead. Soon, as Fang Ping's breathing became heavy, Lu Dali suddenly stretched out his palm, as if he was catching the rock. The camera was a little dark, so Fang Ping could not see very clearly. Just as Lu Dali stretched out his hand, a muffled groan came from the video. F***CK. That hurts. I'm done for. I won't court death anymore. Not far from the camera, Lu Dali crossed his palms and cursed for a while. The sound of breathing could be heard continuously. After a while, Lu Dali returned to the camera and calmly stretched out his bloody palm. It's really powerful. Grandmaster-level powerhouses are extraordinary. Let me tell everyone with practical experience. When grandmasters fight, low-ranked martial artists should run as far away as possible. Everyone, look, my palm that can split mountains and split rocks has been pierced by the gravel. You know, I, Lu Dali, am someone who has caught bullets before. Although it was a small-caliber handgun bullet, it did not penetrate my palm. You can watch my video, Lu Dali, catching bullets with bare hands. Remember, you must watch it on a legitimate video website. I risked my life to catch bullets. It's not expensive. You can watch it once for 10 cents, Lu Dali advertised for a while and recommended the website where his video was played. He continued the topic from earlier. When rank 8 grandmasters fight, the shockwaves and gravel produced are more powerful than bullets. Don't doubt this, because I, Lu Dolly, have personally tested it for everyone. In the video, Lu Dolly began to ramble again. He looked very amusing, but Fong Ping did not look down on him at all. His palm had really been pierced through, it looked like a bloody mess. Even Fong Ping felt that it must have been very painful. However, although this guy had shouted a few times in the beginning, he still had the mood to continue bragging. Just this endurance alone was not something an average person could compare to. Next, Lu Dolly used the camera to record some scenes of the ground being pierced by the gravel. In the meantime, Lu Dolly did not dare to really record the scene of the two grandmasters fighting. He only relied on his own guesses to explain. Yes, to explain. Everyone, listen, Grandmaster Tem has made his move. What a move, thunderclap palm. Wow, amazing, too amazing. Listen, Grandmaster Ma is fighting back. He's using his famous ultimate move, Stampede of 10,000 Horses. This guy's spittle flew everywhere as he talked. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. If he had not shown his skill earlier, Fong Ping would definitely have sent him a bunch of curses. Listen to your grandpa. However, the other party had shown his skill. Fong Ping was not sure if he was making it up. Maybe a rank 3 martial artist could really tell. With some doubts and uncertainty, Fong Ping had no choice but to continue listening to him. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Lu Dolly jumped up and said happily, "It stopped. I wonder if it's over? I'll go take a look now. Everyone, please prove that I walked out alive. If I don't come back, everyone, you must help me get justice. I'll definitely be killed by the two grandmasters." This guy said that he was not afraid of death, but in reality, he was very afraid of it. He dawdled for a while before continuing forward. A minute later, a shocking scene appeared on the camera. In a small valley, the ground looked as if it had been bombarded by countless cannonballs. There were densely packed holes. Some were a few meters deep, while some were a few dozen centimeters shallow. Those who did not know better would not think that this was caused by a fight between living people with flesh and blood. On the ground, a light breeze blew, and gravel powder began to float. Lu Dolly kicked casually, and a thick layer of gravel powder rose from the ground. The camera turned one round. Lu Dolly seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "It's a pity that the two grandmasters have already left. The outcome is unknown. However, in my opinion, Grandmaster Ma should have lost. These holes on the ground should have been caused by Grandmaster Ma. Grandmaster Ma has just broken through to rank 8, so it should be difficult for him to retract his strength. That's why he caused such a huge aftershock. Grandmaster Tim has been a rank 8 for a few years. He can retract and release his strength at will, so it should not have caused such a huge aftershock. Of course, this is pure speculation. I hope that Grandmaster Ma wins. However, as a reporter, I can't go against my conscience." This guy boasted for a while again, and finally gave a few close-up shots of the valley. There were boulders that had been shattered into countless pieces, and there were footprints that Lu Dolly said were made by a person's feet. Fong Ping found it hard to imagine how a person could leave footprints the size of a wash basin and more than half a meter deep on a rock mountain. There were also holes that were said to have been made by a fist that resembled cannonball craters. After watching the video, Fong Ping was so shocked that he was no longer in the mood to listen to Lu Dolly's advertisement. This guy was acting pitiful again, saying that he had almost died, and telling everyone to go to a certain website to watch a paid video. Fong Ping glanced at the website he had opened. After confirming that it was a well-known, legitimate website, he felt a little strange. He did not see any paid videos. Just as Fong Ping was puzzled. At the headquarters of a certain video website. On the way back to school, Fong Ping was still recalling the battle scene he had just seen. An inhuman, humanoid RPG. This was Fong Ping's judgment of the Grandmaster's abilities based on the damage at the scene. There should also be an RPG with intelligence, an RPG that can walk and run, and an unlimited supply of vitality. A Grandmaster's individual destructive power might not be as great as a missile or a nuclear bomb. However, in terms of destructive power, it was hard to say which one was stronger. After all, missiles and nuclear bombs were inanimate objects. Even if they were attacked, they might not die if they had fortifications. A closed city that was bombarded by missiles might not be completely destroyed. However, if a humanoid RPG like a Grandmaster was tossed into a closed city, it would not be a problem to kill everyone in the city, regardless of vitality consumption. It would be difficult to hide from them. Moreover, what he had seen was their full strength. The two Grandmasters were only sparring for the sake of the business scope of the company. This was not a battle of life and death. Who could tell how much strength was used in a sparring session? Perhaps, in a life and death situation, these people could unleash even more destructive power. At this thought, Fang Ping suddenly cursed, Huang Ben, King Huang Ben. He cursed Huang Ben because the guy had misguided Fang Ping's impression of martial artists. A peak rank 2 martial artist had been taken out by a few bottles of knockout drugs. During those days, Fang Ping had really thought that martial artists were just SOSO. At the very least, martial artists in the lower 3 ranks were just normal people. However, just now, that idiot Lu Dali had effortlessly shattered the limestone with one palm and had even caught a bullet with his bare hands. Was he still human? If Fang Ping treated martial artists in the lower 3 ranks as someone like Huang Ben, he would not even know how he died in the future. If Huang Ben knew about this in the afterlife, he would haunt Fang Ping even as a ghost, in the afternoon. The video of the battle between the two Grandmasters was still a hot topic. Although Fang Ping already knew that these guys did not even see a shadow, it did not stop them from being as excited as if they were on steroids. It was only after school that the discussion gradually died down. Fang Ping was about to pack up and leave when the homeroom teacher, Lu Anghua, entered the classroom. Martial science students, stay for a while. The rest of you can go back. The other students did not linger and left one after another. A few of them ran especially fast, their faces filled with joy as if something good had happened. After they left, Fang Ping thought too much. He could not help but ask, "Teacher, who's cleaning?" Lu Anghua froze for a moment. Wu Zhihao and the rest were also in a daze. This question was very reasonable. They were not on duty today, and the students on duty had all run away. They should be the ones cleaning up later, right? Lu Anghua was speechless. After a while, he said, "You guys clean up later. Alright, sit down, and let's talk business." Old Lu was also a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. Who would remember cleaning up? Only you, Fang Ping. Talked too much. Fang Ping laughed dryly. He had only thought of this because he had been annoyed with cleaning recently. He had to clean up scenic lake gardens by himself. He didn't know pain if he didn't do housework. Fang Ping felt that every time he went to clean, it was more troublesome than cultivating by himself. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, Lu Anghua coughed lightly and got to the point. Today is the 25th. There are only 5 days left until the physical examination. Although the results of the background check had not been announced yet, the school had already received the name list. All the students in our class passed this time. Very few people were eliminated during the background check. Other than a few who had wishful thinking or those who had problems after registering, almost everyone could pass. The school has also made arrangements. On the morning of the 30th, everyone will come to school together. The school will arrange for a car to send everyone to Auspicious Sun City. The school has also booked a hotel in Auspicious Sun City. Of course, those who are unwilling can go to Auspicious Sun City on their own, but don't miss the physical examination. Also, those who feel that time is tight these few days, you don't have to come to school. The martial sciences exams were around the corner. It was necessary to give the martial sciences students a few days off to recuperate. As Lu Anghua spoke, he reminded them, "Everyone, rest well these few days. Strike a balance between work and rest. Don't overdo it. Going too far is as bad as falling short. It's not good if you hurt your body." After explaining the specific gathering time, Lu Anghua did not stay any longer. Before he left, he seemed to remember something. He turned his head and said, "Everyone, remember to clean the classroom." Wu Zhihao and the others looked at Fang Ping as soon as he said that. Fang Ping said innocently, "Why are you looking at me? It's our job even if I don't mention it." Wu Zhihao was too lazy to continue the topic. As he worked with the broom, he asked, "We've been talking about Grandmaster Ma for the whole day and forgot about the reward. Fang Ping, are you confident?" Everyone looked at Fang Ping as soon as he said that. Yang Jian could not help but say, Wu Zhihao, you're not joking, are you? The starting requirement is 125 calories. Do you think Fang Ping? Wu Zhihao looked like he had everything under control. He grinned at Fang Ping. Fang Ping, what do you think? Think what? I'll sweep the floor. Fang Ping did not reply. Wu Zhihao had been quite interesting lately. He would test him from time to time and mention Wang Jinyang. He looked like he knew everything and that Fang Ping could not hide anything from him. Fang Ping knew what he was thinking, but he did not answer him directly. He wanted him to guess. Wu Zhihao was used to Fang Ping not answering him directly. He said, we'll be on break for the next few days. What are your plans? Yang Jian chuckled. I'll take medicine, take supplements, and train. My vitality should be a little higher than before. I didn't check, but I think it's at least 114 calories. I'll take a vitality pill before the physical assessment and then use the emotional outburst method that Brother Wang mentioned. If I can reach 116 calories, I think I have a high chance of passing the martial sciences exam. Everyone was a little envious when they heard Yang Jian's words. There was indeed a high chance of reaching 116 calories. Last year, the lowest was 112 calories, and the average was around 115 calories. It would definitely be higher this year, but 116 calories was not impossible. Zhang Hao cursed Yang Jian enviously and asked Wu Zhihao, Zhihao, you're at 116 calories now, right? More or less. I didn't go for the physical assessment these few days. Wu Zhihao sighed. If only it was last year. I'm not so sure this year. Tan Hao and Tan Tao told me yesterday that they could reach 120 calories during the physical assessment. Zhou Bin was at 125 calories before, and Chen Jia from class 2 was at 120 calories before. That means there are 4 people with vitality above 120 calories, including Tan Tao and the others. No, 5. Wu Zhihao glanced at Fang Ping as he spoke. This guy must have more than 120 cal. Last year, number 1 high school had 5 people who passed the exam. This year, 5 of them had more than 120 cal. If the ratio was the same as last year, Wu Zhihao would not stand a chance. Moreover, there were 4 or 5 people in number 1 high school whose vitality was similar to his. There were at least 10 people who had more than 115 calories, and some of them even had more than 15. For example, Yang Jian. Although he did not have it now, he could reach it if he popped some pills at the last minute. Could number 1 high school have 15 martial sciences students? Even if vitality was not the only factor, Wu Zhihao still felt a little uncertain. At this time, Wu Zhihao could only comfort himself. The other schools were trash, but number 1 high school was the only one who had a breakthrough this year. Almost 10 people from Sun City had gotten into martial arts universities last year. If the other schools were trash, he still had a lot of hope. As they chatted, they finished cleaning. The others had more or less revealed their vitality. Fang Ping was the only one who interrupted them. Fang Ping felt a little helpless after leaving the school. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you don't believe me. Last weekend, he had cultivated the methods of honing and pole standing together for the first time, and his vitality had reached 133 cal. 5 days had passed now. With Fang Ping's speed, his progress would not be slow. Fang Ping stared at the interface and felt helpless. Even old Wang would not believe him. Wealth, 2965000 vitality, 139 cal mentality, 160 Hz. This was the result of Fang Ping's vitality being stuck at 139 calories for 2 days. Fang Ping knew that this was the small hurdle that the Tan brothers had mentioned. However, Fang Ping had a feeling that it should be enough today. It took him 3 days to break through this small hurdle. It was indeed a waste of time. When he was at 120 calories, he could do it in 3 seconds. He did not go home. As usual, he went to Scenic Lake Gardens for his daily cultivation. Today, Fang Ping planned to break through the 140 calories hurdle. In the gym, Fang Ping took off his shirt and officially began his cultivation. There were only 5 days left until the physical assessment. Fang Ping wanted to try and see if he could reach the 150 calories limit in 5 days. According to his guess, 149 calories might be possible, but 150 calories might be a big hurdle. After all, for most people, 150 calories was the limit of the human body. As he thought about this, Fang Ping could not help but wonder how high a grandmaster's vitality was. 1,000 cal, 5,000 cal, or even more, only with a strong vitality and strong bones could one have a strong explosive force. Fang Ping's vitality was already at 139 calories. If he mobilized his vitality and punched with all his might, he would be slightly stronger than an average adult, but not by much. Those grandmasters could easily turn a rock mountain into a hornet's nest. The vitality they could mobilize was unimaginably strong. Setting these thoughts aside, Fang Ping began to focus on his cultivation. An hour later, Fang Ping walked out of Scenic Lake Gardens, a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Wealth, 2913000 vitality, 140 cal mentality, 162 Hz. His vitality had finally broken through to 140 calories, although his wealth was being consumed more and more. However, the consumption would be smaller if he did not break through all 10 hurdles. Fang Ping felt that if his vitality reached 150 calories, he would have at least 2 million wealth left. After witnessing the power of grandmasters, Fang Ping could not wait to become a martial artist himself. Before this, Fang Ping had only treated martial arts as a tool to break away from social class. However, when he saw the valley that had been turned into a hornet's nest during the day, Fang Ping realized that martial arts was not as simple as a tool. Before this, Fang Ping had hoped that the martial sciences exams would come later. Now, he could not wait for the exams to end immediately and enter a martial arts university. Sun City was too small. It was so small that everyone knew about martial artists, but not many had actually seen one. It was so small that Wang Jinyang, a martial arts university student, could do whatever he wanted in Sun City without having to show off his strength. Entering a martial arts university would allow him to see the unknown world. He did not have to attend classes for the next few days, so he spent more of his time cultivating. In the blink of an eye, it was April 29th. At night, in Lakeview Garden, Li Yueying helped her son tidy up his clothes. She was still a little worried as she said, "Ping Ping, you really don't want me to accompany you?" "Mom, this time the school will arrange for food and lodging. There's really no need to trouble yourself." But Li Yueying was still a little worried about letting her son travel alone. Beside them, Fang Yuan was a little jealous. "Mom, Fang Ping might come back on the 3rd. There's no need to accompany him." Fang Ping glared at her. Li Yueying also rebuked, "Nonsense. The results of the physical examination would be released on the 1st and the 3rd. If he couldn't pass the physical examination, 03 would come back. However, if he passed, he would have to continue staying in auspicious Sun City to prepare for the practical test on the 7th and the general studies exam on the 10th. How long they stayed in auspicious Sun City meant how many trials they had to pass. The longer they stayed, the higher their chances of getting into a martial arts university. Being glared at by her mother and brother, Fang Yuan said. Guiltily, "I was purposely provoking Fang Ping so that he could stay in auspicious Sun City for a few more days." As she spoke, Fang Yuan became excited. She asked tentatively, "Fang Ping, do you want me to go with you and take care of you?" "You take care of me?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. "How useless must I be to need a girl like you to take care of me?" He was too lazy to continue the conversation, but he did not expect Li Yueying to be tempted. "Ping Ping, why don't, Mom?" Fang Ping cut him off immediately. With Fang Yuan's personality, it goes without saying who's going to take care of whom. I'd be lucky if she doesn't cause trouble for me. Besides, she still has classes tomorrow. How can she go with me? Fang Ping. Fang Yuan was a little displeased. "Don't forget, I've been the one who's been washing your clothes for the past few days. Why don't you tell me how much it costs to wash a piece of clothing?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Fang Yuan had been home for the past 2 days, and Fang Ping had to change his clothes every time he cultivated. He was too lazy to do it himself. In the end, this girl volunteered to help wash it. Of course, she was charged by the piece. Now, this lass still had the nerve to claim credit. Faced with her mother's questioning gaze, Fang Yuan felt guilty again. "I'm saving money for you." Who's taking your money? Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he did not expose her. When he was done packing his clothes, Li Yueying handed him a stack of cash. At a glance, he could tell that it was at least 1,000. Fang Ping did not take it. He smiled and said, "Mom, I still have some. Also, the school is taking care of my food and lodging. It's all included in the registration fee." A few days ago, he bought a lot of snacks for Fang Yuan, and his parents found out. Fang Ping took the opportunity to mention that he had earned quite a lot from selling Wang Jinyang's autographs. He conveniently threw the blame to old Wang. Naturally, old Wang could not refute that, and Fang Yuan had always thought that was the truth. Although Fang Mingrong and his wife thought that Fang Ping was a little reckless to sell a martial artist's autograph, they did not pursue the matter further after Fang Ping said that Wang Jinyang knew about it. Even though Fang Ping said he had money, Li Yueying still forced the money into his hands. She didn't know how long her son would be away this time. Alone outside, without any money, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. Li Yueying was not out of touch with society. She often heard people talking about how much money their children had spent to prepare for the martial sciences exams. Some sold their houses, some got loans from the bank, and some borrowed money from relatives. His family was the only exception. Ever since Fang Ping had decided to prepare for the martial sciences examinations, he had only spent 30 to 40,000. To the Fang family, this was a lot of money. To the average martial sciences examinees, however, this amount of money was not even enough to pay for the pills they had prepared before the physical assessment. For the past few days, Fang Mingrong had wanted to buy Fang Ping another pill before the physical assessment. Even if he could not afford a vitality pill, a blood and qi replenishing pill would do. However, Fang Ping insisted on not buying it. He said that he was confident, so Fang Mingrong could only give up. His son was sensible and would not burden the family. However, the couple did not feel good about it. They always felt that they had let Fang Ping down. Li Yueying forced the money into Fang Ping's hands, gave him a few more instructions, and went out to clean up. Fang Ping took out the money that had been shoved into his pocket. He did not need to count to know that it was 2,000 yuan. The trip to auspicious Sun City would take anywhere from 3 days to 10 days. To the Fang family, giving him so much money in one go was a big deal. Fang Ping thought about it and accepted it in the end. His family was not at the point where they could not make ends meet. The martial sciences exams were coming soon. Once the exams were over, the problems would naturally be solved. His mother had left, but Fang Yuan had not. The little girl was still very interested in going to auspicious Sun City. She cupped her chin and looked at Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, you're really not bringing me along? I can wash your clothes for you, no charge. And when you're taking your exams, I'll carry your bags and clothes. If you don't pass, I can comfort you, focus on your classes. If you want to go out and play, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Don't cause trouble this time." Fang Ping rejected her without a second thought. He might not say that Fang Yuan was causing trouble, but Fang Ping was not going to bring a burden along. Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. "It's the Labor Day holiday now that you're gone. I'm so bored at home alone." Quarreling with Fang Ping was one thing, but the siblings had never been separated since they were young. Now that Fang Ping was going out alone, Fang Yuan did not even need to think to know that he would be bored. Fang Ping smiled and rubbed her head. "If you're bored, go out and play with your classmates. Remember to call me if you need anything. Do you remember my number?" "Yes." Fang Yuan knew that Fang Ping had bought a cell phone. Fang Ping said that he had bought it with the money he earned from selling his autographs, and Fang Yuan did not suspect anything. She only felt that her brother was despicable. He had stolen her ideas and made a fortune, but he did not even share the profits with her. That was why she had to pay for washing clothes for the past few days. It was Fang Ping's fault for spending so much money. The siblings chatted for a while. Although the little girl said that Fang Ping would not pass the exams, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind when she left the house. "Fang Ping, if you come back after the 10th, I'll treat you to KFC." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He teased her. "From your tone, you seem to have saved quite a lot of money?" "No way. Fang Yuan denied it hurriedly, afraid that Fang Ping would find out how much money she had saved. These days, she had been thinking of ways to transfer money from Fang Ping's little stash to her own. Last night, Fang Yuan counted her stash and found that it was almost 300 yuan. She could not let Fang Ping know about this. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Little money grubber. When your brother passes the martial sciences exams, a few hundred yuan will be nothing. This year, those with high vitality will get 1,000,000 yuan as an entrance bonus. When the time comes, I'll move our house to a bigger one. I'll buy you good food and new clothes. Fang Yuan felt dizzy as she listened to Fang Ping. She did not even know how she left the room in the end. The next day. At 7:50 a.m., Fang Ping arrived at the school entrance with his backpack. At that moment, 8 or 9 buses were parked in front of the school entrance. Students gathered in small groups under the buses, whispering to each other. Aside from the buses, there were also many private cars parked nearby, much more than usual. Fang Ping was about to look for class 4, when he heard someone calling his name. He turned his head and saw Tan Hao, the eldest of the Tan brothers, waving at him. Seeing Fang Ping look over, Tan Hao shouted, "Fang Ping, over here." His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of many nearby people. Just as Tan Hao called out Fang Ping's name, a middle-aged man who was standing beside him and chatting with a few school leaders also turned his head to look at Fang Ping. When Fang Ping walked toward them, the closer he got, the more surprised the middle-aged man became. When they were less than 3 meters apart, the middle-aged man's eyes were already showing signs of shock. Similarly, when they were close to each other, Fang Ping's mentality far surpassed that of ordinary people, so he could not help but be attracted by the man. Fang Ping turned his head and saw the middle-aged man looking at him. He quickly smiled and nodded to show his respect. This time, the middle-aged man was even more surprised. Did this kid know him, or did he see through him? Tan Hao naturally did not know about their silent exchange. When he saw Fang Ping stop, he could not help but laugh. "Fang Ping, have you made any progress with your stance these days?" "It's all right." As they were talking, the man behind Tan Hao pushed aside the school leaders and took a step forward. He said with a smile, "Ah Hao, is this the Fang Ping you were talking about?" Tan Hao quickly said, "Yes, Dad, he's Fang Ping." "Fang Ping, this is my dad," Tan Hao explained to Fang Ping. Fang Ping had already guessed the man's identity. The few school leaders beside Tan Hao had flattering smiles on their faces, and their vitality was higher than that of ordinary people. Fang Ping knew who the man was just by using his brain. He did not expect Tan Hao's father to be here, though. Tan Jinping gave Fang Ping a long look. When Fang Ping greeted him, Tan Jinping nodded and smiled. "Student Fang Ping, I'll be representing the city to lead the team for the Sun City Martial Sciences physical assessment this time. I'll be in charge of the negotiations for the Sun City Martial Sciences examination. If you have any questions, you can come to me. When we get to auspicious Sun City, Ah Hao and Ah Tao will follow the martial science students from No. 1 high school. If you can't find me, you can look for Ah Hao and the others." Tan Hao was slightly surprised when he heard that. However, when he remembered that Fang Ping was supported by Wang Jinyang, he did not think too much about it. The school leaders from No. 1 high school were shocked. What was going on? Almost none of the school leaders in charge of leading the team knew who Fang Ping was. As the leader of Sun City, Tan Jinping's status was much higher than theirs. He was also the only martial artist in the team. However, Tan Jinping's words just now caused them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. Fang Ping was also surprised, not because of Tan Jinping's politeness, but because Tan Hao's father was leading the team. The martial science examination was very important, and they were going to auspicious Sun City. Naturally, the higher-ups of Sun City would accompany them. Without a martial artist's identity, it would be difficult to negotiate many emergencies in auspicious Sun City. That was why it was customary for an official martial artist to lead the team every year. Fang Ping just did not expect that it would be Tan Jinping. Wu Zhihao seemed to have mentioned that Tan Hao's father worked in the government, but Fang Ping did not ask for details. Tan Jinping was so polite that Fang Ping quickly said, "Thank you, Uncle Tan." "You're welcome. You guys chat. We'll depart together when the teams from the other schools arrive." Tan Jinping explained a little more. This time even Tan Hao felt that his father was being too polite. Even if Fang Ping had Wang Jinyang's support, Wang Jinyang was not here. Was there a need to explain such a small matter to Fang Ping? Despite his doubts, Tan Hao was carefree and did not think too much about it. Tan Tao, who had been silent, glanced at his father. Tan Jinping did not say anything either. He smiled and turned to continue talking to the school leaders. Although he was talking to others, Tan Jinping did not focus on it. He was still looking at Fang Ping from the corner of his eye. He had heard his son talk about Fang Ping and the rumors that Wang Jinyang thought highly of him. However, Tan Jinping did not pay too much attention to it. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were not related. Even if Wang Jinyang thought he was good and gave him some pointers and support, it was nothing. Tan Jinping was also a martial artist. He had done this before. When he was in a good mood, it was not unusual for him to give a few pointers when he met some good seedlings. However, whether he would remember them after that was hard to say. However, the moment Fang Ping walked over, Tan Jinping sensed that something was wrong. This kid's vitality was shockingly high. Tan Jinping was only a peak rank 1 martial artist. If his vitality was low, he would not be able to sense it. He could not compare to people like Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang could sense it when Fang Ping's vitality was 120 calories, but Tan Jinping could not. His vitality was not high enough, so he could not sense the difference at all. If he could sense it, it meant that the other party's vitality was very high. Tan Jinping could even vaguely feel that Fang Ping's vitality was surging, showing signs of breaking out of his body. Tan Jinping knew all too well what these signs meant. An aspiring martial artist with these signs was already half a step into the ranks of martial artists. How many cal is this kid's vitality? Tan Jinping guessed in his heart. In the end, he confirmed that this student named Fang Ping's vitality was not lower than 140 cal. This was a little scary. This meant that Fang Ping was almost guaranteed to get into a martial arts university. Moreover, once he met the standards for cultural studies, he was also confident of getting into the Big Two. This kind of person might surpass him the next time he saw him. At the entrance of No. 1 high school, Fang Ping, Tan Hao, and Tan Tao chatted for a while before returning to class 4. As soon as he left, Tan Jinping sent away the leaders of No. 1 high school. After staring at Fang Ping's back for a while, Tan Jinping said softly, "Sun City has become more interesting these 2 years." Tan Hao asked curiously, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Tan Tao said thoughtfully, "Dad, are you talking about Fang Ping?" "Not just Fang Ping, but also that senior Wang of yours." Tan Jinping smiled but did not elaborate. A 19-year-old rank 3 martial artist who was known as Nanjiang Martial Arts University's pillar for the next few years. An 18-year-old normal senior high school student who was about to become an official martial artist. It was not unusual for these people to appear in big cities or martial arts families. However, both of them came from ordinary families, born in a small city like Sun City. It had to be said that the probability was too low. Sun City's Wang Jinyang had already amazed some of the powerhouses in Nanjiang province. Then, there was Fang Ping. Of course, Fang Ping was still far from that. Entering the ranks of rank 1 martial artists did not mean anything. There was still a long way to go. From rank 1 to rank 3 could be achieved with time and resources. Beyond rank 3, however, it was not just a matter of resources and time. Wang Jinyang's amazement was not just because of his rank 3 ability. Of course, Tan Jinping did not know the specific details. He only knew that after Wang Jinyang broke through to rank 3, he became acquainted with some big shot. Tan Jinping thought about this and shook his head with a chuckle. No matter what happened to these people, it did not matter to him. No matter how amazing Wang Jinyang was, he would not take care of them just because they were from the same hometown. It was the same for Fang Ping. He turned to look at his 2 sons. They were his hope, the Tan family's hope. He lived frugally. He could have broken through to rank 2, but he refused to do so because he wanted to save resources for his sons. Tan Jinping was almost 50 years old and had lost his drive. Even if he could break through, he would not have much of a future. His 2 sons were different. They were still young. Thinking of this, Tan Jinping cast Fang Ping aside and chuckled. "How? Tao, do your best this time." Once you get into a martial arts university, you'll be able to join the ranks of martial artists in no time. With the resources allocated by the school and his savings, his two sons' pole standing had reached the stable stance. Although their vitality was not high at the moment, Tan Jinping believed that once they entered martial arts university, his two sons would definitely become martial artists faster than Zhou Ben. Fang Ping, what did Director Tan say to you just now? As soon as Fang Ping arrived at class 4, Wu Zhihao asked in a low voice. Chief? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, Uncle Tan, what bureau is the director of? The Ministry of Education is just a deputy director. What? Fang Ping was a little surprised. I thought there weren't many martial artists in Sun City? Uncle Tan is just a... In Fang Ping's opinion, Tan Jinping was still a martial artist. There were not many martial artists in Sun City. There were only 20 to 30 of them, and half of them were doing business. The remaining half might not all be in the hands of the government. In other words, no matter how bad Tan Jinping's life was, he was still in the top 10 of the Sun City officials. But such a person only became the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Of course, the officials did not just look at martial arts, but Tan Jinping's life was too bad. Wu Zhihao was even more surprised than he was. What's wrong? Isn't the deputy director of the Education Bureau powerful? The Ministry of Education is one of the three major authorities in Sun City. Although it can't compare to those in big cities, it's still not that bad, right? The Ministry of Education is one of the three major authorities in Sun City. It's already very impressive that Director Tan can become the Deputy Director of the Department of Investigation Services and the Ministry of Education. Three major authorities. Fang Ping's worldview was ruined. How could the Ministry of Education be doing so well? Wu Zhihao saw that he was at a loss and had an expression that said, you should pay more attention to the current politics. Although we're still high school students, we're about to enter university. There's no harm in knowing more about some things. Sun City is a county-level city without a military department, so the Ministry of Education is ranked third. Auspicious Sun City has a military department stationed there, so Auspicious Sun City has the government, the military department, the Department of Investigation Services, and the Ministry of Education. Of course, Auspicious Sun City's Ministry of Education is ranked lower because it doesn't have many resources and isn't strong enough. River City, on the other hand, is different. River City has a few martial arts universities in Nanjiang. The Ministry of Education has a lot of resources and is strong enough to rank higher than the Department of Investigation Services. Fang Ping's mouth fell open, but he could not speak for a long time. He had never paid attention to the system. He was mainly concerned about martial arts universities, martial sciences, and martial artists. As a high school student, there were not many people who really cared about it, and no one in class talked about it. That was why Fang Ping did not know that there was such a big difference in the system. From Fang Ping's perspective, the Ministry of Education was not an important department, even though it was not a low-level government office. Now, it had become the main authority. As for the Department of Investigation Services, he had heard Wang Jinyang mention it once. It was probably a law enforcement agency specifically set up to deal with martial artists. Fang Ping shook his head. Forget it. He had seen a humanoid RPG before. Why would he care about this difference? However, through Wu Zhihao's words, Fang Ping knew that Tan Jinping was doing quite well. The deputy of one of the three major authorities was not bad compared to the other party's rank 1 strength. Wu Zhihao briefly explained these things, then brought up the original topic. Fang Ping answered perfunctorily, but could not help asking, why are you taking the school bus? I thought you were going to Auspicious Sun City alone. Wu Zhihao was speechless. Am I stupid? Going alone? Doesn't it cost money? Booking a hotel room? Doesn't it cost money to eat? Right now, I can't wait to spend a penny like it's 2 cents. What's the point of wasting money? Fang Ping had nothing to say to that. So you're this stingy too? No, why did you say too? I'm not stingy. As they chatted, the buses from other high schools arrived one after another. It was not like number 1 high school, which had 8 or 9 buses. In some high schools, all the martial science students in the school could not even fit 1 bus. Some high schools in the villages had already set off for Auspicious Sun City alone and gathered there. At 8:20, all the buses had gathered. There were more than 20 buses, and there were almost 900 people. Number 1 high school took up about 1/3 of the total. Once everyone had arrived, Tan Zhenping spoke briefly with the people in charge of each school. Then, he got into his small car and set off for auspicious Sun City. The long line of cars left Number 1 high school. At the entrance of Number 1 high school, some of the teachers who stayed behind could not help but sigh. I wonder how many people will stay after the third, someone shook his head. The physical assessment is the hardest. It'll be good if 100 people pass 100 people? I don't think so. There are almost 20,000 Senior 3 students in Sun City this year, and almost 1,500 of them applied for the martial sciences exams. If this were Capital City or Magic City, the ratio would be higher. But in Sun City, according to our previous estimates, the physical assessment score will be at least 110 calories this year. I'm afraid only 5% will be able to pass the physical assessment. However, the percentage of people who pass the physical assessment and get into martial arts universities is not low. Big cities are better. Some high schools apply for the martial sciences exams collectively. TSK, there's no comparison, the teachers discussed among themselves. Some even looked envious. Big cities are not livable, though. The housing prices are frighteningly expensive, and there are many requirements to settle down. These teachers from key high schools were considered elites in society, but they might not live as comfortably as they did in Sun City if they went to a big city. On the bus, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao sat in the same row, while the rest of class 4 sat in front and behind them. Apart from them, there were some students from other classes, most of them from the normal classes. The Tan brothers, however, mingled on the bus, sitting on Fang Ping's left. At first, because they were not from the same class, everyone talked about their own things. But after a while, under the lead of Zhang Hao and the others who were usually more active, everyone started chatting. Zhang Hao, who was sitting in the front row, said excitedly, "Our bus is amazing today. Tan Hao, Tan Tao, Wu Zhihao, Zhou Ming, Fang Ping. 5 of them have more than 115 calories vitality. Yang Jian, Lu Ruoqi, Lan Pei, and a few others have more than 112 calories vitality. If this was last year, we could have 10 martial arts university students on each bus." Everyone was familiar with the others. Tan Hao and the others went without saying. Zhou Ming was also a seated player from class 3. Who the hell was Fang Ping? Some of them heard Tan Hao shout earlier, but not many of them knew who Fang Ping was. Hence, when Zhang Hao said this, someone beside him asked uncertainly, "Zhang Hao, Fang Ping is he from your class?" As he said this, the person turned around to look, but Fang Ping was leaning against the seat, so he did not see him. Zhang Hao knew what he meant immediately. Usually, everyone cared about their own things in the class, and there was no collective sense of honor. Now that there was someone from another class, Zhang Hao said loudly, "What? Do you think Wu Zhihao is the only good one in our class?" When Fang Ping went to pick up Senior Wang said that Fang Ping would have no problem getting into a martial arts university. "If you don't believe me, ask Zhihao." "Zhihao, is Fang Ping's vitality more than 115 calories?" Wu Zhihao looked at Fang Ping with a smile. Fang Ping did not bother to reply. He rolled his eyes and continued to look at the scenery. Seeing that he did not care, Wu Zhihao smiled and said, "It's more than 115 calories. Fang Ping is much better than me." When Wu Zhihao said this, the others on the bus could not help but look at Fang Ping. Tan Hao, who was beside him, said casually, "Fang Ping is a surefire candidate for martial arts university. Zhou Bin might be Sun City's top student this year." When he said this, even Zhou Ming and the other students with high vitality could not help but look. A competitor for Sun City's top student? They did not believe Zhang Hao's words. When Wu Zhihao said it, they believed 30% of it, but when Tan Hao said it, they believed 80% of it. For a moment, the bustling bus suddenly quieted down. Fang Ping was slightly helpless. He glanced at Tan Hao and the others. Were these guys trying to make trouble for him? But then again, it felt pretty good. The guy who asked the question earlier had obviously underestimated Fang Ping. How dare he question whether his vitality was at 115 cal? Was he looking down on Fang Ping? Fang Ping maintained his image as an expert, so he could not refute it. However, these people had helped him. It was a slap in the face. It felt pretty good. Fang Ping was proud of himself, but his face was calm. He even rolled his eyes at Wu Zhihao and the others. What are you doing? Am I the kind of person who shows off? Seriously, do you know how to keep a low profile? 3 hours later. Auspicious Sun City, Peace District. Rising Sun Hotel. This hotel was the designated hotel for the Year 3 martial science candidates in Sun City. Room 1608. Fang Ping put down his luggage and glanced at the 2 beds in the room. Then, he began to consider a very serious problem. The school was very stingy and booked a room for 4 people. But there were only 2 beds. How were 4 people going to sleep? Among the 4 men, it was hard to say who would sleep with who, and who would cross the line in the middle of the night. He glanced at the other 3 people in the room, Wu Zhihao, Zhang Hao, and Yang Jian. Yang Jian, this burly fellow, seemed to be a little dangerous. It would be hard for him to even resist in the middle of the night. As for the other 2, Fang Ping pondered for a moment before saying, let me remind you, I have feet that stink. I like to snore when I sleep, kick off my blanket in the middle of the night, and roll around. What a coincidence, me too. Wu Zhihao smiled happily. Zhang Hao swept a glance at the 2 of them and said sourly, 2 idiots, alright, the 2 of you can sleep on the floor. Yang Jian and I will have a bed each. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Hao laughed for a while and then complained, the school is so stingy. Can't they book more rooms? Wu Zhihao went straight to the point. I'm not being stingy. I've calculated that a lot of people will be leaving on the 3rd. When they leave, everyone who stays will have a room to themselves. I've asked everyone. F***ck. Zhang Hao cursed. It was too realistic. Fang Ping was not surprised. He smiled and said, let's squeeze for a few days. Just don't touch me at night. This time, it's a real reminder. I've recently achieved a breakthrough in pole standing, and I'm now extremely lethal. You'll have to bear the consequences. Scram. The few of them cursed. Who would be interested in you? As for the lethality he mentioned, Wu Zhihao was deep in thought, but the other 2 didn't take it seriously. Yang Jian smirked. Why don't we discuss it with Lu Ruoqi and the others and see if we can swap rooms? Fang Ping and the others looked at him in unison. Sure, everyone thought that you were simple and honest, but it turns out that you're the one who's the coldest on the inside, Yang Jian hurriedly explained. I mean, the girls' rooms might be a little bigger, and they'll be swapping rooms together, hee hee. An explanation is a cover-up. Who believes you? Just as the 3 of them were teasing Yang Jian, someone knocked on the door. Yang Jian hurriedly went to open the door. Once the door was opened, the Tan brothers walked in. Tan Hao said as soon as he entered the room, big news. Just now, my dad was chatting with several team leaders from other counties and cities. Guess what I heard? The benchmark for the physical assessment this year might be 112 calories. As soon as Tan Hao finished speaking, Zhang Hao hurriedly said, no way. Although everyone had already guessed it, Zhang Hao had thought that 110 calories should be enough. Although his vitality had not reached 110 calories yet, he could still reach 110 calories if he ate a vitality pill tomorrow. In any case, he had to pass the physical assessment. This martial sciences exam was not a waste. If he couldn't even pass the physical examination, then this trip would have been a waste. Really? Tan Hao explained, everyone's vitality has increased a lot this year. Take our Sun City for example. According to the statistics from the Department of Education alone, there are at least 100 people with vitality above 110 calories. On top of that, there's also Fang Ping who's taking pills. Fang Ping was speechless. Don't pull me. Tan Hao chuckled. Alright, I won't talk about you. Anyway, including those who haven't been counted and those who broke through recently. In Sun City, there are probably 200 people with vitality above 110 calories, it's about the same in other places. I heard that auspicious Sun City has also exploded this year. According to the previous ratio, unless all martial arts universities recruit more students this year, 112 calories will definitely pass the physical assessment. Tan Hao's words did not affect the others much. Among them, Xianxia was the only one who could not pass. He was obviously disappointed. Although he said that he would study with the crown prince and that he did not mind being eliminated. However, when it came to this, he remembered that he could not even pass the physical assessment after all these years of hard work. Even if Xianxia acted like he did not care, he could not help but feel sad. 112 calories, Xianxia's smile was uglier than crying. There's no hope for me to enter a martial arts university. I can't even stay for a few more days, Xianxia, I'm fine. Xianxia forced a smile. I've been prepared for this for a long time. However, I was thinking that after the cultural studies exam, I'll know if I've been eliminated or not. At least I'll have something to think about. That's good too. I'll focus on the cultural studies and continue with the martial arts training after that. Tanhao noticed that his words had made the atmosphere heavy. He said sheepishly, I heard it from my dad and the others. I don't know if it's accurate. Let's not talk about this. Oh, right. Why are your rooms a little small? Fang Ping, you're sharing a room with Wu Zhihao. What? I'm sharing a room with Tao, but it's a little bigger than yours. Tanhao was about to change the topic, but he did not notice that Fang Ping and the others were glaring at him fiercely. The corner of Tan Tao's mouth twitched. He tugged at his boss's shirt. He felt a chilly wind blowing in the room. The guys opposite him seemed to be thinking of swallowing them whole. Tanhao only realized it after Tan Tao tugged at his shirt. Tanhao said dryly, what's wrong? Fang Ping glared at him, exasperated. That's enough. If you don't have anything to say, then leave. If you stay, I can't guarantee your safety. What are you guys doing? You're not going to gang up on us, are you? When Tanhao said this, Tan Tao was a little resentful. They wanted to gang up on you. Why did you have to add me in? Tanhao was not stupid. He did not think too much earlier, but now he had figured it out. He eased the atmosphere and hurriedly said with a smile, I'll treat everyone to lunch. The hotel's free buffet is terrible. My treat. Let's eat out. This was his original intention, but he was a little too talkative. As soon as he entered the room, he hit the four of them hard. Fang Ping looked at Wu Zhihao, and Wu Zhihao looked at Zhang Hao. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhang Hao said fiercely, let's eat. It'll be a waste if we don't eat. These two guys hit us as soon as they came. We have to teach them a lesson. Zhang Hao had calmed down, and the atmosphere was not as awkward. Everyone laughed and dragged the Tan brothers out the door. As for the Tan brothers sharing a room, Fang Ping did not think much of it. Their father was the leader of the team. Was it too much to give his sons a room to themselves? Not at all, not at all. If Fang Ping was in his position, he would do the same. At most, he would pay for it himself. All the unwillingness and jealousy were unnecessary. This was how society should be. After eating outside and paying the bill, Tanhao's pained expression made everyone feel even better. After the Tan brothers left, Zhang Hao suddenly said, Tanhao and his brothers are actually not bad people. If it weren't for me today, they wouldn't have had to deliberately play a trick to ease the atmosphere. The Tan brothers later treated them to dinner, pretended to feel sorry for them, and even included the matter of the room. All of this was to ease the atmosphere. Perhaps they had not thought that the 112 calories problem would affect anyone. It was no wonder they had overlooked it. The brothers, Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao, and Yang Jian all had vitality above 112 calories. They were all the same kind of people. Talking about entering the room was just an opening remark. In the end, it hurt Zhang Hao. Seeing that Fang Ping and the others were on good terms with Zhang Hao, that led to the subsequent events. As he said that, Zhang Hao said self-deprecatingly, actually, I've thought it through. Society is just that unfair. If you can't become a martial artist, you have to be prepared to be a servant. Don't worry, this small matter won't break me. When I enter university, I'll think of a way to start earning money. With some support from my family, I'll enter a martial arts training class in 2 years. Maybe I'll become a martial artist earlier than you guys. Wu Zhihao laughed. Maybe that's true. I've heard people say that many of the fourth-year students in martial arts universities haven't become martial artists yet. If you become a martial artist before you graduate, you'll be even more awesome than the students in martial arts universities. Yang Jian, who was beside them, also laughed. Whether I get into a martial arts university or not, I won't give up on martial arts. It doesn't matter if I become a martial artist a little later. The few of them exchanged a few words. Fang Ping did not interrupt. However, Zhang Hao's performance made Fang Ping realize that the carp leaping over the dragon gate in the martial sciences examination was truly a carp leaping over the dragon gate. There was a hint of cruelty in this. It was fine today. When the physical assessment results and the standard line were announced on the 3rd, who knew how many students would lose their fighting spirit and confidence? Many people had been preparing for the martial sciences examination for many years. Some families went bankrupt just to provide for their children's martial sciences examination. Some families were even in debt, hoping that their children would become dragons one day and change their lives forever. However, in the next few days, who knew how many families' dreams would be shattered? Fang Ping could even imagine how many people would do irrational things out of desperation after the martial sciences examination ended every year. Martial sciences, Fang Ping murmured in his heart. The government treated martial artists too well. It was so well that even if these people were non-humans, he could not help but wonder why. Was it fair? Actually, it was not very fair. Even if a martial artist could do the work of 10 or 100 people, martial artists were still the minority. However, martial artists were the minority, and the majority of society was still ordinary people. This obvious difference in treatment and social status was still a little too much. In his mind, he could not help but think of what Wang Jinyang had said casually. In this world, you'll only get what you give. Nothing comes without a reason. They feel that it's unfair, but they don't know that the powerhouses think it's unfair too. Old Wang's unintentional words made Fang Ping fall into deep thought again. There was a deep meaning behind those words. Unfortunately, there were too few sources of information. Fang Ping had no idea at the moment. He stopped thinking about these things. Perhaps everything would become clear when he entered a martial arts university. Fang Ping had never thought that he was smarter than anyone else in the world. There was a reason why martial artists had their current social status. Those in power were not fools. Their considerations were much more far-sighted than his own. Out of position, out of power. The most important thing now was the physical assessment the next day. Fang Ping did not go out in the afternoon. The others kept quiet and did not train. They were all conserving their energy for the martial sciences examination the next day. End of chapter 52. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.